Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top.
I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino?
Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back!
Hold card, we're down.
That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my god! Ah! Go to Did you see that? Ah!
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
And so begins the final chapter of our story. Months of hard work and dedication have led to this day. 16 teams enter the arena. 3 remain standing. Only 1 will have the joy and the privilege to call themselves champions. Welcome to Day 3 of your FACEIT League Season 5 Master Division playoffs. My name's Jeff here alongside Kenobi, returning for another championship as we get ready for a day of incredible action. We've got 6 teams left here in FACEIT League. We're going to crown 2 champions, sending 4 to OWCS promotion relegation matches. We've got a lot of action there ready for you.
We do, and I mean, it feels like it was just yesterday. Time flies so fast that me and you were back here doing the last season of these Master Championships and crowning our victor, and a lot to play for today between those 6 teams, like you mentioned. But so excited to be here with you, Bullskunk. Could not ask for a more exciting day of Overwatch to come.
Oh, and let's take a look at what we have in store. We have, like I said, 6 teams remain, 3 in each region. That means we got your lower bracket finals and your grand finals coming up for each, both EMEA and NA throughout today. Of course, those grand finals will be a first to 4. Anomaly currently sitting in EMEA awaiting the victor of this Team Vision Dreamlight match. Oh, I feel like each one of these maps, each pick, everything has so much gravity behind it here in this final culmination of an entire seasons of hard work.
Yeah, and I mean, the bans, the maps like you mentioned, I mean, we saw even yesterday with some of those matches that were on broadcast, how important map pick and hero ban end up being in a lot of these matchups. And I think it's going to, offer a little bit of an extension of the series, I think, between some of these teams. Like you mentioned, we have the 3 in EMEA that we're starting off with Team Vision versus Dreamlight. Team Vision, Bullskunk. Now you are, FACEIT League Gandalf, as I'm going to start calling you now. Should not be in this position. They should not be playing first right now, is what I was expecting when you look at that roster and look at how they got into this bracket in the first place.
That is 100% accurate. No one expected to see Team Vision down in the lower bracket at any point. This is a roster that was built from some of the best of the best across the world. Team Vision came in here with a goal of making it to OWCS, and, well, Anomaly threw a giant wrench in their plans yesterday, currently awaiting them in the grand final. So Vision have one more extra step they have to take today against a homegrown kind of grassroots Dreamlight squad.
And that's the thing I love about kind of the format that we're in and the ability to kind of create teams as you will. I feel like the 3 teams that we have between Anomaly, between Team Vision, and between Dreamlight, they're all built very differently, but it all has succeeded. I mean, getting top 3 in this tournament is nothing to slouch at, but like you mentioned, Anomaly, kind of this compromised coalescence of tier 2 all-star talent from NA, from EMEA. Then you have Team Vision with the big guns. You have Choice A1, you have Violet, one of the greatest players of all time in Overwatch League and in Overwatch's history. And then you have Dreamlight, who is this team that kind of is a little bit more unknown, has been grinding tier 2 for a very long time, but now it feels like they've finally gotten to that point where the team coordination is just so good that it really supersedes a lot of the other teams. I mean, they beat Eris twice. Eris was what, 2nd seed, Bull Skunk? Like, they have been on an absolute tear.
Eris only dropped 1 series throughout the entirety of the regular season. And that Dreamlight squad was able to take him down not once, but twice. And I think that intro video we saw, you could have just put Dreamlight's name on those jerseys. That feels like exactly what that squad has done. But let's talk about their opponents right now. We do have, I mean, you want to talk about All-Star. This is a team where they really did look worldwide to try to get the best players they could. And as amazing as Violet and Choi Se-won here are, and they are top tier, Violet will often have top damage in this lobby. Don't forget about Tama. Don't forget about Slowdive on this team. Tama, I think, is one of the hottest tanks coming out of EMEA, and that says a lot. They are just breeding spectacular tanks in this region right now, and I think Tama's at the forefront of these next ups.
Yeah, I think a lot of the things that you have to kind of look about with this roster is that their star power can just, you know, a lot of the time we're seeing Violet here with these Captive Sons just winning team fights, and this is something that they can do, is that they can just kind of out-hands diff you in a lot of these team fights, right? When you have such mechanically skilled players, like pretty much everyone on Team Vision is. The biggest weakness I see for this Team Vision, and kind of why I think Bull Skunk, they're in this lower bracket, is their aversion, I'll say, to playing any of that Lucio style. They want to play this very slow, very pokey style with the double flex support, and that's sometimes, if they're not getting that space and not having that potential to create time, wait for those frags from a lot of these very key mechanical players, other teams can just use that aggressiveness with Lucio, start their own tempo, and play very effectively against what Team Vision wants to do. And with the team that we have with Dreamlight, I think they're a team that also kind of has that ability to play a lot more of that brawly style that could potentially hinder Team Vision going.
Well, and we saw Anomaly kind of give Dreamlight the blueprint on how to handle this Team Vision squad. Team Vision came in undefeated through the regular season, and obviously had not dropped a series until yesterday in that upper bracket finals. So that was the first time we really got to look on how to beat this team. And we'll see if Dreamlight can execute that same thing. A lot of it was just focusing down Violet, was kind of punishing their main support allergy, if you would, and really focusing down Violet, who tend to kind of go off on their own a lot, who plays those off angles where you might often see your hit scan playing on a wide flank and trying to take off angles. Violet often does that. Anomaly were able to recognize this and really kind of harp on it and really expose that weakness. And I'm curious to see if Dreamlight can do the same thing. We just kind of saw the Dreamlight roster come up here. I don't want to neglect talking about this squad, because this homegrown squad is a lot of fun to watch. I think a lot of people are rooting for this kind of a grassroots team.
Yeah, and I think the other thing about, we would be remiss if we didn't mention Dreamlight and mention Symmetra at the same time, I think, because a lot of these highlights, you see that the Symmetra, and the way that they're able, I love it when teams kind of have a very good understanding of how to play around the kit of a certain hero, and they do that with Symmetra perfectly. The way that they're able to rotate, the way that they're able to catch people off guard and go first, set their own tempo, I think is one of the biggest boons for this team, and it's really a team that wins by committee, right? There's not like that one player who you could really say, you know, has that like super 1v1 fragging potential. While we've seen D-Cruz do some good things on the Cassidy, again, this is a team that very much loves to play, loves to win by committee. They remind me of like that Detroit 2004 Pistons team that beat the Lakers, that was full of like 5 Hall of Famers, and then it's like, you know, Ben Wallace is there, and I think that like this is.
I would hark back to the 2011 Dallas Mavericks personally. When they won the championship. Yes,
you gotta get your Dallas in there. Okay, I got you, Bull Skunk. I didn't mention the Celtics, and I'm from New England, so I'm just
fair enough. All right.
But I think that I really do love teams when they do play kind of in that, just like as a 5-man squad, and are able to use their teamwork as a way to supersede any type of like mechanical gap or anything like that. And I think that with these, I mean, this is the perfect matchup for something like that, where you have Team Vision, who is full of just absolute all-stars on their team, and then you have Dreamlight, who is a team that is very much more of playing towards that team macro style. So we'll see kind of a very good start to this EMEA day, where we have these clashes of styles with team building and also with how they play.
I mean, we saw in the highlight reel that we were just looking at from that intro for Dreamlight, and it seems like every clip is somebody different on the team popping off. Everybody kind of stepping up when they need to and filling the gap at the right times. And then everybody has the potential to hit it, but it is absolutely a collective effort, which I think is the best of Overwatch. I think it's one of the things that really appeals to players and us who love this game, is the fact that the teamwork can really take that forefront, and you know, smart gameplay and good committee play, I love that word, can outdo mechanics. And this is definitely going to be what Dreamlight is hoping to have happen here today, hoping they can execute here this match against Team Vision.
Yeah, and I think again with kind of the Symmetra is kind of like the perfect thing to be able to view in like a lens where it's like you're winning by like kind of how you're rotating at the start with like team fights and things like that, how you're able to reposition. And Bullskunk, I think also something that's interesting that we have to talk about is that there's a way that people can just watch all these players, these fantastic players that we have, watch their own POV and maybe learn something.
We do. FACEIT Watch has been introduced here for FACEIT League. We had it through OWCS and Stage 2. We've now got it here for your FACEIT League Master Division playoffs. You want to see if Violet is going to hit that captive sun or if they're going to clip the corner of the roof again? You can go check it out at FACEIT Watch. We've got you covered. When you genuinely want to watch one of the best players in the history of the game, still 12k damage time and time again on this Yari. Go study Violet. We've got plenty of other great players as well. It's not just Violet here. It just happens to be a standout, but you could go watch the that's the Cassie from Vision, but you can watch Slow Dive's point of view. You can also go watch Backline from Dreamlight, see how they're setting up and establishing this wonderful team play that we were talking about. This is just a really cool thing where you get more control as the viewer, and if you're a support player, man, I want to go learn more support positioning. How do the pros do it? This is the perfect way to learn.
Yeah, very good way to learn. If you want to learn how to Ajax like one of the greatest players of all time, I think something OC mentioned yesterday when she was on broadcast. Yeah, you could definitely. I mean, I think this is great. Overwatch League had something very similar with like the All Access Pass now bringing in here. Also, you have, if you want to hear me and Bullskunk's voices and our awful dad jokes, you can. If you don't want to, you can also just turn us off. That's fine. We won't take it personally. But
you do have that option.
You do have that option, and that's what's great about FACEIT Watch. So if there is, if you're a player who I think that watching the best of the best play is definitely a great way to learn if you're trying to climb up those ranks or join in FACEIT League yourself, feeling like you're watching these tournaments and you want to be part of the action. That's definitely what FACEIT League is for. So it's a great initiative.
Really cool resource. You get so much. You can learn so much from watching the pros. From just saying, hey, what do I do in this situation? Oh, wait, what is Violet doing in this situation? It's such a tool for improvement. Not to mention just your enjoyment. Sometimes I'm a tank player myself. Sometimes I just want to zoom in and see what the tanks are doing. I know, we often, don't always get that opportunity there, for main broadcast. And I just want to hone in on how Tama is performing. One of our best tanks in the region. There's your spot. That's my go-to. I love watching the tanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think tank play is so interesting, especially because it's Orisa and it's like, hey, we're throwing javelins, we're just shooting kind of. But also, I think that's like kind of one of the things that it'll dispel, where it's like, hey, that's kind of all Orisa does. But if you're really watching like some of those micro plays, it is a little bit different. I kind of joke that it's hard to pop off on Orisa too much, but there are definitely ways to do it, especially with that javelin perk that we saw. I mean, the fly through was probably one of the best ways of just getting someone off the map immediately with one of those javelins.
Hey, javelin perk. No shield mafia here. All javelin perk here in this stream. All right.
I'm not getting into that war. I'm not getting into that.
I'm totally on javelin side. I'm totally on javelin side.
I'm Switzerland on this one. I'm neutral. I'm not doing anything there.
That's probably wisdom, my friend. That's probably wisdom. Oh, hey, it looks like we do have some picks in band starting to come through. We're starting off on Ilios, which I always find to be such a strange pick. It feels like Oasis is kind of our default control map now. And I've even talking to some coaches and stuff, feel like Oasis has a lot of the fundamentals of Overwatch there. Kind of like the way we think of King's Row kind of in the past, where Ilios is that wild card control pick.
Yeah, I think Ilios is interesting because it's a little bit like the maps sometimes are a lot different in terms of like what you want to play. Like there's the, Lighthouse is a very much a Winston favored map. Then you have like these like Ruins, which is very long favored. So long range favored rather. So I think that for these two teams in particular, where if we've been seeing Vision run a lot of this double flex support, specifically with the Iliari, that's definitely something, if we do end up going to Ruins, could be something that brings to the table. We do have to go through bans to start things off here, and this will be kind of a good litmus test of where they're thinking with the ban phase, because of the fact that, Iliari's taken off so this is the good decision, right? This is, if Dreamlight watched yesterday, they're like, hey, they're playing a lot of Iliari. Let's just take it off immediately. Let's try and get some momentum at the start, see if we can beat them and get them uncomfortable, because it doesn't, when Team Vision was struggling yesterday, Bullskunk, Iliari was having not really the best time, and now you can just get rid of it altogether and force probably Violet to play Kiriko most likely, unless they've unless they've moved over to believing that Lucio is playable now.
I seriously doubt it. And so far, without an exception, it's been a Yari from Violet, unless it's banned, and then it's Kiriko, and that has been it. But also, without exception, until yesterday, they hadn't lost playing that comp. So you know what? Maybe they are more motivated towards the Lucio. We'll see what happens here. This is the exact same ban we saw from Anomaly in that upper bracket final yesterday as well. So Dreamlight kind of taking on note, from Anomaly and their victory over this squad, and see if they can emulate that.
Yeah, I do also like the Cassidy ban because I think it was one of the things also that Team Vision struggled against, where there was a lot of focus down onto that double flex support line, and you weren't able to really play as slowly as they would have wanted to, right? Because you have a lot of just that consistent damage from the cast from long range. So I think that this is a good ban from both these teams. Going on to Ilios again, it's a map where you can see a lot of very different things depending on where you go. Well is something where we do see some. I'm not going to say Farah. With Cassidy not here, actually, though, it kind of, to me, feels like there is some little bit of an opening there if you wanted to play Farah, but I think that this is going to be more of the standard, like, double flex support stuff coming in from Team Vision, and then if it's Dreamlight, I would expect the fact that there is going to be Symmetra on the table still that they will play.
The one complication that you'd have to worry about if you want to bring out the Farah, say, on the well, would be the Freya. The Freya is just... the verticality in Freya is so good on Ilios, and that 2-tap is just so nasty. It can make it very difficult to play with Farah.
I think it's definitely something where you have to, if you're going to play Freya, you have to pilot it very carefully. Very carefully. So, and I think Freya is something that we see a lot on maps like this, where you have that infinite skybox to play with, which really values Freya, especially when it's like in mid to long range fight.
Okay, so we got a little caveat we got to talk about here, I'm afraid, Kenobi. Up in the top left corner, you'll notice we're not seeing any Central Opon in the lobby here today. Unfortunately, apparently they were not able to make it in. So we're going to have Lilin playing in the DPS role, who's traditionally the Tracer player for this squad. Pomatimo is coming in to play what is looking like an Orisa.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, really, because Pomatimo was the one who was playing the Symmetra and who was moving the Symmetra very effectively. So we'll see if Lilin is going to be keeping onto that. It looks like he's going to be the Tracer. So this is going to be a completely different Dreamlight team that we're going to be watching with Pomatimo on this tank. It is the Orisa that is going to be played here, but we also see the Hammond coming out on the other side, and this kind of makes sense as to why they banned that Cassidy. Without that Cassidy, the Hinder's not going to be there. That means the Hammond gets to play much more freely than if there was a Cassidy on the other side.
We do get Choice A1 accompanying this Wrecking Ball alongside of Farah. So, we do end up with the Far here, and we'll have to be careful of D-Cruz's Freya for sure. D-Cruz can be nasty with it. There's the direct. Right on cue, D-Cruz. There you go. Farah goes down with minimal value early in this fight, and will be first blood going over to Dreamlight, despite playing with one of their flex DPS in the tank wall. Now trying to pursue on the slow dive, and still nobody's gotten cap yet here, Kenobi.
Yeah, it's very scrappy. I mean, Pomatimo wasn't in this team fight because the Orisa died very early, and that means that there was really no way for Dreamlight to really hold that positioning. Pomatimo's actually going to go over to the D.Va just to try and give a little bit more of that peel potential. Also can chase down Hammond and chase down Farah a little bit easier than if you were on something like the Orisa. But again, this just feels like it's unfortunate that we're seeing Dreamlight in this scenario where they don't have that player, because Pomatimo was really that Symmetra player. Now moving on to the tank role, a little bit less comfortable, I would say, on something like that.
An aggression from Tama takes an enormous amount of damage there, just trying to push in, looked very disjointed. You saw no other Team Vision players really try to move in on that, and the nade from one has to be used just to keep Tama alive. So one of your biggest engagement tools is gone. This is an opportunity for Dreamlight to move in. We'll see if they can find an opening to try to get first blood here. D-Cruz, you see a lot of shots being poured down towards this cage side where all these squishies are backing up. Pomatimo looking to pursue into cage, but a good disengage. One finds the kill on Atomics as they're backing away. An ideal play there from Vision. End up picking up 2 early picks, and they're going to maintain control here. Pomatimo's able to trade out one and a Choice A1. So I think it's something there in pocket of Dreamlight.
When Slow Dive is able to take down Lilin, and this is one of the things that I talked about with this Team Vision team. If they're given space and given time, it's just so hard to deal with them, because you can have frags from pretty much anywhere on this team, and Dreamlight haven't been able to get any spacing and take it away from this Team Vision side, who are winning these fights without having to use any ultimates. So now, Bullskunk 5 in the bank for them, and what is last fight, and Dreamlight have to probably use everything here just to try and get a chance to reverse sweep on this percentage.
I mean, you gotta find some sort of control here. I was thinking going towards cage too. You see the nade lane on the Rod. The Consuming Rush from Tomix has been invested over the point. This has got Lilin into the back. Pulses in, but doesn't quite land. One dancing around. Oh, thought hit the sleep. Tomix is actually get the kill. A big trade out happens, but with Choice A1 and Tama still alive and kicking on this point. It goes down to a 2v1 with the barrage to demech Pomatimo for the second time in as many seconds. This is going to be a 100-0 here to start things off for Team Vision.
Yeah, very good from Team Vision there. Just the way that they were playing effectively around their spacing, not letting Dreamlight get into the teeth of them. As Sunbury is going to come through, only hits onto 2. And Bullskunk, I think it's just a matter of time unless some miracle happens to let Dreamlight back into this one.
Yeah, Dreamlight don't have really any ultimates to try to get a quick pick to swing it. Nano Boost is in play onto Tom as well, just making life any more difficult for Dreamlight for this broken retake. And there's the overtime bar going down. Yellow ring of victory, 1-0 to Team Vision here on Ilios.
And this Cassidy ban, I mean, it's just so fantastic with what they want to play, right? They're playing the Hammond, they're playing the Pharah, two things that are, Cassidy would do very good against. So this is really, I think, Team Vision understanding that ban phase effectively. And it also takes it away from D-Cruz, and D-Cruz was very, very good at Cassidy. So I think this is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation for Dreamlight if they lose this, because the Iliari ban's already out. So that's something that's going to be available to Team Vision for the rest of the time that they're there, and it's going to be a little bit tricky to play behind the 8-ball like.
And that is, I don't know, it's kind of the double-edged sword of pulling out that big ban early is now, well, it might have been one of your best cards, and kind of forces Dreamlight they're really going to need to win this map. As far as, it's going to get only more difficult from here, it feels like, Kenobi.
And we're not seeing any changes here from Team Vision, understandable, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Tama has been really fantastic at getting into the backline and taking that space away from D-Cruz, who is really the one who's going to have to deal with Choice A1 in the air. But if there's always a Hammond just directly onto you, it's so hard for you to have that sightline to put pressure down on the Choice A1, who is someone who needs to be put pressured on, especially on a Pharah.
Yeah, look, you see how D-Cruz was able to get into enemy territory. Has been a little bit of a swap of the map. Good eat of the sleep, and Pomatimo's able to chase down 1. Moves up to 5, Choice A1. Great start here for Pomatimo, showing us some diva chops. Oh, the swift step Susie's a touch late to protect the D-Mech, though, and Violet wins out over Tomix with about 1 health remaining. Rod's able to get a boop on it. Tama catches them without a grapple. And, I mean, Dreamlight are still scrapping this one out, but Pomatimo is eventually down. Dreamlight does grab first cap. And they've got a couple players left here. I'm not sure they can hold on to it, though.
Yeah, the health bars are going to start regenerating right now for Team Vision, so they will be able to get back on. But now for Dreamlight, I think it's just about trying to get back in and take as much percentage as you can, because you are at a little bit of a deficit right now as another dive comes in. Lillian getting taken down very low. Tama, another one-shot. This is 2 fights in a row where Tama has opened with very good picks onto one of those key backline members here.
Yeah, but slow dive landed some incredibly accurate shots. The aerial tracking on Atomics is nasty. They just have to swift step out of there and land right in the pocket of slow dive. Another one just planted between the eyes of Atomics. Slow dive is just unbeatable on this top side.
Yeah, this is
playing on top of that lighthouse is nasty.
I mean, this is going to become really difficult for Dreamlight to enter here, because you're walking into so much spam. You're walking into the Hammond being able to bowl you over, and you don't really have a way in unless you're going to be having to force out some of those very key ultimates. So this is all, again, time that Team Vision is going to have to be able to let their mechanics.
Playing it very slow. Good backup there. Able to avoid the bolo shot from slow dive. Dreamlight do have a couple of ultimates to come back into this with. Most notably, both support ults at the ready. Pulse bomb at the feet of 1. Will catch them. Good play from Lilith, and once again, they find 1 early. Now Dreamlight need to stack more on top of it. Job's not done. Considering rush has been tossed there for Team Vision. Right after will then respond with their sound barrier. D-Cruz dueling it out on the point at the moment. Try to utilize that extra attack speed, but gets pushed into the mines. Pomatimo and Lillian have been able to strike back. I believe Dreamlight do still have the player advantage in this fight. Choice A1's able to blink back to the Mega. Violet escapes narrowly with the swift step, but Team Vision have been forced all the way back to the shuttle.
Yeah, Choice A1 will be able to stay alive, so that means they are going to be able to re-engage here relatively soon. Nano coming through right now onto that Hammond. Can they find the secure onto that Lucio? Great swift step, gets back into Kiriko and keeps the Lucio alive.
The two supports are definitely trying to just keep themselves standing right now. While they're doing that, D-Cruz and Lillian deliver on the other side. So the front line not necessarily missing the 2 supports, and they're able to all win their 3-2 engagements. Well played by Dreamlight.
Yeah, I think Rod FT needs to buy Tomex a steak after this, after that peel. Really well played from that Kiriko. I wish I had supports who did that for me when I'm getting dove on by a Nanoed Hammond, and the engage doesn't end up working out for Team Vision. Violet able to take down Lillian, though, and that's just what Violet does sometimes. You can't account for something like that, and the Lucio's going to go down too, maybe relatively soon. Actually, it's going to be both the supports down, Bull Skunk, and this is all time that's going to be taken away, but a great heads-up play from Choice A1 to flip back that point.
I mean, this backline from Dreamlight, though, I mean, it's just a spectacular play over this last 30 seconds or so, and Tomix is going to add another one, take slow dive out of the fight, who's been a true menace for Dreamlight so far in this sub-map. Now Dreamlight able to hold on to this. Oh, but Violence is going to find the Kira on the other side. Choice one trying to check out the Lucio. Rod FD dancing around behind the cover of D Cruz. Looks like they can build it towards the sound barrier. Team Vision does have a player on point and are looking to flip this objective. And Pomatimo has been driven out. 62% of the board in Vision and counting.
Yeah, also, I mean, look at the economy right now for Dreamlight. So much more far ahead, especially with those support ultimates coming on here. In this next fight, it's really going to have to be Choice A1 potentially with a Miracle Pulse Bomb to find one of those key members. But here comes the Kitsune Rush.
I don't see where it's at, maybe just to get to the point. Look like a boom from Rod FD. Absolutely sent one into the drink. Another chase down from Pomatimo. Once again, Dreamlight's plan clear to just attack the backline, cut the knees out from underneath. Meanwhile, D-Crew's winning their duel, and we get a flip from Dreamlight. We're destined to head to Ruins, see if they can hold on for another few seconds.
I think there is going to be potential for a touch here from Tama on that Hammond, and Choice A1's going to be able to get in. So they do have, I mean, still have some key ultimates to work with. Suzu forced out very early. That means Pulse Bomb from Choice A1 could get value.
Or the mines coming in from Tama as we speak. There's going to be Container Rush tossed in from Violet, moving to the point. Slowdive's already got wide. We're just looking at the objective, and there's nobody from Dreamlight even here trying to hold high ground, but Tama just assassinates Rod FD there. There's no safe place for Dreamlight to hide in this fight. Do they have time for another contest?
They might be able to do so. I mean, they don't have, unfortunately, the support ultimates to deal with. It's just going to be the Bola and the Pulse Bomb right now. Now the duel between Lilin and Choice A1. Pulse Bomb misses from Choice A1.
And Lilin's able to duck through, but doesn't make it back to the point in time. Tried to go through Hot Tub and couldn't quite make it. Dreamlight put up a heck of a fight, especially with not having their full 5 starters. But alas, Team Vision will take map 1.
Yeah, Team Vision able to win there. And I mean, it was so close at the end there for Dreamlight. I think if I'm like really being super nitpicky, the fact that they used both the Sound Barrier and the Kitsune Rush at the same time and layered those in that like second to last fight was really, really detrimental. I think if you were like playing it perfectly, you might not have even needed the Sound Barrier to deal with that fight. So having it in that last fight that they would have been able to deal with a lot of those key offensive ultimates that we saw from Team Vision. But for Dreamlight, I mean, it's unfortunate because of the fact, again, that they're playing with, you know, their Symmetra players playing the tank right now. And to be fair, like 99 to 99 against Team Vision on a composition and on a roster that's not really what brought you here to the table to get into the top 3 is not bad. I am a little bit worried about the fact that they don't have the Ari band for the rest of the time that they're going to be playing, and that was one where, you know, the weakness we saw from Team Vision yesterday was when it was like the Kiriko and the Ana and this double flex support lineup, but now they get to go over Liari, and they're also going to have a lot of map picks in their favor because they won this first map, so they're going to be able to at least at one point take us to Circuit Royale, which is a map that I think they're going to thrive on.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of their go-to pick is absolutely Circuit for Team Vision. I will say, though, I mean, I was very impressed with Dreamlight, and I didn't feel like there was much of a deficit as far as mechanics go. It just felt like, hey, they might have been, might have liked having the Symmetra in for that map. Yeah. Might have been the thing. But I mean, Lilin, played well against Choice A1 in especially at least when we got into the Tracer duel. And I mean, we saw Pomatimo do some wonderful, wonderful things on the D.Va, was able to assassinate that backline. And Dreamlight definitely taking a page from the Anomaly playbook in that regard and just trying to hunt down the 2 supports. And we saw them find a lot of success, Pomatimo in particular there, once we got into the second round.
Yeah, I think the D.Va definitely felt a little bit more favorable for Dreamlight in terms of what they wanted to do. The Orisa wasn't necessarily the same. It just feels like it was kind of a little bit of difference of like just grease on the wheels, where it's like if this was a composition that they were playing a lot of the time beforehand, I think they would have looked a little bit more comfortable on it. There does seem that hint of like where it's like, what brought them here was that Orisa composition with the Symmetra. Now that they're not on it, it does seem like there's a little bit of a gap between what they were playing last time. But still, I mean, there's still those times where they look very good. Like, there's some good peel from Tomix and Rod FD. I really like what I was seeing from there. Lilin was playing pretty good. D-Cruz looked great. I think that it's just a little bit unfortunate that they are in this position, but still making the most of it. And that was a relatively close lighthouse that we saw. And if they can continue to play like that, I think that, they should be in a good position to take a couple of.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. So maybe Pomatimo's more comfortable in the D.Va, but like you say, Dreamlight just isn't as practiced on this composition. Hey, you know what? To shine a little bit of light, throw a little bit of copium in here. We will get D-Cruz able to play that Cassidy going forward.
Yes.
So if Tama, wants to stick in a Wrecking Ball or even a Hazard or something like that, I think that Cass will be a lot better. Cass also tends to fare pretty well against a Freya, which we do sometimes see Slowdive pull out.
Yeah, I think that's going to be interesting as well, kind of watching the Cassidy, because again, it was something that was, Zoro, I think yesterday looked phenomenal on it in that winter final against, I'm looking at Slowdive. Slowdive is also very adept at hit And so the fact that there's going to be that Cassidy battle coming up is going to be something I'm going to be very interested in as we can look at the stats here from the last match. And I think, again, it's just for this next couple of maps, I'm really going to be interested to see what we're going to be looking out for from the support line of Team Vision, because again, now that the Ilios is back on the table, that's something that I would assume Violet is going to play, unless it's really a map that doesn't really enable Violet so much on that Ilios. So I think that that's something that we have to keep an eye on throughout the...
I mean, you can just see how in the elims, just how aggressive Violet is playing. I mean, leading in still on the carry. I mean, leading in elims as far as all the supports by a pretty good margin. We are going to watch point Gibraltar pick. Okay, I like this change up. Although this might enable that double flex backlight a little more than Dreamlight might like, but it does favor the diva play that we saw in map 1.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect way of putting it. Where it's like this is very much the diva works really well here, and it feels like the diva was the closest we got to beating Team Vision. I mean, 99 to 100, it was pretty close there. So I think that they're bringing that diva back in. Now that they have the Cassidy, I think they probably aren't as afraid of something like that Hammond being a complete nuisance, because you have a way to counter it. I think this would also be a good time for Tama potentially to just bring out I know this is a map where it's like high ground is still valuable, but Orisa just seems incredibly strong right now, no matter where you are. So I think that's definitely a possibility. Winston's going to be taken out of the table. Obviously, if you're going to be playing, the diva and want to be playing a lot more of that high ground, just taking Winston totally limits the amount of vertical mobility that is going to be available to you.
Try to tilt this balance into their favor. I mean, Winston also has a very different pacing than playing what the diva does. So maybe just an effort just to try to wrestle control in that regard. Curious what Vision goes. Okay, they are going to ban the Brig out. Interesting. So they're banning out the Brigana, is what that tells me.
I think another good, if they are, because Tama's playing the Hammond, and I think if Tama is going to continue to play the Hammond, I think Brig is, pretty adept at dealing with Hammond. You can have a whip shot, makes Hammond very difficult to play. And then if you're like, whip shot, shield bash, cast grenade, it's hard. It's really hard to pivot if you're a Hammond in a scenario like that. So I think that this is, again, Team Vision trying to eliminate, like you mentioned, the Ana Brig, but I think if they are going to continue to play this Hammond, I think getting rid of the Brigade is a good band.
Makes sense. And I don't feel like we saw a lot of Wrecking Ball yesterday, actually. So
no, I mean, we did see what was the team that played it?
Well, we saw Quick play it.
Yeah, Quick play it.
But that's because they have gold. They have a one Wrecking Ball one trick. Like that's the
thing with Hammond. It's one of those heroes where it's like, I always say, if you're gonna play Hammond, you got to be a ball player, right? You need. It is not something you can just like randomly pick up. Like, I'm gonna upset some people. Orisa, right? Orisa or like Ramatra. Ramatra's hated enough in the community where I can do that, and people are gonna be like Ramatra. You can just kind of like pick up, cross your arms, and be too angry to die, and you're gonna be fine playing tank. Hammond, you like need to very much understand the ins and outs of that hero for it to work. And Tama, to be fair, I mean, a lot of those dives were working, and if it's something that they kind of have been waiting to be an ace up their sleeve, that'll be interesting, going through this series, but if they make it to the next series as well.
But just to kind of reiterate that point, the player for Quick Golden Pants is very much a Hammond specialist, known as being one of the best Hammonds in the world. Genuinely, I think it's underrated just on how skillful they are in that hero. But it takes that level of understanding.
You called him Junbin Jr., I think?
Junbin Jr., you damn right.
I love that. I love that.
I love this map. This map's so
I do too. Do you know I casted Ameng's first Wrecking Ball game?
Wait, no way!
The first one he ever did. It was way back in the day when he was on Moss 7 Club, I think.
That's amazing. I didn't know that.
I never thought he would end up what he was. But again, with Hammond, it feels like you very much have to be a super specialist. And Tama, what I'm very impressed with so far is Tama's shown a lot of hero versatility, which I think is incredibly important with how prevalent the bans are. And like how important map pick is and how important hero bans are. If you can show this amount of versatility and play a lot of these tank heroes very well, it just makes your life so much easier during pick ban.
And it's one of the things that's kind of been the new era, kind of Overwatch over the past few years, where tank players have really adjusted from being a specialist player to really needing to be a lot more versatile in all kinds of compositions and even in hybrid comps, and really understand it. So it's cool to see kind of the next era of tank players coming up and have truly embraced that and are exceptional at that. And could be one of the things actually that Dreamlight is missing. Is that versatility. But hey, Pomatimo is coming out on the hazard. We're looking to match. D Cruz taking the skies, looking to go up against Slow Dive's Ash here at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, it is going to be a little bit difficult for D-Crews to kind of pilot. You have to play a little bit more safely because of the threat of Slowdive. Slowdive very adept on this hero, but you also not only have Slowdive, but you also have Violet. You have one who's going to be able to put some pressure down on you, as Pomatino's going to get antied and get taken down very early. Suzu just a little bit too late, and that's going to be time taken away from this attack of Dreamlight.
And that's a pretty good example of exactly what Dreamlight needs to be aware of and what they're trying to do. You've got to be able to play around that anti and get those Suzus in. I mean, the Suzu's got to be spot on there from Tomix.
Definitely. Choice-A-Wan should be able to survive here. Just gonna say hello to the team. And it's gonna be where it's a little bit difficult because now you're gonna have to try and get onto this Ashe. I like the Diva pick, which is gonna be great at trying to deal with some of those dynamites that are being coming through with that defense matrix. And it's gonna make it a little bit harder for Slowdive when, you know, when it was Hazard, it was kind of just like, oh, I can just shoot whenever and I have no real threat of anyone dodging my dynamites. But now you kind of have to be worried.
I mean, and the one anti-nades. You got great defense for both. That's giving problems. Oh, and still able to sneak one in, but Tomix gets that Suzu's Johnny on the spot. Perfect. An early Suzu onto Tama as well. And they're going to leap over find the D-Mech, Pomatimo, Dreamlight without their take once again, trying to go back to spawn.
Tama had a fantastic jagged wall there with the Hazard. I mean, just throwing it directly into that tiny room. Pomatimo went through and just was instantly annihilated because the supports weren't able to get to them. This wasn't a Suzu, there wasn't a Swift Step. So that Diva ended up getting blown up, and the time is still dwindling. I mean, it's only 2 minutes left for Dreamlight. They haven't really farmed up towards too many key ultimates. I mean, they're going to have their support ultimates, which is going to be the big thing, but it's going to take them a while to kind of like rotate up to this high ground and try and use those because they have to be worried about this Ashe spam that's going to be coming through. But I like what they're doing, trying to take it down through Carl.
It's a little bit of a 2-3 split. Tomix alongside Pomatino to the high ground. Looking to force Tama off. It's the nano boost going on, and Tama trying to hold that space, and they just assassinate Tomix. Colosseo did make it out. Oh, Rod FT's just running for their life, though. And, I mean, it's just the Tama show here at the moment.
Yeah, Tama just sliced that Kiriko right in half, it looked like. I mean, that was great. It was great from the supports in particular because if there wasn't that Suzu and wasn't that Nano that came onto Tama's probably instantly dead from the Kitsune Rush damage, and D-Crew's going to end up going down. And it feels like Dreamlight haven't really gotten a grasp on this map yet. It's all controlled right now by Team Vision. They have 4 ultimates in their back pocket. Dreamlight are going to have a lot of their own ultimates to work with here, but we're getting to the point where it's going to get last fight territory. I mean, there's a minute left. It's been taking them so long to kind of get up onto these high grounds because the way that Team Vision are positioning and using their cooldowns has been so effective.
It's going to be an aggressive sound barrier out first. Just try to take the high ground. We're looking for a disengage. I don't know. Team Vision did not disengage. They just dropped their considerations. We get a kill for the self-destruct. No shot. Slowdive dies to that. Did not see how that happened. Looks like it was a boot from Rod FD that actually got that kill. They're going to start these dominoes to fall, and Dreamlight are able to break this up. They end up disengaging from the high ground. Kitsune should flip in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the aggression they're coming in from Team Dreamlight, where they use that sound barrier as a way to kind of just like break that defensive hold. Even though there was a Kitsune Rush on the other side, it wasn't enough, and there's going to be some staggers here at the very end. Is actually we're committing some. Okay, well, you know, Bond's not that far away, I guess.
I mean, there's still a fight going on up, like, at the top of point A.
Wait, what is that?
You still have Slowdive entrenched up top alongside Choice-A-Wan. They still have Blue Box. What an odd position to defend point B.
This is so goofy.
This is so goofy.
This is a very goofy fight. I mean, okay, Tomix is going to take it on Violet at the very end there. Okay,
as well, they should.
Now the goofiness is starting to dissipate a little bit, where Dreamlight are going to start to get a hold back on this point. A lot of commitments from Team Vision to try and kind of hold there, which I don't mind if it's coordinated, kind of just like, oh, we're trying to really hold here and get as much time out as possible. But now you've given a lot of momentum and space over to Dreamlight, and this is one of those parts of the map where you can just very easily win one team fight and then win that second point.
Give me a nano on the Has, trying to come back. Thomas able to find a D-Mech on a Pomatimo. Tomix drops the Kitsune Rush in. Hoping they can swing this back, and they do. What FD just fins off Tama's attack. Oh, doling that blade. And this is what you're talking about here, Kenobi. Now they're pressing to the back of the point. They look like all they can do is hold this door.
This has to be Choi getting a really big pulse bomb here, and then that's going to give time for Violet to potentially get that Kitsune Rush. High Noon used to zone off. Manages to find one.
Violet's going to throw a Kitsune Rush in lieu of that. Rod FD put another one into the phase. 5-8-3 for Dreamlight on the back of this point. Tama taking Rod FD is not ideal as the Kitsune Rush is in play. The Bulls does get eaten. Great heads up from Pomatimo. And they turn around and kill Tama as well. Pomatimo might have just saved this point here for Dreamlight with 75 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try and contest here. Can we just talk about how well Palmatino's playing on D.Va, by the way?
Seriously.
Like, this is someone who yesterday was, like, pretty much only exclusively playing, you know, Symmetra, but the D.Va looks like pretty... I mean, getting that eat is pretty phenomenal against someone as good as Choice A1 is, and Palmatino's moving and grooving right now on this D.Va, and if this continues like this for Team Vision, it might be worth, like, just taking that off the table to really force some uncomfortability out of Dreamlight if they are going to be ending up going to the next map 1-1, but there's still a lot of time to play, but... Got the pulse bomb here available for Lilin, potentially looking for one of those backline members.
Also, gonna right after you the sound barrier as well for another aggressive push. Honestly, if I'm Palmatino, me eating a Choice A1 pulse bomb is my Twitter header from here. Like that. Slowdive is under a bit of pressure there from the Palmatino D.Va as the downpour just whiffs everybody. Nice roll from D Cruz, but they had to roll the opposite direction from the team and end up a little bit isolated. So now the important damage from that casting no longer available in Dreamlight are going to disengage.
I think there's potential that they might re-engage here if they go a little bit too aggressively on Team Vision, because you do have that Katsuni Rush that can kind of catch them off guard. It would have been really nice to have kept that downpour just to be able to kind of stop the engage coming through because of that fact that Katsuni Rush is going to be on the table. But you do have both support ultimates relatively here soon for Team Vision. You have Slowdive with the High Noon that can be used in zone, so it's not looking like a terrible fight in terms of the macro, but a lot of particle effects are going to be coming in.
This is going to be a pretty fight. It's going to be Telemax with that Katsuni Rush and Nano Moose. Actually, throw out a Soda. We get a little bit of an electric cowboy here, and that will get the recall out. Lilin doesn't want to mess with that too much, but Telemax doesn't mind dealing with that smoke. Gives the 5v4, and now Slowdive just completely cornered, bullied, back up against the wall, shoved into a locker. Dreamlight now up to a +2. They've round the final corner. Oh, does the self-destruct get them back in mag? This is a important remake for Palmatino. The Katsuni Rush. Oh, what? No shot. That's the second self-destruct kill we get in these map. What year am I looking at here? We're going to re-engage from Team Vision, but Tama's already down. The Deadeye gets nothing. What a push here from Dreamlight.
Very good. I mean, Palmatino and Lilin kind of just kind of gave a Slowdive a swirly. I mean, that was one of the most bullying things I've ever seen, where it's just like, you know, you're getting nano. Good idea, I mean, to peel. Like, they were trying really hard to do so, but they just weren't able to, you know, keep the castity even through nano. Like, but really good aggressive dive coming in from Dreamlight, and understanding that, like, I have self-destruct if I'm D.Va. Even if I end up going down here, I'm probably going to be able to remake. Really good understanding from this Dreamlight team, who were looking at, like, very shaky. Like, those first 3 minutes, they weren't moving. They hadn't even loaded into the lobby pretty much, but then they get the momentum going. And that's one of the things that I talked about, where it's like that one fight where Team Vision got super aggressive and kind of made it like very goofy and sacked their ultimate economy a little bit. It came back to bite them because it was basically a singular fight win on second that they won, and then they just used that momentum to win the rest of the map. So it went from basically what could have been a full hold to capping Gibraltar with 40 seconds in your time banks.
And like you said, Dreamlight felt like they entered the lobby with 2 minutes. Like, that's
yeah.
Like they walked out of spawn with 2 minutes. It's kind of how that point A felt.
They went to get Capri Suns, and they're like, "Oh, guys, the whistle's back. We got to get out."
We got our orange slices. Let's lock in. I mean, I wouldn't have minded the aggressive hold on blue box from Team Vision if you had a plan to come back and hold shuttle. That you gave up shuttle. Like, that's the most powerful defensive position in the entire map, and they never once stepped foot up there.
Yeah, I mean, it was just it was literally like a one fight win, and then they just were able to kind of take their momentum through second. And we'll see, actually, Tama's going to be going on to the D.Va right now, so kind of they want to match a little bit with the D.Va, have that ability to peel with that, you know, defense matrix and with the rocket boosters. I think it's a good decision. Slowdive is going to be on the Freya, so has a little bit more of that long range potential, but you still have D-Cruise on the patented Cassidy, which does put some pressure down, so Slowdive is going to have to be a little bit worried about.
Well, and by the way, deathless so far on this map. Currently in a 2v1 just to stop some cart presence. Tom would kind of try to pull him off. Lilin being stubborn here about the recall. We get the full drop down from Dreamlight. They look to try to engage down in the car wash. Nice move from Palmatino. Matches the move from Tama to go back up to the high ground. So far, tit for tat from this defense, but they've been able to get one, and the rest kind of positioned here on this top high ground. So access is starting to become available for Team Vision. That nade only lands onto their own players, though. No purples on the other side. Dreamlight able to rotate into server room, kind of start trying to stabilize this defense for the second half. Ooh. But Lilin dying on cart, not good. That means there's no cart presence. Palmatino might have to sacrifice some of that big health bar to try to move on to this point.
Yeah, fantastic coordination and target selection, and there's a great anti-decrease ends up going down. The Suzu is not going to be able to get there in time, and this was a really, really good rotational play coming in from Team Vision, using effectively that D.Va to kind of jump around on the cart, taking down that Tracer, the dive there, absolutely perfect, because then the Tracer's not going to be able to juggle cart anymore, and it's just a complete wipe, and that's just really Team Vision kind of out-rotating the entirety of Dreamlight and winning basically one fight, not even. I would say half of a fight to get first, and now they have the momentum in their back pocket with 5 minutes going through seconds.
And a Nano Tama up into the shuttle, chasing down 3 squishies. Suzu already use a low D-Cruise, will get finished off. Tama does get booped back down to the bottom, preventing any further casualties, but is immediately back up to continue putting pressure in and just smokes Rod FD with the micro missiles.
Yeah, the D.Va's working really well for Tama, and this is the 3rd hero that we're seeing Tama play with really good proficiency. So
in
again,
2 maps.
In 2 maps. So talking about kind of the ability to be versatile as a tank is really benefiting, and I think this is going to be a cap. I don't know if there's a way back in with Palmatimo not here. I think Lilin could potentially touch and see if you can find something with the pulse bomb, but they might just have to give this.
If Lilin can touch, you can see they're stacking up in that room. Lilin is coming out. We got the Kitsune Rush thrown in as well. Team Vision has one to answer, but a huge pull out of one will get the sound barrier out of Rod FD. Dreamlight fortunate to have that answer. Now they need to stop this cart with some DPS ults. You still have choice of one, lurking with a pulse bomb of their own, playing down off that small hill. Tama heads up to the high ground, running out of D-Cruise's sight lines. Here comes Pomatimo to the point to try to hold. Self-destruct out to try to get Tama back in mech. Pomatimo does the same and gets remeched on in pilot farm. There's something you don't see already, but they get the D-mech on the Tama with their own self-destruct. What an Uno reverse card.
I mean, that's the Iron Giant, you stay, I go type moment there, where, you know, you give your life as the D.Va, but the self-destruct remake kill is able to get a lot of value there, and this was a fantastic defense for Dreamlight being able to get on, because this is one of the worst places to be held. Like, you have to walk so far forward, you don't have control of shuttle. They are going to be able to actually get control of shuttle, luckily, because of the fact that there wasn't Palmatimo here, and Decrease ends up going down. The Suzu a little bit late here, Jeff.
That was a swift response from Team Vision, though, in Tom X's defense. That was lightning fast ambush, and quickly the kills are starting to light up. Pomatino is not going to last long, and that will be the cap. About 4.5 minutes to work with as well.
And that's so smart from Team Vision, because I was talking about how that, like, if you lose control of shuttle there, it's almost a nightmare. So Team Vision was like, we need to go now. We need to go as quickly as we can, try and get that positioning. And they caught basically Dreamlight with their pants down when they were trying to get onto the shuttle and completely turn that fight around. Really good heads-up play from Team Vision, who have, I mean, the Pulse Bomber Railroad, there's going to be the Bola shot here for the Freya, so they're looking pretty good. Kitsune Rushes are basically even right now and will be most likely available.
I love the positioning, Kings. Tama was kind of waiting for Choice of One to clear out that far side by the Mega, where we saw Pomatimo then move in. Such a powerful position here for the defense. So now Tama and Choice of One move back over. They cannot allow this defense to set up over. We're going to get a little 2v2 melee between the Tracers and the Divas. Choice of One trying to follow. Gets the recall forced out. Back up to the high ground, where D-Cruz is going to throw in a Deadeye. Looking up top, see if they can perhaps catch Choice A1. They're hiding behind sufficiently. Kitsune Rush is now invested for both teams. Slowed up to the beautiful shot to pick up Rod FD. Now Team Vision with a +1 to try to round this corner. They're going to use a big nade to do it, but they have the Suzutomic staying purple to make sure they can cleanse Pomatimo and continue to hold this corner. Once again, Lilin is going to fend off Choice One from this left-hand side, but watch for this nano boost to come out directly.
Yeah, this nano boost on the D is going to do so much, and Rod FD is 91% towards that sound barrier. Can they manage to find out? No, they can!
Oh!
Instantly taken down.
That was exactly what Dreamlight needed. I mean, Lilin needs the hero play, not able to get their ultimate onto the battlefield either. Team Vision have this one completely unlocked. A surgical push there from the end of point B through. No heroic self-destruct out of Pomatimo this time. Solid and able to buy a little bit of time off the clock, but still, it's going to be a monstrous timing. Does that beat make it in? Oh, Rod FD's going to buy some more. Actually hit Lilin, giving an opportunity. There's a second chance for Lilin to get this pulse bomb in. Rod FD themselves not going to last long. Tama's going to move in, find D-Cruz, take a lot of the punching power out. And Lilin never gets a chance to invest the pulse.
Yeah, I mean, the D.Va looks so good from Team Vision as well. I love the way they're moving around with it. And it's what I also like about the D.Va is that the D.Va's been giving a lot of space. The DPS in particular, specifically the Freya, I think has been like hounded. Like, I think Cassidy's a very good, very adept at dealing with Freya, but when there's a D.Va in your face, it's really hard. And it's giving the ability for Slowdive to get a lot of value with the Freya and just kind of not be, you know, a lot of the time it feels like Slowdive's playing Duck Hunt, like for the most part.
And you can see, I mean, D Cruz is leading Dreamlight in damage and just what kind of output they can have, but also leading the server in deaths. So very indicative of the amount of pressure they are under there from Tama, who is currently sitting at 29 and 5, most elims in the lobby.
Yeah, we might see like a 40 or 50 bomb from Tama at this point, like with how well Tama has been playing. And I mean, again, I love the aggression coming out from Team Vision. It seems like they're tracking ultimates very well as well, because at the end there, it was like, we need to get this Lucio. We need to get the Lucio. Like, no matter what, we take the Lucio down. They use the nano very aggressively, and they just say, hey, we take down the Lucio. We pretty much win this fight because there's going to be no sound barrier. And it was what? I think Rod FD was like 5%. If that nano comes in like a few seconds later, that fight could have looked completely different because Lucio would have had time to get that. So I like this decision-making from Dreamlight. Are they going to do the little cheeky... I would have loved to have seen them do like the cheeky teleport where you just bring the Rhine out and just go into that room and just say like, hey... surprise, what are you gonna do? I have a giant hammer. I'm swinging through you, but they're gonna go back to the DV.
Remember, thought about it, but didn't like what they saw. I mean, I will say Team Vision not holding the top walkway like a lot of teams, choose to do. So maybe Dreamlight was looking for that positioning. But that does mean Pomatimo recognizing that's going to move up and take this powerful position for themselves. See if they can move in, take this high ground. They're able to gobble up the nade from one. At least force them off, but Violet finding Tomex, though, is just going to put a stop to all this. You've got to reset. You only got 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try and get, I think, as much as the card as they can right here. A nice nade onto Pomatimo is going to probably make sure that D.Va is going to go down. This D.Va is going to get staggered as well, and this is... I mean, Volscar, it's the end of the... Right?
Yeah, that's just going to be the end of the push. Dreamlight going to hope that they can get the fuller hold here. Otherwise, we're looking at a Team Vision going up to match point.
This is tough one for, I mean, Dreamlight. The offense was playing so well, and I mean, granted it was against, the Hazard, which is a little bit different than the D.Va. Doesn't offer you that, Peel Potential doesn't offer that on-demand vertical mobility that you have with something like the D.Va. And how well Tama's playing it. I mean, I can't stress enough that we've seen Tama play Hazard, D.Va, and Hammond, and it's all of it's looked good. All of it's on every single map that we've seen.
3 very technical tanks as well. 3 mechanically demanding tanks.
I don't want to piss Hazard people off, but I don't.
You don't think Hazard's that mechanical?
I think
to get the quick combos. I mean, you need to
like know how to play it, but like I'm like a purist for like D.Va.
Fair enough. I respect it. I respect it.
I think there is definitely some like ins and outs and like ability. You have to know how to Hazard. I think kind of like a Winston.
Yeah.
Well, I think with what I'm liking from Team Vision as well is these nades have been fantastic. One, I think again, when I look at Team Vision and all of their strengths have always been if you give them time, they will eventually find picks. Like we've seen Violet get a couple of picks, seen Choi and Slowdive get picks or team fights. It's hard on a map like this to really get an aggressive push if you don't have something like an instant on-demand like dive in. You have so much range here. It feels like it's very good. Plays well to what team.
5, 4, 3.
Okay, we are schmoving and grooving on the defensive end.
Yeah, we're pulling out some like
we're pulling out the stops. This is like something my right teammates would be like, guys, we need to hold for 3 minutes. Bring out the that nade was disgusting. Bring out the basket.
and we're out. Yeah, the problem is Reinhardt is about as susceptible to an anti-nade as any hero in the game.
I mean, if they're just going to hold here, like, under car wash, it's going to be hard for a D.Va to get in here, and they can just kind of juggle this cart as much as they want, unless there's going to be a pick that comes through. But I like the decision-making of going over to the Pharah, just continue to spam in here with that Mercy. This is going to be so much spam potential damage.
This is like 2019 strats, where you'd see the Mei here and just ice wall up to contest from behind the ice wall. That shield looking very low. It's one of those important resources for this bunker. Once that breaks, there's just going to be nothing to keep this team alive. And you see Team Vision slowly starting to close the vice.
Oh my god!
And that nade is gargantuan. Oh my goodness. The humanity. Oh, the humanity. Team Vision are going to move to match point.
Yeah, that was a disgusting purple at the very end there. I mean, I think one was probably like, as soon as that shield goes down, I'm about to hit a clip. And that's exactly what happened. Really, really good patient play coming in from Team Vision. Love the decision making of bringing the Pharah with the Mercy there, just being like, hey, if you're going to sit in this one corner, I'm just going to bring all this flash damage I can. They take down the Rhine shield, and it's a good idea from Dreamlight, right? But that has to, like, you really have to have everything go your way, and unfortunately it didn't end up going, and they're going to be down.
No, that is the Overwatch equivalent of a Hail Mary. 100%. Yeah. It's like a 1% chance it's going to work.
Yeah.
But you got to try.
If it works, it's awesome. If not, then you get naded. You get a 5-man nade on the other side.
Yeah, then you just end up posterized by one. that's and that's where we sit. We're looking at a 2-0 scoreline. I mean, the homegrown squad of Dreamlight struggling here. I mean, an unfortunate situation. I mean, they're fighting hard, and I love what we see from Pomatimo on that Diva. They're keeping it interesting. They're able to get the cap. I mean, you kind of mentioned it. It looked like they were just going to get full hold and get absolutely nothing there on Gibraltar. They're able to get the full cap. They keep it interesting. They keep it competitive. I mean, I got to tip my hat to them for it.
Yeah, I mean, again, the situation that they're in is just an unfortunate one, right? Where they're just Pomatimo's on the Diva, playing probably as well as I could expect someone who's just moving over at this current moment to just try and fit into a role and play tank on such a short notice. It's looked good in some aspects. It's just it feels like Team Vision again. There are those moments where they have the just mechanical advantage over this team, and if Dreamlight isn't playing that composition where they're they like the Symmetra and the Orisa that we're playing, where they can't just kind of out team maneuver you and win by committee, it does feel like there is a little bit of a gap. But they're trying their best, like you mentioned. For what the situation is, it was a boot back. You were right.
It was a boot back. Nicely done. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to take down your 2-time Overwatch League champion, arguably one of the best players to ever grace the game, you kind of need to be at full strength, unfortunately.
Yeah, this was fantastic. But this kind of one spot that we saw under Car Wash, this shows me that Team Vision is very they seem to be at the current moment very moving like a very well-oiled machine. I love the way that they're playing kind of Diva. Again, the fact that Tama's been able to bring out a lot of different hero picks and tanks, people that this team, if we do end up going into the grand finals with them in that spot, which it looks like we will based on what so far, maybe they're not as susceptible to the ban system as I previously.
And I mean, I love that you're highlighting Tama there, because I think that is certainly a cornerstone of this team, and it really does a lot of their success falls on Tama's back. Oh, almost got that 40. Almost got that 40.
But I mean, look at Tama's doing most damage in the lobby right now. And was on the hazard as well. I think when we look at this team, it's very easy to kind of get blinded by the star power, because I mean, obviously it's Violet, who is. You can make an argument Violet is the greatest Overwatch player, or Overwatch player in general. There's an argument that made with the accolades and skill that the player has, but Chose won. But Slow Dive, Tama, One have all been relatively successful as well, and have been playing pretty good. I mean, playing up to the standards of someone who would need to be a teammate of players like that. I think that it's really cool to see that there are other people on this team that are being able to step up and be very.
I think it's an important note. Don't overlook Tama. Don't overlook Slow Dive. Don't overlook one World Cup champion, by the way. And so, I mean, it's a lot of power here. I know. I intended as a dig. That was intended to bolster One, not as a dig on Team China. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
It's okay. But we do go into. I think you're right. Again, it's nice that we're seeing a lot of these other players kind of grow as well with these veteran players that we have in Choice A1. But going over the ban system, Baptiste is going to be taken away. Very understandable. This is one of the things that Team Vision loves to play in that double flex support lineup. Taking that away makes sense. I think this would probably mean that Iliari is definitely on the table, which we haven't seen so far in this series because it was banned in the first map. Didn't really want to play it on Watch Gibraltar. See what Team did.
Which is, I think, one of the first times we haven't seen. I think maybe the first time personally that I haven't seen Violet on Yari when it was available to play. Vision banning out the Symmetra.
Very smart.
Very smart. It kind of, I mean, that feels like it could be just the Achilles heel right there.
Yeah, that feels like it's a very much we want to go 3-0. We want to go to grand finals right now. Because I mean, on New Junk City, Symmetra would be fantastic. I mean, the way that you can kind of maneuver around, it is something Dreamlight's very good at. We haven't seen them play it, obviously, because of the change in the roster. But I think just making sure that you can't play it at all is a good decision from Team Vision, who have been, I think, the ban phase from Team Vision has been phenomenal so far. These last 3 matches, fantastic. Ban, very much a good understanding of what they want to do with those bans and how they're affecting. I feel like those spikes are a little bit too sharp to put in the path.
I was mentioning that thing looks scary.
I was I don't know if I'd want that if I'm in a bathtub. I don't know if I'd want that anywhere near my person. Those spikes go like a little bit of a wrong way, and it's a trip to the hospital.
Rubber ducky, you're the one. You put me in the hospital, not so. All right, sorry. So we're gonna end up in a resume here. Lucio carrying Violet on Lucio. Oh my god,
it's happening. We've done
it's
it.
It's happening, Kenobi.
Remember to play Lucio. We've done it. It's finally happening.
Oh my god.
A little bit of a warm-up maybe before Grand Finals, but this is something that, I mean, we talked about it where it's like Team Vision has such a aversion to playing this hero. Now Violet's back on it. See, I mean, he's a very good Lucio player who was in Overwatch League as well. Now, and we'll see if it continues, but Lilin already taken down by Slow Dive. Violet's going to be able to take Atomics. It's just, it feels like this is Team Vision's letter to Dreamlight that we're going to be sending you home.
Yeah, so, sorry you're not at full strength, but we're not pulling punches.
And it is. We have to remember that this is the winner of this does end up going to promotion relegation tournament. So
exactly,
it looks like Team Vision is in a great position right now in that driver's seat. They have all of the positioning to work with right now. The spam potential. I love that there's going to be also this. I love this Sojourn pick as well going into this one because the amount of spam potential you can get, and it's very easy to farm the rails. Palmatino is going to end up going down. Oh, okay. D-Cruz trades back.
D-Cruz has got some chops. At least able to get a pick here. Something in, a little feather in the cap of Dreamlight.
This is also what? This is Thomas' fourth hero, no? Like, this is I think this is the Orisa. Yeah, so Thomas playing on the Orisa.
Wrecking Ball, Hazard, Diva, Orisa.
Yeah, and it looks like, it's just unfortunate that Palmatino doesn't look as, like, comfortable on something like the Orisa, but it's something you pretty much need to play. Like, Diva here would be, it's, like, unplayable, so you
wouldn't be able to control any space. You wouldn't be able to get in at all. That choke would just be impossible. And there's not enough room to try to rotate and set up to open up sight lines. Yeah, that'd be really tough. It's just going to try to brute force it. I think it's the best option for Dreamlight. They're going to throw in the Kitsune Rush, go toe-to-toe, try to make it as messy as possible, but Violet's able to beat Rod FD to the sound barrier. Rod FD does get theirs in and down, but not before Lilin falls. And that sound barrier is not going to last. Unfortunately, the songs were not enough. The music has been silenced.
Unfortunately not. I mean, Violet's going to end up going down here, but it's not going to matter too much. It was a flip. But, I mean, the counter dive was fantastic, though, from Team... Oh, that...
Wow. Whoa.
Okay. Well, what? Oh,
who are you?
There it is. There it is. Who are you? Yep.
Yeah.
I was waiting for that as the response. I think that's the classic Violet default response to any flame.
That was his response to King yesterday.
Yeah. But I mean, again, I really love the counter dive there, or coming in from Team Vision when they were able to go forward and section off Palmatino completely from the rest of the team. Really good going into that back line and forcing up a lot of. There's going to be that overclock from Sojourn, but there are some DPS ultimates. Take this fight.
It's a long silent kitty call, so hard to cover. Like, there's just no good way. Lilin's going to have to go all the way around, I think, to try to put some kind of aggro. It's just going to blink directly across the objective using D-Cruz's Deadeye as cover. Now we're going to get the Terror Surge thrown in. Palmatino trying to just walk to the middle of point, but Slowdive rotates all the way around. Just this little do-si-do with the OC, shooting D-Cruz and Palmatino along the way.
I mean, Thomas basically playing bouncer this entire time, where it's like Palmatino goes in, and then the rest of the members, it's like a nightclub where it's like, hey, you're wearing sneakers, you're not allowed in here, the rest of you. And they can't, they just can't. They're sitting in front of Orisa who's spear spinning them. Palmatino's going in by themselves, they're taking damage, and there's just not really a way for Dreamlight to gain a foothold. Slowdive going down, though, might be a start.
This Team Vision, yeah, kind of got a little big for their britches, pushing out outside the refinery. Now we're going to Palmatino pushing back in, still plenty of time. No ults really for either team to work with, so it's going to be done in the neutral. Tom has been forced all the way back and separated from the supports. Nicely done. D-Cruz is able to find Violet in that mismatch. This is going to limit a lot of options, but Choice A1 not feeling super limited. Choice A1 has the ability to just clutch up here and does manage to find Tomix as well. Still alive. D-Cruz looking to answer. Let's see which DPS can get more kills in the feed. It's a 2v2. Tom is going to throw in the Terror Surge and find the remaining two players from Dreamlight.
Choi moved so good during that fight. I mean, one clipped one of the backline members as well. I just saw the health bar instantly evaporate from Tomix. They're still trying to take this fight. Sound barrier available. Oh, I'm always worried when I see Violet with the sound barrier. It only hits 2.
Just trying to counter Kitsune Rush, but gets the stick as well. Looked like Palmatino able to hit a health bar or something. Maybe it was a Suzu. They get saved from the pulse, but Dreamlight lose control of the point. They do manage to get 60% here.
Yeah. I mean, that's not bad. I mean, they force out the sound barrier. They also get the pulse bomb out. There is going to be the Kitsune Rush available here for 1, but you've got the sound barrier on the other side, which is going to do great at dealing with that. And D-Cruz can use this high noon here to try and potentially zone the members of Team Vision.
It could be a great counter to the Kitsune Rush range, devalue it a little bit. That's what D-Cruz wants to do with it. Pomatimo just pushing right up the gut, comes up through Main Street. And he's going to join Lilin here up top. Meanwhile, D-Cruz throws yet another Deadeye out, and that sound barrier is going to be used aggressively. Trying to push up, see if they can find somebody. Slow dive, peeks it. Woo! Barely able to get back in the corner before the trigger is pulled, and then they respond with a kill onto D-Cruz. Terra Surge invested here for Pomatimo. Takes Violet out of this fight.
Oh, big stick.
Nice stick. Lilin's going to find one. Beautiful play. And Dreamlight are going to get control of this point, and this is above 70%. This actually might just be a point on the board for Dreamlight.
Choi was able to get back into the health pack at 1 health, so should be able to contest here, I think, and potentially look. I mean, you can see Choi, the silhouette, trying to go and prop that overtime in time. Slowdive also got the overclock, so this is potentially winnable for Dreamlight, or for Team Vision.
Yeah, they do, in fact, make it back. They're so fast to get back here in time. D-Cruz fighting 1 is a good start, but this OC is in play right on top of the objective. Swinging around, good shot on the Rod FD. Once again, D-Cruz answers. D-Cruz is determined to give a fight here to Team Vision and have clawed their way into a Flashpoint win on Refinery.
The D-Cruz, I think the flame in all chat is strengthening the resolve of Dreamlight right now. They're getting some momentum. D-Cruz is playing so well, and you can actually see Slowdive is just going to try and match Mono y Mono here, going to a Cassidy themselves, and we'll see. I mean, I think that it's a good decision, kind of being able to have that continued damage and not have the one-shot potential really hasn't been there with those rail shots so far, so I think this is a much better way to kind of match what Dreamlight.
Good spawn for Team Vision, so they're just going to be able to put their backs to this objective, forcing Dreamlight to come steal it away, and they're going to have to do it without Lilin. Tomix is holding a Kitsune Rush. Flashpoint unlocks in about 7 seconds. So Tomix with a tough decision here. Do you wait for your 5th to come back? Ooh, pulse up to Pomatimo. Believe it was Suzu'd away. They were so low. I don't think Fortify would have been enough to save them there. And Dreamlight do intend to just back away, it seems.
I mean, Team Vision, though, have control, and now they're going to start taking up that percentage. And it's going to be difficult walking into this sound barrier and walking into this Terra Surge. Slowdive getting taken down so low, the sound barrier didn't hit him!
Oh, what a huge play, and Lilin's able to capitalize perfectly, and then the follow-up, once the beat fades, the green health is gone, and, well, so is Team Vision off this point. Dreamlight come in and win themselves yet another fight to flip this one. Dreamlight looking... showing some signs of life here in Map 3.
Dreamlight fighting back in match chat and in the server right now. I love the way that, I mean, I don't know what happened exactly, but Slowdive wasn't hit by that sound barrier, which is something that could have completely changed the fight if that was able to hit, and now it's Dreamlight who have all the potential top. Violet! Okay, that's just, that's not good. That's just Violet's 1. You know, sometimes that just happens.
Yeah. I mean, good play. I gotta give Tomix some credit on that one. Good read, good shot. But yeah, I don't know why Violet was like in front of the rest of the team there.
I was like, Violet should not be here. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. D-Cruz taking him slowly. Look at this. Streamlight just plugging this choke so effectively. Team Vision are going to try to invest ults just to get through the choke point. This leaves room for Dreamlight to disengage. Oh, but D-Cruz is like, I'm not going anywhere. I don't have an S key on this keyboard. We're holding strong in this choke. It does cost them their tank, but Dreamlight still have the player advantage.
I wonder if there's a way to get back onto this one. Leyland does end up going down. Choice A1 wasn't here, so I don't know if they're going to be able to proc this overtime there. Tom is going to try and get on it just at the end, but taking so much damage.
It has to use Fortify as well, but it lands a huge spear, but doesn't have the cooldowns to survive after the Terra Surge. D-Cruz still landing shots on this point. Despite Tama's best efforts, Team Vision are down 1-2 here on New York City.
Dreamlight telling me not so fast, my friend. I mean, they are... I thought that they, based on how that first fight went, it was pretty much Team Vision going to take this 3-0, but Dreamlight is just 1 point away from taking this into a 2-1 and bringing some life back into the series.
Incredible. You love to see it. Stick lands on a Pomatimo, though. His choice A1 is... The other side, hey, wait a minute. We're not losing here just yet. Let's keep this one interesting. Once again, we'll have first fight going over to Team Vision. They'll grab this cap as we move over to Bomb Flats.
Slowdive is going to go back over to the... That was aggressive. It's very well played, but... I gotta say, even if they're like doing this in matchup, they're at least backing it up. That's one of the... I think there's some pride in that. They're at least playing very well.
I mean, it's the second time Tomix has opened up a fight with a kill on the Violet. Now Kitsune Rush easily disengaged from, but the timing on it might grant first cap. Team Vision And see if they can move back on. No, they will not deny the cap as Lilin is able to take down Colosseo one off screen and prevent that contest. Dreamlight has high ground control, pours some shots down towards Tama. Tama trying to wide peek that, see if they can find anybody with a spear, but D-Cruz is just hitting shot after shot down the sound barrier, and Dreamlight are going to get aggressive. They're going to ambush, sending 2 here on this flank. Sound barrier in response. Violet now slingshotting Team Vision back on this objective. I think they might have Dreamlight isolated into this hallway they tried to flank from. Things are getting a little bit messy as we get a bit of a circle dance here, but it's a Dreamlight 2. Oh, answer twofold. 3-3 in the kill feed. It is a Tama and Colosseo 1 versus Lilin and Tomix right now.
Yeah, I mean, Kiriko's still out, and Kiriko and Tracer can do a lot of damage here. Tomix is able to take
Tomix does it!
One. Ooh, the recall, is the recall going to be there from Lilin? Lilin taking down Solo, taken down eventually by Tama, and I mean, yeah, that fight was ridiculous and kind of all over the place, but it benefits, I think, Dreamlight because they've been ticking up this percentage the entire time. They're going to eventually lose it because they can't fight without their main tank, but 89% is literally last fight territory for them, and then they could take this.
It does kind of feel like they went from let's focus on the back line to let's just make this as chaotic as possible. Maybe throw Vision out of their rhythm. It seems to be working. Tama making a very aggressive push on the back of this Kitsune Rush from 1. Pulse did land on Pomatimo, and right after he gets caught. Tama taking a lot of poke damage, though. He's chunked down, has to back away, await some healing. Here comes the pursuit. D-Cruz looking to take this high ground where it can pop a very juicy Deadeye. Tama's going to back up to the point. Pomatimo popping the Fortify and giving pursuit. D-Cruz and Tomix tried to follow, but they run into a hail of hurt as they try to move on to this point.
It was a very chaotic fight, and I think that it was off the back of some really good positioning and some peel coming in from Tama with those javelins, making that aggressive play from Dreamlight very hard to kind of stick together because you're talking about how chaotic it is, and it feels like Team Vision aren't that comfortable, but the way Tama played that fight made it really good for them. And look at Dreamlight, though, with this next fight, so much an advantage when it comes to that macro in terms of...
They're just going to do a quick amp speed right onto the objective. They're not looking to match the high ground. Just going to hold here. Throw Kitsune Rush, dare Vision to come play at it. Vision are just going to back up, try to play around this. Oh, no. D-Cruz. Ego peeked onto Tama and ends up just getting destroyed. Now Tama pops the 4 on a fire, holding the charge jab face to face. With Pomatimo does not want that fight. Would rather go kill a Squishy. Oh, it just gets yanked in. It was 3 pulled in. Enormous Terror Surge. Everybody's able to give out. Oh, Tama. I didn't even see Tama hiding behind. There was like 2 Oasis on top of each other. We're going to a 5th and final round here on New Junk City.
Yeah, D-Cruz is going to be, I think, kicking himself that he just peaked that, unfortunately, because the high noon could have made a difference in terms of just turning that fight around either with some picks or just the zoning potential, but without that Cassidy in that fight, it was just so much damage that Team Vision had in their back pocket that Dreamlight wasn't able to kind of secure themselves any fight victories with a really good ultimate from Pomatimo. I mean, that Terror Surge is great. There was just no follow-up damage.
Early sound barrier from Violet trying to just hold this position. Rod FD is not going to give it up easy. This is going to turn into some tiny Overwatch. Team Vision actually passed all the way through and out and pick up D-Cruz along the way. Dreamlight just muscled their way back inside, but Pomatimo doesn't make the rotation as both teams just clashed right on top of each other. Team Vision come out with a whole host of kills, 1 with a pair.
And I'm really liking the aggressiveness that I'm seeing from Team Vision in terms of using these ultimates, specifically the support ones aggressively, like they're using sound barriers as an engage tool. And Dreamlight, it feels like every time we have these fights, they're just on the back foot a lot of the time when they're losing. They're the ones who are moving second and playing much more reactively than Team Vision, who is playing a lot more proactive.
I mean, it's indicative, indicated here by Colosseo one's positions, how far they're pushed out in this hold. This has allowed a little bit of access for Pomatimo as they move back up to the objective. D-Cruz with a Deadeye from the high ground. Ooh, what an angle! Finds the perfect pixel to take down Tama on the point. This is an immediate flip and a beautiful shot. Finish off 1.
Yeah, if I'm Tama, I'm so annoyed there because there's no way Tama thought that that was going to be in range and just gets taken down by a great high noon from D-Cruz, who finally lets it rip and gets a lot of zoning potential and also takes that pick. And now it's going to be great for Dreamlight to be able to hold this positioning, continue up that spam. The problem is that this is going to, I would assume Team Vision is going to be very aggressive here. +1 doesn't manage to hit from Lilin onto Violet.
Oh, that would have been so choice too. Now Colosseo 1 comes back with both of their own, finds a very low Lilin with no recall. And is easily going to be able to win that with more resources. But meanwhile, D-Cruz is still here to try to keep Dreamlight's hopes alive. Very broken fight, 2v2 if I read the math correctly. Pomatimo backing away, rotating. I'm not sure what the game plan is right now, Kenobi.
Palmatino doesn't have supports, I don't think, with him right now.
Yeah.
So he has to get away from this, and this is going to be Team Vision probably taking back some positioning. Recall actually forced out great javelin from Palmatino to get some more time in their back pocket, because now it's at 89% taking forward. Can they win this fight?
What needs to stay alive? Good Spirit at least interrupt the OC, but it persists. And a couple of shots land on Palmatino's head where they're going to pop a terror surge, try to yank slow dive in. They're able to get away, but that final railgun shot to finish off Palmatino's Eraser. D Cruz falls to another one in slow dive with a couple of fantastic picks. I've got Team Vision back on top as we head to one final fight potentially for the series.
And I'm a little bit worried here for Dreamlight, Jeff, because look at the support offense. You have the sound barrier. You're a little bit ahead of Rod FD. We've seen how aggressive Team Vision have been with these support ultimates and just making it a nightmare for Dreamlight to aggress. But with D Cruz potentially on this high noon flank, maybe there's a way to create some time for Rod FD to get that sound.
Both DPS going in the left-hand side. This is a dangerous split for Dreamlight. And there's the sound barrier hitting the supports and the tank up top. The cover from D Cruz trying to pop this flank Deadeye, covering the rest of the team as Dreamlight drops to the low ground and Tomex swift steps over to try to take this angle. Now Team Vision have a decision to make. Do you risk the drop down, or do you try to push on this 3v2? It's a move to push onto D Cruz instead, but Violet gets popped. D Cruz will get cleansed off the side, but nobody touches! Team Vision C9 the point!
Oh, no. Oh.
We're gifted a map 4. Dreamlight gifted another Lisa live here, and Kenobi needs a tissue or I'm sorry.
That's brutal. I mean,
That's brutal.
I'm trying to think of like what that fight would have looked like if it had kept going. It's a certified C9. I mean, that is a
Mm-hmm.
certified grade A Charles IX that we saw right there from Dreamlight. Who, I mean, I thought they were done and dusted. Like, I thought this was real. I was like, okay, I'm ready to get to the grand finals. And Team Vision, I mean, again, just some strange decisions coming out from them, especially in that last fight where they see D Cruz who's on this flank, and they put so many resources. Full credit to Tomex, actually, who keeps D Cruz alive for a very long time, probably much longer than would have been expected, because they sent the Orisa and the Tracer over there, and getting dove on by those two. I mean, I really think the Cassidy probably should have ended up dying there if it wasn't for Tomex. It's really good Suzu and really good peel. But Dreamlight still showing some fight, and again, it's incredible to see a team play like this when they're not playing like the composition that they were, brought here with, and they putting up a fight against some of the best players we've ever seen in Overwatch.
Yeah, this is not how Dreamlight drew it up. This is not what they were scrimming. I mean, as far as, Palmatino 1 tank, and still, what an exceptional effort. I mean, big props to D Cruz. D Cruz.
D Cruz, I gotta say, whatever happens the rest of this series, D Cruz spamming toilet in chat like that, and then being able to back it up by playing Cassidy as well as he did, you deserve some props. That's some respect, I think.
We got a little heads up for probably 16. We had 16 toilets in chat for those keeping track at home.
There was probably a lot more. Also, just at the very end there, that's probably where a lot of it came from, because you saw immediately as soon as that C9 happened, it was just all in the chat.
Well, we're going to map 4. Can D Cruz do it again? We'll have to see. They're gonna have to do it on a Team Vision map pick next time. We're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we'll see what they choose. Y'all don't go anywhere. Well, we saw Team Vision pull off the Lucio for the first time this season, actually playing a main support. Didn't quite work out for him, Kenobi. Dreamlight are able to claw their way back in at a 5-point New Junk City off of a wild finish of a Charlie Niner. And here we are, heading to a map 4 very unexpectedly, I'd say.
Very unexpected. I mean, especially again, given what we've seen from Dreamlight and like the unfortunate scenario where they don't have their regular main tank playing right now. Taking a map off of Team Vision is huge for them, because I was ready to be like, okay, it's going to be 3-0. We're going to be going to the grand finals here relatively soon, but Dreamlight is putting up a fight. The mental warfare that is happening in chat might actually be working. There might be something to that, and I would expect it to continue going into our 4th map.
I mean, I would have said Dreamlight taking a map off of this team while they're at full strength would have been a huge feather in their cap. I mean, again, you're talking about your 7th seed taking on what was through the regular season your undefeated Team Vision. Doing it without their tank player? I mean, absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. But we got a lot of cool pavs here for your Master Division playoffs this weekend. Be sure to go check it out over at FACEIT Watch. You can go see exactly how that Charlie Niner happened from the first-person perspective. We got you covered. It's all there. You got the options. We got Pomatimo and D-Cruz, your tank and DPS player there for Dreamlight. You've also got Violet and Choice A1's POVs available from Team Vision. And of course, you can keep us. You want to get the awesome insight from Kenobi or my bad jokes. You know, those are all available here for you. You got options, my friends. You got options.
Yeah, I mean, you can see exactly who to blame for that C9. So,
exactly.
You know, so the justice is done for the person who is at fault there. But yeah, I mean, I love being able to see all these POVs, study them a little bit between, how these players are playing. And I think it's fantastic to see kind of all these different POVs at the same time. And I mean, I think for this entirety of the series, so it's interesting that we're going to be we saw the Lucio for the first time, and it feels like it's like okay for Team Vision. It definitely felt like there's not like a lot of grease on the wheels in terms of like that composition, because they've been really, really playing mostly that double flex support. And not like it looked like bad or anything. There were some, there were some moments I would have preferred not to have happened from like the Lucio support angle that we saw. And I think that, definitely the strength of the team is when they are playing more towards that double flex support lineup.
Yeah, the back-to-back early deaths from Violet come to mind.
Yeah.
We saw Tom X able to get, just back-to-back headshots, or, that first kill in back-to-back team fights, rather. Yeah, that was definitely not ideal. And the mental warfare, Team Vision have self-banned the Lucio. The Lucio allergy is back. They don't want anybody to have it on the field. They don't need it anywhere near them. They don't want any cross-contamination of Lucio at all.
They don't want to see it. They don't want to get no Lucio, no music. It's like
no music.
It's like footloose. No dancing. There's no dancing anymore. And it's gonna be the Sojourn ban from Greenlight, which I like, actually. I think the Sojourn ban is good, because I think it was something Slowdive is very adept at playing. We did see like Slowdive kind of switch off between like Cassidy and Sojourn, but I think just getting rid of that is a good option, because it feels like this team on the other side doesn't really want to play most of these Sojourn. They want to play that Cassidy, want to take that 1v1. D-Cruz is obviously much more, I think, comfortable on something like that. So I think that this is a good chance for them to bring that up, as it is going to be the double flex support look coming in from Team Vision here. D-Cruz is actually, no way we're locking the legs.
Yeah.
No way. Are we in the big 2025? I'm looking at legs being locked.
I mean, in our day 3 Master Division playoffs, you're lower bracket finals.
This is something. This is crazy. This is D-Cruz is slowly becoming one of my favorite players.
Well, I mean, what's really odd about this is the Sojourn ban actually, you forced the cast mirror that I think you were looking for. And then you come out on legs. All right, cool.
I mean, I do like the Soldier. You have that ability to rotate around with the sprint. You have a lot of just sustained damage that you can put down and control those angles. So it's not. I think it's like kind of an okay pick right here.
I mean, okay. I can see some of that. I'll buy some of that logic. I mean, making use of the legs is doing a lot of repositioning. He's all kind of getting some early flank, early pressure in onto some of Team Vision's back line. Nobody able to get first kill here yet. As I say that, Tama is just going to surge forward and picks up Tom X. And that was a big aggressive push. Team Vision decided to just vest all cooldowns and find an opening to run down the back line and grab 2 kills.
Yeah, the thing about the Soldier is that if you are going to make it work, you have to capitalize on the amount of sustained damage that you're doing and on those rotations, and because it's not going to offer the same like kind of burst potential that you're seeing right now from Slow Dive, who can just hit headshots and really just burst down members. It's a lot more of that sustained play. And again, if you are going to be against Team Vision, those picks need to come through, or else the mechanics are eventually going to just swing in the favor of Team Vision.
Captain Sun available for Violet and Slow Dives, popping an early Deadeye. This is a lot of ultimates available under the 2-minute mark. A great spear there from Pomatimo, all right. But now you have an Ant Matrix to contend with. Pomatimo pops the jab spin and tries to run past it. His textbook what you should do is the Erisa. You buy a little bit of time, and Lillin's managed to find a pair, making a 3-piece there for Lillin. Beautiful kill on a choice A1.
Okay, Lilin, not playing. I mean, our new member of this Dreamlight team looking nice on that Tracer right now. Has the Pulse Bomb available doing this next fight as well. I mean, there's the strategic, the support ultimate that you have right now coming in from Violet is going to be more of an offensive one. So you don't really have any defensive support ultimates here coming in from Team Vision. And when you look at the other side for Dreamlight, you've got Orbital Ray and you have the Kitsune Rush.
All right, 2 of the most powerful ultimates in the game, period. Well, you're not going to get a chance to use that rush as Tomex gets melted once again. Tama finding that kill for the 2nd time in a row. Dreamlight? Yeah, it took a bit to disengage. It felt like they took a moment to decide if they were going to stick around in that fight or not, and Team Vision just made the decision for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate for Dreamlight because now the ultimate economy advantage that they have is just going to go to the wayside for the most part. I mean, because of the fact that they're going to be on the other side pushing this cart, they're going to get the bus scratch eventually, and it's just giving time again for Team Vision to get rotations, get space, and make it difficult for Dreamlight to get back into this fight without committing a large amount of resources.
I'd like to see Dreamlight maybe just use 1 support ult to see if they can take this back. And Orbital on this corner feels like it should be extraordinary. You're going to have to avoid the Violet Captive Sun first. That's going to hit Rod FD exactly. That Orbital does go out over the objective exactly as I asked, but Dreamlight are not able to get their team huddled up in to get max value out of that ultimate, neither the sustain nor the damage, and Dreamlight have lost 2 players. Spider did a little kidnap on the bot, trying to buy a little time, but it doesn't feel like it's much more than that.
Yeah, I was a fan of the Soldier 76 at the start of this, but I think now it's just like it should be Cassidy at this point. Like the amount of sustained damage that is just not really getting a ton of value. Yes, one is going to end up going down at the very end of that, but I think you need more of that just like burst potential that the Cassidy does bring instead of something that's just like kind of constantly tickling you like the Soldier 76.
Well, and I think that was the first final blow we had seen come through from D-Cruz. So, I mean, yeah, that one's effective here, and you're going to have to wait for one to come out. I say that Team Vision theoretically should be waiting for their Baptiste. Not that they are. They're just going to keep pushing 4 strong, which Pomatino's trying to capitalize on that. And one gets killed on the way back. Lewin is able to camp somewhere and intercept the Baptiste to keep them out of this fight. Now, this advantage is going to be exacerbated with a kill on Slow Dive and Violet, and it's going to be just Tama left here on the point. Lilin really stepping a bit big away here on Colosseo.
Lilin has been playing very well, especially against someone like Choi Se-won, who is a very adept tracer. Lilin has been showing a lot of their stuff, and going to be Dreamlight taking back this bot, and they will eventually start to get more into equilibrium.
Kitsune Rush available for Dreamlight. We have had Pomatino swap over to a Sigma. Yeah, no, the problem with this is the Sigma can just get run over, so Dreamlight are going to have to play from some distance and get picks from some distance. Violet is not going to let that happen. Lilin continues to be a shining light here for Dreamlight, though, and is able to equalize in this fight. One's going to have to use that Immortality Field early, and I love this positioning. D-Cruz is able to get on the high ground. Violet invests the ultimate specifically to run off and chase him down. Oh, I think your keyboard broke, Violet. You might want to check that.
That one felt personal. That one definitely felt personal. That one definitely felt personal.
That was
Violet.
a frick you in particular.
Yeah, that is that Violet's got probably a grin from ear to ear right now. Doing that to D-Cruz.
Now, Team Vision are not going to get overly aggressive. We saw this against Anomaly. If they actually start playing this like their real way, they're not going to push this high ground. They're not going to overstep the issue here unless they just really film themselves. But Team Vision have the option to just sit back and force Dreamlight to come to them. Now they pop an Amplification Matrix as Dreamlight tries to approach. Dreamlight does have a Kitsune Rush in play here. Good accretion rock lands, but no follow-up, and Team Vision are still looking full and healthy. Attack Visor out of D Cruz, but it looks like Team Vision are starting to close the gap against Pomatimo. This Attack Visor does actually buy a little space, but a good spear. Oh, and D Cruz is just spinning in all circles, trying to figure out where that came from. Orbital Ray now tossed in. D Cruz never saw the pulse bomb coming. Good disengage here from Team Vision. Slow dive, really devaluing the orbital with a Deadeye while that was happening. Two beautiful shots, fine rod FD. And Team Vision have this in control.
You know, I mean, that's one of the other things the Cassidy brings to the table more so than the Soldier 76. Oh, no, I mean, Nice from Comics is going to get one back one. But, like, I mean, you saw that the Tactical Visor gave a little bit of space over, but, like, High Noon is just, like, you literally can't move. So that Orbital Ray that we saw from Rod FT got no value whatsoever, like you mentioned, because of the High Noon. And I think it's just the value of the Cassidy is so much more right now than what you're seeing from Dreamlight with this Soldier 76. I like the idea. It just hasn't been executed, I think, the best it could have.
I'm surprised we hadn't seen this. D-Cruz is so good on the cast, too.
Yeah.
All right, we have a Levitic Flock here to work with. Dreamlight are way down in this map with less than 3 minutes to go. We're kind of starting to get in the nitty-gritty. Good eat! All right. Violet yeeted that one right into a kinetic grasp. So Gifted one. Pomatimo will have an opportunity to maybe get this ultimate out. You got to avoid the Terror Surge first. The Immortality Field comes out to keep the Sigma alive. It looks like the rest of Team Vision kind of playing from the low ground. Violet's able to get a kill, stick on Pomatimo from Choice one, and even though losing slow dive halfway through this fight, Team Vision are going to start marching forward.
Yeah, with 2.5 minutes, I mean, they have such a big lead right now. Colosseo is one of the, I mean, it's one of those maps where it's kind of hard to get, hit him with the GG easy. We still got 2 minutes left to play.
And they have, obviously, they're a long way from cap. Not a long way, but, you know, as far as Overwatch is concerned. Flux thrown in. You know what? Dreamlight looking to defy the Psychic Warfare. See if they can at least pull this one into the overtime.
Sorry, one is going to end up going down here eventually to the Sigma. And I mean, I like what I'm seeing from, like, Dreamlight with kind of these, like, changes that we're seeing with the composition. You know, bringing the Sigma to the table, bringing in the Soldier 76. I just think it's once it's not gotten a lot of value, I think then it's like kind of just the time to like let it go. I think it's like important for people to kind of know like when that. Okay. I think it's a good idea of when to know when to let go on console.
I would agree with that 100%. I mean, it's so hard in Overwatch to know, is our composition the problem? Is it just, if I just execute it a little bit better, I can make the soldier work? You know, that kind of thing. Tech Visor, you're like, oh wait, we've got Amplification Mage and Tech Visor. That can be very powerful. Yeah, no, Immortality Field gets in the way. Not able to find any kills with that big ult combo. Now Considering Rush is available from Tom X. They are going to go ahead and throw that in immediately. See what they can get on the back of it. Team Vision are like 5v1ing Pomatimo, and Pomatimo gets the kill. All right, props to you on the sig.
I mean, there's a way back. I think they're going to be able to get a couple of... Oh, here it comes. Okay.
Oh, good shield.
Really good shield. I mean, the Gravitic Flux was there too, so nicely played. Violet not going to find anything with that Captive Sun.
40 seconds remain. The Psychic Warfare continues. I have a feeling production's going to give us a count on this one too. I'm hoping so, Prod. Dreamlight?
Might be less than the last map, I think.
Dreamlight have control of the bot. There is an opportunity here. It doesn't feel like they have much tools to work with. Falling early in the fight to an outburst.
Was that an environmental?
Was it? Oh,
I don't know. I don't know.
Could have very potentially been. I didn't see the park for Violet. Hey, it looked like a stick though. You know, finds a little revenge. Some consolidation from their fallen comrade. Remember what I was looking for. Slow dive pops Attack Visor. That does it. There you go. Jeez. Oh my goodness. Then so concludes your lower bracket finals here, friends. Team Vision will take the 3-1. They're moving on to the grand finals, and let's not forget here in all the hubbub, they do get a shot at the OWCS promotion relegation here with this spectacular Overwatch series we just saw.
Yeah, well, I think we're gonna get all of the GG Easy pre-made things right there. But yeah, congratulations again to Team Vision, who are going to be going to that promotion relegation. Very, very well played from them. A little bit goofy at the end with like the Soldier 76 and stuff like that and stuff in match chat. But I mean, this is a very, very good team. They were 15-0 going into the bracket stage. Only had that one loss to Anomaly yesterday in a 5-map banger. Hopefully our grand finals are going to be similar. And, you know, again, I think one of the cool things about this team is that you have these two very bright stars in Choi Se-won and in Violet. But Tama, I mean, played like what? I think 4 heroes today.
Yeah, I think it ended up being 4.
4. Very good on all of them, too.
Yeah.
The Hammond being able to be played is actually, to me, something that's very interesting because that brings another wrinkle. Again, not a lot of Hammond players in kind of Overwatch in general, especially in the competitive scene, right? You've got to be very adept at playing that. But like, even if that gets taken away, Tama seems to be able to play a lot of other things. So definitely in the tank role, they look like they are set to navigate any type of hero ban.
Yeah, and that Wrecking Ball is going to be such a powerful back pocket pick, such a powerful X factor. If they want to try to bring that out. I mean, we also saw Team Vision did show one map of the Lucio. It is the one map they dropped, coincidentally enough. But I think across bigger picture of this weekend, and where we saw them being very stubborn with the double flex support and it not working against Anomaly yesterday in that upper bracket final, I think the fact that they were even willing to pull it out, even if it did feel a little goofy in the moment as far as just this series, but I think there is a bigger picture implication that they're like, hey, we can still do this.
Yeah, I think it would be interesting because it looks like when I watched Anomaly play with specifically the Lucio composition, I don't know if that's something that Team Vision would like opt into mirroring because the Lucio just doesn't look as good as the double flex support looked for the team, right? And it's one of the things that was so good, like the way that they were able to move around with Anomaly and with that Lucio was so good that I think that I would be surprised if we saw like a ton of Lucio from Team Vision going into the grand finals. There are probably maps where it's like you have to play it, but I think that in general, I would expect them more to stay towards this double flex support look because it is what they are clearly the best.
Yeah, you know what? That does make a lot of sense. You make a very valid point, my friend, a very valid point. We're just going to see Tama come out with most damage and most elims in the lobby. That versatility, I mean, backed up by exceptional stats all day long. Not only playing all the heroes that they possibly could, but playing them all to a high level. And honestly, it's rare you see Violet not have top damage.
Yeah, I think that map was a little was a little goofy just because of the fact that I think there was a lot of just targeting on D-Crews and only that. And but I think you're right. Like Violet is such an interesting player to me in the sense that there are times where like it looks like, you know, we see that, you know, person who 1v2 to Zen Mercy in grand finals on Hollywood, right? We see that in a player, and then there's times where you see the Ajax, see like a lot of deaths and stuff, and like the first pick. So he is a very anomaly of a player to like kind of like watch and really perceive currently.
You know what? We might get an opportunity to learn what it's like to play alongside Violet. We're gonna get an interview here. We've got Slow Dive joining us. Let's get DPS player from Team Vision. Hey, thank you so much for taking the time. Congrats on the big dub.
Yeah, no worries.
So talk me through a little bit. Oh, sorry.
No, go please open us up, Kenobi.
So talk to me a little bit about kind of like what the hit scan looks like right now in the current meta, because it feels like, you know, you have Cassidy, which is like the big one, but we've also seen like some Ashe and some Sojourn. What kind of for you, I know you played Soldier 76 at the very end, but I don't know how viable that is. What for you kind of dictates where you want to go with what particular hits?
For now, I think mostly Freya. Don't mind Choi is claiming. Anyways, I think Freya is good mostly in different maps. Cass can be good also. I think those two hit scans are the best.
When do you tend to pull out the Sojourn? When we see you kind of lean into the Sojourn sometimes, how does the Sojourn fit into that triangle between the Cass, the Freya, and then the Sojourn?
Sojourn can be good also on different maps, like on Junk City.
Sure.
And with the different comps, like Has.
Okay, so it becomes more map and comp dependent.
Yeah,
makes sense.
So I kind of want to get your thoughts on Tama in particular, because Tama seems to be able to play a lot in the hero pool, and you brought the Hammond, which is not something I think we've seen a ton of. Does it give you like a lot of confidence that Tama is able to play like so many things at like a high level and just kind of don't have to really worry about that in like hero banning stuff? It feels like Tama just able to play pretty much whatever the team needs at any.
Yeah, that brings also confidence to the team that Tama can play pool and different hero pool, which also give us different comps to try. and win.
How much of that composition is behind? Does Tomlin make those decisions, or is that something you all decide beforehand, or is it kind of felt out in the moment?
It's in the moment. We didn't practice it, but it came in handy.
It did come in handy. You've got Anomaly coming up next here for the grand finals. Obviously, y'all went to 5 and didn't go your way yesterday. What changes are you making going into today to try to take that one away and get the championship?
We tried different comps, and hopefully it works today against Anomaly. And we'll try our best.
It's what I like to hear. Can we expect to see the double flex support? Is that a... Can I ask that? Are we going back to the Lucio at all? No, it's okay. You don't have to give away strats. I just had to ask. I had to try.
Yeah, it's fine.
Well, I don't think we have much else for you. We'll let you go and get ready for your grand finals. We don't take up too much of your time. Really appreciate it. Good luck. And if there's floor is yours, if you want to give us a shout out or anything before you go, we'll let you do that. Otherwise, good luck in the finals.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, always good to talk to the players, Kenobi. Slow down,
Very
man.
quick and to the point. Very quick and to the point. I like it. Very, very efficient answer. I like it. It is interesting to see kind of like the difference of like, Freya and Cassidy and Sojourn.
Yes.
Going into the next series as well, because I think that Zoro was someone who, when we were watching yesterday, was very important. And I think Hitscan is going to be important in that grand.
Yeah, I mean, Slowdive versus Zoro, I mean, that's going to be a wonderful matchup. I think, Zoro is one of the absolute best hit scans in this region, in this tournament for sure, and was a big component for that Anomaly victory yesterday. Of course, it took them all 5 maps to do it. We'll see if they can repeat that performance. We're going to have your grand finals here for your Season 5 Master Division playoffs coming up here in just a little bit. And then, of course, that's not the end. There's still a lot of action even after that, Kenobi.
Yep, there's still NA, Dreamland, Emo down mid, and Young and Beautiful, a team that I'm very familiar with in the Tier 2 scene, it's nice to see them kind of back and kicking a little bit with my history in contenders. So I'm glad that they're going to be back here seeing what they can do in NA. But we still have that grand final, the salty run back from Team Vision. I know Slowdive didn't really leak any strats, but I would not be surprised if we saw more double flex. I think that is probably the ticket for that.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I would expect nothing less. That's coming up right after the break. Don't go away. Stay where you are. Grand finals are coming up next.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top.
I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold card, we're down.
That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my god! Ah! Go to Did you see that? Ah!
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Only 2 teams remain. 1 match to go. We have a first to 4 to determine your grand champion here for your Season 5 EMEA Master Division. It's going to be a really good time. I'm chuckling at myself. Trying to do the series intro. We have just these 2 Oasis face to face on my screen right now. It is going to be an absolute
better.
It's hard. It was hard to keep a straight face for that, y'all. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
It's also funny because it's like the Orisa skin where it's just like a duck face and it's just like spinning up there. It's like, you know what? But these 2 teams, I mean, they are qualified for promotion relegation, so that's like the biggest thing, right? They get into that tournament to try and get into OWCS. So the stakes are, I mean, still pretty high because it is that grand finals. You want to go in with some momentum. If you're Anomaly, you're thinking like, okay, if we beat this team twice, we've beaten a team with like Choice A1 and Violet. We have the chance. We have the momentum going forward. And if you're Team Vision, you definitely want that salty run back, man. They definitely want that salty run back against this Anomaly team who took them to 5 and were able to win. And I think, again, this is an interesting kind of team that we see in Anomaly where it's a lot of these tier 2 players that we've seen that have, you know, been around for a long time at kind of like towards the top, I'd say.
100%. 100%. Both of these teams were absolutely built from the ground up to make it into OWCS, to win this division. Both of these teams were built to take first place, were built to just not leave any room for anybody else to come even close. And during the regular season, they absolutely were able to do that. And it was Vision who were a little bit more perfect in regular season. They also took that 3-0 over Anomaly during that time. But of course, we did get the run back from Anomaly yesterday, kind of even in the odds. So we're actually kind of at 1 game apiece going to these 2 teams heading into this grand finals. And I don't even know which way I would predict this one. This one feels so even as of right now.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that we saw before this Team Vision play, because we saw them play like the Lucio they brought out. Tama brought out a lot of different things in terms of composition, where like yesterday it was a lot of just like the Orisa, mostly that we saw. There wasn't too much change in terms of that tank pool. So that like the Hammond is something, for instance, that like I'm very interested to see what it's going to look like going forward. And for Anomaly, I think that, again, when I look at this team and what they're the best at, their ability to kind of like make decisions and be, you know, with their momentum and kind of the tempo that they play with, I really like it, especially when they bring the Lucio to the table, or something like, you know, they have the Juno, which isn't like the same, because Juno has speed ring, but it's not like that it's not like that Lucio kind of ability to make those rotations. So I think Lucio is very important in this series, specifically from Anomaly, because it looks like when they're at their best, they're playing that Lucio Kiri backline, they're the ones who set the tempo and make room for Zoro, who you told me is one of the best hit scans that we have, and
100%.
Looked like it yesterday. I mean, looked like it. Fantastic.
Oh, I would absolutely stake the house on that. I will stand behind that statement of Zoro being one of the absolute, if not the best upcoming hit scan in this region. And we saw that on display, and I expect to see a lot more of it here as we head into this grand finals. But let's talk about this Team Vision squad. Of course, you do have the star power of Violet and Choice A1. Korean imports are playing with this team. And again, this team, I mean, built to make it into OWCS.
Yep.
But of course, as always, we don't want to neglect the other players in the squad. Tama has been such an all-star. And I mean, I could see actually Tama kind of being the MVP of this tournament if Team Vision were able to take it away. I think that's how good they have looked.
Yeah, I think this team is definitely, you know, Violet's going to do the Violet things sometimes. We didn't see like too much of like the Violet really pop up moments in the previous series. We saw some, you know, bad moments, but there are times where, again, this team likes to play a little bit more slowly. They like to kind of hold their ground, bunker up a little bit, and there are at points where they will just hands dip, like I said in the previous. And that's something that we saw them do yesterday on maps like Circuit Royale, where if you give this team time, you give Choi time, you give Slow Dive time, you give Violet time, they will eventually make something happen out of whole cloth. So I think that there is that potential for Team Vision when the Lucio is not in play to be that, you know, because I don't think while Anomaly is like, you know, pretty okay in terms of their ability to frag on specifically the DPS from like King and Zoro, it's not the same as Team Vision is so adept at like those kind of mid-fight picks that come.
And the rotations are so good. That clawback we saw on Colosseo was, I mean, almost exclusively on the back of wonderful positioning, good rotations, and just such excellent recognition. I think we're in for a very fast-paced series. I think one of the things the experience of all the 10 players in this lobby brings is that very quick recognition. You're talking about, Anomaly able to kind of act swiftly, and they play very fast. They also make those decisions very swiftly. They can adjust in a heartbeat to change and alter what they're doing based on, maybe some unusual positioning where Violet will play hard angles, will take wide swings, which is very unusual to play against. You don't see very many teams do that. Anomaly able to adapt very well on the fly, and I mean, one of their huge strengths coming into this, they were able to punish Violet's aggression a lot more than any other team yesterday. I think it was a real key to their success. I look to see more of that kind of quick decision making, that quick adjustments here from Anomaly today.
Yeah, and I think you're completely right about the fact that, like, if Violet is going to make those aggressive plays and play off sides a little bit, if you have like someone like Zoro or King, they were super good yesterday at just making sure that Iliari is on the flank. Okay, the Iliari is going to get taken down. They focused down Violet super aggressively, and it was one of the key parts of why they were able to win that series yesterday in that 5-map set. But we're going into the ban phase right now. Baptiste taken off the board, something that, again, if we're going to be seeing a lot of this double flex support run, Baptiste getting out of there is something that it's been played a lot by Team Vision, and we'll see what Team Vision is going to take off the table on the other side. I would expect them probably to pinch a lot of the hit scan pool, especially because Zoro is on the other side, and Zoro is really good at Cassidy. Cassidy's taken off the table. I think that's a good decision. This also opens up Bullskunk Hammond. We saw in the previous series, Hammond was picked here by Team Vision, who did ban the Cassidy.
And I mean, we're going into Oasis for this first map. Spoiler alert, but that's a really good, strong positioning for Hammond. Like, you can at least City Center for sure is very good for Hammond. Gardens is decent.
Yeah, I think Gardens is still. I think if you lottery University, you're just like sad. But like,
you're sad.
You're sad.
Yeah.
I think it's still, if Tama is as good as playing it as I've seen, I think it's still playable. It's definitely like so much harder. You just don't have the amount of room to play with, right? But I think without the Cassidy, that specifically makes it, to me, you can probably play it on all 3 maps and be like okay with it. Definitely on City Center and Gardens.
We also, I mean, we may have been seeing Team Vision hide a little bit of strats in our previous match as well. So where they're like, we're not preparing the ball so much as we just don't want to play what we really want to play. Because we also saw him like pick Colosseo, where we fully expected him to pick Circuit in that last series. I think we kind of saw Team Vision hiding some stuff, and now we might see their full form as we are going to get the Tama Diva versus the Crocs Hazard here to start. Oh, Crocs' Hazard, so nasty, one of the best.
The mental warfare begins immediately as doors open. And I mean, so one of the interesting things about this composition is that there's the double flex support look is going to be here for Team Vision, so a lot of poking potential. Going to be looking out for those antis, looking out for the picks from Violet. But if you are going to be Anomaly, you have the potential to just use the Lucio and use the Hazard to get instantly onto that back line. The supports have to play very, very carefully, and Tama's going to have a lot of pressure to keep those supports alive. Peel.
Keep an eye on one. That is Tama's primary target of protection. Is currently just focused on making sure Zoro doesn't have just clean shots as free as they want. Turns their attention onto Crocs, where a big Biodate lands from one. Crocs is able to back up around the center pillar, kind of rotate. But Team Vision is taking up spots on the stairs, so they're able to force Crocs all the way back towards the spawn. And not only have managed to pick up an early first cap here, a little bit of a mistake from Vision, as Anomaly are going to be building percentage all through this first fight. You can see Crocs is just able to live for so long. As soon as they're able to jump back, still get out, and still Tama is in pursuit. They will eventually take them down.
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunately for Crocs. Crocs is on a hero that's like really hard to pilot in a scenario like this because of the fact that Tama's going to end up going down. I think that was in traffic. But again, one of the things is like they're very lucky they were able to cap actually because of the fact that they got at least 30% in their back pocket. But again, if you give Team Vision time like they did, Crocs really wasn't able to find any angles. There was really good positioning from Team Vision to make it so that Crocs had to go very far if you were ever going to take any space away. And Tama was really a bastion, just holding that angle and making sure Crocs wasn't able to get aggressive onto that back.
So now Crocs tries to push in through coast side and see if that'll give them some access. So far, the friction's been staunted, and the nano boost on Tom is going to make it even more difficult for Anomaly to try to fight their way out of this hallway. They haven't managed to make their way back towards the spawn side. Oh, that was a nasty backhand clip on a Janowicz, and that ultimate could have been the difference maker here. Tom was able to, Crocs is able to trade one, and King did land a pulse, but at the end, Team Vision are able to take the map, and we're going to get another reset out of top. Take the fight, rather.
I think Team Vision, again, the way that they're playing, especially around just rotating their members, is really good right now. You saw it was a very aggressive dive from Crocs on the Violet, and Violet just swift steps up to one who is on high ground, and then there's no way once that dive comes. That's fortunate for Eggs, but there's no way to get to those backline members with this hazard. I mean, you get one dive, and that's pretty much it. Then you have to wait, and again, that time that you're waiting is going to always benefit Team Vision with their poke potential that they have.
These setups are so important. You get one shot, and you gotta be just in the right spot. Oh, Crocs did not see choice of one hiding behind the corner, did not check it. Violet gets another great opener. Crocs just feels like they are completely stuck. They're locked in this hallway for a moment and just had to wait out for that cooldown to come back. They're able to violently leap out of harm's way. We did get a Consumer Rush invested here from EGS, but Zoro ends up in a very large mismatch up on the high ground, and Crocs and company don't seem to be getting much value here. Janowicz does get the beat down after the big purple lands from one. Crocs is trying to push out. Didn't even find anything with it. Looking to chase down slow dive, but good heals come through. Still Crocs stays the course and lands the downpour to secure the kill. Normally losing EGS, not ideal. The yellow overtime is already going. King no longer able to stabilize on this point. Crocs has to just hurl themselves onto the objective, and they just eat all kinds of damage from all kinds of directions. Zoro will trade out one, but I think it's just going to be a little bit of a consolation prize here as Team Vision have City Center locked up.
But, I mean, they played it so well, Bullskunk. I mean, the way that they were able to just... Like, the positioning was immaculate. Like, they see that there's a hazard, and hazard, you get that one violent leap, and it's like, that's it. So we're going to position ourselves on high ground. We're going to move around with the Diva anywhere. And it felt like, basically, they were just dragging Anomaly along the entire time, and, like, with the carrot on a stick, and Anomaly could never find any foothold whatsoever. They played positioning fantastically. It's going to be a little bit harder on a map like this where it's a little bit more lower to the ground and there aren't those high grounds to play around with, but the way that Team Vision are schmoving and grooving right now is very good.
Zoro, the only one from Anomaly that was able to get over 2k damage, including Crocs on the hazard, which is an incredible I mean, that is just a testament to the positioning and what you're talking about, just how stalwart and fundamentally sound Team Vision was on that I would say defense of City Center, but just being able to hold that point. We do get an early high ground push here from Anomaly trying to get Zoro set up. Moving over to a Sojourn here as we go into Gardens.
Staying low. That's it. Suzu already out. So again, the spam that Team Vision is bringing to the table really paying dividends with how much value they're able to get with these cooldowns that are being forced out super early. And now the dive can come through because they know that there isn't that Suzu on the other side.
Another huge purples. One's going to fight Zoro and John, which that gets a Suzu off of EGS. And Croc somehow ends up out in the open and gets picked while all this is happening. The backline was just kind of forced and stabilized for a second, and Croc's trying to push out while that was going on during that moment of stabilization, and it's just a bit of a disconnect here from Anomaly. Now just trying to back out in one pace.
Vision are playing so well around Kitsune, or around the timing for Suzu as well. You can see Tama and Choice A1 are diving when they know that Suzu isn't available, so they can get a lot of value onto that backline or onto just those members that are sectioned off from the rest of the team.
Super lows or an early eat the purple. Anomaly fighting even get out of this hallway. There's just no room to work. Team Vision just kind of corral them into that side spot and right into the kill box.
Yeah, it's interesting because this feels like a completely completely different Team Vision team than we saw yesterday against a composition like this. Like, it was always Anomaly who were setting the tempo, and Thomas giving it back now on the other side. Okay. I like that we're giving it back a little. You know, they've been on the receiving end of some BM. It's time for them to bring some.
Bullet shot's gonna get invested in from Slow Dive on the back of another great nade. Nano boost as well. And Team Vision just coalesce all of that power into a 2-for-1 trade. Yeah, you sacrifice your Tracer in the process, but very coordinated assault from Team Vision to get this past the 2/3 mark.
Now the Lucio's gone completely right now. They're putting Janowicz onto this Brigitte instead, just to offer a little bit more of that, brawl potential with that whip shot. Make sure that the Diva can't just dive into the backline with the Tracer. But you have the Pulse Bomb available. You have Kitsune Rush. It's going to be very hard for Team Vision, or for Anomaly to walk in.
Kitsune rushes in. John Owich got hit by a nade. Absolutely run over. The Brig not enough to fend it off. Once again, we get a 2 for 1. A desperate center for Anomaly. Only 3 players strong. I think Kitsune Rush maybe even gotten lost at that. I did not even see it. EGS's Kitsune hit the battlefield. Unclear on where it went, but Anomaly just desperate now to try to make a move onto this point. Sleep, follow up onto King, denies the touch. And that's going to be the yellow bar going away. It's a clean Oasis for Team Vision. Crispy as you like.
That was a fresh bag of Totitos crispy. I mean, that was it looks like a completely different team. Genuinely, I like the way that they positioned was immaculate throughout the entirety of that. Crux didn't load into the server pretty much because was being checked every single time. There was that one time that we're on Crux's POV on Orisa, and it's just the health bar is going down, all the way down, all the way down. Just like they're doing everything to try to keep Crux alive, and it's just the focus fire is so good. We don't even have a lot of replays because it was just that quick and clean from Team Vision.
I'm sure the stats aren't even that high, right? It's not like, it's not a 15k damage map. I mean, your stats are going to be low because the team fights were so fast. I mean, that was like 2-minute city center. I guess gardens. It was a 2-minute gardens.
I mean, I just, again, it's so weird to see that they, had this aversion yesterday to like playing Lucio that much, and like they didn't want to, and they brought out a lot of this double flex support look. But here, I mean, it looked really good. I was surprised to not see a lot of changes from Anomaly, right? Where they kept it pretty much the same comp the entire time Crux was on the hazard, and it felt like Team Vision really just had that downloaded completely.
Anomaly try to switch up the bans a little bit. We saw them ban the Yari yesterday, and this time going with the BAP still. I mean, Violet looked, we get the double flex, and the Ana carry ends up working like a charm here, particularly on this map. One just hitting anti after anti, and that seemed like the big crux point for me, because I feel like the Ana should be so vulnerable, right? Can only think the Ana doesn't have a whole lot of maneuverability. Anomaly is so aggressive, at least in the way their composition's built, but they never found access into that backline.
Yeah, the thing is like, I love the thing is that is interesting about like the Ana is like, okay, so the Ana like is very vulnerable. You have like some peel for yourself with like sleep or something like that, but I think the Diva is really the thing that's making the difference, because if Hazard goes and dives onto the Ana, well, okay, Tama just walks over there with boosters, boops you away, and you also have defense matrix, so Ana's not taking any damage, and then you have to be worried about a nade just hitting you, and then you just instantly die. Like, again, I think that I was really surprised to not see a lot of swaps from this Anomaly side. Violet not dying is also pretty interesting. There's someone who could just die 15 times in a map, or just die none, and still get a lot of value done, which we saw. I mean, there were a couple of times where got a couple of headshots, managed to take fights out before they even started. But yeah, I mean, this was a very, I can't say enough about how good a performance this was from the entirety of Vision.
7 deaths across 2 maps. Zoro had that same amount just in their own right. EGS having 0 kills also stand out to me. The other one I want to highlight for y'all is the number of assists from 1. Look at the 20 assists that's all nades. I feel like that's all bio nades.
Yeah. And the way that they were playing around the nade was good too, because like you would see one hit a nade, then you have to use Suzu, obviously. But then as soon as Suzu's out, the rest of the team would, Choi would go in, Tomo would go in with the Diva, and they would push their advantage when they had, they knew that the Suzu wasn't there. So that's really good understanding again of like when your breakpoints are with a composition like this, because every time we saw the dives come through, the Suzu wasn't there in time because of just the amount of pressure that was.
And we've seen this. I mean, the Korean teams really excel at this. And I was talking to a coach, to Coach Cass, about this very thing. He's trying to explain Korean core to me and how much they play around this one individual cooldown, and is that nade. And of course, with Anamo coaching this team alongside with Violet and Choi Se-won here, I mean, they're gonna have that understanding, and you can see it. I mean, it's exactly what you're talking about. The whole team revolves around that nade. That nade is the most important cooldown, the most important thing in that composition for Team Vision, and that understanding is so. I mean, they had it full comprehension. I mean, they could be professors, teach a course on how to play around that on a nade.
That'd be a good one to watch for FACEIT. Just look at some POVs there. That would be good. But we do have our next map. It is New Junk City. This is obvious. This is like the most obvious map, I think, going into the next one, because the fact that like if you're gonna play double flex here, you are in a lot of trouble, because it's a lot more of an enclosed. are not going to be able to escape very much. Even if there is going to be a diva that will offer you peel, it's still going to be very hard to pilot. So I think this is a great pick for Anomaly, good understanding of where their strengths are, and this should be good for them to try and bring it back.
Yeah, smart play. A smart play. And even if, you know, when you get that close quarters, you're talking about, you know, the diva being able to peel, it still costs resources. I mean, you're trying to play up close and personal. Eventually, you're just going to whittle through the defense matrix. You're going to whittle through all of the boosters and and even the health being a resource for that diva, and then just you mow over the back line at that point. Autoband coming through
big
from Anomaly.
respect, man. Big respect.
Yep.
This is I wasn't actually I don't think yesterday, I don't even think it was in the bans at all. It wasn't. No, they didn't ban Ana at all yesterday. So this is a very big respect ban onto 1 already.
Ooh, okay. Not
this did get banned yesterday. Yeah, this was banned in the 3rd map. That's so interesting because like this is one of those maps where like so now it's like when Tracer's out of the pool, I always feel like, okay, it's Genji, right? Like Genji, like controlling side angles and stuff like that is going to be important. But I'm very interested to see what the other DPS is going to be now that we don't have Tracer, and it looks like Genji will be that.
Yeah, we are being shown Genji from both sides. Tracer's so good at pulling out resources.
Yeah.
So good at pulling out resources.
Yeah. I wonder if they're like. I wonder if like they made him angry, and now Violet's just like, I'm done playing. I'm done playing with you guys. Crux is still on the Hazard here, not going over to the Orisa, which is very, because it feels like yesterday when the strengths for Anomaly were when they were playing that Orisa composition.
We're also getting Violet on the Lucio. We get the Lucio Curie out from Team Vision as well. So Vision have the kind of feel like they anticipated this Hazard is what I feel like with that choice. They know they need that speed. They know they're not going to be able to just sit and poke with the double flex. So Violet, in fact, going to that main support for, well, again, second time today, but until today, it did not happen all season. Big rotation coming through from Anomaly as they're trying to take advantage of their quick-moving comp.
Yeah, you're going to be seeing here the Genjis on the side angle. We have a great matchup here between Choice Ron and between King on their Genjis, two signature heroes for both of them, I'd say.
Oh, it is an exciting matchup. One able to fight each. Yes, they're on the Kiriko here now, and Choice of One ends up winning that duel between the Genjis. And it's just gonna be Team Vision a little bit of cleanup before they grab first control here to start things off on New Junk City.
I'd really love to see I'd really love to know what they think the Hazard is going to do here, because I feel like the Hazard is just like it's so hard to make work when you just have all this spam going towards you and trying to hold space, right? Because it feels like Crocs hasn't really been able to enter into a lot of these fights because of the way that Team Vision are checking it so effectively. Because if you walk in, you get speared, get spear spin, then you get taken out, and then that's just all space that Team Vision can take away from you.
It's so important to find that space to even get Crocs or Zoro King into a beautiful deflect kill on a Choice they won. Oh, how did that even happen? Choice was mad at somebody. There we go. We get the Concerted Rush investment, able to take down Tama and Violet. They're a good clapback from Anomaly, winning one of the few engagements we've seen from so far in this series.
Yeah, really like that from King. I mean, 1-to-1 now in the Genji duel. That was really, really well played. Again, signature hero for King. I mean, it's kind of where he made his name was on this hero and how good he is at it. So get back into this next fight. A lot of particle effects available to both of these teams. Sound barrier going to be the big one. When Violet's in play, sound barrier is even more important, it feels like, than in any other time.
King still rocking the Vancouver Titan skin on that Genji, by the way. Zoro keeping an eye out. There's the LCA from across the way. There's going to be a Terra Surf thrown in from Tama trying to yank into that sight lines, but it's going to be the blade from King to the counter. Then we got Sound Barrier from Violet, and well, it's not enough to fend off the blade, but it does lend itself to a 2-1 advantage here for Team Vision. So 4 strong, they move on to the point and try to wrestle this back. King dashing through, but does not get the reset. All of Vision's focus went right onto that tank. So King's Genji, one of the last on the chopping block here, and we'll get the flip out of Team Vision.
Yeah, King unfortunately was only able to find one with that Dragon Blade, and on the other end, EGS went down very early, which means that it was 1 and Violet still alive. So much healing is lost. If Kiriko dies early in these fights, you just basically lose all your healing. Lucio is not enough to keep the ground steady for you, as we're going to see Anomaly come back into this one and try. They do have a High Noon, they do have a Downpour being able to create some zoning potential, and Team Vision don't really have anything to deal with it.
Croc's really good at the ambush Downpour. It's going to kind of catch people sleeping a little bit. Watch for it to be used right after the violent leap. Ooh, there's a little speed onto this Deadeye. You can see a pincer maneuver trying to get set up here from Anomaly as Croc's running around one way, the Deadeye around the other. But Croc takes a lot of damage, has to use the Jagged Wall just for a bit of safety as some healing comes through. Team Vision do have control of this point in a 99 situation. The downpour is able to catch the Lucio. Violet goes down. Nice play. Good opener here for Anomaly, but job's not done. They are able to flip the point. Another good Jagged Wall isolates Tama and will give Anomaly not just this fight win. They're going to take this opening flashpoint.
Really, really love that Deadeye positioning from Zoro. Even though it doesn't find any kills, you saw just being able to maneuver the rest of Team Vision into that corridor where finally Crocs gets a downpour that gets a lot of good value. That's kind of what I've been waiting to see from Crocs. And now, I think with all this positioning that you're going to be having for Anomaly, this is where the Hazard can start to get a little bit more value.
It's a race for high ground control here in Refinery. See if Croc can get set up. Nice! That opener is enormous. Oh, but it's traded right back for an equally, if not more important kill. Tama doubles down after that opener onto Zoro to find Crocs, and that is just going to be for his cap. Tama with a beautiful three-piece here in this fight.
Tama looking good on this. Orisa also has another Terror Surge in this next fight. Both Sound Barriers going to be available here when these teams get back into this one. It's going to take a little bit longer for Anomaly just because they have the Hazard and, you know, the poke is going to be pretty prevalent right now as they try to enter, and they don't have really any shielding to deal with that. So we'll see. If you're Anomaly, you're really trying to just make this rotation without losing members in this neutral from like one of the picks from either this Sojourn or from Kiriko.
So as such, they're going to take that side hallway with more cover. Ooh! Croc's tried to drop out the window. It looks a little greedy, and they took an enormous amount of damage. This is just going to slow Anomaly down for a moment. Now we get topped up. Now what's the plan? How do you cover this gap? I mean, Slow Dive's so close to an OC. Could just win the fight with that one ultimate, and then going to go ahead and pop it now. The overclock has already found chunky damage onto one. There's the aggressive push. The Team Vision are going to move into the hallway. Force Anomaly all the way back. Slingshot as Anomaly move back onto the point. Counter-punching with their own Sound Barrier. Violet has one of their own. King's going to double up, try to combo with the Blade. Suzu out to protect, and one with a beautiful shot. Shuts down the Blade. Suzu has been used to protect Crocs through the Terror Surge, and Zoro's Deadeye has come and gone through this point, finding no value. Looks like Team Vision have got this one on lock once again. On track to tie us up 1-1 here in New Junk City.
That was some super sick kill from Violet and from One, making sure that Slow Dive was able to survive through that Dragon Blade that was right in his face. The Boop and the Suzu perfectly placed, and now it's going to be 1-1 with Team Vision as soon as they clean up these last couple of picks, and they're going to start moving over. They do have the Kitsune Rush available to them. The downpour from Crocs, it'll be interesting to see which flashpoint we get, because that will kind of dictate how good this downpour can be. Ooh, lock read really good for an
Yeah, I was saying, Anomaly are hoping for the junkyard spawn. They got it.
They hit Snake Eyes on this one. Was Snake Eyes a good one? I don't remember.
It depends on what game you're playing.
I don't gamble.
They hit Jackpot. Jackpot's universal.
Yeah. They hit I know that's the good one.
Ooh, King with what is an interesting swap to the Venture. We kind of heard yesterday talking about how it can be good against the Symmetra. We'll see how it does against this Sojourn. Trying to dive in and close the gap. It works like a charm. Now Troy say one, though. The X Factor of the squad tries to bring it back. Crocs will shut it down, but not before they're able to find a pair of kills, including, I mean, that's both your DPS gone from Anomaly's roster here. Jonowich able to land some Cheerios in lieu of that and put one final blow on the table in their own right. Now just kind of chasing down this final kill.
Yeah, they're going to stagger this too, so that means it's going to be more time and more percentage taken for Anomaly right here as they're going to start setting up. Good deflect there from Choice A1, going to be able to stay alive, and I think if you're Anomaly, you don't want to go too far over aggressive since you do have to worry about Slow Dive there, being able to take one of those one-shots. But I do like the, bring in the Venture. I think that having this pick is going to be great to get into that backline, really make it difficult for Team Vision to maneuver these fights, because you have to always be worried about that.
An insane burst damage as well. Really combo well with Zoro. Ooh, let's get Saber thrown in for both of our squads as things got a little bit messy in that hallway. Zoro fights themselves with one in their sight lines, but Tama's able to pick up two. It's an enormous Terror Surge. Choice with the dash through to finish off Zoro. And it looks like Crocs isn't faring much better in their duel against Tama here.
Choi is on one right now. Choi is, it feels like almost single-handedly bringing back these fights that look like they're completely lost, and then Choi will find a couple of picks and be able to bring that one back, as no C9s here this time. It's going to be Anomaly getting back just in time as that 99%, but it has to be perfect from here on out. They do have an overclock to work with, which is going to be great for them to just create that space and create some time, potentially find some picks, keep accruing up.
See where they want to position Slowdive on this point. You have a couple high grounds to choose from. We may have Slowdive on top of your screen at the moment. Not only working clockwise to the point, but Crocs goes the other direction and ends up taking the full business end of that OC. Oh, as the Zoro. But even look mid-dive, didn't have enough health to survive that. One OC, one fight win here for Team Vision, just like the Druid.
They're going to push aggressively here, and I think they want to try and find some picks at the back end of this. They won't be able to do so. If they could have gotten like maybe one or two, that would have made it the next fight, the last fight completely. They need to be careful that they don't go too over-aggressive, as a Jagged Wall almost gets Choi down. Suzu just in time.
Oh, King doesn't make it back into the ground before the Slowdive real shot lands, and there's a Kitsune rush in play from Team Vision as well. EGS did try to respond, but was trying to go second on that one. Team Vision got aggressive here, and they're going to take the second or third flashpoint because of it.
Yeah, Anomaly also used both of their very key ultimates. Use the Kitsune Rush, and they also use the Dumper. Get absolutely no value from either of those, and they lose the point on top of that. So now Team Vision is one flashpoint away from going up 2-0. They have a sound barrier advantage. They also have Terra Surge. It's going to have to be Anomaly coming out clutch with some potential key picks from their DPS ultimate.
And where Anomaly got the jackpot spawn on Junkyard, they're not able to win that. Now Team Vision have their backs to the objective with this bomb flat spawn. They're able to just move up instead of a huge defender's advantage.
Oh, God.
Oh, they're going to get aggressive with it, though. Never mind the defender's advantage. They're going to turn it around, find Zoro, and take them out of Deadeye. It's a huge pick. The cast, I mean, such a core part of this Anomaly squad. You just have Venture damage to try to really work with here. Oh, so difficult to try to swing this. Such a just a massive uphill battle.
Yeah, I mean, that was really, really good positioning from Tama, being able to flank around and just knowing that Anomaly had taken that rotation. Basically gets a 5-man Terra Surge pretty much. Only managed to find one, but it was a very key person in that Cassidy. And again, Team Vision just feeling very good right now with their positioning. They still have a sound barrier to work with. Luckily, Jonowich has managed to get back up to one of their own.
And even if Terra Surge doesn't kill 5, everybody has to spin their cooldowns to escape the damage. They're just so vulnerable, so easy to run them down. All right, so let's look sound barrier for both sides of your mission. It's gonna be a tectonic shock from a wide flank angle. Gonna force one back, but not able to catch them off guard. Sound barrier used to rotate Team Vision into a safer spot. They're actually gonna follow this rotation all the way and try to pursue Anomaly here on the outside of the point, where one is able to find a pick on the EGS.
I think
that's
one
going to be all.
It's
the beginning of the end. Was that what happened?
Yeah, I'm 99% sure, because I heard EGS's cooldown, and then there was the headshot from one. I don't know if I've ever seen a Kitsune Jax, by the way. That is insane. One literally won that fight, no pun intended with the dad jokes, but that is that fight win. If they win this map, it's all one. Like, that was insane.
I mean, it's such a it's a momentary frame of casting. It'll be 1 or 2 frames on a Kitsune Rush where you can intercept it or interrupt it. One does not get interrupted. Makes it out to the battlefield. Hey, Zoro wins the fight against Choice at 1, keeping Anomaly in this map just barely. They're able to grab control, but Tama is still alive and well. Everybody's getting forced off the side. That will do it. Despair puts the Deadeye off into the gap. King has been able to find 2. Still hope. I mean, Crocs is still rolling around here. King eventually finished off by Tama. It's just supports and a wrecking ball to try to take down Anomaly, try to take down Team Vision on this point.
Choi is eventually back, though, so that is going to be a lot of damage, but it is only just Violet right now with the heals. Eventually, one is going to be able to swift step back into this.
It's a race to get reinforcements back onto this point. You can see a lot of red outline showing back up, but their tank is now missing with Crocs gone. Sound barrier thrown in. Blade out here from Choice to 1 to close out. Map through. Map. That's the kill of the King, and that's just going to do it. New Junk City going the way of Team Vision as they take the 2-0 lead here in your grand finals.
And now I'm a bit worried about this Anomaly team, because this is 2 maps where you basically kind of had your own moment to play whatever composition you wanted. You lost to Lucio Violet, which is bad, because yesterday a lot of their wins came when it was Lucio when it was Violet on that and the double flex. But now it looks like Team Vision are they don't really care at this. They don't care about any tempo. They're the ones who are setting it mostly. Like Anomaly just looked completely like a different team than what we saw in the winners finals yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, and Team Vision as well. I mean, what an adaptation. We were talking about their aversion, to main support. I didn't expect it. I completely expected Team Vision to come in here and kind of stay stubborn with it, and I mean, we were just going to get kind of more of the same we had seen all season long. I mean, that was the trend, that was the pattern we were being given. We had no reason to expect anything else. We had been just a Yari all day, every day, doesn't really matter. I mean, then coming in and was like, no, we can still play the main support. We can still do these Lucio Curie compositions. Don't think that we haven't been practicing this or that we suddenly don't know how to play these comps. Team Vision have certainly proven, anybody who thought that has definitely been proven wrong here so far in these opening 2 maps.
Yeah, and I mean, I think I kind of like the idea of the hazard and like how it was operating a little bit, but again, it's so weird because the strengths that we saw from Anomaly yesterday was like the Orisa comp. The Orisa composition was so good, the way they were able to push the pace and really set their own tempo, but it feels like now they're always on the back foot, and we meme a lot about Violet being the one to kind of throw away these ults, Ajax. Anomaly has had a lot of really just disastrous ultimates, not by their own right, because if it's someone like fragging you on the other side, it's whatever, but their ultimate usage has not been as crisp and clean as it was yesterday. It seems like Team Vision have a little bit of it, aren't messing up as much. Like, I don't think I've seen really a terrible ult, at least on this map in particular. Violet's, all of the sound barriers.
I think I'd have to agree. I think every ult got value from Team Vision. And I mean, we see, poor Zoro couldn't get a Deadeye off to save their lives, courtesy of Tama.
Absolutely, and again, when we talk about it's very easy in a team when you have Choice A1 and Violet, it's very easy to talk about them and be like the shining stars and stuff like that. But Tama's been playing phenomenal. I think you're right. Like if I'm gonna look at Team Vision here and they're on their way to 4-0ing this series, but if they win this series regardless, I think that definitely you are onto something by putting a 40 bomb from Tama, only 3 deaths. Like, you're onto something with this MVP of the tournament.
And significantly more damage than anybody else in the lobby, including their own DPS. Slowdive, the only one even close at 11.5. Yeah, Tama is a monster. Tama might just be stealing the show from your 2-time Overwatch League champ. I'm just saying. Although Violet 31-3 in the support role. I mean,
the 3 is the biggest thing. The 3, because I think the last map that we saw Violet play Lucio was like 14, 15 deaths or something like that. So definitely, I mean, obviously the team is a lot better when Violet is kind of like on his game and not, throwing some ult we've known Violet to do in the past. But I mean, I think if you're Anomaly here, you're scratching your head a little bit about like what to do, because like, okay, if we want to start like playing something else, they haven't brought out the Liari comp, which is the other thing. It's been the
we
Kiriko,
haven't even seen it yet.
Yeah, it's been the Kiriko Ana, and then it was the Lucio Kiriko. Those both worked. You both won on those, and even if like we get Anomaly winning the next map, you have to play on circuit probably at some point.
Yep.
Guaranteed, which is like pretty almost it feels like a guaranteed win for Vision at that point, and then it's like 3-1, and then you're like, ooh, it's a little bit of a scary situation. Anomaly have a pretty big mountain to climb for the rest.
I mean, it's from what at least we know from what samples we've had, which is not a tiny sample size. We do have at least a decent amount of footage on these teams, but Colosseo and Circuit are pretty much guaranteed in the future for Anomaly if they're able to win 2 maps. And both of those maps, are not only exceptional for what Vision wants to do, but they won both of those maps yesterday. Those were the 2 maps that they were able to take against Anomaly yesterday.
Yeah, and now it's we've seen the Tracer ban come through. I think we might need to start banning out. Well, we can't ban out Troy because Tracer's still there. Genji, I don't think is going to get played. That was kind of a thing where it was like, okay, we don't have Tracer. This is the next best thing in that scenario. But I think that we might need to start banning out Tama in like the tank pool, because I don't know. If you're not going to play Orisa, I would just start banning it. Like I think Tama is somewhat. And then again, that comes down to the thing where it's like, okay, if we want to start banning out Tama played 4 different heroes in the previous series and was good at all of them. So like, it'd be a risk probably to ban out.
It would absolutely be a risk. And it's not going to give you a massive advantage as far as you're not going to force Tama into a hero they're uncomfortable with, or even the compositions as far as a squad, Team Vision are uncomfortable with. You're just hoping that maybe you can perhaps sculpt it just a little bit more into the matchup that you're looking for, but Tama's going to be excellent at whatever hero you force him on, 100%.
Yeah, and I think that as we go into Ben, it's going to be interesting to see what but I'm very shocked with how strange it is that Anomaly is playing like not as like high tempo. Like when they were doing so successful yesterday, is like they were just like Violet didn't load into the server. There was a lot of focus down onto Violet, but if Violet's only dying 3 times, that means that there's a lot of Violet on the field, and you know, we can joke about Violet all we want, but he is one of the best players to ever play, right? And
he also had
locked in. Yeah, it's scary.
He also had more elims than both of his DPS on Lucio in that map, with 31 assists.
I mean, he's good. It's just sometimes, you know, you hear the call of the void, and then it's and then that's just how it goes.
I mean, would you have it any other way, my friend? Would you have it any other way?
No, that's the Violet we know and love.
That's the Violet we know and love. You are absolutely right. You damn right. All right, we do get okay. Even though we haven't seen the Ayari yet today, we're gonna get banned down here from Anomaly now.
It is Runasapi,
depending on the match
which
choice.
It is Runasapi, so I think that
I
mean, this makes sense that they're getting rid of it, just because like at some I would rather do it now probably than just like, okay, it's map 3, it's map 4 and we lose this one, and then we have to just basically play behind the 8 ball and try to reverse, and then we don't get Ilios. Like this feels like very much a stop the bleeding type ban, where they just don't want to play against it, because if you lose. If you lose now in the Ilios ban, I think it's like it's going to be very difficult for Anomaly. But I think this is a good, you know, way to stop the bleeding a little bit, because I think you can still play on Runasapi this Ilios.
Okay. I don't know. We've
It's a
definitely
Croc special, isn't it?
I was gonna say we've definitely seen a Crocs JQ. It's exactly what I was just thinking. I mean,
it is Runasapi, which is a very good Junker. I know Junker Queen's like not the most favored tank right now, but if there was probably a map, I think one where you could see it come out. This tells me though that like if I'm Anomaly, I'm just like, okay, well, or if I'm Team Vision, I'm like, okay, we ban out Junker Queen, because if you were gonna play Orisa, Junker Queen kind of just runs over Orisa and like runs past more so than anything else. So I think that this is a good ban. It's also a Crocs ban, and Crocs has been the target of like a lot of the positioning, or a lot of like the team, where it's like Crocs has been a pretty big focal point on where Team Vision wants to put a lot of their damage.
And honestly, if I'm looking at this, if I'm Team Vision, let's say you prepped 7 bans for this series, and you're like, okay, if we go 7 maps, here's our 7 bans, here's the priority of these bans. I'd say that Junker Queen's probably pretty low in that priority, right? So it's like, okay, we still have 4 more maps. Let's not spend any like really strong bans right now. We'll just kind of throw out this JQ ban right now.
Yeah, I think getting rid of this is good. I think Symmetra will probably come at some point later in the series if we do continue to go. But I think that we will see, as Runasapi is our next, it'll be interesting to me to see what we're going to be looking at when it comes to those DPS. I would assume it's just going to be like the Tracer, the Tracer and then just the hit scan, whether it's going to be the Sojourn or the Cassidy. Freya, I think, can be played on a map like this, but I would expect Cassidy.
Looks like we're going to get 1 from each. Yeah, the Tracer is just a must. You have to be able to control the angles on this map. Otherwise, you just put yourself at a massive cooldown deficit. Because if you don't have a Tracer, the other team will pick a Tracer and just harass your backline, and your support's going to be spending all their cooldowns just trying to stay alive. So the Tracer is an absolute must pick here. We do actually end up slow dive swaps off of the initial thinking of the Freya, goes over to that Sojourn, which we just heard them talking about here right before we came into this match.
Yeah, and I think the difference between like the Cassidy is the Cassidy, you have that, little bit more sustained damage where it's like you're relying really on slow dive to find some poke and then get that rail shot. You do have a pretty big one-shot potential, and against something like an Orisa, you do get this rail shot relatively quickly, and you can already see slow dive is at 30%, so the damage is being done by the Sojourn already. And look at the pressure that's just being put down. Anomaly's health bars are so low. Violet takes down King, and it's a slaughter right now.
Anomaly didn't even get into the sunshine. They didn't even make it out of the store, right? They got so held so far back. Like, they're in the cafe. They're in here with me. We're all just hanging out in the cafe right now.
Yeah, and it's so strange because we've been seeing, like, we saw Zoro yesterday was taking over games on this hit scan roll, and now like there's just no way for Zoro to be able to take that space and hold that space, which is something they were so good at yesterday, because Crocs is getting focused down so much, eating like every single rail. The health bars are always so incredibly low for Anomaly, where they aren't able to just hold their ground and get Zoro into those positions where they can get value off of this Cassidy.
Zoro trying to find a shot here. Couldn't quite line it up. Just narrowly missing those shots onto one. Here comes Slow Dive. Uses the slide to leap into an aggressive position. A high-risk move that Zoro's going to capitalize on. Beautiful shooting. And this is giving Anomaly a chance in this fight, but Tama is answering right back. A good Terror Surge in close quarters. Always nasty business. And Zoro now running for their lives in a 2v1. Ends up getting felled by the shots from Tama. And what started off looking so good here for Anomaly falls apart in the late fight.
Yeah, I mean, it was because, I mean, it was a good idea to, I think, flank with Zoro and Jonowich there, but really heads up play from Tama to go back in, use that Terror Surge effectively, knowing that you can basically win a 1v2 against a Lucio and a Cassidy if you have that Terror Surge. They do that, and the fight completely falls apart. And again, in these chaotic fights, it's not really the success of Anomaly. Anomaly likes to just have a little bit of time to work with. They like to set the tempo. They don't like to have it be super chaotic.
Oh, what an aggressive Deadeye from Zoro. Just like left right in the face of Tama. Ends up getting a trade onto your hit scan DPS. We're going to get two Russians now invested for both sides, and Crocs is going to throw in a Terror Surge. He's able to find a little bit of damage and at least force out the Sound Barrier, which Jonowich gets to throw in the second beat. Typically the more advantageous one, and Crocs is able to leverage that extra healing into a tank kill. Nice spear, isolated one before they were able to use their Swift Step to get out, and Anomaly win themselves a much needed fight win.
Yeah, really good job from Crocs there with that Terror Surge, because Slow Dive got taken out of that fight very early, and you can see was so close towards having that Overclock. If Overclock was in that fight, it would have been able to strip a lot of the Sound Barrier damage, and that fight could have looked completely different. So well played to Crocs, who has had a couple of tough times on the Hazard, but now back on the Orisa. This is what I like to see from Anomaly. This is what got them to that grand finals from the winner's side.
Does seem like they're settling in a little bit. Crocs, there's a really awkward spot. Yeah, it's trying to jab spin to get back into safety. Just takes way too much damage. Beautiful OC out of Slow Dive. Knew Crocs was out of position and just poured all the damage necessary and win the fight just with that.
And it's just a good read because they're like, okay, well, the Lucio and the Cassidy aren't here. This means that Crocs is basically vulnerable. We can rush him down, and now they're caught a little bit with their pants down as Anomaly is going to have to back up. This should basically be a butt scratch because there's no way Crocs is going to be able to get back here in time.
Yep, that's the checkpoint. So close spawn, and obviously that important wait. It's just that 10-second wait more than anything to get behind you. It's like an extra team fight when Slow Dive with another opener. We were talking about Zoro taking over the map yesterday. Slow Dive is really making a case for that MVP here. Woo!
It's incredible that this is the same team that lost to this, that lost that 5-map series, because they look unreal. Slow Dive's looking really good on the Sojourn. One is getting picks onto King. Like this team, his team vision is like, when we talked about how like the star power is really what brings them to the table, they're really like on firing on all cylinders so far this series. Troy one-clipped EGS throughout all that, and you're just falling apart completely if you're Anomaly right now.
Coming apart at the seams, 100%. Crocs is just an unthreaded sweater, you know, just a pile of string.
Yeah.
Anomaly do have, I mean, they're coming up with this concerning rush.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. There you go, EGS. That's what you needed. You had to stay alive. You need to stay alive in this duel with one. Hey, you force out the Self-Suzu and the Swift Step. Good move. EGS, just putting Anomaly a little bit back in the driver's seat here. Just a little bit.
And while it doesn't look a little bit dire for Anomaly, this is one of those maps, Bull Skunk, where it's like, if you need to finish it to have a full guaranteed chances. Actually, we're gonna see Shield. It's Shield Mafia. Someone's not happy.
EGS with a concerning rush. A very low Tama will not get that Terra Surge down. I think that was a high risk, but that's a pretty ambitious attempt to even hit Q on that one. And this is looking like back-to-back fight wins. Job's not done for Anomaly. They still have, most importantly, Slow Dive at the top of this hill, throwing shots down on Zoro, who has swapped over to a Sojourn of their own, by the way. Choice of one moving in and try to help and win that 2v1. Zoro with a very wide swing, and it's actually EGS who comes up with a very important pick. This is going to enable Anomaly to push up a difficult hill and try to grab some space here in the mid-map.
Yeah, you just waking up a little bit right now on this Kiriko, getting two very key picks. Is Sound Barrier is available for both of these sides here. There is going to be, though, that Terror Surge from Crocs, which is going to be a lot of damage and a lot of space-taking potential. Let's see how Crocs is going to lay this one down.
A Terror Surge combined with just a Sojourn in general can be nasty. Yeah, you see the Suzu has to be used from that to protect against any rail shots. Zoro now has the OC ready to go, but Slow Dive is first to get theirs into the battle. Disengaged from everybody but Tama. Tama ends up kind of stuck. I see an assist from Jonowich in the feed. I'm anticipating a good boot, put them in a bad spot. Now Crocs is trying to pursue this, and that comebackableness is looking more and more apparent here on Runasapi as Anomaly are going to get the butt stretch, and EGS kills one for the third time in a row, I believe.
Yeah, Anomaly are kind of taking back in this fight. They're knitting themselves back together. That sweater that you were talking about a little bit earlier. Team Vision don't have anything to work with right now in this fight either. So this Kitsune Rush and this Pulse Bomb are going to get an insane amount of value here as we go into this next fight, and the momentum is going to be fully on the side of Anomaly.
Rushes were used simultaneously, by the way, just so much value EGS has gotten in the last 2 team fights, so they're going to have this early advantage, and they're going to use it. You damn right. Crocs is going to run down Tama. Ambushed. Run over. And Anomaly have found their 6th gear. They have been stuck in second all day long. Finally, they've got some rhythm.
They still have a ways to go, though. Choice-A1 on the flank trying to see if he can put some pressure down onto Zoro. You have to get this up. And I mean, they're winning these fights, Anomaly, but they still have, 30 meters to go. It's still not one they have a lot to do. And there's one coming back in with the Kitsune Rush of their own.
King is trying to fit enough choice there. Wong, the oh so dangerous here, coming into the back of Crocs. Crocs dancing around the shield and the side. He's able to hold up close and personal, but is waiting for something to need somebody to get a pick. It's going to be actually a disengage. I did not see what prompted that, but Anomaly did not like something that hit the battlefield, and they're just going to back up to the corner and try to see if they can regroup their cooldowns. There is a bit of a 2v2 going on inside the house, where Choice-A1 lands a mean volley of shots on the King.
Oh!
What a beautiful 180 stick! That was gorgeous! Choice-A1, man, you're just a joy to watch.
Choi is so good. I mean, this is what you have when you have this kind of star power, just the ability to win fights like that. And it was a valiant effort for Anomaly to get all the way, but now it just becomes even harder because this bot's going to go all the way back to the other side. They only have 2 minutes left, and I mean, they're going to have to use probably a lot of their ultimates just to get back out of this corner, and they have to be perfect from here on out.
One's been able to kind of hold on to this Kitsune Rush. They have that big advantage. It's going to be so difficult to jump down into, and Anomaly have to full commit to drop down off that high ground. You see Crocs didn't even try to set up in that window. So kind of approaches from down low and strategically has been able to at least keep vision big. Here comes a huge move. That's a push from the inside with the Terror Surge. That's going to get the sound barrier out. Now slow dive with the OC and an overclock to bolster it. Anomaly trying to duck it around the corner, but Johnrich just cannot get away. Crocs looks like they're in a really nasty spot too, and they have no supports left to help them.
And it's going to be even more time taken off the clock here as this bot's going to start pushing again for Team Vision. They had to commit a lot of ultimates to that one, Jeff, but it is going to basically guarantee them that there's going to be one last fight for them to try on Anomaly's side to get through the entirety of the Runesapi map, which is a tall task to ask for anyone.
And all with only 60 seconds to do it in. Kitsune Rush here from EGS to see if they can start that. And you're going to need every ult needs to be perfect. And Zoro's OC so far not finding a whole lot. It was a good boop from Violet. Really devalued the rest of that. And Johnowich is going to get smashed by a Terror Surge. The Kitsune Rush from EGS not finding anything. I said Anomaly's ults needing to find high value. They get absolutely nothing with any of them.
It's just a complete disaster. Now they have no resources whatsoever. Even if they were to win this fight and hold at the very end there, which they could because they have the respawn advantage, it's almost impossible for them to make their way all the way to the other side of the map without Team Vision getting some ultimates and making it just a macro win.
Yeah, really look at the support ults in particular. This is our last opportunity. Anomaly have to be perfect from here on out. There's just no more choices. Back up against the wall. Against the time clock, if you would. That's going to be a very aggressive push from Tama. High-risk play, but it gives Slow Dive the room to move up to that top of that hill. Pick up an over. Crocs is able to answer with a kill onto Violet. 92% to sound barrier. Actually a good pick. If Johnowich can stay alive to get their own beat into this fight, Anomaly may have a chance to win this engagement. Zoro with a kill onto Choice. It wants a good start, but losing Crocs is a disaster. Anomaly now just hanging on by an absolute thread of that sweater, but they are hanging on here, Kenobi.
Man, it's so close. If Violet doesn't end up dying there, that sound barrier was like right at gonna be there at the very last moment. Crocs, fantastic presence of mind to take down that Lucio. Was getting a little bit too over aggressive, and Anomaly get a chance to take another fight here with this bot, but is it going to be enough? I mean, look at this ultimate difference right now. Team Vision have so much to work with. It's gonna have to be an absolute collapse from Team Vision to lose a fight from this point.
I mean, Anomaly need to like get an AJ or something really spectacular here, I think, to swing this macro. It's gonna be a Kitsune Rush. Excuse me, there's an overclock I heard, and there's the sound barrier hitting the battlefield for all 5 players of both teams. Crocs trying to get something with the Terror Surge, is just not gonna find it, and Zoro's no longer in this fight. The X Factor you need is gone. It's Choice-A1's the only X Factor remaining on this battlefield. Taking over, lands yet another pulse in this exchange. Team Vision move up to championship point.
Team Vision 3-0 already. Shield Mafia coming through right now. And I mean, I don't have big opinions on the Shield thing. So, but I mean, it won a map, so there's that at least for the people who have big opinions on it. Again, this looks like if you had taken the name bars off both these teams, if you had told me yesterday, I would have guessed that the team that was running this, that won this map, I would have thought that was Anomaly.
Yep.
Because the way that they are moving around right now on Team Vision, the way that they're rotating, creating space for slow dive, like it's incredible. Like it looks exactly like what Anomaly was doing to them yesterday, and it feels like they might have just downloaded that and are now playing at an unbelievable level. Violet is not making any of those silly mistakes anymore. There's been no Ajaxes. Every beat's hitting 5 people. They just look like they've just turned it on somehow, somewhere.
And even, you know, maybe into those early deaths that we kind of got a little glimpse of the reckless Violet in New York City. You saw none of that on Runasapi. I mean, that looked tight as a drum.
Yeah, I think as well, like now I'm like looking, okay, so like now it's also Anomaly, you banned Iliari, you lost. So now it's like you have to play the most perfect Overwatch for the rest of the series. And you are trying to reverse sweep a team that has Violet on it, Choice A1, Slow Dive Tama, one, like, I mean, it is an Everest that they're going to have to be going up against.
Against 3 of their map picks and 3 of their first bans to boot.
Yeah,
well,
it's going to be so hard, Jeff.
It's a tall ask, but if anybody can do it, this Anomaly squad, they've got the all-star squad to make it happen. Now let's see if they can get their momentum into a titanium state. We are going to take a little bit of an intermission here before we head into our next map. It's going to be Anomaly with one final pick to see if they can start to turn this around. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on map 4 here in just a little bit. After dropping the upper bracket finals yesterday in a 2-3 fashion, Vision have returned with a vengeance here in your grand finals for your MEA Master Division FACEIT League Season 5. 3-0 lead, now sit on championship point. Team Vision are one map away from finally claiming this championship. What can Anomaly do? They're going to have one last map pick, one last chance to try to turn this around. Welcome back here. As Jeff and Kenobi return it as we get into the back half of your EMEA Grand Finals. So far, this has been quite the one-sided affair.
Very one-sided and shockingly one-sided, especially given, I mean, I guess it follows the rules of Overwatch where the winners finals and lower finals are always going to be the more close ones, and then in grand finals it's just 4-0. It's just a formality at that point with Overwatch rules.
It's in the script. We can't control it.
You can't, and I'm just so surprised, really, because like I'm looking at my notes about like the stuff I saw yesterday from these, and I'm just throwing them out the window because they don't mean anything, right? The team Vision I'm watching now and the Team Anomaly I'm watching now are not the same teams that I saw yesterday. There's something that has like been completely different. Really, I mean, we have to give huge credit to Team Vision for like either like just locking in or adapting really well, because it did not look this clean yesterday, not whatsoever in that loss, and now it just looks like they are a well-oiled machine and look like a team that came into this bracket, Jeff, 15-0.
Yeah, this looks like the team we saw all season. And I mean, there have been adjustments. I mean, we saw the Lucio. It's kind of the most notable one, as we actually saw a main support played here from Vision, but more so than that, it really does feel it's more tempo based. I think that it's the pacing of this where Anomaly were so quick and we're keeping up. I anticipated both teams to be playing at a very high pace here today. Anomaly have felt one step behind, 100%. We saw them find a little bit of that gear early on in Runa Sapi. And, you know, there was like flashes of it when I thought, oh man, Anomaly are finally kind of starting to wake up and find their groove a little bit. But very quickly, Vision just took them right back out of it.
Yep. And the thing is like there were players yesterday who were like really doing well. Like King was doing good. Zoro is someone who I'm shocked at like how much of a straitjacket it feels like Zoro is in, because the focus fire has been fantastic. Just even like, you know, taking Crocs out of the equation, not giving that space. Like when we saw Zoro's POV a lot of the time in that last Runa Sapi, Zoro's just cowering in a cupboard, like in a corner, just being like, please stop bullying me. I don't want to be bullied. No swirlies. And it's just, I think that this is great adaptation from Team Vision. There's like this focus that was like on Violet specifically isn't working anymore. The mental warfare has it's gone all the way in a circle to where it's actually fueling Violet right now, which is what it might feel like. So it's just the Team Vision are completely overwhelming right now against.
And well, I mean, to further enhance their likelihood of winning this, not only do Anomaly have to win 4 maps in a row, but they're going to go into Team Vision map picks through that, and it's just going to be this is an insurmountable task.
Wait, this is Anomaly's map pick, right?
That's what we were told. Check the script. Check the script. Yeah, this was. I mentioned this before earlier, y'all. I was like, you're gonna have to play Circuit. You're gonna have to play Colosseo. These are 2 of Vision's favorite maps. What am I looking at here, Kenobi?
Is this just? I mean, like this is like one of those maps where I'm just like, okay, well, this is really good for Team Vision. Like maybe what I'm maybe expecting is that Anomaly is just like, okay, we have something like we're cooking. We have something that like we've never played before. It's the ace of our sleeve. We have to start a reverse sweep here more so than anything else. And maybe we're just catching them so off guard that they're surprised that we're playing Circuit Royale in any regard. I'm very shocked by this map pick though, because this is something it feels like what Team Vision would be.
I've got a wild theory for it. Maybe this is a hot take, but Anomaly says, wait a minute, we were able to beat them when they're playing double flex support poke, what they've been playing all year. Can't we force them back? We all please just go play the Ayari again now. We actually knew what to do against that. All right, I know it's a little bit of a hot take, y'all, but that's about, I mean, I'm grasping at straws on this decision.
You think you're trying
I'm not gonna lie.
Reverse it back to what it was yesterday, where it's like maybe we can lull them into a false sense of security in some way. Because I mean, I think they did play this map yesterday in Circuit Royale, and I think it was Team Vision did win. So I am, again, this feels to me like there's got to be like something that Team Anomaly has cooked up for a map 4 like this, is that's going to be the Diva and the Kiriko taken off the table for both teams, which is interesting because I think that yesterday Kiriko was banned by Team Vision and it was Symmetra banned by
Yes.
The Diva's taken off.
It was a 2-1 yesterday on this circuit as well. Like Anomaly, it's not like it went into extras and Anomaly had a really good showing on it, had a really good strategy plan that worked well, and they just kind of lost in extras, and they got stopped on second. Like they didn't get very far. They got absolutely shut down trying to push up the hill. They couldn't push up the hill on point B.
Yeah. They didn't sniff the end of the map, and again, this is why I'm thinking like there's got to be something that you have planned for this. I like the ban on the D.Va because I think that Tama has been phenomenal on it. I think it's nice that we're finally seeing Tama be banned out. But again, one of the things that Tama is so good at is playing a lot of different things, and so I'm interested to see what they're going to be bringing to the table. If they're just going to kind of handshake Orisa at this point, Iliari back on the table, long range hit scans on the table. Like I think this is going to be a map that I'm very worried about for Anomaly, just by the fact that I think this is such a good map, Team Vision.
I may have Anomaly just run out of picks. I don't know. I'm not going to try to guess on it anymore. We are getting the BAP Lifeweaver, which has seen a lot of strength, particularly in Korea. The Lifeweaver is just so good at kind of taking away the value. You invest a lot of cooldowns to hit a target, and you just pull that target right back out. Say your tank doesn't have to spend their cooldowns, or you can kind of cycle that nicely with it. So we've seen this composition have some effectiveness. It's a difficult comp to play, though.
Yeah, and the thing that it doesn't offer you, like something like Orisa, is kind of that ability to hold space, at least with the hazard. I do like the Lifeweaver, like you mentioned, being able to pull back out the hazard so you can kind of reset effectively. Sombra, interestingly enough, for King, this is a hero that he's good at as a caster curse, but unfortunately going to end up going down there. So that's a lot of DPS that's lost right now for Anomaly. Traditionally very good at the Sombra, but no one's going to live against that 1v3 down in that room. I don't care how good a Sombra you are. King get absolutely caught and is just immediately going to give up on that. Goes over into the Genji, as their signature hero. Croc's trying to make this long rotation back to the good corner with EGS in a terrible spot. No way EGS gets out of that alive. And Crocs doesn't make the rotation either. This is a disastrous start here for Anomaly's defense. Yeah, the Orisa right now from Tama is just... Okay, well...
That's what the Orisa from Tama is doing. I mean, just right there.
That was
There's
a Roman Reigns
point.
spear. That was a Roman Reigns level spear right there. Good job from Tama. I mean, Tama already at 90% towards a Terra Surge, probably has the most damage done in the lobby right now, is just on an absolute rampage.
I mean, even Choice One sitting at 30%. And Tama's beat all the supports up by 25% at least to this Terra Surge. This is the Tama show. Crocs is cornered. I mean, I'm surprised the Terra Surge just didn't come out just to kill Crocs right there. Never mind. Gonna yank 3 in with that. You can only pull 1 back with the Lifeweaver. That means you've left Zoro, your all-star hit scan up front. EGS isolated, destroyed by a Captive Sun. Violet goes in for a nice little 2-piece.
Yeah, King is going to trade one back onto Slow Dive, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. As finally, Crocs is going to go over to the Orisa, match up a little bit, give help to the rest of the team, because I think that now Zoro is going to be able to have a little bit of a better time holding ground with Crocs here, but you are still a little bit behind the 8 ball. Luckily, you have 2 very key support ultimates. You also have a High Noon to be able to kind of move yourself and position the rest of the team, so you can stop the bleeding a little bit here on the second.
Zoro's Deadeye is going to come out immediately. This is just going to escort Crocs and King into a position where they can perhaps strike and find some kills. Buys a little space. Crocs is going to continue to push forward up to Pillar. This is a dangerous spot. You see just the enormous amount of damage coming in. The tree has been used at the top of the hill. Crocs is still down at the bottom. Never mind. Crocs is back in spawn as Violet comes up with yet another multi-kill team fight. He's already got 2. He's looking for another. Once again, we will get a trade. This one coming from Jonowich's Lifeweaver of all players, but once again, it's not going to be much difference in the end.
One of the things I'm really liking about what Tama has been doing is the usage of the Spear Spin, being able to just kidnap members and make it so that never can really Anomaly hold their ground or hold their footing anywhere on the map, and that just lets Choice A1 get into the back line, put some pressure down on Zoro, who is now going over to the fray themselves.
We're running into an Matrix. Oh, Choice One just goes back behind it with the blade. King gets the deflect and actually wins out the Battle of the Samurai. Tama's Terra Search is enormous, though. Oh, my. Even if you got Choice One out of the fight, you think, we got a good lead here. No, you still haven't dealt with Tama.
This is an absolute slaughter, Bullskunk. Like, it is an absolute slaughter right now, the way that Team Vision are running over this map currently. Anomaly have nothing to talk about in terms of their ultimates right now. No resources. Crocs is getting close towards this Terra Surge, which is going to be the only thing that they're going to have, but you have a Captive Sun, you have the bullet shot again from Slow Dive, and now with the momentum that they have, I mean, they could just win one fight here and potentially just take the map.
Terracer, you got to put yourself in a vulnerable spot. You need follow-up to really make it work. Croc's trying to rotate to high ground. You can see just how aggressive Tama is. What a spear! I can't believe that EGS is able to stay alive through that.
Oh my god, Tama, stop.
They just got sent into space! Oh my goodness! EGS,
you know
we'll
what?
see you
Shield
over
Mafia
the next
can't do
season,
that.
buddy.
Shield Mafia can't do that. They got hit into a different game completely. They got hit back to Overwatch 1. That was that was crazy. Tama is playing fantastic right now.
No, well, I am just grinning ear to ear after that. What a joy to watch. I know Anomaly fans are not smiling right now. But man, Tama fans are feasting at the moment. King's in a bit of trouble. Deflect already used, and double team will take them down. Captain Sun from Violet. Looked like it did hit one up top. Zora may have been already dead before the Captain Sun even landed. And the slaughter just continues. A flawless run through Circuit Royale. Not a single time... Not a single fight dropped there from Team Vision.
Okay. It's hard to like, you know, it's hard to kind of like talk about this seriously in any aspect, because like this is just it's like a slaughter. These are the hardest games to like talk about because there's just no footing. Like, Anomaly has no footing whatsoever. This is just Team Vision completely running around the map. There's Anomaly's trying to do some like cute little things by bringing out the Sombra and stuff, but they're dying very early. Things like these. This is where I think you can just look at the stats and Tama and Violet haven't died. Tama is, for me, just securing finals or like the tournament MVP right now. This is, I mean, has just been absolutely fantastic.
I mean, we could just boil this down, I think, into three beautiful little words. Tama is him.
Yep. Himmy Neutron. Also, when was the last time you saw a Circuit Royale capped with 3.5 minutes? Because I feel like I'm lucky if I see a competitive Overwatch game cap Circuit Royale at all.
Yeah, you don't go through Circuit without losing a single team fight. Like this is one of the most defensively favored map. Point B in particular, very known for being extraordinarily difficult. And even in this match yesterday, where Team Vision won, they didn't get the full cap yesterday. It was a 2-1 scoreline at the end of the day.
Hold on, they're cooking. Let them cook. Let Anomaly cook. I like this composition. The Bastion. This is one of those like classic, London Spitfire compositions right here.
They actually pulled this out yesterday as well. This is the London Spitfire comp.
I think it's good. It's really good. I mean, Orisa does get to kind of like move away a little bit. Slow Dive is also already about to have bullet shot.
And a smart pick from Choice One. They anticipated this. The main wall is, this is the worst nightmare for Reinhardt. You can see there, denied the healing, denied the retreat. Beautiful bullet shot over the top, into the corner, nowhere to go. Perfect.
Yeah, and I wonder how long this experiment's going to last for Anomaly right now. What is this?
That was a really cool shot. Actually.
Yeah, I didn't know there was actually like texting. Wait, this is so sick.
I didn't know that.
Wait, shout out. That's really sick. This is a great angle.
This is such a cool. I've never seen this.
I've never seen this either. This is so. I love what it's like we're there, Jeff. We're the ones in the car watching.
You gotta stay hidden. You don't want to take too much damage. You gotta stay in the safety of that car. Oh my goodness. Okay. Crocs managed to play around the main wall. That's step one for the Reinhardt. Now you've got an Orisa in your face, putting pressure down. It looks, King had a good turret placement that was able to deny Tama from being able to pursue up the stairs. Anomaly have been able to protect this little corner of the map that they own at the moment. They do have an Ant Matrix, so buy him some space here. Wheels down for Zoro. Looking for targets, but a good disengage from Team Vision. They're going to be coming up on a bunch of ultimates of their own. No kills on the back of that push, but Anomaly are able to push into this final corner. Look for the clapback as the counter punch is about to hit the battlefield. There's the Ant Matrix double damage, and Tama immediately picks up King. That attack, it was looking so good until it wasn't.
Croc's going to end up going down too, and now Team Vision only using that singular ultimate to win that fight. So now they have that ability to just continue to cycle their ultimates here with the 2 minutes that are left. Take a look at the
stats. The 007 call in chat.
Look at Slow Dive's damage. And Tama. Like they're both just on another level right now.
Yeah, I think the Psychic Warfare ended up working against Anomaly here.
Yeah, I think
they angered Violet.
Yeah, a beast has been unleashed.
Yeah, they angered the demon. That's the bolo shot right on top of the wheels down, Zoro. It actually ends up claiming EGS. Blizzard on the point as well. That's going to catch Zonowich. Zonowich did miraculously get a sound barrier down amidst all of that. But Tama follows up. No cooldowns left. Nothing to block the Terra Surge. And Tama once again taking over.
Prox is going to end up going down here. And now we are with 1 minute left into that last fight territory like that we were talking about. Shatter is available. I mean, I think Shatter could get a lot of value. The problem is that you have like things like Fortify, and I don't know if we're on Shield Mafia. I don't think we are because we have the Javelins, but I think this is going to be a fight that's going to rely on some very clutch performances coming out from these two ultimates that we have left. But now Violet's also got the Captive Sun, so whenever this engage comes through, there's really going to have to be an Immortality field that's placed well to deal with it.
The Captive Sun up in the air. Zoro's trying to take it down. Using that extra bastion damage. Can't quite get it. Hits with the Sunstruck. Goes into the ultimate to avoid the explosion from the Sunstruck. That was brilliant. But still, King is hit by that Sunspot and it ends up facing explosion damage. With a kill on Tama, there's a bit of room for Anomaly to work. They've actually got the lead in this fight. You get the cooldown of Choice One, so Cryo Free's gone. Here comes everybody from Team Vision pilot up into the room. Croxton's taken down in this tiny Overwatch. Amplification Matrix from 1 though, and that just holds the line. Anomaly are stuck. 10 seconds to go. EGS is down. This is it. That's the championship. It's done. Anomaly get nothing. Team Vision will 4-0. They are your Season 5 champions. Ooh, touch. Okay. We get a little bit of stall coming through, but it's just a wrecking ball.
I think your call is still accurate.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Yeah, I think it's still accurate. It's going to be just a lonely Hammond trying. The Blizzard's going to secure everything here, Jeff. And what an absolute slaughter by Team Vision. I mean, this looks like the team that was 15-0, that 3-0'd this team. They play incredibly well at the back end here today, at the very end of the tournament, only dropping that singular map. And then the rest of it, 7 map wins to get themselves to that.
Gotta give them a lot of confidence moving into those promotion relegation matches, which are next weekend, I do believe. And Vision going in with a lot of wind in their sails. This, I mean, an incredibly important 4-0. Just to bolster into those important matches, Team Vision definitely look destined to land an OWCS for Stage 3 if they can keep up this level of play we saw here today.
And the other thing about it is, like, you look at the names again. We talked about this at the start of the broadcast, and we're gonna end. Choice A1, like you see like Choice A1, Violet, you know, have all these Tama played.
Tama.
Fantastic. Phenomenal. I am so impressed. And it's awesome because it feels like, you know, we're seeing these, you know, I think last tournament we had Willis as like kind of that like tank that was like coming and it was being
100%.
Like,
yeah.
And now it feels like it's Tama who's doing like something similar. So I think that, you know, obviously getting Choice A1 and Violet back into OWCS is going to be nice to see. But also this Tama person, don't sleep on them either, because this team just all around seems like they are very well oiled, and really I think that they are going to be a problem to deal with in the road.
And we're actually going to get that matchup. We will see. I believe we will see. It's a 4-team bracket. I don't know exactly how it's going to be laid out, but the potential for Tama versus Willis in those promotion relegation matches is very, very real. One Dip and Frosttails are the 2 teams awaiting Team Vision and Anomaly in those PNR matches to decide who gets a spot in OWCS Stage 3. And so, I mean, Tama versus Willis? Oh, count me in.
I'm so ready for that. And I mean, I can kind of see here. I think that one of the things that was really good about Team Vision, at least in this map in particular, is that, you know, we saw the Lucio come out, but the double flex support still worked. And, you know, we were talking about how we really want Anomaly's biggest strength was them setting the tempo. They never had a foot. Never ever was the tempo on their side. It felt like it was always on the side of Team Vision. They were the ones who were being aggressive. They were the ones who were making those first moves, and they showed that maybe yesterday was a fluke, and maybe that the BM against Violet was not a good idea.
Insane performance. That's $7,500, by the way, going to Team Vision for that first place prize. Not too shabby. I mean, on top of, you know, obviously the big prize is hoping to make it to OWCS. That's what everybody in this division is after. I mean, that is the carrot that dangles the stick for, I mean, I think all of FACEIT League for that matter. That's what the expert players, the advanced players, all sites are on. You can make it to OWCS. But on top of that, you got a good chunk of prize money, and also the only team with the privilege to call yourselves champions here in Season 5. So Big, yes. Claps all around. Big claps all around. Congrats to Team Vision. I mean, Tama's got to be your player of the match, right? Like, Tama's got to be your MVP here.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be very easy to kind of give it to, like, Choi or Violet. Violet, in the sense that Violet didn't do the Violet things that we critique Violet for, in some instances. But it's Tama. I think Tama, the ability to play a lot of different things and play them so well. That one, you know, javelin thing at the side where, you know, spears the Baptiste off almost and then just does it again right after. Like, I think that Tama, to me, was definitely the player throughout not only this series, but the series before this that really, really is.
That long-range spear on a Jonowich's Lifeweaver, like, that was insane. That was insane.
Insane. I wonder what the tank pool is going to end up looking like, as we can take a look at the bracket. But I wonder what the tank pool is going to end up looking like for OWCS Promotion Relegation, because it feels like Tama does have a lot in their back pocket in terms of what they can play, but this is how we got here, and it feels like the ending was how it was expected, but we didn't get there the way that we thought we did.
Well, yeah, every good story, you got to have a little twist somewhere in the middle. Yeah. And that's exactly what we got in that upper bracket finals. I really want to highlight Dreamlight's run through this as well. This was your 7th seed that came through and made it all the way into your lower bracket finals, made it all the way, took a map off of Vision, missing their tank today. Yep. They beat your 2nd seed Arius, not once, but twice. They had to face the 2nd seed. Twice Dreamlight were able to beat them. I mean, I really, really got to give a lot of props, a lot of accolades to Dreamlight's performance here in this playoffs. Absolutely outstanding. Really, really eye-catching.
I mean, they took a map and Anomaly couldn't. So, like, I mean, Dreamlight played really well. I mean, beating the 2nd seed, like you mentioned, in twice during a bracket is pretty incredible. And, you know, who knows what would have happened if they would have had. It's a shame, unfortunately, that they didn't have their main tank. But if they could have their main tank, you know, there was a chance that symmetric comp was going to end up working. So it's, I think, very much hats off to Dreamlight for a team that was the 7th seed with a 9-6 record. You know, I think that the rest, like the top 4 was like, I think Arius was like 14-1.
Yep, Arius is 14-1.
30. Like,
yep.
It's a really, really fantastic thing that Dreamlight was able to make the Cinderella one. And while they weren't able to get to the final goal of getting to promotion relegation, they definitely have a lot to.
I can't wait to see them back in season 6. And they're going to be dangerous. Immediately, Dreamlight is going to be one of the teams at the top of my list going into season 6 as absolute favorites. I mean, we'll see what happens coming up. You know, I mean, that's just around the corner. Hey, I mean, signups are open right now.
Yeah,
you too can come compete in FACEIT League. I'm talking to you. Go sign up for season 6. It's a lot of fun. I mean, organized competition. It's the way Overwatch is meant to be played. But I digress. I expect to see Dreamlight. I mean, right back here when we get into the playoffs this time for that season, and you know, maybe that's their time to push into those P&R matches, because Dreamlight, what a glow up they had here just in this playoffs, just over these past 3 days. Dreamlight really, really grew into, a team to be feared. I think a lot of great teams here. I mean, it's been an amazing bracket. I know it kind of feels weird talking about a team that we didn't even see on stream here for this final match, but there's just been so much amazing action here and so many amazing players. Obviously, we're going to see Anomaly and Team Vision. Anomaly will get another shot at Team Vision in those P&R matches. This isn't their last chance.
Yeah, and I think Anomaly, like, this is probably one that you just kind of throw out and you're like, okay, like we got 4-0 slaughtered. Not too much you can probably gain from this in terms of viewing, but I think the team still has a lot of really good pieces on it. You know, even though today they didn't perform their best, kind of one of those any given Sunday things. And with the talent that they have, they definitely should be looking good for that P&R tournament we're talking about. I think that I'm going to be very interested to see how season 6 ends up going, because there were a lot of players, I think, throughout me watching the bracket so far that I think could, you know, build some teams around. I think there are players, and that's one of the cool things about like the system, where it's like you have teams that be picked apart is not really the best word, but like you can like mix and match, and you know, team building is important, because you had that, like we talked about at the very start of the broadcast, where it's like there were 3 different ways that teams were built, all made it to the top, every single team. So there is like no right way to build a team. It feels like there are a lot of open, whatever style you try to get your.
I think it's so important. And Dreamlight was the one that was the grassroots squad that just kind of.
It happens to all of us. It happens to all of us.
But they really did build it from the ground up. They fought from the ground up. I mean, they were just friends that, come in, play together, compete together, and then fought hard. I mean, this isn't the first org they've been on. And a lot of these players stuck together. as I mean, it was kind of a combination of two different teams that formed into Dreamlight, but there was a lot of synergy and history between those players, and I love that. That's one of my favorite things is in this new ecosystem with having promotion relegation matches is rewarding that we can just build our synergy and build immense teamwork, and we can go up against the likes of two-time Overwatch League champion Violet.
Yeah, and you can just, and you know, the bracket can just somehow work out for you, you know, like that's what's so great about like March Madness and stuff like that, you know, where it's like, okay, well, you have that moment where if you are really just on a complete heater, you can do it. But let's take a look at the schedule of what we have next here. I think that it's going to be interesting to see what NA comes up, because I hope that they don't follow the same script as us, because we did the classic Overwatch thing where we had a great grand final or great winners finals and then lower finals, and then grand finals was a 4-out. I'm expecting maybe a little bit.
I will say NA has been a lot more up in the air all season long. There was never a clear favorite in NA like we had here in EMEA. Team Vision went undefeated through regular season. They were very clearly the team to beat all season long. We didn't really get that one clear favorite across NA. And in fact, one of the teams that I thought would be here in these top three got knocked out yesterday. So we've had some upsets. We've had some surprises. EDM, definitely one of those surprises, as they will take on Dreamland in the lower bracket finals there for NA here coming up in a little bit. And you can see how the NA bracket shook up. It's the Uni Academy. Uni Academy, I mean, getting beat by Shikigami. And what a run Shikigami. Shikigami played 4 map 5s in a row.
Yeah.
They also
that's
played
crazy.
That was their 10th map 5 this season. 10th.
That's a lot of map 5s. That's
literally half their matches. It was 10 of 20. Half of every
crazy.
match Shikigami Midori played went all 5 maps.
I'm really looking forward to seeing potentially a if Dreamland doesn't end up making it back to that grand final. I hope that grand final is sick, because that winners final very, very close. I'm very excited to see who's gonna end. I'm really, you know, my old contender's heart is beating a little bit more for Young and Beautiful just because of the history that they have. But I think NA is also in a very interesting, a lot of close matchups.
Yeah,
back a lot of 3-2s. Like these games were played on a knife's edge.
All the way up to you don't see that in round 1, right? Where it's like round 1, there is only 2 3-0s, and it ends up with we have 3 3-0s total throughout this entire bracket. There's only been 3 matches that were 3 Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, like there's 1 3-2, another 3-2 in the lower bracket, like.
Yeah, 4 3-2s in the lower bracket. 4 map 5s in the lower bracket.
And all of the and also most of them were just Shikigami Midori's.
So, 3 of the 4. Yeah.
So unfortunately they weren't able to get over that last hump against Emo down mid. But again, NA is looking like it's going to be very, very.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, and it really is up in the air. And with that big OWCS prize, the opportunity to be on the main stage, everybody is hungry. EDM is hungry. They're gonna be your underdogs down there in that bracket as they take on Dreamland. So if you love rooting for the underdog, root for Derpy and that EDM squad. They're a lot of fun to watch. But I think we were talking. Okay, I think we're about done here. Yeah.
We were trying to. I think we were just trying to get an interview, but it didn't.
Yeah, we were trying. I'm sorry, friends. It didn't look like that worked out, but. Hey, congrats to Team Vision.
There was a lot of match chat that I think we'll have to tide the chat over for how those players felt about the end of that game.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But hey, so that wraps up what we got for you here, friends, at least for EMEA. That's going to be all for me and Kenobi. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank y'all for hanging out with us. But we're going to pass the baton. We got the wonderful, I was going to call them the Tiny Salty. I don't like that name at all.
I do know.
Twin Shiny. We have the Twin Shiny duo coming up here afterwards. They're amazing. Stick around. Show them some love. Show them support. We got awesome games. NA right around the corner. Don't go anywhere. FACEIT League Season 5 Grand Finals Day. We'll continue here in just a few minutes. Bye, friends.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top.
I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold card, we're down.
That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new. above.
That's on cart. Come on, that's on cart.
Oh, going in, going in, going in.
Stop the cart. Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to Did you see that? Ah!
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Barrier initialized. Position on the objective. Now do you understand?
Play of the game. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Time for the reckoning! A shuttle
vengeance!
get to work.
Is ready. Turning up the heat.
Play of the game. Ready for battle. Five, four, three, two, one. Round one. Capture the objective. The objective is now active.
Let them up. Meteor strike. In possession of.
Disposed of. A sip for the parch. Huh.
Meteor strike.
Receive my aid. Misery made manifest. Something more. Score 0-1. Ready for battle. Five, four, three, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Lamb roast. It's simply delicious. Our olive brine is a secret recipe passed down for generations.
Receive my aid. Relegation is now active. Step back. Score 0-1. Ready for battle. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective. The objective is now active. Play of the game. Ready for battle. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Initial flashpoint. Station. Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Meteor strike.
I will give you shelter.
lost. Next flashpoint, resort.
Move to the next point.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top.
I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me, on me, on me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold card, we're down.
That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart. Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to Burrow! Do you see that? Ah!
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
We've had 8 whole weeks of our FACEIT Masters competition, and it all leads down to a final 3. Everyone looking for a shot, making it towards that OWCS promotion relegation tournament, but only some can find that victory today. And we already crowned our champions for the European division, and it is time to take a trip across the sea to North America. Super excited to get in towards our finals for our FACEIT Masters playoffs. I'm Tiny Shiny, joined by Twin Salty. We've been watching NA all weekend, right, Jesse? And, you know, after yesterday, I think that this day of our finals match, it has to have some insane expectations considering how long these games have gone on.
Yeah, yesterday was incredibly long, over 6 hours across 3 games, and just map 5 galores. We'll see if we get a map 5, maybe even a map 7 here today on Championship Sunday. But yeah, these playoffs have surely been something in North America with so much content and storylines galore. You know, Uni Academy not even making it to Championship Sunday. That was a giant bombshell in this tournament. As we look at the schedule for today, only 3 teams left, Molly.
I know. That's crazy, right? It's actually insane to think how far that this tournament has come across. These seasons are long, and these teams that when we got through our top 8, we kind of weeded them out. And even then, our 1, 3, and 5 seeds are the ones that remain in the current bracket. Dreamland being the first, Emote Down Mid being the 5th, and that will actually end up being our lower finals matchup that we're going to get ready for us shortly.
Yeah, there's a lower final. Dreamland, you said the number 1 seed, maybe not expecting to be here, but they lose in a nail biter to Young and Beautiful in that upper final 3-2. YAB, you know, locking in their spot for the NA promotion relegation games coming up here soon. And Dreamland, they'll need 1 more. As you can see, 3-2s galore. Almost every single lower bracket game except Alt over Shiki went 5. I don't know. I got a pretty good feeling Dreamland versus Emote Down Mid could have had another one to that list.
I mean, just do it for the content at this point, right?
Why not?
Like, we've already made it this far with our 5 mappers. It'd be like, I'd almost be disappointed if we didn't get a really close game today. But I mean, the previous results between these teams kind of speak for themselves. EDM and Dreamland, this is the 2nd time they're meeting in this bracket. You'll see in the upper semis, that was a 3-1, favoring Dreamland in the last matchup. And EDM actually beat Dreamland 3-0 back in the regular season. So we're at a even 1-1. And the tiebreaker, Jesse, like, it couldn't have higher stakes. This match determines which team will make it and have an opportunity at this promotion relegation tournament to OWCS.
And it seems like, especially for North America, it's wide open. Like, I really think it's wide open in that promotion relegation, depending on who it is. Obviously, Supernova ended at least a little bit stronger in OWCS, but still gets knocked down to relegation. Dilducks had their issues and a little bit of a rough stage. But you can never count out the Ducks. You can never count them out. So regardless of who the final and 4th team is, promotion relegation is going to be fantastic, but both of these teams are dying for a spot like that. Dreamland have been an unreal run this season. They really have. They have beat every single team in FACEIT Masters at some point this year, but now they got to make sure they win their potentially final game of the season. As we look at this roster, just talent across the board. Obviously, you have names that have been around for so long time, you know, Hanbei, Narwhal, even Noxus, who will be starting on the bench tonight, even manually. These are teams that you gotta make sure you watch out for, Molly.
Absolutely. I mean, Dreamland heading into the season, I think we're the team that is expected to make it to the top. And the fact that they lost in those upper finals, it's certainly not a feel good. But at the same time, Dreamland is also a team that has a significant amount of experience at their backs and are willing to push the limits when it is needed. I'm particularly keeping an eye on kind of this tank matchup too, because we've seen a lot of swapping between Pela and Dion. Playing the same heroes, kind of going back and forth, whether it's kind of the Winston, the Ball, more dive favored, even the Romatra, the Orisa. I mean, we get everyone full use out of this roster, which isn't a super common thing since Overwatch 2 has been released.
Yeah, it's been really uncommon, especially, you know, like sometimes you'll have your off-tank, main tank specialist, but it almost feels like for Dreamland, they have their map type specialist, right? Like you'll have Dion a lot of the times during these escorts, these hybrid maps, and then once you get over to Control and Flashpoint, that's more of where we've seen Pela. So I'm really curious to see, especially after how map 1 goes, does Pela stay in if he does start, or do we see a little bit more of Dion later on? But I do think, you know, there were some rough spots yesterday against Young and Beautiful. They did not play a lot of the Lucio, especially early, and I wonder if that's something they'll try and go back to tonight.
Yeah, speed has been the name of the game for a lot of teams, and you can't say speed without mentioning EDM here. It's a squad of all time, you gotta say. But, you know, you kind of look at this roster offhand, like you see Cardifan, you see Derpy, I'm like, is this a serious team? It really is, Jesse. I mean, this is a squad of players that, you know, for the most part, they've been around. Like Julia, aka Senna, has been one of the top hit scan players for quite a long time. Danny really was showing up on Shikigami in the previous OWCS stage, and with this tank line of Cardifan and Derpy being specialized in their own heroes, it throws a wrench into a lot of teams' preparation for those matches, and EDM have taken advantage of that fully heading into this lower finals.
You really just can't tell with this team, like, what is going to happen until you actually start the map. Like, it is so random, and that is their bread and butter. This is not a team that, oh, we can scrim against this, the little contingencies with this team. No. Like, this is a team, you almost have to scrim against them consistently to know what to do against EDM, because it is such a unique play style. We're seeing Julia pop-offs right here. She's just been out of this world ever since she really popped onto the scene a couple of years ago. And Cardifan, this is truly like their first massive tournament, right? Their first big championship Sunday. And they were unbelievable yesterday against Sifu, who has been around for a long time, especially on these dive heroes, and Cardifan just blew them out of the water.
It was shocking to see, because, you know, for most of us coming into this, you kind of just recognize Cardifan as that streamer Doom one trick, right? But they proved to be so much more in that throughout this entire tournament bracket. The Wrecking Ball, the Diva, any kind of fast-paced dive, and in the moments that he does get to play that Doom Fist, oh, it's terrifying. Like, you don't want to mess with it. And I mean, Shikigami Midori, I think they kind of fell victim to that cheese. They wanted to play the same game of emote down mid, and I don't think that Dreamland are going to fall victim towards that same strategy. As we look forward to today, and, you know, once we start to get into our map choices here, we talked about kind of the two different clashing play styles, you know, like where we have often seen more of the brawl side that Dreamland have preferred, at least as of yesterday, where emote down mid, the dive has been the thing. You do have somebody like Pela, you know, on Dreamland that could actually give Cardifan a run for the money on their typical hero pool.
Yeah, especially the Wrecking Ball. Like, Pela is no slouch on the Wrecking Ball. I wouldn't be surprised, depending on where we go throughout the series, to maybe see a ball mirror at some point, because it's not like Dreamland are afraid of it. But you'd also, on the other side of the coin, like, hey, Midori weren't afraid. They tried it yesterday. It did not work. They were not able to win the mirror, whether it be the Doomfist or the Wrecking Ball. So that's something you really have to worry about if you're Dreamland. Do we just stick to what we're doing? Or do we get a little creative? Do we get a little ballsy? Try and match this Wrecking Ball Doom comp that has really been, you know, pushing emote down mid to a top 3 finish so far.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody's gonna manage to do that, I think it would be Dreamland to try to take it.
Yeah.
And you were kind of talking about it earlier that you were able to connect with the manager for Dreamland, and they were kind of happy about going against Emote down mid. They feel confident into this matchup despite their losses to them earlier.
I was talking with their manager a bit, and she was like, "Hey, Midori was scary. The kind of form that they were on, I don't know if any team really wanted to play Shikigami Midori, but you at least." Depending on who is on tank, whether it be Cardifan, who I think we'll see more of tonight, or Derpy, you know at least at a baseline of what you are going against. Midori, I feel like there's a lot more variables, even if the two known variables for Emote down mid are so hard to prep against. Like, it is just very difficult, and it's never like, hey, we can just go Sombra and hack the ball. It doesn't even work like that anymore. It feels like, you know, a Cassidy Tracer DPS line is almost better against the ball, because the ball only gets hacked for what, a second, then can just roll away regardless. I'm really curious to see how Dreamland want to tackle that, because they did beat Emote down mid in upper semis 3-1, so they have shown they can do it. But earlier this season it was not close, and it was an Emote down mid sweep. So it's gone both ways before. Best out of 3 here and a best of 5. We'll see which way it lands.
Yeah, and when we get to talk about that, I mean, we talked about how cool it is that we get some unique heroes in this matchup. The joys of all of our things that we have here with FACEIT is that you have the opportunity to go to faceit.com/watch and see these player POVs completely unfiltered, and you can get to watch and learn from what the best of the best do. I believe for today we have Hanbei, Pela, Cardifan, and Gorilla. So all those tanks that we were highlighting, as well as some of that support action if you're getting in there. We got some battle supports on the field, and certainly things you're gonna want to check out.
Yeah, maybe not like Violet level. Like Violet was kind of going nuts earlier today at NBA. If you missed that, some of the weirdest series I think I've ever seen, go watch the VOD later. But our starting map is Ilios. This Screams dive. Cardifan, I believe, is in. And that's not a shock by any stretch of the imagination, considering what the map is. Now it's the bans. You know, that was kind of thing like, hey, where are we going to be leading to here? Will we see a Doom or a Wrecking Ball ban come in from Dreamland early? And we'll see here in a moment which way they decided to go. But it's actually a Protect ban coming in from Emote down mid. Dreamland won't even get that opportunity.
Nope, they're just taking away the hazard, which I'm assuming Pela is in. With this being Ilios, Pela still loves to play this Wrecking Ball. Still loves to play the Winston. I don't think there's too much of a concern, but it's more so, in the case you wanted to ban one of those, it's gone, right? So you have to look at another area of this. If you're Dreamland, a lot of the places that we've seen Emote down mid get success has been from Julia. On whatever hit scan hero / tracer she decides to pick up, we're not going to do that. We're going to go ban a support. We don't like Kiriko in this household, apparently, and I'm sure Hanbei is very sad right about now.
Yeah, Hanbei, even though it was their team that banned, it's like, hey, guys, come on. Like, what are we doing here? But I think it is a way to kind of shut down at least some of the aggression. Pauline, she is notoriously aggressive on flex support. So I don't think it's Pauline. It depends on who it is. Pauline or Gorilla, both of them, you know, have had their pop-off moments. So I wouldn't be shocked either way to see, you know, whichever way that lands. But it seems like we are about ready to get going here in a moment. But any predictions here, Molly? You know what? On the coach stream yesterday, we were not so hot on the predictions. We were pretty close on the map scores, but not the end results. I'm a little fearful to ask. But
I was gonna say, do we want to do this? Do we want to risk the jinx and then it will just come back to bite us later? Is that really how we want to start this stream, Jesse? Is that where we want to go?
You know what? I think at this point, might as well. I'm going to say 3-1 Dreamland. I'll say 3-1 Dreamland.
You're not taking the 5 mapper?
I'm a little afraid of maybe late on. I think Dreamland will get EDM figured out. But knowing my luck, we'll go 5.
I think we're going 5. And for that sake, it's Emote down mid in 5. I'm calling it. Okay. I'm very excited to see where this team can go. They have a unique hero pool. You can't practice against it. And, you know, it's 50-50. With Dreamland having the recency bias on that, EDM have had the longer time to grow and adjust to that. But we'll have to see how that plays out once we walk out. There's Ruins to kick us off on Ilios, Wrecking Ball for Cardifan, and Orisa for Pela.
So even we talked about, hey, Pela's not totally against matching the Wrecking Ball. They will decline for now. Obviously, I think eyes on Gorilla. If they can land some of these bio nades for, you know, Julia, Danny, and Cardi-Fan to finish up on, I don't know if any of the squishies for Dreamland will have much of a chance.
Nope, not really. It's about Dreamland. They have to stay close to Hanbei. Hanbei is kind of the savior. If Hanbei's dead, the whole team's just dead. It's just kind of how it goes. Manually did an excellent job previously at kind of holding hands with the Baptiste and keeping them both alive. This time, though, it is Danny. Can't quite burrow into the ground fast enough. Talisman will track them down. Has been stellar on that Tracer so far, and it's a lot of pressure on Julia to more so match where that has been going. Manually helping the rest of the team walk up after Dreamland. And they're just going to grab the first cap after the one hit pick.
Yeah, I think especially with this comp for Emo Dumb Mid, you have to play off first picks. If it goes the other way, it can be a real struggle, especially if you land on somebody as important as Danny and get a little rough. And all of a sudden, yeah, already going off the venture, Danny will take over the Tracer duties from Julia as she will go on the venture to match some of this long-range pressure that Manually and Hanbei have been able to put so far. And look, already Cardi-Fan having to run for the health pack and only half health.
Yeah, Cardi-Fan engaged pretty quick there. Didn't draw out a ton of resources. Just ended up taking the poke. The Wrecking Ball has to be healthy enough to perform these dives. And with the adaptive shield already burned, the pile drive was successful, at least burning through the immortality field, the cooldown game. At least one that Emo Dumb Mid are comfortable with, but that's a nice stick from Talisman. Catches Cardi-Fan on the drive-by and sends him reeling back to the spawn room. Dreamland very good about getting his first picks, and every time it's been Talisman.
Talisman, the Team Puerto Rico member from 2023, lighting up the kill feed right now. And Dreamland, a very good start so far. Cardi-Fan just 2/3 of the way to their ult. They have not been able to bust through the front line here of Dreamland. And even when they have, they get punished so early. They're not able to create those opportunities for Danny and Julia to jump off of. Still 0 ultimates for EDM as we approach potential final fight. And Terra Surge already used.
Yeah, oh, Jacob narrowly able to escape using those pillars and launch himself off the wall. But it's not looking good. Dreamland, they're very solidly in control of these points. Ultimate's just now coming online for EDM. Instead, Hanbei, who's in a bit of trouble, ends up using the Amplification Matrix, just more of a, hey, get out of here, leave me alone. And you know what? It ended up working out. EDM pulled back the trigger a little bit, but we don't have much choice on waiting with how close this point is coming to be an end. Minefield and Nano onto Cardi-Fan here. All the eggs in one basket, and he'll come up with the prize for it. Hanbei hits the deck before Nowhirl pulls that sound barrier more so to match that of Jacobs. Being down the main support, either you gotta win this quickly and hold on to the ults, which seems like to be the case. EDM won't let this be a sweep.
No, if I agree with the beat from Narwhal, but I can understand it in the moments. I think at that point, you already lose Hanbei. It's like, hey, we need to win this fight quick beat, like you said, to match Jacobs as well. They're not able to get anything off that beat, though. I can't find a pick. Emo Dumb Mid are able to finish it up from there, and it's just the Pulse Bomb available for Dreamland, but it's also the same here for Emo Dumb Mid. So now you take that even 50-50 split, but nice engage on high ground forces Lamp, and there goes Hanbei.
And the pulse. Yeah, this is just, Hanbei is not allowed to live comp.
No.
There was like basically 3 hitmen just sent after him. It was a long range shots from Julia, the pulse bomb, and the pile drive. Like, this Baptiste is going to have a hard time if you are not protecting him.
Yeah, you have to protect the president on Hanbei.
Literally.
And it's even when you're trying to, it's so difficult, especially when Cardi-Fan, they can have so many angles here with the grapple. Look on high ground, they can see exactly where he is and send the ping out for Danny and Julia to get some early poke.
It's the constant pings onto the Baptiste.
The constant.
EDM, like, you can seriously tell, like, Cardi-Fan was considering spawn camping the Baptiste for a second. Like, that's the win con. That's what EDM need to do.
Yeah, seems we may have had a pause requested, but I don't know if it actually went through. We'll find out here in a second. Both teams still fighting it out for the moment, but it's almost like everyone's kind of just trying to chill out for a second. Nobody wanted to make that first mistake, and there goes Bella.
And here's the thing. The point got flipped, and we haven't seen a whole fight since EDM got control of this point, Jesse. Like, that is how good Cardi-Fan is doing, disrupting these attempted pushes. Danny, bit of a sign of life there, too. Takes down Talisman, and is this just going to be a reverse sweep of the round 1?
Potentially, as there is the pause. Okay, I wonder if he was just missed the first time. But yeah, the potentially final fight already Minefield near Mega. It makes the run over to point even harder than it already was, and it would have to be Talisman that gets the touch. So we'll see if Talisman can actually get the touch, maybe get the pulse bomb off, as well. But so far, like early on, it was all Dreamland, and then as soon as EDM were able to win that fight, it seems like they've just had complete control. Like there's been no way for Dreamland to actually create any space to give even Pella or Hanbei any room to do anything with, and it's been EDM's playground from there.
The dives have all been on the rotations, right? We haven't seen a full regroup because Hanbei is not playing Overwatch. Hanbei is playing a horror game. And everybody is kind of just circling him like vultures. And he can't move. The rest of the team is trying to huddle around him, keep him safe in a big group hug. But that's not enough with the pile drive and everything else that has been kind of going on. And at some point, it's the chaos, right? That's what Emote Down Mid have been doing to win. They confuse the other teams. They don't let them play in that organized style that they want to. And for Dreamland being that team who's been relying very heavily on the synergy of these pushes and dives, you can start to see the reason behind the success Emote Down Mid has had against this team in the past.
Yeah, and especially like when you look, like the first time they played this year, it was a full sweep. Like it was not close. Like Emote Down Mid just ran away with it. And I wonder if Dreamland are getting a little bit of deja vu right now. It's like, hey, like, well, like, what's the plan here? Because right now, Cardiofan is kind of running us over. As we can have a look quick at the ults here. Julius does have the Pola. I think if she can land that on a Narwhal, so Narwhal does not get the beat off. And this is even saying if Dreamland get a touch.
I was going to say, let's
that
start
is going
there
to
first.
be rough. I definitely in favor of Emote Down Mid, but there is an opening here for Dreamland. If Pella can maybe even get to point, find somebody with a Terra Surge early.
Did Pella like just die though?
Pella did just die, so it's gonna have to be a little bit longer into the fight.
Yeah.
But if you're Dreamland, it's also like, hey, this is the best round for ball. Like, even though, granted, the entire map is great for ball, but this is the best because there's so many long angles for those run-throughs. So even if you lose this one, it's not like the biggest deal, at least for me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can guess so. Wrecking Ball's not nearly as strong on the other 2 points, so you're kind of happy though if you're Emote Down Mid here. You won the control map RNG and maybe just win the round right offwards. Manly's just instantly dead as we come back. Signs of a touch here. They will happen, but being a 3v5 situation. Granted, all 3 players with ultimates on Dreamland are alive. Lose it for a chance. Never mind, Talisman just exploded, and EDM are looking clean to get this out. They can go ahead and scoop their way away from Pela, who pulled them all into a nice group hug, and Pulse Bomb will go ahead and seal the deal onto Narwhal. This is an EDM map. It's a ball map. What did you expect to happen?
Yeah, poor Narwhal just got back just to have a pulse bomb thrown in their face as soon as they get to play. But yeah, 100 to 99, mini reverse sweep for Emote Down Mid over on Ruins. And now you wait to see, is it Lighthouse or is it Well? And it's Lighthouse. Okay, this is the best, I think, for Dreamland, but they're actually leaning towards matching the Wrecking Ball themselves. Why not? It is one of Pella's better heroes on tank, so it does make sense. At this point, they might as well consider trying to match it if the Orisa is not going to work.
Yeah, I think you have to at this point. And we also saw there, too, that manually was really struggling to get things done on that Freya, which is really uncharacteristic for him. So it just shows the amount of work that Cardiofan was able to put in on that last point in tandem with the Tracer. So it's all the more important that we can see these Freyas start to get working.
It's all right. Full mirror, except for the support line. The Brig Bap, which normally you think Narwhal is a Lucio player, but they have been pulling in the Brig here and there. It's not like it's a total out of the blue play, and Hanbei's still dead. Doesn't care about the Brig whatsoever.
And that was a bio nade too from Gorilla. So that only makes the, hey, protect the president even harder here. Just because you have to worry about this nade that there is no cleanse to, because guess what? Kiriko's banned. And I mean, you put Narwhal on the Brig flat out to protect the Baptiste, which you just haven't been able to do yet. You're relying more on these scrappy engages, but I mean, Cardiofan almost ends up taking out Narwhal there. Hanbei is attempting to come back to the fight, already burned Immortality Field. Oh, while this is happening though, Manly has managed to get a couple of nice shots in and started to get the team on the roll, and there you go. This is what happens when Manly is left unchecked.
See when a Freya gets unchecked, you can just pump out so much damage, and it's going to be another first cap 2 for 2 for Dreamland. Normal wasn't, they weren't even playing so much around Hanbei, but Hanbei just kind of got booped off, and Normal was sitting on top of Lighthouse like, where'd you go? Like, there's only so much Narwhal can do in this situation. But they actually did the right thing. They continue to hold on to high ground. It forces Cardiofan in some awkward spots. And now already The bullet shot forcing some pressure. No, manually. Nope.
That's... He
Whoops.
definitely thought he had updraft. He definitely thought he had updraft. That is a major whoopsies from the Freya. Oh boy. Well, Dreamland, you're a 4v5, whether you like it or not, and let's see what they can make of it. Mines layered exactly on top of each other, and somehow Hanbei ends up in the middle of the entire explosive field and ends up going down. Dreamland, though, still firmly in control of this point. Emo down mid don't really have a great way to contest that point, and only now are starting to move over in that direction. And by this time, Manually is almost back into the fight. The Pulse Bomb ends up going wide, and Gorilla doesn't check. There's 6. Manually returns in the nick of time, and Dreamland are going to be able to stabilize.
Yeah, now they're going to stagger out. The Brig and Freya are both stuck. Jacob will eventually just jump off. And at this point, Juliet maybe trying to get an exit. Frank, they almost do. Manually stuck at 3 HP. But manually reminded us all that these Masters players, they have their mistakes too. It's not just in your ranked games. The whoopsies do happen. Window available for Hanbei here. On the back high ground, it's going to be the Nano from Gorilla, assumingly on the Cardi fan. They gotta make sure they actually follow up here. So many members of Dreamland getting low, but the finishes are just not there this round.
And Gorilla's under a ton of pressure.
Oh, no, Nano.
The treatment that Hanbei's been getting all game. We just saw Pela and manually return the favor bullet shot onto Cardi fan, attempting to burst him down, but he's a hamster, and hamsters don't die that easily. 99% and clicking down slowly. EDM keeping the point contested. Only a nano boost from Gorilla, who has been sent back to the spawn long ago. It's looking rather tough here as Dreamland, they found their footing. They wanted to match the shenanigans and match it, or rather surpass it. Might be the better term for this round. Danny, nano boost thrown onto the Tracer, just an attempt to get something done, but he has no friends left to help him out with this point. It's a lonely battle for a Tracer, and we're going to finish this one off and well.
100-0 after last time around. Dreamland just weren't able to get the gas back on, and you know, we were worried, like, hey, if they're gonna match this ball, it did not work well for Midori yesterday, matching the Doom. How is it going to work this time? So far, so good for Dreamland. Looked way better, even though if Narwhal is having a little bit of a rough round to start off here for Dreamland. Overall, manually really starting to pop. Almost 9,000 damage, but Julia leads lobby, 14 kills, almost 10,500 damage already from the Calling Out Heroes standout. And as we go over it, so well, why change anything? But Julia will actually change something, trying to give their backline a little bit more relief from Pela and Talisman as they will go the Cassidy.
Yeah, and Jacob will stick on this Brig too, as opposed to the Lucio. So, is this, again, who dies first, Hanbei or Gorilla? That's how these fights are basically determined, since they are that sort of linchpin of each team, where they can all succeed. Cardi fan not sticking around Manly's POV for a little bit too long there, and eventually, I mean, he'll be fine. He's, again, a wrecking ball, but we got to see how careful these players are about taking these spam damage prior to fight setups.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. Like, Cardi fan again gets stuck, and this time I don't know if they're gonna be so lucky. They barely will, as Pax Galore gets sent in, but at this point, they have to back up, leaves their team wide open on point.
And there was even a Bionade too onto Manually, but there was no follow-up. Danny, though, just finds Hanbei on an island, which you take that if you're EDM, considering how hard Cardi fan was getting shut out of this initial push segment. But yeah, EDM, they're gonna get this for free. Dreamland want no fight without their Baptiste.
No, especially without the BAP. You can't really push in at all, because Narwhal is more there as like a presence more than it is outright healing output, as both goals is having a little bit, just having a little date on the top of the building there. But now the issue here for Dreamland will be, where can you actually find this opening with so much CC?
Oh, tragedy. I mean, that would have been a really bad pile drive, but I caught on the lip of the pillar there. It looked like land, but Danny having one heck of a time bullying these supports. Narwhal's down, completely separated from Hanbei, who falls shortly after. And EDM, this is just flashback to the first round. They're dividing and conquering very well.
Yes, they're taking so much space, and it's been hard. Dreamland are trying to take just corners of the field bit by bit, but it seems like whenever they do, EDM are just rotating around and controlling almost everything going on. Dreamland are not able to create that space, and both of these teams are ones that they love. Once they cap the point, they love just holding on to it. Both of them not as great as sometimes taking over that space, and that's why that first cap from EDM is so important so far.
Yeah, it's so hard to flip these points and how much stall potential there is too. And Pela Sees a juicy pile drive there in a corner, but they're just going to rotate into the small room. Not concerned in the slightest for the Wrecking Ball on the outside. It's the last place that Pilla would want to be. So it'll be a minefield. Onto the objective and hoping to get a flip here. But Dreamland still have some contention, and Julia looking to deter anyone from touching Narwhal. No, scoots out of the room at just the wrong time. Nanabu's now on to Julia, knowing how much that she can cook when she's powered up. Gonna finish off the rest of the board. And then we're down to final fight, Jesse.
Final fight, swaps galore as ults were used left, right, and center from Dreamland. They have nothing going into this. And they'll have to go against another pulse bomb from Danny, who's been looking at Narwhal the whole time. I don't even know if they have a touch.
Yeah, the Tracer was going to be the touch, and Pela fly through the skies. He might, just short of making it towards the well. Emo down mid will win map number 1. And you got to say, best map pick for this team in the entire pool.
Oh yeah, it's probably the best map for them, and it seemed to be each round that they won, especially. As much as we talk about the tanks, he was one of the DPS popping off. Julia was unreal here on Ruins, and then Danny really picked it up on round 3. So far, so good for the number 5 seed here. Looking to pull one more upset and clinch their spot in the promotion relegation, but still 2 more maps to go regardless. And now the pressure is on Dreamland. Where do you go from here? Because that was not the start you were looking for whatsoever. So we'll have to wait and see here what the plan is. I'm looking at their ban history here, Molly, because I see a little bit of history between them. And actually, it's maybe not the worst thing for Dreamland. They lost control both times before. In the 0-3 loss and the 3-1 win. They just have not been good on control. So maybe that's something if we look out to for a potential map 5. Control may not be the call for Dreamland. In the past, they've either picked Dorado or Midtown. I have a feeling, considering the chat that was going on, the question immediately from EDM, it'll be Midtown, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, they think it's gonna be Midtown. They did their research. They know what they're heading into. You know, you got to be prepared. And you know, Emo done mid, I think looked really good in that map. But considering, you know, round 1 pretty close. They kind of got just slaughtered. Came back 99 to 100. It was great. Got pounded again in the following rounds, and then just flipped the script completely on its head. And those are those smaller adjustments that we're seeing with play styles, right? It's denying that space for players like Manly and Talisman to get set up. When Dreamland were doing good, it's because Manly and Talisman had so much space that Pella was able to make because Hanbei was alive. They could just beat up Gorilla. Everything looked great for Dreamland. It was wonderful. Until Emote down mid said, yeah, no thank you. Danny had a wonderful couple of plays on the Tracer, just harassing the support line constantly. And from there wasn't much that Dreamland showed signs of life at all on that round.
Yeah, no, they really struggled. It feels like Dreamland. Yes, they had this one, you know, the little bit of a whoops, just barely couldn't make it to the ledge, did manually. But there was no pop-offs after that second round. It felt like it was Danny's show on this final round, and Cardiff was a big part of it too. A lot of the setups, early damage onto Hanbei, so the finish could be there. As a lot of the time, instead of using Lamp on themselves, they had to use it on Narwhal, because Narwhal was getting targeted so often. So a little bit of a rough spot here for Dreamland, especially. But considering what we have seen this weekend, especially from NA, I'm not writing off anybody until the final score is read, because we've seen back and forths, including from both of these teams before.
We like our long series in NA. What can we say, right? I mean, you got to follow the trend. That's just kind of how it goes. We'll take a look at these stats though too. Like if this kind of tells the story, I think the DPS again, outside of that one map where Talisman and manually started to come up, they really didn't get any elims in round 3 at all. Like it was all Senna and Danny kind of making that happen on the other side, and it was rather unfortunate considering like you're like, oh, they found their rhythm, we're rolling through now, this is gonna be an even round, and that just wasn't the case. It's the nature of the chaos and this pre-fight setting that Cardifan really helped facilitate.
Yeah, Cardifan, for this being their first Championship Sunday of like this caliber, like this is a tier 2. You could almost argue tier 1.5 at this point, considering what is at stake in this series. An unreal performance from Cardifan. And the question will obviously be now, it'll depend on the map, if Cardifan stays in, if Derpy comes in, if it's more of a rush map. But I think if you're EDM, you're saying, hey, we are completely okay to keep Cardifan in.
Yep.
As long as we physically can, we will just keep running the ball. We'll keep running the Doomfist. And you can only ban one. So whichever one isn't banned, Cardifan's going to run if they're in the lineup.
Yeah, and that's kind of the question, though, too, is Dreamland, they're a team that's comfortable with playing ball. I want to throw that out there. It just didn't seem like that they were on that same level of practice against somebody that's like EDM. So they want to change the pace entirely and instead go to that midtown that Julia was kind of hinting to. So EDM, we're prepared for this swap. The question is, do they keep Cardifan in, or do they consider bringing Derpy in to attempt to play the Reinhardt?
That's the question. We'll see with the bans. The bans may kind of tell us right away who is in. If we see like a Doom or a Ball ban, then that screams to me that it's Cardifan. If we see something else here, oh well, that says who it is. that
hi Derpy, how's it going, buddy?
Yeah, Derpy, welcome to the series, bud. Rides banned.
Yeah, no, he can't play his signature, which is rather unfortunate, you know. But he can figure something else out. We can get some Orisa going, even if it's not the thing. Which I'm assuming that's what's going to happen. My only question is, do Dreamland swap their tanks as well? Because last time we saw Midtown, this was a Dion map.
We're getting some news in. Dion is in, Pella's out, and that we kind of saw coming. Cardi's staying in.
Cardi is in.
Cardi is staying in, at least as of now. Granted, we could, of course, have a last second swap.
Does Cardi fan play Reinhardt now? Did Derpy trade him?
Weaver is the other pick, which granted, Dreamland did play some Life Weaver yesterday against Sergeant Beautiful. It didn't look bad. It's just, it's a little niche. Not everybody can be Admiral and GK, but it can work, especially on defense. So we'll see if it works maybe a little bit better here for Dreamland. I mean, actually, we won't be able to see it because it's banned, but yeah, I don't mind the bans, honestly. From either side, you take away Derpy's, you take away Derpy entirely. You force Cardifan to stay in, and then if you're emote down mid, you know, take away the Life Weaver. It's been a great asset, especially against a dive comp like this. Having that pull is so good. So not having that, even though you will have Suzu now, which is a big help. It's definitely a little bit easier for emote down mid to play around.
Well, if we are playing the Orisa, I have a feeling Hanbei is still going to be in back jail. So yeah, that might be a little tough. Unless we're doing more of the hazard angle, which is kind of up for consideration. I think the reason the hazard worked so well was because you're able to stick Narwhal on the Life Weaver and kind of be that last second bailout option as it was needed for Dion, who had the map of his life whenever he's been pulled out on Midtown. So I'm very excited to see kind of that change in pace for this game, because that's kind of what Dreamland struggled with, is they would get big bursts of momentum, but as soon as they lost it, it was just gone. You couldn't get it back. So perhaps having Dion in, fresh mind, can help change some of that rhythm that we saw previously.
Yeah, see, we talked about earlier, it's like, hey, it's up to Dreamland here to really like play their style, force EDM to change. That has not happened. It's been the vice versa. EDM are continuing just to do their thing, and it's been working. Dreamland has to find an answer. It is so hard to reverse sweep a team like emote down mid, because for each map type, they have their signature map. They will play whatever works best for the Rhine comp or the Ball/Doom comps. It is so hard to reverse sweep, even though, yes, Dreamland did it against Midori. So it's not like it's impossible here for Dreamland, but in that kind of position, in this type of match, which is so important, a spot in promotion relegation on the line, you cannot go down 0-2 and still be super confident. It feels like a must-win here for Dreamland.
It is. I think this is one of the few maps in our very dive-centric map pool that you can kind of force EDM away from both of their comfort zones right now. Yeah. And this also kind of points the spotlight at Manulate. We know that what Manulay's capable of is not that he's a slouch in any regard, but if you're picking a very poke-centric map, you're going to need your hit scan player to show up. We didn't see any bans on a DPS at all this series so far. And I think that really shows that the confidence in Danny's flexibility, as well as Julia matching manually when it comes to this Freya.
Yeah, Julia's not afraid to match anybody. I think that's been something we've learned over the last few years. Like, Julia's ain't afraid to match anybody, and especially manually. He's been great so far this season. He's been one of the standouts the entirety of Season 5. And Julia shut him down pretty good on rounds 1 and 3. Obviously had their moments in round 2, but I think you gotta have manually kind of wake up and just put Narwhal on Lucio. Please put Narwhal on Lucio. I feel awful. It's just because it's their best hero by far. And I could understand, like, hey, we almost have to play Brig to try and help the backline a little bit. You want to use the bash and the flail and the armor packs. But when is the decision made? Like, do we just put him on his best hero and maybe try and play around the speed and in time to the backline instead of having to play a little bit more like that counter aggression style?
Narwhal is a, you know, you think of, whenever you think of a top tier Lucio player, it's that guy. In both the best ways and also some questionable ones. He tends to get in there. He'll get aggressive, and he will. If you say, "Hey, that Freya needs to die," Narwhal is there. Like you believe in him to jump on where it is needed. Sometimes to his own demise, but it works out most of the time. And also the speed factor is going to be a big thing. Moving through tight chokes where you're vulnerable to a ton of high grounds and narrow like poking angles. I think having a Lucio here will be a lot more beneficial. Same thing goes for Jacob, if that's kind of what they want to happen. I also do wonder, do we get word if there was a support sub at all? Because if they play Pauline is typically the person that has been put in if a Baptiste is in play.
I don't believe there was a support sub. We'll wait and see here in a moment if she's came in, but yeah, I believe as of right now it is still Gorilla in for Dreamland. So we'll see here in a few moments, but I'm curious to see here what the result, will be, as it will be Dreamland on defense first.
As a Cardi fan.
Well, they're on attack, so I'm not even gonna talk about that yet. I'm not even. That's
good choice.
With this team especially. I'm not taking the bait. The Juno Kiri.
Okay, here's the thing.
Well, it's not Lucio.
It's not. I don't like these comps a ton just because it feels like there's such a low utility other than like the Juno ult, but I mean, it can work. It's speedy, it's divey, it'll get Dion where he wants to go. But like even Dreamland here, they're shocked that Derpy isn't in. They fully banned Reinhardt expecting Derpy to be playing.
Yeah, I would chat like, hey, where's he at? Like, I want to play versus Derpy, but nice. Yeah, like they know exactly what they're doing. They know it's not gonna happen. This Cardi fan is now on the Doomfist. So this is full-on aggression. Tracer, even Venture, even though already that plan is going to change. And it's back to the Wrecking Ball. So same style, just a little bit more of an escapability here from Cardi fan.
Yeah, we like our we go Zoom compositions, and that's what this one is. This time, though, Hanbei on a much more survivable support character compared to a Baptiste. Suzo already had to be burned, though. Talisman ended up clipping the wall, and the blinks didn't work out the way that he wanted. Party fan, though, I mean, this is a massive amount of space gain from Emote down mid. They spread out. Dion, though, ends up sniffing out Julia over in the fire station, so down a major part of this collapsing comp, and Danny, the second DPS, is gonna find the same results. Cardifan ended up waiting to wall. Dreamland didn't let Emote down mid get a setup.
Yeah, that's the thing. If Dreamland can hold off the setup from Emote down mid, they should be in a really good spot, because this choke point is so difficult to go through, and Emote down mid, they don't have a shield or a barrier or even like a Jasmine to get through. Like, Cardifan almost has to go in, create a distraction for the rest of the team to make it through choke, and it's easier said than done.
We're back on this Venture comp, too, which is kind of interesting. You want to lean into the heavy dive, but you can see how much Danny is struggling to get past this choke, with how long Venture's cooldowns can seem at times, especially compared to that of, like, a Tracer. Emote's on mid. They can't get all of their components in, and Jacob found his back to a cactus, but squeaked out of the room just narrowly before Dion got there. The health bar's not looking too hot on the side of Emote down mid right now, and the ultimates from Dreamland starting to come online. They haven't even needed to use them because they keep denying the space, finding these pickoffs, and of course it's manually to make its name in the kill feed finally.
Range advantage to full effect, even though Julia is able to find one onto Narwhal, and now the pulse on him manually. All right.
Okay, Julia, we see you. Confident in any hero that she has to pick up, and that might just do it. That was fully Julia stuffing Emote down mid in her backpack and saying, all right, team, enough sitting around. I'm taking care of this.
Be another touch from Dreamland. Talisman is able to, oh, well, that will make it a little more difficult, but
well,
they'll get in. Nope, yeah, never mind. They decided it ain't worth it. They will just play for high ground. So 4 minutes for Emote down mid as we get into Streets phase, which, God, it's this high ground city. it's Manuel's playground if they can keep the Tracer and Wrecking Ball off there.
I mean, Hanbei's really struggling. Hanbei's had to use so many
Hanbei's
Suzus on Talisman, which is crazy. He couldn't use it for himself there. Has been chased down, and Spinfully has not been able to play in this series at all. Jesse, Dreamland have had 5 ults and have used none of them. They get the Ray out just barely. I thought we were going to have a Ragex on our hands, but it might as well be, because you're not getting really any value out of that ultimate.
No, it was almost like an impulse ult, and Narwhal will swap and just give it up. On the Juno, we'll go over to the Lucio that we were kind of expecting for a little bit, but yeah, that's an ult that Dreamland would want back. With Talisman able to win the duel and manually just all in.
All right.
All right.
Well, you need to patch a band-aid somewhere. Take some initiation. That would definitely do it. Maybe a little bit of overkill, but the DPS, again, they have to be cooking. So far, it was just Dion. Manually and Talisman should be much better with their defensive positioning on this whole little bridge.
And you only use one ult, too. Like, it's not even like it's the worst. Like, you just use the Bola shot, which, well, Julia's dead, so you get more time anyways. Just to kind of hang out. And with how fast you charge Bola shot, we all thought Coalescence and Pulse Bomb were fast. This is that on steroids. So they're in a good spot. As long as Dion already in a little bit of a tricky spot, half health, and we'll have to give up some of this early space.
There's a sound barrier, though, for Jacob. And that's kind of Evo down mid's ticket to we full on it this team and they can't do anything about it unless Dion makes an impact with his downpour, which is already hard to do, let alone against Evo down mid's comp. So they're starting a bit of an assault towards the high ground. Cardifan, no! Oh! Runs into the cactus. Dion catching him on the last frame there. The Kitsune Rush from Gorilla. Limited players to be inside and actually find value from it. And yeah, this was a really nice counterplay from Dreamland, especially catching Cardifan out early.
The fact that the cactus catches Cardifan is nuts. Yeah, the rush is using high ground from Gorilla, which honestly, it's a really good play. You try and take full high ground control, but Hanbei already used theirs on low ground, so they can just play from cart. Can't really move anything regardless. And now you're back to square one, and you still have beats, and you already got Bola shot out, but now you have to play quick.
You do not want to use a beat on a Bola shot, so you have to make the most of this opportunity, and Julia has done just that. Manually booped out of position. Julia, just hides behind the pillar. Will manage to stay alive, but this is a scrappy fight. It's been Talisman and Julia who can do more, and right now that's 3 final blows in the fight for Dreamland's Tracer player, and Cardifan doesn't want anything to do with him.
Wants nothing to do with it. Will just back up, but then just go right back to point to create some more pressure back over there. It's not like, they have a ton of health they can play with, and then the minefields is set on point. Danny now onto the Genji, Julio on the Tracer, but they have no ultimates other than this minefield. They have to build up something quick, probably the rush to build everything else up, but big advantage in Dreamland's favor with this sound barrier online. If Narwhal lived,
no, they chat.
No.
Why, Narwhal? No, you can't be doing that. Danny's Genji, he will totally hunt you down if that happens. Tragedy strikes. The one big advantage Dreamland had, it's gone, and with Hanbei dead too. I mean, Evo down mid, they're gonna get some serious payload progress off of that.
Chad, I'm sorry. That's on me.
Why did you say something? It's your fault, Jesse.
That's on me. Is they're trying to look here from some stairs. Darmal is just going in with Dion and gets absolutely punished.
The one thing that's nice for Dreamland is Evo down mid, we're not prioritizing the payload during this time. So you have another chance at a fight. Granted, not a great one. Bola shot connects with Jacob, though, so you're even 4v4. And with Talisman coming back to this fight, Pulse Bomb in hand, they'll have to make a play. Cardifan presumably going in for the last second touch, which happens. Stick is good, and Gorilla, no cooldowns to get out of it. Talisman hunting for the second, and Danny in the backline. His signature Genji steals the health back, and they'll take care of business on the underground. Now coming back up to assist the rest of the team. Best time for your DPS players to come alive are in these high pressure moments. Dreamland will hold on just shy of second point.
Definitely scrappy, and I think that's kind of what we expected going into this, especially with it being EDM and Dreamland. But yeah, all over the place. I really thought EDM were going to get it, especially after the Ajax from Narwhal. What a heads-up play from Danny, realizing that, hey, Narwhal's in a not great spot, shut it down, and just not able to capitalize on it later on. Gorilla 1-7-5, not great, even though you're not expecting a ton from your flex support in this kind of position. But even Danny 4-7, Julia 6-6, Dion. And we said earlier, whenever Dion's in, they play fantastic.
Talisman 13-0, by the way.
Well, that's not fair.
We needed, well, that's what Dreamland needed. They were really lacking that in the first map, was that DPS superpower. Manly and Talisman stepped it up here on this attack. I mean, Julia had her one moment kind of on that first point getting capped, but after that, it was just a Talisman show.
Yeah, it was just a Talisman show from that point on. And at this point now for Dreamland, you just have to hold on to the momentum, right? Like, you cannot let EDM get on their kind of run, because once they're on a run, Midori found it out last night, there's no stopping the train. The train is full go, no stops, doesn't care if you're a little bit late to the train or not. 1 second is too late, they will already be gone. I will say this Wrecking Ball defense setup, I'm really curious how they play it, because it can work. We've seen teams make it work, but it can be so hard, especially if you don't get a pick off this initial choke. You need to find a way to continuously try and isolate Hanbei or Narwhal, considering there is no Brig to flail them away.
That or the disruption. Like, I'm kind of thinking back to Ilios, where they denied all of these forward pushes just because they set up the pile drives early. Although Jacob is not allowed to wall ride as Lucio. So Evo down mid losing a key part of their mobility in the first part of this attack here. So it's kind of just stalling time, managing that kind of cooldown. But I mean, Hanbei's had enough with these dives, just harassing him. Takes out Danny, and suddenly Evo down mid. This is just not a stable defensive comp to work with. They let Dreamland get too far in.
They will have maybe another fight, but Gorilla's in such an awkward spot. Talisman's there to finish, and that's point A. 5.5 minutes for Dreamland to practically get through second phase. This is more than a molehill. This is a mountain, Mount Everest. Good God.
Yeah, all right, Julia just got sliced in half by Dion there. I mean, they're going to keep staggering. Jacob's going to die, surely, with that how low of HP.
Yeah.
Talisman actually ends up going down. Danny kind of saving the Lucio there, but even then, Dreamland have this high ground, Jesse. Kind of.
Yeah, they have total high ground control. Can just relax. You can see Manuel's playing this nice little corner well, so it's not even like Julia has many sight lines on them. He can just kind of play his own, even though already still getting some few ult shots their way. This is going to be the hardest point, though. Like, getting it through under the bridge, and Julia's already found one.
And Manuel with how low health. But they are there. There we go. Julia back over on the Freya, and she's cooking. I mean, it's never Julia gets one kill. It's Julia kills the whole team. That's just kind of how it works.
Yeah, Julia just presses a button, kills 3. It's like, all right, team, I got it. You know, like, that was one of the big things, like, especially during her runs and calling out here. It's like, oh, this is happening just because Julia decides. It's like, all right, you know, we're just going to do it now. Whether it be Timeless Ethereal, you know, Rad, whatever, she just turns it on, and, oh, Dion just got to live, and they find Jacob.
Where is Jacob going? First of all, Jacob was 1v1ing Dion up on the scaffolding, then proceeds to go deeper into Dreamland's backline. And then eventually dies for it. Okay, that's true. They could have, they were on an adventure, but I mean, even then, like, can EDM manage to compensate for this? They still have the Lucio, but I see 3 big ults for Dreamland right now.
Yeah, it's not even like the minefield matter, because Cart's already through. Narwhal does get traded out. It forces the rush from Hanbei early, but you still have Pulse here, and yeah, no supports for EDM.
No, but I mean, Hanbei's down too. There's no supports for Dreamland. After Narwhal went down, Hanbei felt pressured to use the Kitsune Rush, but at such low HP, the sustain was never actually present within the fight, and that's all EDM do, is sustain.
Yeah, they can just kind of chill out here, even though Dreamland, they have 3.5 minutes, right? Like, they don't need to win this right now. Talisman will try and get out, but they will not. Wow, they actually will live. Caught me impressed. I was very much thinking they were going to die. 3 minutes now for EDM to hold tight. They have to keep high ground control, but already Dreamland posturing for it. Almost everybody there. There's an orbital on point.
Yeah, orbital on Reg, not worried about that, but Julia shut down mid-bullet shot. Wonderful shot out of Manually to keep this going. This overhealth, though, from Jacob was enough to make sure that the trade is present. Very few tools left in Dreamland's pocket to work with, and with Jacob going down again, Emo down mid, they're left reeling. This payload is going to walk on forwards, and we have ourselves a tied game.
Series here, Molly. Dreamland on their map pick look exquisite and win it in a pretty, I would say, pretty dominant fashion. Julia gets to play the game, because why not? You know, she is one of the best in the game right now. It does make sense. Look at that. What in the hell?
Only Julia can pull this off. Like, oh, ew.
Oh, gross.
This is great. This is great. I mean, all things considered there, much better look from Dreamland, but Evo down mid certainly didn't make it easy for them at particular points in that game. Julia, a big reason for that.
Yeah, Julia, massive reason. Now the map advantage goes in favor now of EDM. Where are they going to send us next? And it's probably push or flashpoint, right? Like, unless they want to send us to an escort, if they have something cooking, they could actually go to circuit. Rhine Ban is already gone. So
Wait a minute.
Derpy could just pull out the Rhine on Circuit Royale. I wouldn't be totally shocked. I think it's probably where I'm leaning at this point, because it's not like you don't even have to worry about it. Like, the ban is non-existent. You can just ban out Orisa. So they can't even go Orisa to bully the Rhine. So we'll see here. I'm actually very curious here on EDM. It'll either be Derpy full send on circuit, or we'll go like Suravasa or like Colosseo to continue with this ball Doom comp.
Yeah. I mean, they have options. I think there's more options for Emote down mid than Dreamland, like by a long shot here, which is good. I think Emote down mid, they can use their wacky hero pools to their advantage. But I mean, honestly, if you are Emote down mid, I think you're okay with losing that last map. They knew that it was going to be a Dreamland pick, but also the one map that all of your heroes feel pretty uncomfortable at points, and we really got to see that manually could not be contested much until Julia ended up swapping over to the Freya very briefly. Talisman kind of came back into the light there, and I mean, you just didn't have a front line with Cardifan to begin with. You couldn't find a way to actually make these pile drives, these dives happen, which is hard. That's just how Midtown works. Emo down mid, I think you're okay with that. You can pick whatever you need to do for the next point, and since they won map 1, you're at a significant advantage going ahead.
Yeah, especially with how we've seen a lot of these series go in NA. Like, it's been one team wins map 1, the other one maps 2, and you go back and forth, and you do have that final map pick advantage, and they could very easily be like, hey, we just want to go to Busan. Which, yeah, the ball comps are going to be unreal on that map if somehow, some way the ball ban is gone at that point. As we look at overall here, it's like, yeah, as much as, you know, Julia did great, you know, 13, Cardifan had 17. It's not like Cardifan wasn't doing much, but you look at the rest of this. Talisman 20-2, manually 18-6. Dion was 24-3. It's just unreal, but I got a little tease of what map we're going to, and I was wrong on both counts here, Molly. They're throwing a little bit of a curveball at us, which I think will also be a massive curveball for Dreamland, which I think obviously is the point. Like, throw a curveball at Dreamland. Watch point is where we're going. So no circuit.
Okay. I mean, would you really consider this that much of a curveball? Because I think this works great, though, for EDM. You know Dreamland is more comfortable playing against, like, a Reinhardt as opposed to the Wrecking Ball, which you already beat them on. So if you're forcing a Wrecking Ball dive, whatever it might be, sort of mirror, I think that's where Emote down mid feel more confident against a Dreamland, and Dreamland aren't nearly as well practiced just because of the prevalence of heroes like Orisa and Ramatra as of late, kind of forcing these more close-quartered type battles. I think some sort of hit scan needs to be banned. If you're going to play this kind of ball dive, I think you want that Tracer, you want that Genji, maybe the Venture back in. But yeah, Freya is gone. They're sick of manually having that full control, and are going to force either a Cass or some other type of range character if Dreamland want to stick to that.
I think especially with how manually played last map, I don't blame them at all. Like, get rid of the Freya, and it's the Ana from Dreamland. Ooh. It's a very good ban. That's a very good... It's not like Dreamland play a lot of Ana.
They don't.
They really don't. And this is a map where Anas can just run it. Like, Anas can run the lobby, especially on first and third phase. I should say just all three. All three phases of the map, Ana can just dominate. So that's a very good ban as well from Dreamland. And we do have a sub, and it is for Dreamland once again. Dion is out. Pella is back in to play more of those dive heroes. Not a complete shock considering where we are at. And they will actually be going the ball on defense here. Okay. Dreamland will be with the Cassidy Tracer You were talking about it. Maybe we see a Genji later on, but the Tracer, once we went back from 5.5 to 6 damage per pellet, it seems like it's a little too hard to not go the Tracer.
Yeah, the Trace is kind of a must here. I mean, Talisman has had significantly more success on that hero than any other one that he has touched so far this tournament. Also, the Lifeweaver making an appearance from Narwhal. That can't be banned anymore, and you know, this will be quite interesting. Again, it's not a super solid defense. It's going to rely on this Chaos comp that Cardifan so far has done an excellent job at causing.
Yeah, Cardifan, there's a reason why they're one of the best ball players in the world, right? Like, they truly are one of the best, and they're going to try and take full advantage of these Chaos comps. Danny already on high ground, pushes Hanbei off and forces Lamp. That is, you know, everything you'd possibly want from an engage.
And here's the big difference between these comps, is Dreamland had a lot of sitting ducks on their team, both their supports and manually on the cast here, whereas Emo down mid, everybody has some sort of survivability or extra movement, although those fan the hammers are not to be messed with. Cardifan found that out the hard way. Granted, Emo down mid, taking Narwhal out here, a much more valuable pick, especially considering the payload has already moved its way under the bridge. You're willing to wait a little bit more time to get your tank back into this fight.
You get the cart already through Archway, and now you can really just try and play posturing for high ground, but you have to wait a little bit longer. With no Jacob, you gotta wait at least a little bit longer. The Venture pick, we've seen a little bit more of Venture over these last few weeks. And the Rock Puncher, they definitely have a spot in this meta. Like, it can definitely work, but I don't know,
Danny? Again? Why are people just going off the map?
Please tell me that was like
I don't think that was a payload boot.
Please tell me
payload was on the other side of the map. So
well, that's
I don't know. That's let's not do that. The Rock Muncher likes Earth. Earth is safe, ground is safe. Let's stay there next time.
Let's stay there.
Yeah. Good idea. But we already are almost through half of this time bank, right? And we're starting to get these ults underway. Like Gorilla probably initiating with this Kitsune Rush, if you had to guess.
Going with the Kitsune Rush, try and get minefields up. Cardifan will just do that instead. All right.
That was a choice. Perhaps waiting for a life grip to come through, as it seems like that's the relative position they were in. It is a pulse from the Talisman where Jacob hops a little bit too close to. It's like, ooh, shiny. Really not that shiny, I promise. Minefield on the high ground, great way to buy space here, and sets up Danny to take out both of these supports in tandem with the DPS. So with all of that key high ground cleared out, Dreamland realistically don't get a great touch back should they want to try. But they're in the area. Like, Manly could touch, but it doesn't seem like he wants to.
No, I think they were wondering, like, hey, can we get a quality touch with Talisman and maybe Pella? But I think they maybe need another second or two to work with if they were actually going to. And now already, you can see Emote on mid. They are not going to let Dreamland have any of this space for free, but not necessarily working out early.
Yeah, I'm kind of noticing with Emote down mid, though, is they're getting a little antsy. Like, a lot of key cooldowns, you had both the teleport and the Suzu, the recall, the burrow, everything from the DPS was already burned out before Cardifan could get in position, and at that point, all the focus was on to him. So I want to be a little bit more careful of that moving forwards.
Yeah, even though, yes, they want to, you know, they love the chaos, but you also can't create too much chaos for yourselves, and kind of wasted utility is already Gorilla. They want to take advantage of this, but they're too low to push.
How do you take advantage of that? Like, it's really just for Gorilla, although Danny did just vault on top of the spaceship and broke the earth under Manueli's feet, which probably not expecting to see Adventure up there. Surprise, surprise. Emo down mid, though, are going to get a lot of payload progress off of this. Basically, one fight territory. When Dreamland end up getting back, we haven't really seen much success off of Pella's disruption, or really that synergy between the Tracer and the Wrecking Ball that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, we haven't seen a ton of it. Tree is used, but you still got to have somebody to touch, and that will be Pella. Actually gets rid of a lot of the mines as you don't beat, though, for Dreamland.
No, not quite. They're trying to get this pedal platform, but it's coming back down. Manly, get the play, Julia! Just no, the Cowboys not supposed to be in the sky. Oh, that was a great 1-2 team play from Dreamland, and that actually is going to end up saving that point right there.
Oh, that's gotta be one of my favorite plays of the
Fantastic.
weekend. That's gotta be one of my favorite plays. Just to make sure the control, like, hey, like, just wait, hold it. Even after they got killed while holding it just a few minutes ago, great discipline there from Manually. Now Pella has the minefields to kind of just shoo off the cart pressure here a little bit from EDM, they put a lot of eggs in these last two fights and they weren't able to cap off of it.
No, and that's just kind of how Watchpoint Gibraltar is, especially in the back. Interesting minefield. No one's really up there at that point, and I guess Dreamland will make sure Emo down mid aren't up there at all. Bit of ring around Rosie on the payload, making all of us dizzy. I am certain, but Danny, more so than not, as both his supports have been peeled off of the wall. Gorilla, an escape artist, but eventually Talisman will manage to sniff him and take him out. Emo down mid. It's really struggling to get these elims down cleanly enough, because Dreamland, they regroup so fast how close that these spawns are, and the longer that these fights go on, the more favored it is for the defense.
Yes, but that's why this phase of watch point is so difficult, because the spawns are literally right there, and it feels like you're running a marathon from the attacker spawn, even after the reworks, to get to the end of the phase. Danny already in a little bit of trouble, but so is the Dreamland backline.
There's a minefield back there, but it wasn't like on top of the spaceship where most of the team was. Post bomb, though, much more concerning. A little bit of a parting gift for Cardi fan. And I mean, Dreamland, you kind of have to reset now so you can get at least one more fight out at this point, because they'll have a couple more ults up after this.
Yeah, just take your time if you're Emo down mid. You don't have to rush anything. You still got Pulse. You'll have Rush to go into this, and even your Venture is soon. So, no, you're not in that bad of a spot, even though beautiful play there from Pella. A tree is very early.
Pella's doing a great job at getting these early cooldowns out. And like the Kitsune rush, it was, well, rushed for lack of a better term. You can't get the value out of it. Manually is still alive, still cooking. Triple kill for him. And this is just, the hit scan is uncontested yet again. And if Julia has to play this Tracer, then there's no one to deal with it.
There's nobody at all. As much pressure as you want to send over there, whether it be Julia, Danny, or Cardi fan, you got to actually finish it off. And because of, hey, can this be a pull, a lamp to save manually? It's been so hard for EDM to take them down, but Julia has the pulse, now trying to look for one here, and a beat coming soon here from Jacob.
I mean, this pulse has to land. Like,
has to land.
Realistically no other win condition for this team. Soundbarrier has to go out because Cardi fan is already low. Pale in the minefield. There it is. The stick is good, but a lamp. Hanbei whipped around 180, keeps the life weaver alive. Julia attempting to finish off these kills, but she's under so much pressure she has to return. And the rest of the team was on the payload, has fallen 6 feet under. Emo down mid, couldn't quite make it through that second point. Will have to be happy with where they stopped.
Yeah, at that point, like, oh my god, we gotta push backline, backline, backline. It's like, oh, 2 people on card died. Oh, okay. It's just, yeah, but it's not, for this map especially, like, it's so often where you can get held here. It's not the worst for EDM, right? Like, but it's not the greatest because Dreamland, it seems like they've kind of figured it out, right? They've figured out as long as we can keep manually at a certain range, even whether it be on the Cassidy or on the Freya when she's not banned, we can just win the game because it keeps everyone away enough. They're doing a great job putting a lot of pump damage into Jacob and Gorilla. Even if it isn't manually always finishing off those kills, you can tell as soon as manually hits maybe 2 shots on a squishy, Pella and Talisman are just sending it, right? They're trying to take advantage, forcing a Suzu, forcing a flash, something to come out from EDM, and they've just been rinsing and repeating that formula. And it is forcing adaptations out of EDM. No ball, no Doomfist for Cardi fan. They will go over to the Hazard. They've given up on the ball for now, which I will say on the defense, the Hazard is just better. So it does make sense.
And Julia being on the cast. I think that's an absolute must to contest this range and also have some of that finishing power that manually did after Pella and Talisman kind of performed the setup. And it will be Narwhal over to the Brig, staying away from the Life Weaver this time, which while we won't get to see manually take another elevator for a high noon, it's a much better pick and kind of keeping Hanbei safe, especially when these dives from Cardi fan start to work out.
You can tell Dreamland's like, oh, they're not on ball. So it's like, how do we want to go at this? Because all of a sudden the Brig can be a little bit more difficult now to play, especially as well with Julia on the Cassidy. But they've already got this cart almost through the archway, and that's when, you know, Pella and Talisman will dip out. Beautiful cactus to force an awkward rotation out of Pella, but
how does Pella get out?
Physics, I guess.
Okay, you know what? I didn't take a physics class in high school. Maybe I should. I'll learn from Pella and completely understand that another time. Dreamland, though, and they're going to hit a bit of a wall just because of this point. Emo down mid, this is where they wanted the payload to stand because you can have Julia where she wants to be and kind of just keep jumping up and down with this hazard, similar to how you would play the Winston. And manually, I mean, just whips around, head taps Daddy, goes right back to just chunking down Cardi Fan. I mean, this guy is just on one today. Jacob kind of testing that aim too. These players, they're getting aggressive and perhaps a little bit too much. Cardi Fan hanging on for dear life. Suzu out from Gorilla. The Cactus throws off Manly's aim just enough, but it won't matter. Dreamland making pretty quick work at this first point.
There will be chin from Danny, but it will be pretty short-lived as there we go, guys. Don't forget that is just under 5 minutes for Dreamland and EDM now. A very familiar spot. End of the second phase is the goal here for Dreamland. This time, though, to get to match point and OWCS promotion or relegation point. Both DPS ults, they're going to have just a full deck of ultimates, but so will EDM. Expect a whole lot of Qs and check marks to be used here.
And Narwhal to just get bowled over. Granted, Emote on mid needed that. We tend to see either these really long holds or absolute snowballs through this point. So preventing a snowball here is priority number one. Emote on mid taking out Hanbei have effectively done that. So Dreamland will have to reset just a little bit.
And that does allow everybody from EDM to set up in ship on high ground. You're not rushing it in any way. And this will allow Julia especially to get in a spot very similar to what Manuelu is in, to really just take a whole lot of pop shots as Pella is trying to scout on, maybe see if they can knock somebody off that high ground, but not successful so far.
Not quite. And Hanbei will make sure nobody from Emote down mid peeks down that point. And it's more of a space buy than anything. You get this payload past this first little overpass here and see what you can make do with that. Pella did stick the minefield behind EDM, so their only option of retreat is going forwards into Manuel's Deadeye. Not where you want to be. If your name's Cardi Fan, this payload is just 3 meters away from a full cap. Emote down mid. Somebody's got to get in touch, but they booped them into the minefield. Danny couldn't stay, and Dreamland are going to end it right there, getting up to the match point, a chance at getting to these grand finals.
Spinning and winning was Pella on that payload, and it worked out as, yeah, Dreamland, after a rough map one, it just seems like they just can't win control, which, you know, sometimes there are teams like that, right? We have teams that are really good at control, like EDM, like, you know, Shikigami Midori, and we have teams that they'd kind of just prefer the rest of the series to kind of flex their muscles a little bit, and that just seems to be the pattern so far for Dreamland, as they are now up 2-1. And in a perfect spot, now forces EDM. They got to win 2 maps in a row if they want to make it out, make it into that grand final. And a little bit of a tricky spot now, because you have either push or flashpoint to go, but either one can, yes, be a Doom or a Wrecking Ball map, but a lot of those can be pretty rush heavy as well. So Dreamland should be feeling really comfortable.
I think they are. Dreamland, you beat Emote down mid on the Wrecking Ball and force them to swap off the Wrecking Ball. Like, that on itself is something that very few teams have managed to do so far. And it shows how lost this team is starting to feel. I mean, Pela there, I think, was the unsung hero for a lot of that map. We didn't get to see him in the kill feed a ton, but his impact in forcing out these cooldowns before fights even started basically won Dreamland the fight by the time Manly was at a point where he could actually click heads.
Yeah, just setting up so many of these plays, and I love the whole time. He's just like, shield up, please, please. But yeah, Dreamland, they've hit the flow state now. They've hit the flow state. They're feeling good. You look at the standing.
Talisman didn't die?
Here. Talisman did not die. 19-0 for Talisman. Just under 8,000 damage, and the Tracer God himself is rained upon EDM.
Yikes! I mean, this is we kind of worried, right? For EDM, that if this manually Talisman DPS line can start to cook, like, how can you stop that? I mean, they're warm and past that at this point. Like, what do? You need something to change this momentum. We saw Senna and Danny really have the upper hand in their respective matchups earlier on in this series, but after this match of Watchpoint Gibraltar on the Mac pick of EDM, you lose that. You lost on your signature comp, and you got one life left before your tournament run is over.
Yeah, it's just, you gotta win 2 in a row for EDM, but Dreamland 1 map away from an OWCS promotion relegation spot and a time for a rematch in that grand final against Young and Beautiful. But we'll just wait and see. We got a quick break here to let teams set up. We'll have map 4 right after this.
team gets a chance at our promotion relegation tournament right after this next map that we have going on. It's been a pretty chill day, you know, so far in NA. I mean, it's not been chill. I'm lying. Why would I even lie? It's been exciting. It's been a relatively decent nail biter, and I'm down for that. We have our emote down mid team who likes their fun kind of wrecking ball comps, and for the first time, we're forced to swap out of it, and now our face against a Dreamland who's on match point, Jesse.
Yeah, Dreamland one map away from that rematch against Young and Beautiful, but Emo down mid, they're not a team to go down very easily, and we know they're going to have something to throw at us, but you know, something you can throw your name into is the next season of FACEIT League. Season 6 signups are now online. Signups close July 30th, so make sure whether it be open, advanced, expert. Obviously, you can't play in Masters because you got to qualify for that, but sign up, get your friends together, sign up for the next season. That'll be starting up in August. So should be a fantastic time. It's always a great time in FACEIT League. So make sure you get signed up and get into it, because maybe you get to be in this kind of a spot in a season or two where you're playing for an OWCS spot.
I was just saying, like, this is the path to pro. If you want a shot to be one of the best, you want your name to be out there, this is the spot to do it. So go ahead and make sure you can sign up. I know that we considered making a caster team at times, but it'd be like a bunch of plat and diamond players. So that'd be kind of fun. I would do it though. Like, that just sounds like an absolute blast.
Instead of casters to masters, it's casters to FACEIT masters. But we would never.
Wait a minute.
We would never make it. We would never make it. We'd be stuck in probably open or advanced. But hey, maybe
advanced is a little generous, I think.
I think advanced is very generous.
One day though, one day. But I mean, hey, for now we can marvel at the glory that is these Masters teams and where the series currently stands. I mean, Dreamland, I think is the best you could possibly feel. Heading into a map 4, especially coming out of a watch point Gibraltar. That was the first time Emo.mid lost their own map pick and had to swap off of the one thing that has kind of been their main team identity. You got a couple of those though. Doomfist is another one of those, and Doomfist is what is played on Runasapi, at least if you are Cardi fan, and it's the must win. If you need a must win map, this map of Runasapi absolutely makes the most sense.
And they immediately send the protect ban, which, yeah, I don't blame them whatsoever, because like you said, they want to play the Doomfist here. Maybe they play the Wrecking Ball instead, but yeah, more than likely the Doomfist. So Orisa is out, you can't counter with it, and you also just can't ban out the Doomfist yourself if you are Dreamland. So we'll see what Dreamland are thinking of here. Maybe they go support, but no, they go DPS, the Venture, which granted, EDM has been playing a lot of the Venture. It didn't work out necessarily over on Watch Point, but on a map like Runasapi, there's a lot of cheeky little routes that Venture can go in, so I can see the reasoning here from both.
Yeah, I was like, we haven't really seen the Venture do much this series, but yeah, Runasapi. There's like all these little rooms you can just kind of camp out and be like, you shall not pass. Like that's just how Venture works in small points. So good choice. Likely though, Danny hasn't played a ton of the Tracer, and I feel like you absolutely need to have a Tracer against Talisman. Julia is mainly that person, but Julia is also the hit scan on this team, which will inevitably be seeing some sort of ranged character from the likes of manually. So Tracer Genji, do we stick Danny on the Tracer so we can have Julia pull back out this range? Either way, these DPS are cooking. Talisman and Manly need to be shut down on this map, or you just need to have Cardifan kill the whole team before they start to do something.
Yeah, no, especially Talisman this series has been going nuclear. Like, it's been unreal, the form that they are in right now, and it will be Pella staying in. No subs across the board, so even though, yeah, Dion, they're one great map, for the most part, I have a feeling it'll be Pella staying in the rest of the way. EDM for now are actually sticking with the Wrecking Ball, maybe not feeling the Doomfist as much today, fearing it's going to get punished a little too easily, but the Ana is back open, which does open out a lot of potential here for EDM. It's something they play around a lot, especially when they're running these ball comps, send in a Bionade so that Cardifan and Danny can finish it up. For Dreamland, it's old Rush, old style Rush with the Ramacho, so they at least have the Vortex to, you know, bring down Danny or Cardifan, but maybe not the look that EDM are quite expecting.
Not quite. I can't imagine they were expecting this to come out. But, I mean, the win con for Dreamland, it's walk on to Gorilla and Jacob and turn them into Pilla's personal punching bag. That's basically what you're trying to do. So the positioning of the supports is going to be key, while simultaneously making sure Hanmei doesn't get just beat up and shoved into a locker like he has been the majority of the time. The wrecking ball has been at play. Cardifan, though, just doing a bit of kind of scouting out, waiting for Danny to get in a position to follow up, who his health bar hasn't been in the best of states. Actually forces Cardifan to use the adaptive shield, attempting to keep him up, and Narwhal having absolutely none of that. Dreamland happy to fight in any of these small rooms with the Ramatra, with the Cassidy. So far, even down mid, they just can't make any space whatsoever.
No, can't make any space, and they can't find any of those opening picks that you're relying on in this kind of composition. And that just opens up so much for Dreamland. And there it is. Cardifan goes over to the Doomfish. Jake will also go over to the Lucio, Julia onto the Soj. So, and Danny as well, now onto the Tracer. Giving up the Genji ain't gonna do a whole lot against the Ramatra. So they will try and bring this now with a pretty much a completely new composition. But the downside of that is you got no ults.
Nope, and Manually has one. Never mind, Manually's dead. Don't have to worry about that anymore. Evil down mid. I mean, Cardifan just had to go in and out. It's like, oh, I want to touch the point. Oh, I can't. There's an eye. Oh, I have to go back in. Oh, wait, where's my health bar? Bit of a problem there for Emo down mid. It wasn't a great contest just because of the Deadeye existing, and with how early these forward spawns are capped, you're not too concerned as of now, but the bleeding has to stop with these daggers.
Yeah,
wait, actually,
with the pick of a talisman, yeah, that's it. For that, yeah, Narwhal gets picked off early. EDM are able to dissect it from there, but still advanced spawns capped, and you get a little bit after the butt scratch. So a very good opening push here for Dreamland, who now have to figure out how they want to play against the Doomfist instead of the Wrecking Ball. But everybody does get forward spawn. Bionade misses that time around from Gorilla. With the pulse from Talisman, we'll see if that misses as well.
With the Natabus, though, immediately onto Cardifan, full sending it out to Hanmei, has the ability to jump over the wall. Like, look at this, just breaking Cardifan's ankles while the cavalry of Narwhal Talisman comes in to support them. Danny already down, though, and I mean, his Talisman can kind of run around uncontested. I mean, unless he gets just flattened against a wall, so yeah, you got a recall just for that exact reason there. Cardifan really struggling to find a player who's been left on an island. They're careful for it, yes, but oh, Narwhal somehow didn't take any damage from that ult. Not entirely sure how that happened, but she'll go ahead and take that. Pela, though, starting to move forwards. Annihilation in play, and it's these less mobile characters in the supports who are struggling to get out of the crosshairs manually. No! Oh, no, Danny just scoots out alive, but the rest of the team is down. Dreamland have forced so many stackers for Emo down mid.
Yeah, the staggers are real, but finally for EDM, you have some more ults to play off of. You have the sound barrier if you want to play aggressive with it, but the overclock comes out first, trying to find something in Dreamland. Get the heck out of Dodge.
Yeah, no, you're not messing around with Julia and an overclock. Full respect given to her. If you did it any other way, I would have promptly scolded you. See, and then there you go. I mean, Hanmei literally just got a shot on the fade out there. Two-man Bionade, not exactly any follow-up. I mean, the timings of when Emo down mid are actually going in seem a little bit off because how proactive Dreamland are attempting to be. We trade of tracers and sound barriers. For the time being, they're going to try to walk down Cardifan of all players. Not exactly the best target, but if you can manage to burn him down, that would be a massive way to get around this first quarter and not have to fight in this literal uphill battle that is the second section of objective. I mean, manually here, just kind of cautiously peeking back and down. EDM consistently keeping like this active fighting going because they know they're going to get reinforcements back sooner and eventually hoping it pays off, but unfortunately it hasn't. Talisman is still in the backline. A second nano boost on the Cardifan, who's already sub 100 HP, but he'll manage to get the kill onto Hanmei. Resets with the Meteor Strike, leaving manually in a heap of trouble. Naded up, comes to the rescue, but even then, this robot is not in a great spot. In fact, it is still moving for Dreamland, and Cardifan is in La La Land.
To go to the complete opposite side of the map. Cardifan just doesn't get the punch off in time. And now EDM, you said like, hey, they're trying to just wait this out. They know the reinforcements are coming, but they just keep coming and coming and coming, and it still doesn't matter. It's still Dreamland is holding the line. And Dreamland, no, they don't need to get this all the way, right? They don't need to push it to 130, 140 meters. And they keep this by here. EDM can't do anything anyway, and they get the map win.
No, Emo down mid, they're all over the place. They're trying to cause this chaos of pull Dreamland in like 5 different directions, and they're keeping their heads forwards. They know, Dreamland know exactly what they want. They know what their win conditions are and aren't letting themselves fall victim to kind of all of these mosquitoes buzzing around their head. Locking down targets is great, although that one was left a little bit. Narwhal's head is now rolling across the streets of Runasapi with the support down here. And Dreamland, again, it's just burning time. You have such a significant lead here. Making these resources happen and getting whatever else you can out of the team is great. I mean, they even pushed the robot a couple meters while all of this was happening.
Man, how much Talisman is pissing EDM off. As they're still going to try and win this, Molly. Cardi fan is down after the window. Pella's able to get one with the Annihilation. Dreamland are not giving up on this fight at all. It has to be Julia backing up. Gorilla will get hunted down by a bot. And just when you think Dreamland have lost a fight, they win another.
Okay, that was a huge risk, but an even bigger reward off of that. I was like, Dreamland, are we sure about this? But, you know, they're sure. They saw things that we didn't. I mean, Jesse, this is just a chaos map. It almost feels like we're looking at Team Deathmatch from Emo mid side, and Dreamland are just sticking together and trying to survive as long as they can. There'll be a Deadeye from Manually, who is both the damage reduction and the sound barrier to live through the Pulse Bomb. And this time it's Emo mid that want to make an impact, and eliminations finally pour in for the red team. Jacob and Julia working hand in hand. Over 100-meter deficit for this team to roll back. Only 3 minutes to do it. This is going to be rough.
As well, 3-4 minutes of just the cart just staying in this side of the map. And it wasn't even like it was moving a ton. It was just back and forth in this midsection. EDM not able to break through whatsoever. Cardi fan does almost have the Meteor Strike. Can open something up, but it's Julia. You got to think this overclock has to get something as forward spawns. Will finally, not yet actually. Pella gets a last second touch to deny.
Climbing the Meteor Strikes in a room. Hanbei is down. So the main support here from Dreamland recently swapped and recently deceased. Even down mid though, I mean, their health bars, they're just suffering. The supports from Dreamland, they're trying to be the bait while the rest of the team pushes up. But this time, Cardi fan managed to clean up before the trades are too detrimental to the team. They'll cancel out the forward spawns, and we're one step of the way up the mountain.
Hey, one fight at a time. That's how you have to look at it here for EDM. As they do have the overclock, Nano coming up here from Gorilla. Dreamland will have nothing at least to start. For EDM, you try maybe use 1 ultimate, 2 at a max. Try and get the tick here, because then you can at least, you're thinking, hey, maybe we're only 1 or 2 fights away from tying this up.
Julia, it's good off angle to work with, but his Talisman behind him. And the Vortex, too, was thrown down. Julia got absolutely ambushed. She thought that she was safe. She was being sneaky, but instead it was her that needed the ambulance, not Dreamland. A wonderful way to shut down the soldier. There's been such a pain in the side for Dreamland in the fights that they've lost. The robot turned around. 90 seconds left to go. I mean, Emo down mid. The alarm bells are ringing.
Disaster. That was an absolute disaster for EDM. Like I said, Julia thinking, hey, take a nice little off angle. But Talisman is behind her. You have 2, I think it was Narwhal and Manuel, who just walk. And the pinch is so good. There's nothing Julia can do unless she hits some unreal shots. And now, once again, a very tough position here for EDM. If they cannot find an opener, they have to win this quick. They have Nano to try and do it, but the time is ticking.
Quick is impossible here. I mean, you have Annihilation, you have Deadeye. That is the opposite of what's going to happen, unless you just execute Pela with the Nano Doomfist there, flattened against the wall. Manually, just buying a couple more seconds, and hopefully we'll try to regroup, but it doesn't even seem to be the case. This flank from Hanbei is working out a lot better than it should. That's 2 that have fallen. All of this is happening. Emo down mid, they can't track any of Dreamland's players down. It's chaos fight, one that they should absolutely be winning. It's crumbling at their feet. It's only Cardian fan that remains standing, and if he gets staggered out here, that might just be it.
Yeah, I think this is done, Molly. I won't lie. That is a fight they needed to win, especially after the opener. You get Pella. You get one of the most important players on Dreamland, and you still lose the fight. It's just so rough, as you can see just everybody for EDM trying to figure out, hey, what are we going to do? Because now they need to win this fight. They need to win a fight probably near where the red barricade is now. And then probably another 2 after that. 4 fights in a row needed for EDM to stay away from elimination, but Dreamland 1 away from OWCS promotion relegation.
Perfection is needed with these sound barriers. Both have already been popped. Dreamland have all the sustain that they could ask for with Emo down mid and a very small window to work with. Manually sniped and down, but is evenly traded out. Pilla yet to use the Annihilation. Opts to now use the trigger as an attempt to force anybody away from this robot. Cardifan's health bar drawing low, stuck with yet another pulse bomb from Talisman. Dreamland walking the payload away from the team. Emo down mid. They made such a good run. They made it so far. They're fighting tooth and nail to keep their hopes, to keep their run alive, but it ends in a nightmare for them. Dreamland will move on to the grand finals for our FACEIT Masters playoffs.
Dreamland booked themselves a spot in that grand final, a rematch against Young and Beautiful, who sent them here in the upper finals. EDM just one game short. But I will say an unreal run from Emo down mid. The 5 seed bows out third. Not too shabby whatsoever, but they'll be one game away from that promotion relegation. They will have 2 grand for them, but for Dreamland, a grand finals appearance, but more importantly for these teams, they make the OWCS relegation game for NA.
They absolutely needed this to happen. I mean, this is arguably the match with the bigger stakes here. A chance to qualify for OWCS, fight it out in that promotion relegation tournament. And Dreamland have earned that privilege and have done it in such a way that every team that they've lost to, like either whether it was in the regular season or in this playoff bracket, they've managed to beat at a later point. They've ended that matchup on a win. And the only team that hasn't happened to yet is Young and Beautiful, who sits waiting for them in these grand finals.
I mean, that grand final is going to be so good. And we're right, it's a best of 7 grand finals. I have a feeling, folks, we'll be here a while tonight. But Dreamland, they reverse sweep Midori, takes out EDM at 3-1 twice now. But now it's the revenge against Young and Beautiful that they will be eyeing. But we know our 2 teams from Masters that will have a chance at OWCS next stage. And sadly for EDM, will not be them. But it just felt like, with how the beginning of this map went, it was just counting down the inevitable, Molly.
I think after Watch Point Gibraltar, it was counting down the inevitable. Yeah. It kind of felt like Emo down mid. It wasn't even that they were fully off their game. It was just that Dreamland figured them out. They just decided that we're going to have nothing to do with this Doomfist, this Tracer. Emo down mid, they win by playing as a set of 5 excellent individuals who can sometimes pull together and make these team plays happen. And usually that's enough to confuse their opponents because of how strong their individual skills are and prize. But if we're talking the #1 seed from this entire Masters season, they're having absolutely none of it.
Yeah, at this point, like, you can prep all you want for a team like EDM, but the fact that they're able to do it and play and beat them this, religiously, it's like, it's kind of crazy for Dreamland. But now we'll wait and see how they do against Young and Beautiful, which the #1 versus #2 seeds in this tournament. It feels like it should not have ended any other ways. It will be Pella for the interview. The tank extraordinaire themselves from Dreamland will be talking with us here in just a few moments. And, yes, they only got to play a few of the maps today. And, man, they were just lighting it up these last 2.
Yeah, and Pella really showed the experience that he has within just the competitive Overwatch scene. And we've seen a lot of him more recently, just kind of on the Mizzou roster, and how much he was able to kind of elevate that team in collegiate to like a kind of top 10 ranking at certain points. And we get to see things like that, and him being on additional rosters known mostly for the wrecking ball, but also showing that prowess on things like that, Ramatra and the Orisa, when it has been needed previously. So it's very exciting to see what this tank player continues to do for Dreamland, and only fitting that they can continue to move on to this finals.
Yeah, it seems only fitting. Like, Dreamland, there's such a good roster. Here he is, Pella, joining us now after 3-1. Pella, how are you feeling after that, booking a spot into relegation?
I'm feeling pretty good. The energy was high. It was everything I could have asked for.
Oh, we could kind of tell too. I mean, you came in here, you're just instantly, we could see the massive grin on your face. And like, for Dreamland too, because you guys went pretty well through the season. You're the #1 seed in this bracket. Not the best result you wanted from the Young and Beautiful matchup today, but when you were coming in towards these lower finals, like, was that kind of the thought? You're going against Emo down mid, you beat them recently. Was there like too much concern about them kind of adjusting their play style, especially after them making it this far where many teams didn't quite expect it?
You know, they have like a lot of cards at their disposal, so I think we're like kind of just like covering all our bases, so we're prepared for it today. And then we always knew we could like take them to more like ground tank maps, so I don't think we were too worried. But it's a team with like a lot of good quality players, so you always have to like care that.
Like, this is a team that, you know, they can throw almost everything at you, and it's not like you can really skirm against many teams who are running these types of ball and doom comps consistently. So what was the prep like for you guys? You said you kind of prepped for a lot of these situations. Were you kind of surprised to see Cardi in the whole time, or was it you were more expecting to see Derpy kind of thrown in here and there?
We were pretty much expecting Cardi, and then we weren't really scared about like ball mirrors or anything really. We just figured we'll just like take them. Like we're perfectly fine with that. And then yeah, it was kind of just like the in the air maps, seeing what they would pull out.
All right, and now a rematch against Young and Beautiful in that grand final. And what are you guys trying to improve on? Because obviously you beat them early in the season, and then you lose to them in that upper final yesterday. What are you guys hoping to maybe change? Obviously, you don't want to give too much away, but is there something that you guys are hoping to change here tonight for a different result?
I think there's like a lot less pressure on us, because I think we kind of like had them that whole map, but we like threw at like a bunch of like crucial points. Like that was like ours to win. So I don't think we're changing like too much up other than cleaning up our game.
That's a pretty simple answer then, because especially that was a very close match. It was a long series. It was a 5-mapper, as were all of our NA games yesterday. So I kind of want to get your thoughts on this. How many maps are we going? What do you think the scoreline is going to be for our grand finals?
How many maps gonna go?
Yeah.
I think it goes 4. No.
Now you're just gonna sweep?
I think so.
That's a 7 sweep?
I'm feeling pretty confident. Confident.
Okay. Is a lot of that confidence kind of coming from this last match, or is that just before the start of the day, like we're winning this flat out?
I mean, that's kind of like the Ram gene. When I'm playing Ram, I feel like Mike Tyson. So it kind of just like flows through my veins.
I can see it. I mean, you literally turned their supports into your own personal punching bag at several points during that
it was pretty
last
fun.
map there. It looked like you were having fun. It really did. So I'm excited to see what the rest of the team, you and Dreamland, will accomplish for your grand finals. You have a little bit more time before you head into that. So we're going to go ahead, let you go, finish talking to your team, and get set for the final match of the FACEIT League Season 5.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, that was fun. The confidence, too, from this team. I don't know if it's necessarily shocking. I feel like at this level of play, you have to feel very good about your own performance. But a 4-0 sweeping this finals after this game, is that something that, you know, they can make happen?
If they can win control, yes. I do think so. And I will say, you know, we talked about the Preds earlier. Perfect Pred. Reverse of yesterday. I'm not, but I do think Dreamland, this could go either way. If Dreamland can clean it up, because there was a few things yesterday, like Pella said, that, you know, maybe wasn't the cleanest, maybe not the best ults, or maybe not the best fight timings that they had, but it was also, you know, Young and Beautiful. Juice especially. Juice was unreal yesterday on Soj and Freya. I think it really is going to depend on who can start hot. Whoever starts hot, I think, can run with this thing.
I mean, Dreamland, they got a 4-map warm-up in. Warm-up scrim, I guess. Granted, not against the things you're going to be playing against, but I think key points here, especially for these DPS, is to be good and ready. So we got our second matchup coming this way. And it'll be a best of 7 this time, Jesse. A nice, good, long series for this team. As you saw, it was a 4-0 sweep for our EMEA finals. Surely, NA can give us a little bit more than that, unless Dreamland are just going to fully ride this wave of momentum.
I think it's hard to not have a more competitive game than that final. Even though that was probably one of the funniest finals I have ever seen. And Violet just decided this is his game, right? Like, it was unreal, that final, and Team Vision, rightfully so, won that great final against Anomaly. But no, I think especially it was 3-2 just yesterday between these two teams. I would be shocked if this was just like an absolute beatdown for either side or the other. It could be a 4-0, but it's going to be a close 4-0 if it is.
And that's what we like to hear. We don't want to sweep, especially because our number 1 and 2 seeds have been some of the few teams to push each other to those limits consistently in the past, which kind of makes the thought of this matchup coming up all the more exciting. So not only that, they're going to be fighting for that seeding spot in our promotion and relegation tournament for OWCS, which makes it all the more important. But before we get there, we're going to go ahead, send it to a quick break, get hyped up for our grand finals, and we'll see you back here on the other side.
cart.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top.
I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me, on me, on me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold cart, we're down.
That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, baffle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart. Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to Royale! Do you see that? Ah!
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
One more match left to go for our FACEIT Masters playoffs here in the North American region, and it's been a party so far, you got to say. But at the end of it, the road might not have been straight. We went on all of these diversions, these adventures. It's our number 1 and number 2 seeds who end up meeting for our best of 7 grand finals match. Dreamland and Young and Beautiful heading it off, both already guaranteed spots in, of course, the relegation and promotion tournament. But you have to get the glory of all the season first, not only for seeding, but just to say you did it too.
Hey, it's extra little cash going into it. It's good seeding for promotion relegation. And of course, they've played this entire season, the playoffs this weekend. They want to win it, right? Like they really want to win it. So we'll see here. That'll be Young and Beautiful or Dreamland. They're 1-1 on the season as a whole against each other. Dreamland winning the regular season matchup, but Young and Beautiful winning in a 3-2 just yesterday on stream to book their ticket into this grand final, forcing Dreamland a little bit of a side detour in the match that we just saw. But it really has felt like these two have been the two best teams this year. You could argue Uni Acad were in that conversation until their early exit, I should say, here in this final. But yeah, it feels like this was destined to be this.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the path to get here was far from a straight line. I mean, we had our 8th seed finish top 4. We had our 5th seed finish top 3. Like, we were all over the place when it kind of came to this map. Heck, our number 2 seed ended up in the grand finals first through the uppers. So we already got to see what these teams can do when they face each other in the past. And because of that, it kind of makes looking at this roster, you know, like, first of all, 1, it's massive. But number 2, holy juice. Like, this is the pop-off person for Young and Beautiful. If he plays anything like he did in the previous meeting of these two teams, I mean, Young and Beautiful have a very strong potential to keep this just as close as the last match.
If Young and Beautiful are going to win this series and take it all, it's a lot of pressure on AST Design and a lot on Juice, because I feel like when these two are playing at 100%, they can just run the lobby, right? Like, it can be unreal what they can do. And just some highlights from yesterday is even Alex, yes, they had their great moments as well, but especially later on in the series, Juice just took over. But especially with how Dreamland, like you said, before you went to break, they have this warm-up, right? They have the pseudo warm-up scrim against DDM, and we can, assume Young and Beautiful were scrimming or something to that degree and getting some reps in before this game, but it's not the same as getting actual games in. So the question will be, how warm is Young and Beautiful? Can they pick up this first map? Because if it does end up going back and forth like it did yesterday, winning that first map could mean a whole lot once we get to map 7.
It actually does. I mean, for a young and beautiful team who, and you have endurance on your side potentially, just because of you haven't played a series before this already happened. But at the same time, you have to be able to match this very hot team that Dreamland has proved to be. We heard from Pella in that interview; he's incredibly confident with what Dreamland are able to accomplish, and they showed us in the last match by shutting down Emote down mid, forcing them to swap off comps. No one else has been able to do. But holy DPS, I mean, Talisman in particular had the game of his life. Like, it is going to be so difficult for Alex to try to match what Talisman was putting down.
The best game I've seen Talisman play to date. Like, it was an unreal performance from Talisman. The question is, can you keep it up? Obviously, they've had, what 10, 15 minutes here in between the last series and now, but if they can keep it up, man, it's going to be a mountain to climb. If you are young and beautiful, to try and take down a team that's already having so much momentum on their side, and they have that flexibility, right, of going into Pella or Dion, especially Dion on these escorts and hybrids. They've been playing really well. But it's also hard to say, like, man, Pella played phenomenal in that last series. Do you really want to take him out? Having that flexibility is a massive advantage going into a series, especially that's going to be this long, right? We could go a minimum 4, a max of 7, dare I say 8 if we have a tie in there somewhere. So this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint, and having those subs could be a massive bonus.
Yeah. It seems that Midtown is just the Dion map, and we haven't seen him in... I don't think any other maps, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. So, I mean, maybe just put him in for Midtown for the option of that hazard and kind of have Pella run it down the way that he has been. Again, he said he enjoyed beating people up with the Ramatra and felt like Mike Tyson. I mean, understandably, he kind of looks like Mike Tyson in that last map. And for a young and beautiful team that isn't going to be playing like a Wrecking Ball or Doomfist unless you're putting, pulling that really out of design zero pool that we haven't seen before. I mean, the Diva in particular, I think Young and Beautiful have looked the best when they play with that Diva composition. So depending on what this first map is, it's going to be Ilios. Like, I'm calling it now. I don't know what it is, but it's going to be Ilios. Like, you got to be able to lean into this Diva and make this work to help your DPS, facilitate whatever the heck the DPS are doing, because that is the make or break point for this match.
So say, hey, Lijiang in the map pool, so it's like you got to get a little more creative. And usually when we say creative, you just go to Greece instead. Like that seems to
Greece
be
is chill though. I mean,
Greece is pretty good. But it's probably Ilios. We actually don't know yet, so we'll find out here in a moment.
If it's not Ilios, I'm gonna be sad. I like dive control maps. I like that this is kind of the thing. Like, if you really like playing dive, you pick Ilios. And both these teams like playing dive. They make sense.
Yeah, like the last 2 times they played, when they played yesterday, it was Ilios. When they played the first time back in mid-June, it was Oasis. So we'll see which way, we're going. Here is actually a little bit of a split, but, we get to see your favorite players. Go to FACEIT.com/watch. We'll get to see, a few different POVs. You get to see up to 4 at once. I will say it's a very unique viewing experience. And, like, this is what it looked like earlier today. It's awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah, especially as you can get like the main POVs for like the broadcasting, see what like everybody else is seeing, but also a lot of these micro plays that you just can't fully catch. And that's not only a good chance for you to like look at this like, hey, I want to try to play Tracer like Talisman, but also to kind of explore what really goes into these layers of professional play, like all the smaller things that are happening to make the big picture come to life. And it's super cool. So you can mess with the sounds, you can like vote for different things, you can see all of this information up on your screen at the same time. Not to mention how highly customizable it is. And that part on itself is really nice. Like, if you really want to look at a Kiriko or support gameplay, you're a support main, then this is just what you want to pull up to be able to look at. I mean, I really like that FACEIT Watch has been integrated to any of these tournaments.
Fantastic. The fact that you can just, hey, if you want to learn tank more, you can just load up the tanks. If you want to learn support more, you just load up the supports. It's so nice to learn what the top pros are playing. And I would say even for the teams, you can look back, hey, this is like next level VOD review. Like, you can look at each POV at once and see what everyone is doing. It's a fantastic tool, so go check it out. FACEIT.com/watch, and you'll be able to do it for this match as well. We want to find out here in just a tiny bit who you will actually be able to see. It'll be changing up maybe a little bit throughout the series, as it is not Ilios.
What?
It is Busan as our first map, which I believe was Young and Beautiful's pick. And the last time these two went against each other, I believe actually they did not play this one. So they're getting the trifecta of control maps out of the way. It's currently 1-1. We'll see who wins the final one here for control.
Hey, I'm so confident that was going to be Ilios. I mean, Busan has a lot of dive elements to it too. Like, I mean, particularly downtown, you can kind of play it on why am I blanking on the name? It's not Sanctuary. Is it Sanctuary? You know what I mean.
Maybe. Yes, probably is what you're
Sanctuary.
thinking of.
Yeah.
Yes.
You think at this point we know all the control map names. I know it if the second it comes up on my screen. I'm going to give myself a facepalm. But in terms of bans, Wrecking Ball, I think is an absolute must. This is a strong Wrecking Ball map, particularly on the Sanctuary sub point. So just because the amount of open area you do there. And it also protects the D.Va, assuming that's what you want to do on the other parts of the maps. Question is, where does Dreamland kind of want to pull this? We saw some Symmetra from Young and Beautiful in previous matchups, which I'm assuming you're going to want to save that ban, but it's also something on control you want to be careful of. But no, this is just the Hanbei is not allowed to have fun trade. You are in Baptiste jail, which I think Hanbei likes Baptiste, just not as much as Kiriko.
And I would say with a series this long, right, with the potential of going 7, you have to be really smart with your bans, right? You can't just throw out all of your target bans in the first 2-3 maps, because then second half of the series you're screwed, right? So you have to play this really methodically. Ball here, it's one of the best places for Ball. It's one of the best map types for Ball. So I can understand Young and Beautiful. Just get rid of it early. Do not let Pella start off on this, considering how well he played in the last series in that role against a player like Cardi, who is unbelievable on Ball. They were able to match it. So get that ban out of the way, even though, yes, Hanbei by their own team doesn't get to play the Kiriko for now. But as we load in, let's see what these teams are running, and it will be downtown for the first one. Are you okay over there?
I'm sorry. I was laughing at you. I was laughing at the dancing cow. That was great.
Like, what is happening?
That was great. And now that cow. Oh, we don't get to see it anymore. I enjoyed the dancing cow POV. And shout out observers. They get the best shots, especially at the start of these games. So it's been really fun to see where that goes. And it does mean we are on downtown by the looks of it. The map we kind of teased to be the more hit scan heavy, kind of dive sort of situation. We're looking at Juice, we're looking at design, rolling out on that D.Va. What will Dreamland do to match it? It seems Pella is still on his Romantra arc after the conclusion of last series. We're gonna go ahead, fight it out for our grand finals downtown to kick us off.
Here we go, and they just full rush, but manually trying to keep that range. They may have a fun time with that, though. Alex is sticking the sim. This is not just an out-of-spawn move.
Okay.
This is for full map rotations, and if you're manually, you gotta be fearing for your life right now.
This is an interesting one to have sim for, just because your composition's relatively mobile, to be honest. But Young and Beautiful have taken away from a lot of the EMEA teams that we've seen lean more heavily onto the Symmetra. I mean, even this, it completely catches normal. Buy supplies, got hit with a secondary fire. Although Alex, I mean, eventually ends up dying for it. Priority number 1 is to just eliminate the Symmetra. The longer she's alive, the worse it is for your team. And we're starting to see manually not having too much contention on a lot of these kind of angles. Young and Beautiful seem to go a little bit too quick before the tank could keep up.
Yeah. Sorry, it's like, all right, we maybe don't need the sim against this. As we'll go back over to the Tracer, try and keep Talisman in check, and now it is basically the full mirror, just with a little bit of a different play style change here, right? Because Pella's always going to play by themselves. They're going to try and catch maybe one of these squishies with the Vortex, try and lock them down. ASC is going to do the same thing, just a little bit quicker of a run through. His manually almost catches Juice. That is the advantage of the Freya. That one tap potential is just unreal.
I mean, Juice is playing the Sojourn because Pella's on the Romantra. And Juice is just not going to have a good time fighting against the Freya unless you can kind of just pepper down Pella at the same time. The Mortality Field is out here, but manually has taken to assault the back line. Eventually, though, will be cut down by Design going in and actually snagging 2 before those rocket boosters end up expiring. Amplification Matrix on the high. Design done so much in this fight, forcing key cooldowns. 8, the Pulse Bomb got 2 Elims on the side of it. All that's missing now is to take the point. And fortunately, despite how much the D.Va was able to accomplish, Jesse, they're not going to get the flip. Dreamland should be able to stabilize at least somewhat before the team regroups. They're getting so much extra percentage off of this.
Yeah, the regroups are coming in. It's just the tanks that are not here any longer. Hanbei pops the window to fend everybody off. And Talisman will find the finish on Neptune. And Icy Sniper is kind of just stuck in a no man's land. And like you said, there's so much the AST does, but they're not able to find anything off of it. It's still just Dreamland pushing them away. They're never able to flip. And now 15% to go. Dreamland in a great spot, and they still have that sound barrier in their back pocket for when a lot of these ults are going to get popped, but instead they just go aggro.
You have to. Just deny the touch altogether. Force Young and Beautiful to use their resources in the spawn. So even if you lose this fight, you'll be clean to take another one. Juice makes it an even 1v1 without Icy Sniper. The sustain minimal for Young and Beautiful. A flip is guaranteed, but nothing is certain for the result. It's remaining scrappy. The finishing blow onto Hanbei will just be enough to make sure Young and Beautiful won't get swept.
Yeah, Dreamland try and play for the picks on the outside of the point, knowing they don't need to necessarily contest the point, but the peel is there for Young and Beautiful. They're able to lock down Hanbei and Narwhal pretty quickly, and Young and Beautiful, like you said, don't get completely snubbed at least a quarter of the way through. And they do keep Pulse Bomb, which is a massive thing here for this next fight if you can force slamp early from Hanbei.
Yeah, it's all it's really going to take. That's what Bullet Shot does too. Immortality Field has been out for both teams at this point. Self-destruct design, using it to get back in mech, but actually grabs Hanbei off the back of that. It's just a scrappy one though. It's a 3v3, but with only Lucios for healing, it's not going to be that way for much longer. Pela still has this Nemesis for him to go ahead, force design to back off and go in for a recontest after Dreamland get an OT flip.
Yeah, AST has to back up. Will go in for another touch. They don't have the self-destruct anymore to work with. Icy Sniper will trap up window, and they barely get a touch.
A little mini heart attack there with the point, but eventually it will come through. Juice swapping over to the Sombra, hoping to get another Elim. Instead, though, Young and Beautiful will get the cap on the point. Dreamland prioritizing winning the fight instead, and that makes total sense. If Alex wasn't running amok in the backline, that's 2 down to the Tracer, including a 1 clip, but Talisman Narwhal quick the answer back with some of their own. Pela holding on to this Annihilation. Should it be winnable? But he doesn't seem like it's the best option at the time being. Still gonna opt to go for it. Talisman, the reinforcements are coming in hot. Narwhal has been running around with the Tracer all this time just to come in and assist the tank when it matters the most. Young and Beautiful have another thanks to Alex and Design actually right around the corner, but a touch, no! This time, it's not going to happen. A small bit of miscommunication plus a boop from Narwhal will make sure this round ends in Dreamland's favor.
Just can't find that final touch. A little bit of a body block going on from Pela as well, just trying to deny any sort of movement from AST to get over to the point, but it's a Dreamland first point here in Busan. Talisman once again did not die. It is unreal form from Talisman right now. 10-0, Pela 12-1 as well in the front line. And it's not even like Young and Beautiful did a great job there, like trying to back up. They do get a full-on fight, which in that kind of situation, it's not always a guarantee when you're trying to do a soft reset into an OT. But just not able to get enough later on. They're going to stick with the Diva. Alex stays on the Tracer as still will be going on to the Soj, trying to grind down Pela's health a little bit more. But maybe with the Orisa, you maybe consider the Freya a little bit more now. But for now, they'll stay Soj.
She was just pretty quiet in that game.
Yeah.
Not many opportunities to charge up the railgun shots, and not many sight lines to work with how far forward and proactive Dreamland opted to play. The Orisa will act like a bit more of a battery, I guess you could say, but I mean, Juice just looking for some sort of angle. We'll chunk down Narwhal, but not staying in that spot for too much longer as Narwhal returns with a friend to go ahead and say, shoot, Juice, this is not your territory. Immortality Field, though, out from Hanbei. That's usually a good indicator of the tempo. Design could kind of just get aggressive here, knowing there's not major defensive cooldowns to be able to work with. That's exactly what they're going to end up going for. And everybody on Dreamland, the health bars have stayed pretty even as Juice rotates to the other side of the map, hoping to find a way in. But I mean, Talisman and Manually have done such a great job at keeping the Sojourn in check and even forcing out kind of these key areas. Design, not a ton of health, opts to back off, and Pela might be able to get a full capture off of this. Design, though, wants to go back in quick. That Matrix built up much faster for Icy Sniper with the amount of damage the tank was taking, and they're going to keep this at a 0-0 sort of game. The sustain from these teams, Jesse, is insane.
It's us keeping everybody away. Dreamland, for the most part, has played around point, but have just been not able to find the cap, and it's a trade now from the hit scans. The ult lands from manually, 4v4 on point. Pulse goes out, not able to find anything. That one doesn't either, but AST is out of mech, and I think eventually, Molly, Dreamland is able to cap one of the longest starts of a boost time Sanctuary we've seen in a long time, because Dreamland just stayed put, right? They play around point. They play around left side like, hey, we're just going to stay put. We're going to try and fend off the pressure on point, but they're not able to completely flip it. While Young and Beautiful, they keep trying to go on these off angles. They keep going to these rotations, while Talisman is really able to say, hey, back off, just for a second. And it's just enough time for Dreamland to reset every single time. And now, beats online for both sides, Terra Surge for Pella, Self-Destruct, and the Overclock soon here for YAB.
But Young and Beautiful, though, they gotta find a way to make these off angles work. Dreamland were one step ahead of them for most of that time. It's just gonna take a big ult commitment to kind of make this happen, which you might need to Soundbarrier sooner rather than later, especially if Pella is in play instead. Neptune wants to go for it at the same time as Narwhal. No one to go down yet, but Juice under pressure. Neptune considered kind of full sending it, but no. It's instead the Terror Surge that ended up getting shut down. Of all the ultimates, it's supposed to make your take here. Pella just gets shredded by the Overclock, and eventually Dreamland have to relinquish the point.
Collapse there from Juice on a Narwhal and Pella gets the finishing blow on Narwhal. Pella gets finished off a millisecond later, and Young and Beautiful are able to find the flip with pushing out Sound Barrier from Narwhal. So that's a very big ult win if you're a YAB, and you still have the window on your side. A good advantage by 30%. But you gotta watch out. Juice gets jabbed into a wall, and they're forced to take a little bit of a safer angle for now.
No, I do want to see what Young and Beautiful are able to do when they have
Talisman, hello.
The answer is Neptune and Alex just get removed from existence because Talisman decides, you know what, I don't feel like missing a bullet today. And the demeching the Diva on top. I mean, his tracking is insane. This is why you got to go over to the FACEIT watch page, because I just want to watch Talisman the whole time.
This is unreal. Talisman and just lighting it up and just almost single-handedly finds 2 picks, wins the fight. Young and Beautiful don't even get to use anything really substantial. They use the window, goes for nah. They still have Pulse and Self-Destruct, but obviously wanting a little bit longer of a hold there, but it just completely shut down from Dreamland. And now they have ults to work with. Halfway to 3, they have the other 2 available. It's a very tough hole Young and Beautiful find themselves in with 20% to go.
Not a great spot. And the one thing you do get manually off of this little angle he was kind of holding, and that's what Young and Beautiful are trying to do, just clear one angle at a time. Losing Neptune along the way, certainly not part of the plan. Granted, both teams slightly hindered at this point. Young and Beautiful have to get a foot on this objective, which as designed is no problem doing. But Talisman, I mean, still in the backline, gets 2 with the help of the Terra Surge on a Pella. The Dreamland just, they don't care about who's on the point. They care about winning this fight. And this time, they might end up regretting it. Alex able to come in and help clean up the rest of the stragglers, and Young and Beautiful hang on.
Young and take advantage of Dreamland being a little bit split, trying to take advantage of that Terra Surge, and they do. They're able to find 2 out of it, but just not enough. The back line is taken out. Pella and Talisman can only do so much. Pulse goes out on the Juice, but they live, and Talisman cannot say the same. Maybe a little bit of an ego play in the moment there from Talisman, but the way they're playing, I don't even blame him. I won't lie. I can't.
If anything, Talisman kind of needed to be put in his place at some point. Like, Juice is still a very good hit scan player. You just don't disrespect him. I'm sure Talisman won't do that again, right?
No.
Right?
No. As Self-Destruct online, this nice little off angle here from Icy Sniper and Juice, and they're starting the full rotation. They're going to try and find Hanbane back.
Amplification Matrix here. It actually forces the Sound Barrier out of Narwhal much earlier, but it's at Neptune. It's not quick enough for the sake of Juice. This will be final fight territory here. And Icy Sniper stapled to the wall. Immortality Field came out a frame on time there. The Baptiste will stay alive for how much longer with the harassment? It's enough to prevent Design from getting healed whatsoever. So the majority of Dreamland, knowing that there's just no stall potential, Young and Beautiful are down on numbers, down on players. And it'll be a Dreamland Busan win to kick off our grand finals.
Dreamland lock it down, and Young and Beautiful, not the start they're looking for, especially when they are on the high ground. Dreamland wins the control. Yeah, I was about to say that. It's not been a great weekend for Dreamland on this map type. But it's not even a 2-1. It's a clean 2-0, and that's the momentum we were talking about sometimes you can see the team coming from lower bracket. They can bring that momentum from that lower bracket final into the grands. We saw it from Team Vision earlier today in Dreamland, replicating that so far with a nice map 1 win.
And also, if anybody was doubting, it was a 15-minute break, long enough to get up and stretch. Like, did the DPS still? Yeah, they're there. They're very much there. It was Talisman kind of just running around with not much to be said about it. Alex was playing a different game, to be fair, where Alex wasn't playing to counter the Tracer. Alex was playing to trade eliminations, and unfortunately, that didn't happen a ton because of how Pella just stood there, like looking intimidating. It's like, come at me, bro, and just. You can't do anything about the Orisa. You don't really have that kind of damage output unless you can consistently keep a Sojourn fight, because the Sojourn's kind of dealing with Talisman, so a little tricky on that regard. I mean, Dreamland had a very good read, though, on Young and Beautiful's playstyle, so the preparation's clearly paying off for this game.
Yeah, no, the prep work, especially probably some late night VOD reviews last night after the loss, like, hey, like, what are we doing? Like, what is the change needing to be here? Because obviously it's worked, right? Like, they take down Emo down mid earlier, and this map 1, this did not look like the team that lost yesterday. This looks like the team that 3-0'd Young and Beautiful earlier this season. And a lot of it, man, Talisman, the Puerto Rican, is just unreal, right? Like, just unreal form from them right now. And, AST, yeah, they have their moments. Nice little self-destruct on the Hanbei, but it just never felt like, you said it a few times during the cast, Young and Beautiful could never really find the space, right?
No.
They were never in control. It was always Talisman kind of marking the flanks. It was Pella really holding down the front line. There was nothing Young and Beautiful could do, and now it really opens up the question of what is the next map? Because the opposite of what just happened. Maybe try and force full dive. Don't allow the Orisa to be playable, but you don't have a Wrecking Ball ban anymore. So in those type of maps, you have to find an answer for the Pella ball as well.
I think the Tracer needs to be #1 priority, though. Alex either needs. I think Alex needs to change a playstyle more often than not. We didn't get to see a ton of Talisman on Alex kind of gameplay because again, they're playing 2 different games right there. But because Talisman basically went unchecked, you didn't have a way to burn down the team. You didn't have a way to match the range. So because it's kind of pick and choosing your battles and what is most important towards the team composition. And it could stay the same kind of going ahead if we do end up in more of a dive map. And it might be a little easier if Pela isn't there as like this brick wall of like a Robatra or an Orisa kind of thing. So that's what we need to see Young and Beautiful take into consideration. If they want to run dive, the map pool is very friendly to it. And if we just wanted to prove our point even further, peep the stats, people. 21-2 for Talisman, 21-3 on Pela. These are the standout players by far from this first map.
Yeah, it's just, you look at, 21-2 for Talisman.
Yeah.
That's just disgusting. It's absolutely gross. And you can look at Pella and AST and be like, oh my god, it's such a difference. But like, you have to understand AST is playing a completely different game, right? Like, Pella is very much like, hey, I'm going to be in your face. I'm just going to make your life a living hell. When AST is playing a lot more counter dive, they're trying to play for Peel, for Icy Sniper, and Neptune. They're not really playing as aggressive. So seeing the damage mitigate, almost 15,000 for AST in 2 rounds. Yeah. That's still a pretty good number to be at. It's just, like you said, they're looking to trade picks and punish the aggression, especially from, Pella and Talisman. And that punish was just never there.
No, we've rarely got to see it. The couple times that we did, it was because they kind of just punched Hanbei into tomorrow. And Hanbei played a lot safer, I think, as we saw that map go on, playing a lot further back. Kind of let Nardwall going in and playing with either manually or Talisman, depending on what required it. I think most importantly, though, we mentioned at the start of the series that a major win con for Young and Beautiful has been Juice on this hit scan, kind of popping off. He just couldn't do anything. Was just... He was swarmed, like, for the vast majority of that map. And that does change, like, if you're going to, like, a hybrid or an escort where you're not, like, bashing heads just because that's just nature of control, right? Things like that, though, you're going to need a hit scan to be stronger. Ignore anything I just said, because we're not going to do any of that. We're going to go to New Junk City and continue to bash our heads into each other, and this means we're likely moving away from the D.Va as well.
Yeah, likely going away from the D.Va. Now I'm really curious of the bans. Like, what are the
I'm
bans
so
here?
interested in this game.
Because like, I thought we were going dive. I thought we were going dive centric, considering the Orisa. Okay, the Tracer ban is very warranted. That makes complete sense. They can force more of the Genji that Young and Beautiful, you know, they already tried to do it for a tiny bit over on Busan and then ended up having to switch anyway. So what's the Dreamland ban here? It's not like anything didn't work.
I was gonna say you ban the sim, but you can't do that, huh?
No, you can't ban the sim, so you want to ban maybe if you want to ban like BAP and go play, just guarantee a Kiri, but you also play really well on the BAP, so I don't know if you really want to ban that this early. Let's see what they're thinking here. That
Orisa, they want the Ramatra.
They want Ram, yeah. Even though it's not even like the Orisa for Pella was that bad. Orisa was playing. Pella was doing really well in the Orisa, but as he said earlier, I feel like Mike Tyson on Ram. Mike Tyson has returned to the ring.
Yeah. Live up to Mike Tyson, honestly. Like, to do it. It's working out, and we have seen ASC Design play Ramatra to limited success, at least compared to their other tanks. Still in the hero pool, so I'm not all that concerned. It's more so, anytime we've seen Talisman not play the Tracer, it hasn't looked great comparatively, but that's also because the Tracer's clear up here. It's very hard to get something else to manage it. But also, we've only seen Alex play Tracer and Symmetra. So that leads me to believe, especially on a map like New Junk City, do you lean more into that Symmetra with kind of those teleporter plays, since it's very centric to this map type?
We've seen it a lot, especially in EMEA. Like, EMEA have just been playing Sim. And it's like we're back in like London Spitfire times. It's so weird right now what's going on the other side of the pond, but New Junk City, it will be. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Like you said, that Sim is a very good call. It's going to be, can Pella deal with it? And I think more for Talisman, as much as they want to play super aggressive, it may have to be, hey, break turrets, break TP, help Pella out in front line, because their life could be a little bit more difficult, and the Mei is a great way to help out with that.
Yeah, I like the Mei. With Talisman, has a lot of potential to kind of shut this down, especially since we know we're not going to see Alex or probably Juice play that hero either. So Dreamland are going to be pretty set heading into this matchup, just because they're on, like, literally all of them are on their most comfortable heroes right now, except Talisman. So you're pretty happy with how this goes. I want to see how Young and Beautiful can make this Sim kind of TP brawl work, because like, it's all on to Alex to get these positionings past the Mei wall.
Yeah, it's a lot onto them. Like, hey, we need to make sure we get past the Mei wall, actually get some damage in onto manually Narwhal and Hanbei, and already some turrets on a main choke forces a quick little rotate there from Dreamland. As it'll be ring around the rosy for a little bit here, chat. And then we just gotta wait for a random TV from Alex, and then it'll pop.
I was gonna say, it's a game of cat and mouse until Alex decides it's not, or even Talisman for that regard. A little gap, though, in that Mei wall for Designed to go ahead and slip through. It's simply Manually, though, kind of collapses on Juice. Manually's been kind of flanking with Neptune, or Narwhal, excuse me, this entire time. That's how you play to enable the hits get even further. A triple kill, just right off the bat. That's kind of a flank pinch you're gonna need to have an eye on.
Yeah, basically, just Narwhal taxiing manually around. It's just so Young and Beautiful, especially if it's Juice or Icy Sniper, they can't catch up. Unless they have the Neptune speed boost as well, they can't really chase after it. But it's so easy for Dreamland to try and find the pinch. And even though you had the Mei wall earlier from Talisman, it had the hole in it, still proved enough of a distraction. But that time stuck around just a little bit too long.
Yeah, Talisman's head just casually exploded there. Great shot for Juice. Needs the redemption too after Manually just kind of cleaned up the lobby there and much closer to ultimate. Speaking of ultimates, Hanbei has one and decided to lay out the blue carpet for Dreamland to get in. Quickly responded for Icy Sniper, so each team has the same value. Again, I mean, no one's going after Juice. Instead, it's Narwhal, which you tell him to do something, he'll absolutely do it and kind of move around, but will opt to go back and support Manually, who popped over clock of their own, then grabs Juice on the fadeaway, attempting to slip out unnoticed. Young and Beautiful do have control of this point and are hoping to keep it that way. The Blizzard, though, lands onto the team, but just before Icy Sniper gets back, sacrifices their own life to keep Design on their feet and hopefully use the remainder of the Photon Barrier to keep the health bar running and even sustain this further. Annihilation in play for Design much sooner, and you're going to need it if you want to sustain, but it appears Young and Beautiful are okay with losing this fight, knowing they have another one.
Yeah, as soon as they lose Neptune, it's like, all right, no heals. If you pop the Annihilation, you live for maybe a few more seconds, but it's not going to win you the fight. You don't have the sustain for it. Is Dreamland able to cap once again? But the fact that they have the sim, they'll have plenty of time to go in here with another touch. You know.
Or not. Yes?
Wow,
yes,
this is a full rotation from Dreamland. They're going to try and catch him in the back.
Okay, they brained too hard, I think.
Yeah,
the 5-head outbrained the 5-head. You know, you just gave up all that high ground positioning, and I'm sure Dreamland are not super thrilled about that. And now you just have Pale kind of on an island down towards the point. But again, Juice falls first. That was shots from manually before Pelot came in to take all the glory on it. It's been the trade out of kind of Talisman and Juice so far, and not having Juice has been much more detrimental. Young and Beautiful still want to commit to this. Neptune popped the sound barrier a couple seconds ago, just in an attempt to sustain further, and it is enough to eventually chase down Narwhal and get Juice back into this fight. It's gonna cost more though. Either this overclock or this annihilation. Instead, it's just gonna be two Ramatra staring at each other, holding blocks to their faces, because that's how you play Ramatra in 2025. And Juice will be the one that has all the actual fun during the mid-off that was happening on the point.
It's kind of staring at each other intensely, like, yo, you want to swing? I can't. So it seems like eventually, hey, I can punch away. Talisman getting ready for the touch.
Oh no!
No, don't shoot! Don't shoot! As they should be able to touch them, but I mean, it'll be more complicated than it needed to be.
That could have worked, and it would have been hilarious, but it's not as funny now. Overclock's in play. Manually got the better last time, but this time Juice will go ahead and even up that scoreline at a 1-1 limit. Young and Beautiful looking to close out this objective. Only the couple stragglers remaining, and so far are making this point work. Symmetra incredibly difficult to recontest against, and Young and Beautiful are happy with how Arena turned out.
Flashpoint.
So far, that Symmetra working great. As soon as they can actually cap the point, pushing in, yeah, it can be a little difficult if you can't find the opener with one of those TP set plays, but this is where it really can work well. You just set up the turrets in some niche spots, you're able to get some nice little early intel on where a lot of these rotations are going, and Talisman trying to get the wall out early just to force out maybe a cooldown or two.
And actually, there's the Blizzard here too. Last time we saw this, it was kind of traded with the Photon Barrier, an attempt from Alex to block a lot of that damage to the players who were locked up in a winter storm. The second wall goes up. Talisman almost ends up losing it. Will actually manage to grab nobody. Photon Barrier and the Suzu from Icy Sniper will make sure of it. And Dreamland, they don't really have another way into this objective. Fighting against this Photon Barrier is a death sentence, as it is for both Manually and Narwhal. Resets coming in fast.
Yeah, reset needed. Narwhal again caught early. It feels like the Lucio for Dreamland just getting caught a lot during the beginning of these fights from Neptune, of all people, and Juice. So now for Dreamland, again, what is the play? Do you even match the Symmetra potentially? To try and match some of these TP plays? Do you stick with the Mei? Even though, yeah, these Blizzards aren't doing extremely well, but these walls are at least dragging out some nice Suzus. It's just the follow-up has yet to be there.
No, not quite. And if anything, Juice has kind of stepped up a little bit more after those first couple of fights. Having the defensive positioning he does, and the opportunity to poke at the players of Dreamland as they come in is great. Even better in a Kitsune rush. In fact, actually gets Hanbei out of that. And that's an instant no fight zone unless you want to commit to Sound Barrier, which I really don't recommend for Dreamland in this scenario unless they have a specific win con. And there it is. All right, we're going to go for it. At least you get the response out of Neptune. It is a final fight, but one that the Ultimate Economy has been completely screwed over out of Dreamland. Young and Beautiful sitting on their riches at a second capped point, one away from sweeping.
And pause requested from Young and Beautiful, so hopefully that will come in quick here. But yeah, that win. Young and Beautiful just rocking it here in New Junk City so far. And there's been nothing Dreamland has been able to do. As these TPs, these turrets, they've just been too much of a pain to deal with. And now as these teams rotate over, I guess the pause isn't happening. Some early positioning here from Dreamland with the Annihilation in hand.
Unless you get the first capture. I mean, Dreamland just need to get first capture. That's literally all it comes down to. Can't do that, though, against the Photon Barrier. It just shows how quickly these are building up. That Alex on the Symmetra is a real thorn in the side for this team to have to deal with. It will go down rather quickly. Design using that opportunity to kind of walk into the backline with an Annihilation. Pella can't trade it out. The teleporter's there. The rest of the team is isolated, and there's no support for him. Even with the Blizzard popped, there's no follow-up. There's nothing that Dreamland can say about it.
there's nothing they can do. These TP plays are just so good. And you can see Pellet like tries to put something on the point and like, hey, trying to fight it out, but the TP just goes in the back line. AST is able to pop Annihilation. And from that point, don't matter. The entire back line is dead. Pellet's left on their lonesome. And the fight is over. And it just seems like Dreamland, yes, they eventually came. They will go to the Symmetra themselves, but it can be difficult to go against a team that's been playing Symmetra the whole time and you're just going onto it. It's more likely they'll be able to read it.
I was gonna say, unless you've really practiced this, it's a difficult style to have to work. Like, even there, Icy Sniper totally fine with regrouping, and Narwhal didn't make it through the TP at all. Like, it's just an experienced sim team. They read that so fast. There's not a chance for Dreamland to get a touch, and Jesse, that might honestly just be the map with how late these staggers are going to go. Pella's not going to live. He knows it, so he popped the Annihilation, hoping to get something done, but it's back against the wall, quite literally, and they are putting him in his spot. The question mark on top of all of it. Young and Beautiful, they showed that they are the sim team after all. Take away the Tracer. Young and Beautiful got it.
Oh my god. That's a, hey, we're getting a little bit of the vibes. You talked about it from EMEA. That's the EMEA vibe from today. A little bit of like, hey, we know you had to pop it, but we're gonna have some fun with it. And Young and Beautiful, nice little answer back after a rough map 1 just completely dominates map 2. There was I felt like Dreamland had no answers to this Symmetra.
No.
If we go back to a flashpoint later on with this being a best of 7, I foresee a sim ban in our future.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised we didn't get. Oh, we couldn't get a sim ban.
We couldn't because of the Tracer. Yep.
Yeah. Well, it's good to know, especially since like something like Circuit Royale, which is a Dreamland preferred map, is now in the future. Take away the sim on that, probably. You don't want to be dealing with it there. But regardless, that was a stomp, Jesse. There's just nothing they could do to figure it out. Young and Beautiful, except for the first point, captured it first every time, and Dreamland simply couldn't find a way back into it. They've been dominant because of their ability to control off angles. With this comp, you're not playing for off angles as much, or at least just one, because if you're Sojourn, I think the lack of the Tracer kind of affected this team quite a bit in both scouting and also ability to kind of collapse at this point. They got caught out a lot more than we expected, and not only because of the sim, but also because Juice came to life.
Yeah, no, Juice just absolutely, like, this is the Juice we thought we were going to see in this series, right? Like, being able to light it up, and it, you know, what a shock. You don't have a Tracer on you 24/7, and the pop-off all of a sudden is just there. But there are so many of these rotations. So this is the one we were talking about. We didn't get to quite see it on cam, but look, the wall is there. You can tell Hadwe's like, yo, let me out, dude. And eventually is able to get out, but not before ASC gets a lot of damage in, and the kill comes in on the Talisman. And at this point, the ult advantage is too much in favor of Young and Beautiful, and they even us up. So guaranteed at least map 5. We'll see if we go maybe a little bit longer than that, but that's, yeah, a little bit of BM, but we can foresee that coming.
At least, I mean, hey, we get at least more, so I'm not complaining about that. We get a 5-map series at least today. After all, it does in fact exist. But yeah, I mean, this is just a big step up from this team. Young and Beautiful, the only NA squad to really put effort into this Symmetra, and that shows. Because it's kind of the same mentality that we talked about with Emote down mid. If you don't practice against it, how do you attack it? You're completely adapting on the fly. You lost like the big portion of your comp. Like Talisman just wasn't able to do much on the May comparatively. And I think it's just a map that you're going to write off as being, you know, one of our most impactful characters got banned. We played against a sim competition we weren't quite ready for. There's very few maps that I think that this can work again, and Dreamland are very aware of that.
Very few. I'd say if we go back to Flashpoint at some point, obviously Saravasa, it can work, but not as well as it does on New Junk City. There's a little bit more high ground involved with Saravasa. It makes some of the TP spots tricky. You have to be really careful about it. Circuit is another one. We'll see. That is obviously in the map pool. That's really about it. You can make it kind of work maybe on Oasis at times, but you can get really tricky, and it will be one of those potential maps that I'm feeling.
You're banning Sim, though. Sure.
You gotta ban Sim, I think, here if you're Dreamland, because it is one of the only 2 maps remaining that it can really work. We'll find out the bans here in a moment, but if that is the ban, then you gotta wonder, hey, is Dreamland going to ban a tank or a support? It feels like the tank is kind of whatever. They can play Diva, they can play Ram, they can play kind of whatever their heart desires. So maybe, getting rid of like a Baptiste from a Dreamland is a good idea, considering how well it went over on Control. And yeah, there's the Simban. Yeah, we kind of saw that coming.
We do. This is actually the map, though, that we will see Dreamland play the double ranged, right? You'll put the manually on the Freya and have Talisman take over the Sojourn role. It's just this is just not a Tracer map. And that's okay. You're able to flex around that. And the Baptiste will be taken away, which is a pretty integral part of a lot of these points. And also probably means you're not going to see the Life Weaver either that Narwhal likes to pull out on this map.
No, we probably won't. It even puts like Illari at risk if we would see it, because a lot of times you want to play the Illari with Bap, just because not like you're pumping out a ton of heals with Illari. You're wanting to more have the damage output, let the pylon do the work. But it's still a potential. We've seen some teams run it, maybe even with like a Kiriko or a Life Weaver. So maybe the Illari is up for grabs. We obviously have some very aggressive flex supports in this lobby, so I would be shocked if they wanna feel it out maybe a little bit. But Circle Royale maybe going back to that long range game that had Dreamland so much success over on Busan, and they didn't really get to flex it with the sim on their face in map 2.
No, not quite. So I think having this kind of change, which this is a map that the Dreamland won yesterday too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So,
yeah, I'll double check.
Well, I'll also triple check that, but I'm pretty confident they ended up winning that because it was that double ranged game. You're taking away kind of the main heroes that we did see.
Yeah, Young and Beautiful won this yesterday.
Oh, Young and Beautiful did win this yesterday.
Young and Beautiful won yesterday.
That's right. Oh, they played the May, right?
Yes, they played the May, and it was a 3-2. And it was a sim ban last time as well, but it was a Ram ban last time.
Yeah, so the
which
Ram.
I have a feeling. And Dion's in.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Okay.
So Sig. So they're playing Sig. They can't be playing Ram.
Are they?
Because if they were playing.
Dion plays a ton of Ram though.
True, but like Pala's been playing great on Ram. Maybe it's like you're leaving the option open, right? Like Dion can play really good Ram, but Dion is also the one that would play Sig in this matchup. So maybe you're just leaving the potential open for both sides of the coin. But okay.
Yeah, but like, do you want to play Sigma into Ramatra? Like, does that sound fun? I don't think that sounds fun.
No, not really.
Like, especially with the double.
Unless you're on defense, you can maybe play around May defensively and like wall off Ram as he's trying to engage. But if your Sig gets walled off, it's GG. It's just done. So
yeah.
I'm very curious here what the call is here from Dreamland, but we'll find out here pretty soon. The reasoning behind it.
Because they started on that double hit scan. Like, that's what they want to play. But then, I remember this now. This is coming back very clearly. But then they ended up swapping to the May after they got snowballed because Alex was on it. And they were just like, okay, this isn't fun. We need to find a way to match it. But at the point, they weren't really able to recover. And Talisman is not a favorite to play May. Just throwing it out there. Much prefers that Sojourn or the Tracer in this type of matchup. So this is a puzzling pick for me. Like, you have to be super confident in Manuel's ability to just own Juice. That's the only reason I can see that this map is one to come out. Or you're doing something with the Sigma just because of the Dion sub.
Or if it's like, we just want to take this away. Like, we don't want this to be a thing. We want to take it away. Yes, we're going to use our sim ban for it, but I think you just take away one of the better maps from Young and Beautiful. But again, if we do end up going this back and forth, it's a very big map here for Young and Beautiful. If they can break that trend and then restart it with them at the front, it's a way more pressure onto Dreamland because they will be the team all of a sudden that needs to win that 2 in a row, not Young and Beautiful. So this could be a very pivotal map 3 here if Dreamland is not able to win. If they do, then we're going to continue this back and forth, and maybe at map 5 we'll say it again, and then at map 7, if we get there, we'll say it even more.
We're starting the cycle early.
It's the early cycle of these best of 7s. You kind of just go back and forth, but we'll be loading in.
Are you ready for Circuit Royale? I'm gonna check who's actually defending, and I'm not gonna wait. We'll find out in like 10 seconds. I can be patient. And also, this music is like keeping me pretty calm. Like, I know this is a grand finals, but I'm trying to like center. I want to focus on every little thing that is happening, and we're not freaking out just yet. But Circuit Royale is, I think, just one of those maps that it's compared to the entire rest of the year. Well, 1, it's not dive, but 2, it's the one thing that you can actually consistently play poke on. which is why I think we see it picked so much, since it's one of the standouts just for how unique that playstyle particularly is. And it will be Dreamland on defense first. The name cards are switched, so I'm assuming let's get switched around in a second. But it is the Ramontra from Dion after all, so no Sigma as we were potentially teasing to. I don't like this sound.
What are we doing this to?
This makes me uncomfortable.
What?
Oh, we're stopping? Oh, no, we're not done.
Now we're back.
Okay.
Now we're back. I did not even know it registered.
He's not even on the keys.
Physics part 2.
Physics part 2. Understood.
Yeah,
yeah, that hurts. That physically hurts. That causes me pain.
That is.
As a piano player, that causes me pain. Oh boy, but
I'm
we are
not
gonna
musically talented, so it doesn't hurt me as much.
Okay, what are we looking at? We're looking at, okay, so Talisman will be on the Mei. No Mei for Alex, though. Alex is going to go to the Genji instead.
All right, so interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure on that. Yeah, we'll see. Young and Beautiful just trying to play the space a little bit. They know they don't really need to fight this until Archway. So they're just going to try and play some opening picks. Even though a nice little dink on the manually will kind of push that back for now.
You can kind of take all the space that you want. Ramontra doesn't fight super well into Orisa, like front up, just because you can either get spun, speared, or flat out fortified. You do negative damage to her. So yeah, Design has a lot more control over the tempo that this takes. Baits out the Mei wall really well, I must say. Scoots around the other side, and Talisman finds himself with absolutely no cooldowns to work with. Dreamland, this is the go button. Juice is in a fantastic position, rotating around this back statue. Mei wall has to be used defensively. It's a consistent backpedal for Dreamland this entire first part of the point. Eventually, Dion will push in once all of these cooldowns come up. That's the one thing a Ramontra has, is this ability to gain all of that armor, and it's finally going to end up working out for him.
Yeah, it eventually works out, and yeah, Dreamland, yes, they get a good, and not Dreamland, sorry, you just gotta swap sides. Young and Beautiful able to do it. And there is the pause. I believe one of the players was saying there's been some issues with the pauses. I think it's like a voice thing it has to be with this. So that's why we have some kind of delayed pauses here, but that time it does go through, and Young and Beautiful, yeah, a decent start. I think these Mei walls, like you said, getting used very defensively, which is never a great sign.
No.
If you were Dreamland, because you want to be playing those super aggro, and so far it's been like, oh, we need wall to heal. We need wall to heal. Just relax, relax, relax.
And like, it just shows that you're not in control of the pacing, right? Like, it's not a major red flag, especially because Dion was able to play the long game of, oh, this Orisa doesn't have cooldowns anymore. I was able to hold on to Nemesis, so Dion instead is going to channel his inner Mike Tyson and just kind of send it at him. That's how this long game works out. And it's pretty typical for Circuit Royale just to see things drawn out this long because of the way the map works and how much open space there is for this, both retreats, but also the potential of poke damage that we see.
Yeah, especially if you're on the defense, like, if we get an early pick, great. If not, we can just back until the end of the first phase. Because then you have so much natural high ground, and it's so hard to push into it if you're the attacking side unless you find an opener. It is an internet issue. We've all been there. We've all been there. Sombra's doing a little bit of a hacking of the network over for,
Let her loose in the server room. That wasn't a good idea. Let's not.
Yeah, whoops. You mean this wire needed to be plugged in? Oh, might be.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the cat did it. The cat unplugged it. That's happened quite a bit.
Cat.
I don't know. But good news is the cat has since been put in the timeout corner, and the internet is plugged back in. So we're gonna head right back into this. About half the time still left to go. And 2 Kitsune rushes here too to kind of make this work.
Yeah, especially with the Genji, it's a little awkward at times, but already Dion forced out the rush.
Yeah, you want to get these cooldowns back up quickly. Normal, though, sound barrier. Much before Neptune, which, unfortunately for Dreamland, they can't use that to their advantage because that was a fully defensive sound barrier of we need to run away. So Neptune's going to have one here aggressively should he choose to use it. Alex, though, caught up, frozen to a popsicle, and it's a 4v3 favoring Dreamland. The rest of the team not even going to try.
Yeah, no, at that point, you just back out if you're Young and Beautiful. You got no DPS, and those are going to be your big win conditions as well, right? Blade, Overclock, both on. You have the beat now. You can use as tempo. You don't have to use it more defensively unless you want to use it for the annihilation. But I think if you're Young and Beautiful, you get it, you just go. Yep, there you go.
Yeah, that's huge. Hanbei's already dead, like, as the beat comes out, so this should just be a fight that Young and Beautiful steamroll their way through. And yeah, you'll get about 3-ish minutes on this payload. There's not even time for Dreamland to get a full contest unless you just throw Narwhal to the wolves.
Which, granted, we've seen Narwhal do it before.
He does it himself just because it's funny.
Yeah, he does it for the meme a lot of time, but won't this time. 3.5 minutes for Young and Beautiful as they enter another, again, I wouldn't say the most egregious part of this map, but third phase exists.
Yeah.
It's a little hard, but Suzu forced early, but the punish just not there on Icy.
Icy almost died for that, though. I mean, because Icy Sniper was snow low, you couldn't really come up to help Juice at all, and both the DPS for Young and Beautiful are sent back to the spawns. The one nice thing, though, is they've managed to save a lot of their resources for what is, okay, the second hardest point in the map.
Yeah, it just gets progressively harder as you go through Monaco. Like, it is not easy whatsoever, but they saved, like you said, both DPS ultimates from first phase. They've built up now Rush. They're about to have Terra Surge. They have plenty to play off of here, especially because Darnwell's still 40 to the next sound barrier.
Yeah, these support ults have been so off-tempo, especially with Hanbei dying early in that previous fight. Icy Sniper gives Juice such an advantage. Dreamland, they just kite it, though. I mean, they weren't really pushed up in a position that it was too concerning, and Narwhal speeding up everybody out of danger. So that's 2 ults that got actually no value. Everything flipped on its head. The bullet shot goes a little wide, not the end of the world. Dreamland, though, can just kind of run this down with Hanbei's own Kitsune Rush, which seems to be the choice. Terra Surge, though, is pulled out. Beautiful 1-2 punch, giving him a group hug for Alex to slice everyone to bits. A 4K for the Genji. What a combo from Young and Beautiful.
Chef's kiss. Like, that is exactly how you do Terra Surge Blade to absolute perfection. You get Rush up, but there will be a touch here from Dreamland. They're going to try.
No, the Javelin spins. It's going to keep them away. Oh.
But what a play. And now they're going to keep playing it. Why not?
Keep fighting it. You have the momentum.
Annihilation.
I'm not sure about that. Dion was neither low nor had to fight. He's got to be swapping. That's the only logical reason for that point. And the rest of Dreamland, they got to get the heck out of there as soon as possible. Talisman's going to get staggered. But, I mean, Young and Beautiful, they just heard something that was gone completely wrong. 2 ultimates shut down a cliff to just get a 4K casually.
Yeah, Dion ain't swapping. So that's
I don't know about that. Okay.
An ult down the drain, but it just one beautiful play after another. YAB take complete advantage of the misstep from Dreamland, and now 2.5 minutes down the final stretch. Full high guard control at the moment by Dreamland, and the AST just trying to, you know, peek a little bit, trying to get there. Oh no! And the boom!
Oh! Call an ambulance, but not for Dion. That's tragic. Design thought they had the angle, but didn't see Narwhal just floating on the wall. That was fantastic to watch there. It's what we call the get help. You know, you remember the get help? That's exactly what just happened.
You mess around and you're flying down, right? Like you try to be on that outside, like, hey, try to get this boop, and you gotta make sure you're in fortify so you don't get booped, AST. And that lets Dreamland full reset, complete high ground control in the initial room, and already fortify, cleanse, jab spin forced out, and it's just a soft reset from Young and Beautiful because of that. But manually gets picked off early, and that pops the overclock.
Yeah, overclock, come out, and goodbye Hanbei and Narwhal and Talisman. All right, I can just list the entirety of Dreamland. If that's what you want to choose, that's fine. Nice comeback for Young and Beautiful. I mean, they're just banking on these heroic plays, and it works.
Yeah, you might as well, and you only use, what, 1 ult? You still have 4 ults going into this. Dreamland will have 4 of their own. Sound barriers will get mirrored. It's going to get messy, Molly.
Yeah, we got 8 shiny buttons on the screen, and we've already used 4 of them. A little bit of Beat Saber action for Alex, but finds himself just smacking against the overhealth of the enemy sound barrier. Juice, though, this Blizzard is fantastic, but it can't be a C9. Surely somebody can continue to keep the payload contested, but they're all zoned out. Dion will get there just less than a meter before the point is captured. Dreamland so close, yet so far. We know how difficult this hotel is to move through, and they're just not going to be able to do it. The spawns are too close, the high ground too aggressive. Dreamland, they're going to keep this one alive, forcing Young and Beautiful to give it another swing.
Ultimates throwing in, and that was just enough that spawn
7?
advantage. That was 8. I'm pretty
8?
sure that was a lot.
Jeez.
Yeah, both support ultimates from both sides, both DPS ultimates from both sides. Just check everything. And sorry, not both DPS ults. It was ASTs, not juices. But throwing everything at the wall. And no, the only one that remains with an ult is Dion, and it's maybe one of the hardest to deal with in an OT situation like this.
Worst possible time to have to beat a Ramatra ult, and you're gonna have to do it 4v5 because Alex gets locked in the freezer with Talisman. Not where you want to meet a Mei. Young and Beautiful will get a touch onto the payload, but it's not gonna last long. Dion pops the Annihilation in purple. Certainly not Young and Beautiful's favorite color in this particular instance. It'll be a stop just shy of a full completion, and for Circuit Royale, sometimes that's the best you can get.
Yeah. If there's any other map, it'd be like, you know, it kind of sucks they weren't able to cap, but it is what it is. For this, it's like, no, it's still fine. That's good. That's really good. Because Circuit Royale is just damn near impossible to cap, even though Vision did it earlier. But that was, you know, that series was its own demon. But
yeah.
I would say Young and Beautiful, great start. You're really allowing Juice to really pop off, even though AST's also got 13, almost 10k damage already on their mark manually as well. 16 and 5, almost 10k for them. It will really be how much time can Dreamland have left going into final phase. If they can have, I would say, at least 2 minutes, I think it's very doable. But if they have under that, or if they even don't make it to third phase, then it'll be Young and Beautiful stealing the map pick away from Dreamland to take a 2-1 advantage. But Dreamland, they obviously picked this for a reason. It's time to see what they got here on the attack. Yeah, if you're Young and Beautiful, might as well. But they will go with the Mei this time. So they'll play again more with that. Ice Sniper will stay on the Kiriko. So we'll try and isolate Dion a little bit. And that,
Don't fall for it, Jesse. Don't fall for the bait.
But I wanna.
Don't do it.
But I want to. They're going back into spawn. All right, never mind.
You fell for see,
Yeah,
this is why.
I did.
Look at that. You know what? It's improvement. You didn't fully fall for the bait. Yeah, we'll get the Honda Sonic Arrow out of spawn. Spot that Alex is on this Mei and have manually go back over to the Freya and the Sojourn. So this double poke comp that Dreamland liked to run last time, but this time they're still going to have to approach into the Mei of Alex, which is a major pain point for them.
Yeah, and already, oh my god, Dion forced to pop the Nemesis and just guard. Put the block up, because you know if you don't, you're going to die, and the wall just misses, though, from Alex.
Well, Alex also has no cooldowns right now. If they wanted to make an aggressive push on the Mei, now would be the time to do so, which Manly almost got those couple of shots, but they didn't land on to the DPS character. Instead, it was designed body blocking for their teammates. Dreamland, that's a little bit of a tricky way to get through that first corner, but it's not often that we see it kind of holds at that point of the map. This is where it starts to get a little bit more serious, or I guess dangerous if you're Young and Beautiful, caught in the crosshairs of manually just chunking down Juice one at a time. How does Icy Sniper already have a Kitsune Watch? I didn't even look at the ult switch because I'm like, oh, there's no way anybody has it. Icy Sniper just proved that wrong. Both tanks are dead, which definitely favors Dreamland right now.
Yeah, they'll just play it slow, wait for Dion to get back, and they can continue pushing this car. Both tanks just rushing in, and Juice hit with the alternate fire, as well as Talisman manually finds a two-piece, and that may honestly be first phase done.
And suddenly there's no tank in Manuel's face, and look what he does!
Look what happens!
Yeah, they're just gonna get the point cap here. No one willing to jump into the pit of snakes there. Dreamland will get a good chunk of the way up to this point. We know how difficult it is through this little hairpin section.
Yeah, trying to take as much early advantage as they possibly can. Manually in a nice off angle, but they can't be caught.
Yeah, he's dead. He's dead. Yeah, let's not do that next time. Let's refrain from that. Neptune using the sound barrier there is really tragic though, because it's well before Narwhals. Hanmei has the ultimate, and it does accomplish pretty much nothing other than kind of help keep the team away from the tank. Talisman attempting to keep this one up, had one with the overclock, but Juice slides into the backline, traces out for two of their own. But with no tank for Young and Beautiful, this fight's kind of over. You're just trying to stall time so you can get close to a full fight at this little choke point.
2v2, it is Alex and Neptune, but it's going to be eventually, the tank difference is there. Dion's able to lock it down with Hanmei, but I won't be able to get too much as AST kind of just holds the line like, hey, like, back off. I know it's just me right now, but y'all need to just relax ever so slightly. Annihilation online here for Dion is both DPS ults and the rush for Young and Beautiful. They can play this really fast into a Blizz. but it's Juice first.
Yeah, with the overcharged overclock too, this one hurts 150% as much. Although Juice, I mean, everyone's just respecting the angle. They can't find him anywhere. The Kitsune Rush was used, but they're down and out using the secret tunnel to escape. Tragedy for Young and Beautiful. That's the second time that has happened, Jesse.
Yeah, they just peace out like, hey, might as well. They dragged 2 ultimates out for nothing. And now Dreamland can move in with ult advantage.
And there's a third ult that's down for nothing.
Wow.
I mean, I guess he gets Suzu out, not because of the blizzard, but it's out, and Dion is like, okay, use all their big shiny buttons. Time to press mine. The rest of the team not faring too well here, trying to kite away from the Ramattra, who's already down. Manly takes out the remainder 3 with a bola shot, and that's just said and done. For the second point, you said how much time? They needed to have a good time bank heading into this. That's exactly what's going to happen.
They'll have that and plenty more. Over 4 minutes on the time bank for Dreamland going into the final phase of Circuit Royale. And it won't be even like a close hold initially that Dreamland were able to do on Young and Beautiful. High ground control, fully in favor of Dreamland. Manually just able to pop some shots already halfway to another bola shot. If you're Young and Beautiful, you have the sound barrier, you can play aggressive with it. Hanbei does have this Kitsune Rush, can pop it on high ground and fend off the pressure.
I mean, the Maywall's there, designed, fearing for their life, and thankfully Neptune holds the trigger just a little bit longer for the sound barrier, but at the same time, where are you engaging? Who can you engage on? Everybody from Dreamland is already pieced out before you can even consider finding somebody in your crosshairs. And Juice on this high ground, so alone between the harassment of Narwhal and Manually from downtown. There's just not a chance for the Sojourn to have any value within this fight. Dion completely separating Design from the rest of the team, exactly where they want the tank to be. This just might be map.
Touch here, especially with how close these spawns are, and they will have Rush to use as a way to get over there. Terra Surge as well to fend everybody off, but I'm looking at Narwhal here. If they can get off the sound barrier to at least take away the value from either Surge or Rush, Dreamland may be able to push us over the line.
We'll have to see. I mean, they're going to take their time and rotate towards the high ground. You have so much in the time bank to work with,
yeah.
So this is needed. You have the ability to, might as well. And worst case scenario, you sound barrier along the way. But ASC Design, they'll meet him up there. Icy Sniper, though, is already dead. The Kitsune Rush no longer available. Although Dion finally gets sent off the map. Design saw the opportunity, went for it, and perhaps a stabilization is possible. Manually still getting eliminations. I just think because how far the spawns are for the defense, Young and Beautiful will get another touch. Icy Sniper is alive at this point. Will pop the Kitsune Rush. High ground not fully cleared. Juice drops down an attempt. 0.9 meters. Someone has to keep a toe on the objective, but they're running out of players, running out of options, and it's a storm inside. No one can escape it unless you're Designed with the Fortify available. But even then, the health bars will eventually fall down. Dreamland will win Circuit.
And the back and forth, the ping pong match continues here, Molly. Dreamland able to do it. And I will say, they really slowed it down. This is a team that loves to play fast, loves to get in their face, but hey, they really slow it down. They just rely on the pop-off plays, waiting for the other side to make a mistake. But Juice, I can't say they didn't try in this first half, man. Just absolutely lethal with the Soj later, but man, what a little turnaround there from Dreamland. You take away one of the better maps for Young and Beautiful. You take away, yes, the sim ban on your side, but overall, a total success for the Dreamland map pick.
Absolutely, and Dreamland basically screwed the ult economy of Young and Beautiful. The kiting was impressive. Like, previously, we would have just seen Dreamland fight that. They would have been like, all right, we're all in, we're dumping, let's get it, yeah! But no, they backed off. No. And I wonder if that's like part of the style change just between Dion and Pela that we kind of see is more that kiting. But even then, there were at least 6 ultimates within that game from Young and Beautiful that got no value just because Dreamland were in a position that they could kite away from it. And it's that decision making that inevitably won them the map. They just had the better resource usage and better control of where those resources were going overall.
Especially like the middle phase of Circuit on their attack, the fact that they were able to realize right away, hey, they're using 2 ults, just get out. Like, just back out. There's this little tunnel here. Just get out. Just like, you know, the ball should have got off the piano, you know, a little bit ago. But hey, I respect trying to play a little bit of a melody for us before, and it felt like Young and Beautiful. Yes, the beginning of this, they had a great start to this map. but once we swapped sides, it felt like Dreamland, they could do no wrong on their attack. There was just no answer from Young and Beautiful, and the Mei just wasn't as good on the defense as they would have hoped.
No, not really. I mean, he had that one combo play, which was really nice.
Yeah.
And outside of that, I mean, this kind of get help thing, first of all, that's hilarious. I will be clipping that later. But for Young and Beautiful, though, you kind of just ran out of juice after this play. I mean that unironically. Like, you just couldn't find a way to stop Dreamland's momentum because of how screwed you were in terms of ultimates. You just can't recover from that big of a deficit without time. And time wasn't on their side with how fast Dreamland were wanting to play on the attack.
Yeah, it just that was you can tell SC's like finally. We lose the fight, but finally able to get Dion off. And now the question goes back to Young and Beautiful. Where do you go now, right? Like, it's your map pick. Probably going, I think they have to go to what? Maybe like an push or a flash. No, they already went flash points. Maybe a push. Going into the next one here is look at the scoreboard. Like, it just
okay.
loaded on the upper side for Dreamland. And even, yeah, dude, Juice, 21 and 11. That 11 deaths, though, is the standout.
Yeah, that's tough, buddy. It's pretty much all you can say.
Tough.
Manually also just had the game that he wanted to. He picked Circuit because he wanted to lean into this long range kind of play with your Ramatra / Orisa, which they stuck true on the Ramatra for all of that. And it worked out. Manually did exactly what you expected him to, and that was dominate. Can they keep it up, though? Dreamland, we've had this little ping pong matchup, as you said, Jesse, and while they might be up for now, it is a Young and Beautiful map pick next. So we're going to find out after this quick break. Will we follow this trend of each team winning their own map pick, or are we going to have somebody try something new? Find out right after the short break. we are just about halfway through our grand finals for our NA FACEIT Masters playoffs, and it's a 2-1 win. A bit of back and forth in terms of those maps, but so far, every team has one on the map that they have selected. Is that trend going to continue? Knowing the map pick, Jesse, I'm not entirely sure. This is an interesting one, I gotta say, from Young and Beautiful. They wanted to switch it up, get creative, and take us to Colosseo.
Immediate fear is you're playing the long range game against Manually and Talisman.
Yep.
That's a very scary situation. Especially now, hey, the Tracer is also
I was gonna say, this is the
game
Tracer
for
guy.
Talisman. So you put Talisman on Tracer, you pop the Freya, and it's going to be a very long day at the office for Young and Beautiful. But they obviously have something cooking, right? Like something is going on for them to pick this map. We'll see what the bans are here in a minute. And it is Dion back out, Pella back in. So that tells me, hey, we could see anything from the Orisa to maybe a ball even through the routes. Anything is on the table once again here for Dreamland.
Is Colosseo a Symmetra map? Okay, well, not everything is on the table. Their Matra's off. So, maybe not the Symmetra then, if you're not playing the Ram?
Yeah, well, you could do it maybe with the Orisa. It's just not as easy to play around, but Young and Beautiful just taking that away. That's like, hey, Pella, we know you like to have fun, especially in this map type. The Cassidy is banned for Dreamland. That almost forces the long range, right? That's them taking away it's a lot less checks onto Talisman on the Tracer. It's one less stun that he has to deal with when he's trying to go in, but it almost forces them now to play either the Soj or the Freya on the hit scan.
Yeah, the Cass is really oppressive because, especially because the dive heroes that you play against. So perhaps that's more the thought, but at the same time, I'm feeling that you were just going to see manually play either the Freya or the Sojourn anyways. And just because of how long the range is, and Cass can kind of get hit by some of that damage fall off here more than not. I'll have to see though. Like, there's definitely got to be something cooking. Young and Beautiful, I don't see them picking this map without a specific direction that they're planning on going in. The Symmetra is what Alex is teasing for now. I don't think Alex necessarily feels comfortable matching Talisman in this Tracer kind of duel, and if they're able to play the Symmetra, which has kind of thrown Dreamland for a loop, absolutely give it a shot.
Yeah, you might as well. Oh, Pella, are you sticking this? Are you sticking this?
Yeah.
I think they are. All right. Oh, the sim won't do much against that. If Alex is sticking it, they are. Alex is in for a very rude awakening here in just a moment. As yes, they can TP onto the backline, but Narwhal can speed away, Hanbei can TP. So this could get a little tricky.
Yeah, I liked the Symmetra when it was against a less mobile comp, but first of all, Young and Beautiful, still a very mobile. This is like what they did back on Busan, right?
Yeah.
When they opened it up, and Alex just couldn't make it work super well, at least consistently, because how everyone on Dreamland could scoot away one way or another. Dreamland, I mean, they'll take their time playing off the pile drives that Pelican set up. Already halfway to a minefield, by the way.
Oh, Juice got left.
That's what he's been doing, and Juice, got abandoned, thrown off the plank by Young and Beautiful, and that's a rough way to start this map. Ideally, you try to kite out and try to bait people into the room with the sim turrets on the Lucio. Doesn't seem anyone's willing to fall for that, at least by themselves. It is a nice set of bullets, though, on an Icy Sniper. Immediately crumples under the pressure, and Dreamland looking to keep this payload going as long as they can, especially with Design now being out of the mech.
Yeah, Design out of mech. Juice already now goes over to the Freya instead of the Soj, even though it's yet less mobility, but more of that pop potential. And but now they are already going back to spawn as Alex will TP out, and I wonder if a swap's coming in, but they're not in spawn quite yet, but already halfway to the tick here for Dreamland, who we gotta remember, this is how they finished out the series against EDM, right? On push, they were dominant in the first half, and were able to play the control game from there on out, and if Young and Beautiful aren't careful, they'll be in the same spot.
They need to be careful now, because there's a minefield laid on the bridge. Suzu is out from Icy Sniper, and not a great civvy link, especially when there's a bullet shot attached to your Lucio player. But thankfully, both of them have since exploded, and Dreamland have to fight this evenly. There's just no angles for Young and Beautiful to engage, like, at all. They can't move anywhere. Pela's already there. Talisman's already there. And then again, who are you engaging on in this composition?
You're trying to find Narwhal or Manually, and they were able to find Narwhal last time, but they're not able to capitalize off of it. And now Yeah, just everyone melted away in a, blink of an eye. Tick is already accomplished in just under 3 minutes. And Dreamland in a perfect spot. They're sticking the sim because they want to play around the photon barrier, but I don't even know if I'd stick it at this point. You're under so much duress.
No.
You have no answer for Talisman and Pella. You got to find something soon.
No, you absolutely do. I mean, Dreamland, they're just everywhere all at once. We talked about how important these off angles are, and manually eventually will get punished for being a little bit too far from the rest of the team, and that's kind of what we need to see Young and Beautiful do, take one angle at a time, but it's so hard with the amount of disruption that Pela is able to pump out. Photon barrier, sound barrier, all types of barriers are out. It just is an attempt to stand through this drive, and the only thing that's really been utilized is a pulse bomb, Young and Beautiful doing their best to try to stabilize, but like the build's still moving. Like it doesn't even count if you're not contesting it, trying to fight for these eliminations. And the players, they're just faster. They'll continue running away from you, and the second you look away, suddenly you're dead.
Yeah, it just seems like regardless of where Young and Beautiful focus, there's always more on the other side to try and finish it off. Nice little boop. Helps out with the eliminations onto the back line of Young and Beautiful. And man, 100 meters to go, 100 meters down. More to come here from Dreamland, and it's a very familiar taste of Runasapi that we had just a few hours ago, and now Young and Beautiful juices over to the Sombra. Alex onto the Tracer. You wonder if it's a little bit too late, though, as just 4 minutes gone and already 115 meters.
You gotta work with what you got, and the sound barrier will be used for Young and Beautiful to drive on somebody, but who? Where are the players? Not even Juice knows. You saw him flicking around the screen, hoping to spot someone on Dreamland, but they all just skirted out of there. Like, they're not going to hang around that map, even if they couldn't. Manually won't give them any of the ult charge. What does concern me, Jesse, is this is Colosseo. This is a map you're not going to come back on at all. This isn't Runasapi.
Oh, this is not Runasapi, not even New Queen Street. You can see the occasional comeback. Colosseo is so hard. It can be so hard to come back from, because if you know how to play the right angles and the right positions, you can just hold forever, especially in this middle. We've seen fights go on for, well, maybe not as much now that the glass is removed, but minutes on minutes here in the middle. And Dreamland, they have the rush. They're just going to go right on in.
They want to try to go fast. Manually, though, all the cooldowns baited out. And it seems like that this Juice and Alex being able to keep up with the design of this dive, it really helps them move up. Problem is, I don't know if you win this fight entirely, just because of the resources. If you got to use a pulse bomb, you got to use a pulse bomb. But the robot wasn't moving in the direction you wanted it to, so you lost a good amount of that meterage along the way.
It's just, you only get 7 meters if you're Young and Beautiful. You got to wonder at some point, okay, like, you got to put 2 or 3 fights together with clean exits. Yep. That is the thing they're not getting right now. Dreamland are so good about just lingering around, throwing a little bit of a contest here and there, being able to get out, quick re-engages. It is their MO on this map type, and that's what kept EDM from being able to, have any sort of comeback, and it's the same thing going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, in Young and Beautiful's defense, you're not going to get clean fights against a Wrecking Ball. Like, that's just not how this works. And being this far behind hurts badly. A Juice EMP, that's your bailout right now. It's literally the only option you have. There's 4 for Dreamland, and you don't really have time to wait for this to come up. At least the minefield, I mean, it doesn't do all that much except for, say, maybe not play in that room and go more towards the open area of the objective. Self-destruct is forced from AC Design, an old-fashioned EMP bomb on the playing field. It just amounts to nothing. It's cleansed away, and you gotta find something with the rest of the EMP. Eventually, it seems that the kills are coming through, but it's not the fight that you necessarily wanted to take, given those circumstances. Dreamland just opted not to use support ults.
They might as well just save it. There is finally some decent cart and bot progression here for Young and Beautiful. They at least will get this thing towards the final stretch of first phase, but now they have to kind of use their beat to almost answer Narwhals unless manually lands another sick bola shot.
Manually has been doing plenty of this, mainly because the Suzu's been forced out of Icy Sniper by Pela and Talisman before anything significant can happen. Just going back to this whole disruption, the rotations kind of thing, and speaking of disruption, Kitsune Rush did absolutely none of that for Young and Beautiful. And in fact, the only thing that actually happens is Design gets knocked out of mech during this, and Forward Spawn's just 2 meters short of the capture. A rough spot to be in. Young and Beautiful, this is their best shot to get that objective cap, but because you don't have a full tank on the field, Talisman is back to play and is shredding Young and Beautiful to pieces.
Just piece by piece, tearing them apart. And, you know, yes, Narwhal and Pella actually both get caught in the back line here. Alex is able to find 3 hold up. So it will be the bot at least brought back to mid. That'll allow the Dreamland spawns to come back in for another fight for Tick. It does deny the full pushback that Dreamland were wanting to maybe regain those forward spawns. And because of that play, Alex has pulse bomb. They just actually need to be able to get out with their life, and they will.
Yeah, can't say the same for Juice though. The hacked health pack. Barely enough, and the Sombra will live, but the two-playing the chase will not. It was a good bait and recovery by Design and Neptune. Forward spawns are checked, and it's a much more doable situation, but heavily favoring Dreamland.
2 minutes remaining, down about 50 meters or so. It is doable. EMP needs to be massive. I wonder if they save it here for when mines get used, so just take away the mines and try to have a neutral fight once again.
We can't really fight neutrally if only one team has a Kitsune Rush and the other doesn't. Juice, what are you cooking, buddy? It hits too. That's for sure, but it's in a Kitsune Rush. It negates the minefield a little bit, and you don't have a tank. You don't have anything to work with. That is not the value you wanted from an EMP. Young and Beautiful, that was an absolute must-win fight.
Must-win fight for Young and Beautiful, and especially because you use EMP. I can understand, like, hey, we want to pop EMP first, but you pop it in the face of a Soj in Kitsune Rush. 99 out of 100 times, that does not go well for the Sombra in that situation. Forward spawns are reset. Young and Beautiful, though, can play this out in mid. If they can at least drag out 1 or 2 ults, so they use Rush early, here we go.
This actually just forces Dreamland back. It prevents a fight in the Coliseum altogether. It's not the end of the world, although this positioning, it's not great. This high ground spot is terrible to play against. Alex just found that out the hard way. Dreamland eliminated every single ultimate before it could actually make an appearance. No sound barrier, no self-destruct. Young and Beautiful are banking on 1 fight.
Yeah, they need to win this next fight. Juice will go back over to the Soj. And now they will have the sound barrier to play tempo with or to answer Narwhals, self-destruct more, just to keep AST in the fight. It's really down to Alex. Can they force out maybe an early Suzu from Hanbei? Something to that line, but they also got to deal with Talisman and manually.
And the sound barrier again!
Do I get to use it?
No, Neptune is just erased from the map entirely, and Talisman, he's not done. That's a pulse bomb onto Juice just as the Sojourn switches over. AST Design flipped out mech just as soon as they got back in it. The sound barrier arrives, but it's way too late. We've already moved on. It's a new map. It's a new day. Dreamland might have lost to Young and Beautiful before, but this is a team who wants to make it. They're now up to match point.
FACEIT Masters NA point here for Dreamland after they take away Young and Beautiful's map pick, the first team to break the cycle. And again, this team on push, it's like the opposite they are in control, right? Typically this team not very good at control. They bring it back later in the series. It's push, it's just their playhouse. They absolutely adore playing on this map type, and it shows. They build an early lead and they're able to play the tempo, play the long game from there on out. In Dreamland now 3-1 up against Young and Beautiful, and now YAB need to win 3 maps in a row if they want to somehow steal away this title from Dreamland. But right now, that task is hella daunting.
Yeah, that's a map pick and a half too. Like, Young and Beautiful, I think they wanted to play the sim. I don't think they accounted for Pale Wrecking Ball at all.
No, they were probably anticipating an Orisa again, not realizing, hey, Pela can't play ball. The Ram, I should say. Yeah. But yeah, Pela Ball goes crazy.
Wow. Okay. I mean, like, this is just, that's not the map Young and Beautiful wanted. That was the pattern breaker right there, and you couldn't find much life after that first push got so far. It was just kind of fighting, knowing that it was over. Pela did so much for this team, and it was mainly the disruptions and getting that Suzu out of Icy Sniper, so Talisman and manually could swoop in and do whatever the heck that they wanted to do. Both players playing absolutely out of their minds and shutting Alex and Juice out of the conversation entirely.
This Dreamland team, right? Like, this is a team that from a week, they started the season 1-2. And then from round 4 onwards, did not lose a game. Did not lose a game until they lost to Young and Beautiful in that upper final. You gotta think at this point, like, hey, we gotta finish it up, right? Like, during this playoff run, they beat the only 2 teams they lost to early in the season. And now they're in a perfect spot to avenge that latest loss and bring home the title and the $7.5 grand that comes with it. But it's obviously not a done deal yet. Young and Beautiful still have plenty of time to bring it back, but you got to think this was a poll, obviously not one you and I agreed with, and it ended up, you know, having good enough reason for it. I think you just got to go a map here where AST can go the D.Va, but you run the risk of the ball being a very apparent factor in most of those maps.
Yeah, Hybrid's the only map type left for the team. It's a must pick for them. And like what, Midtown, Hollywood, and what's the other one? I'm blanking. Anyone's played Midtown, and we don't want to play Midtown. That's an absolute no-go. Kings Row is your best bet.
Kings Row?
Kings Row, your best bet. That's just yeah, it has to be. There's no other good option at that point. Holy DPS is all that I can say from this point. I will let the numbers do the talking for themselves. We know manually and Talisman played well. We've tooted their horn so many times. The stats just gonna do it once more. How do you find a way back into this series? Because it's really hard to lose on your map pick, especially in this fashion.
It drains all of the energy from the call. Like, it just sucks if you are, if you're Young and Beautiful, right? Like, you're like, hey, we're going to pick this map. We're fine. We've scrimmed this how many times? We know what we're doing. And you get stomped the first half of this map, right? And you just can't find a way. They at least kind of bring it closer. They get, you know, especially considering it's Colosseo, them getting, what, 75 meters at that point. After that poor of a start is pretty decent. But it's just not enough at the end of it. And now you're in a spot like, man, we can't even go to that. Our map pick did not work. We have to win it out from here, 3 in a row. So it's a massive question. It's a massive question mark here for Young and Beautiful. But the potential is there. Yeah, it is hybrid last. You would think Kings Row. Unless you really want to play the gamble with
Do not
Dive.
pick Midtown. That's all I do.
We saw how well Dreamland played Midtown. That is not a good idea if you're Young and Beautiful. You either go Watch Point or you go Kings Row, you flip a coin, but I would lean towards Kings Row if we are Young and Beautiful, but we'll kind of wait and see here what they would like to do. But there is no subs. No subs from either side, so Pella will stay in. Dion got their one, and now peace back out.
Yep. And he did what he did, and that's kind of how Dion's been played. This whole tournament is, hey, Dion, this is your map. Do good things, and he's done it on both Circuit and Midtown. Those have been the Dion maps. It's worked out. So that tells me we're going to neither of those, at least so far. I think it's just a no-brainer Kings Row pick because of the sim. I don't think that any matching on the Tracer has worked out. And the one thing you did to throw this team off was the sim. If you're playing it in a brawl, I think it's much better. Playing it against a Dive is an absolute no-no. So they learned that. They learned that from Colosseo. So
I hope so.
We've learned from our ways. We're just going to assume they did. We're going to assume that. This is a tense moment for this team. You're taking the extra time that you are given for all of these considerations. Because as you said at the start of this, Jesse, because it is a best of 7, hero bans and map picks are all the more important because it sets you up like 10 steps down the line and suddenly you're like, oh, I wish I had this ban. Oh, I wish we had this map pick. It's just gone. At least the map pick part is kind of taken care of. You only have one map type, but in these hero bans too, what is the biggest problem? Because you can't take away any of the DPS hero pool at this point.
No, it's like you almost have to focus somewhere else, right? Like, where do we pivot? Maybe do you take away the Lucios, Narwhal? I will say we've been Narwhal's critic a little bit here and there. He gets a little bit creative with some of these rollouts. He's been doing a great job. Like, he's been taxiing manually around, been putting them in great positions, been using the B well, has not Ajax this year. I'm gonna knock on my desk when I'm saying that. But they've been doing a great job so far in this series just to play a safe game, because that was one of the things that Narwhal kind of felt frustrated after last game. Like, man, not the best game from Narwhal. How can we improve from there on? they've really turned it around. Other than map 2, but map 2 was kind of everybody getting ran over at New Junk City.
Yeah.
It's been a much better performance from Narwhal, and that's, I think, really helped settle down Dreamland a little bit because they have that consistency in the Lucio.
Pella kind of touched on that too, is that he never thought it was like a big team compositional kind of issue. It's our micro plays. It's kind of these small things that we need to clean up. I think the Narwhal thing was one of them, but also a lot of what we're seeing in just choosing not to fight has been very impactful for this game. Even a couple times in Colosseo, we kind of saw the same thing where there's an ultimate played down. You're like, you know what? We don't want anything to do with that. Why are we going to try to fight in a battle that's particularly hard? They got the ants out of the pants and can move on in a calm way. And Young and Beautiful, it just happens so many times to them that it causes them to get far behind. And in a map like Push, that's just game over.
Yeah, you can't fall behind. And a little bit of a preview here, right? Winner of this plays Dildux, who finished bottom. They finished 8th in the last stage of OWCS. The winner plays them. The loser plays Supernova, which I will say, I know last time around in promotion relegation, both Masters teams won and made their way up. Amplify and Shikigami went down, and both of these teams went up. I have a feeling that's maybe not the case this time. Supernova do still look really good. I think it's going to be Supernova +1. So even being able to maybe play them at upper finals instead of, in that first round, maybe puts you in a better spot if you're Young and Beautiful or Dreamland. But that is what is at stake for the upcoming promotion and relegation bracket to see who makes it into stage 3 of NA OWCS.
And $7,500. That's kind of
nice. And $7,500. That's a $4,500 difference.
Yeah, like this game in particular. I mean, a lot of what we see from this FACEIT Masters division is this is the new path to pro. This is how people want to grind to be the best in OWCS to get that shot. And in all of the regions, I think NA has really stood out in that regard, is that there's a lot of talent like outside of just who we've been used to seeing at the top, and like in collegiate and calling all heroes, things like that have really amplified this experience. And then they all come to FACEIT League with that extra practice behind them and can kind of keep pushing these levels up and have a chance to take down a lot more of the mainstays within these teams. And while both these teams already made it, of course, it depends on which order you're actually going to be for the Pro Relegation Tournament. And we did confirm the map pick is Kings Row, if we missed that earlier. So Kings Row will be the pick. Freya is gone. They're sick of manually. And it's actually Dreamland that is going to take away the Lucio from Neptune. Or from Narwhal.
Too good. We're a little afraid that the match is going to run out almost. It takes away the Lucio. Interesting. I wonder if they're wanting to play more of that Bap Weaver then.
Yes! Oh my gosh, I forgot about
Either that, or maybe if they want to force more of the Ana. Ana can have some really good sight lines, especially in all 3 phases, but especially first phase. Chilling up on that high ground. The Ana can be really good if you want to pair that more with like a Brig as well. But here we go. Pressure is on Young and Beautiful. They either force us to a map 6, or we have our Season 5 Masters Division champion in Dreamland, and that is going to be what it is. Narwhal back over to the Life Weaver, and it will be the Ramatra back out for Pella. No shocks here, and assuming manually will go Soj, I would guess.
Manually's having an identity crisis because his Freya was taken away.
Yeah, right? It's like, what do I do?
And we'll see. He'll hopefully pick something here momentarily. But I like this, the Life Weaver, especially from Narwhal, because 1, you're extremely safe from Young and Beautiful. And number 2, the rest of your team now is like essentially an extra life with the life grip that exists. The tree, not a great ultimate, but it can be used to save and sustain, which if we learned anything, kind of the theme of the day. Young and Beautiful, gonna stick with what originally works, the Diva Bap Brig. And we're going back to the Symmetra.
Going back, not just an opening thing. The sim here can make sense. You just try and TP to high ground, right? Because obviously, yeah, AST can make it up there. Juice can make it up there. It's a little harder for Neptune. It's a little harder. It's a pretty long rotation. So there we go. Onto the back one. They will try and jump onto Narwhal, and they get out just in time.
The fact that Narwhal took no damage from that's kind of ridiculous. I'm not
kind of nuts.
The guy just pulled some serious escape artistry. But yeah, they're gonna lock down this kind of top staircase, preventing Dreamland from sneaking up on them. With that cleared, Dreamland just pulled a ring around the Rosie. Look how they flipped the positioning almost entirely here. Unfortunately, Dreamland outbrained a little too much. Narwhal eventually found on his own little island, and Hanbei sorts to follow with no extra healing from the support. And that was just Dreamland not knowing where to look at all.
Dreamland were trying to look in 5 different directions at once, and none of them were the correct. As it will be Young and Beautiful, a very quick half, just over a minute to take point A, and now they can enter streets with over 5 minutes on the clock going into the next phase, and already Narwhal giving up on the Weaver. They will go back over to the Brig, and well, Manually may have some more time to think.
Yeah, I think he needs it after disrespecting Juice full charge real shot. Yeah, let's not do that again. Dreamland, V just got it back. Please don't stagger yourselves. I beg of thee. Young and Beautiful taking this forward positioning though is going to be really nice for them. Alex can set up these turrets much farther forwards, and it's kind of like Dreamland. It's playing against the Wrecking Ball or Doom comp in a way, just trying to not look everywhere at once.
Yeah, and already Juice hit with an icicle in the head. That's quite a brain freeze for the Soj, but they're able just to back out. For now is Pella. They're just getting burned down so quickly, and Juice just uses that as a go button.
Ooh, but I like this TP and the
Love
Matrix. Make
this.
sure Juice can get a couple shots. Oh, we're giving everything to Juice, and you put all your eggs in one basket, and eventually it'll work in your favor. Hanbei popped immediately after. Yeah, Young and Beautiful, this is a steamroll of a point. I question whether their momentum, their mentality might be affected after losing their map pick that badly. The answer is absolutely not. This is the Juice game.
Juice is unlocked. This is unreal, and the sim is working. They're using these TPs really creatively. Like that time, you bring Juice and Icy Sniper up on the high ground. Icy's able to pop the window. And what a great spot here for Young and Beautiful. Over 5 minutes in final phase. Dreamland just try to figure out where it all went wrong in these first 2 phases, but now they have some ults to fight back.
They do, but can they actually manage to use them? I mean, they've had these ults for a minute, but because of how quickly Young and Beautiful engaged, there wasn't like an actual good spot for them to comfortably use the ultimates, or at least in a way that it had some effectiveness. There'll be a responding photon barrier here and potentially a TP should Alex need to abandon ship, but even that, it's enough to just deter Manually from using the overclock forward at whatsoever. Self-destruct just for a bit of a remech. Young and Beautiful, that is guaranteed, but it said the Blizzard, oh, that's so good to catch Neptune. Not a great place for the Brig to be, and eventually, it seems that Dreamland found some sort of stabilization, which, you know, sometimes you just gotta chop off a limb and move on with the day.
Puck of a Blizzard from Talisman. Just throws it across. You gotta just pray at that point it doesn't get eaten up by the defense matrix of AST. But it is not that time, and I can understand this swap. Way more rush heavy during the final phase of this map. So you just go there, Arissa, try to run in. Nice little cheeky TP. Forces away the position from the side room.
Yeah, and most of the team made it there. It just seems like it's the supports that aren't, but I mean, designs in like decent LOS of the back.
Hey.
Unless your back just gets run down by Pela. Narwhal, not feeling too great with all the sim turrets in close quarters, but and eventually Pela just gets what he came for, and it's running down these supports and disregarding designs in existence entirely.
And now, this is a great spot here for Dreamblade. Even though, I don't mind that rotation from Young and Beautiful, but everybody got to make the rotation. You can't leave Icy Sniper behind in that kind of spot, as Pella will try and take that. And look at that, so the Vortex perk, trying to get a little bit of extra damage and force just a little bit more hesitation there from YAB.
You gotta take the time to think, you know, or unless you're Juice, you don't think, you shoot. And you know, that works out if you're playing Sojourn in an overclock, forces Pella and Immortality field out. And Dreamland, that's not a great at matrix position. You can just have the Orisa walk through it, that won't get any value. Before you wrap back around, Norwal somehow managed to get into Young and Beautiful's backline, and yeah, no, that's not a very friendly place for Narwhals to exist. Dreamland, knowing that they're in trouble, have to pop all of their ultimates, but this Terra Surge is so good. No way to regain health, shuts down everything as soon as it started for Dreamland, and this is looking like it might just be a full capture. Pela and Manually only now just respawning. Can somebody get the touch? No! They'll be denied by design along with the Blizzard. Young and Beautiful, this just might be the map to start their comeback.
Hey, you got to have one map at a time here if you want the comeback to get it 4-3 in 7. But that was way better. Like, that's the young and beautiful we've been seeing all weekend, all season long. And just that sort of bonus play there for AST, able to eat the blizzard, but force the May off. Doesn't allow them to just have that second of a touch for manually to get in to continue to stall. Not able. And look at this. The KD is not even like there's a ton of deaths going wrong. It's been a lot of just playing positions, playing the normal ground. Like, hey, we can just force them away. We don't have to fight every single, 20 meters. We can just take the positioning. Dreamland have no way of answering. And a beautiful spot there for young and beautiful. Who at this point, you might as well stick the Orisa and the Sim because it worked so well late on.
Especially on defense. Like, these choke points are brutal. And we know Dreamland, I mean, they have played it. I don't think they will take the Sim out again on this point. Like, the fact that you have to take Talisman off the Tracer, already not ideal, but then you add on the pieces of Design just isn't going to die because Sniper and Neptune are playing Bat Brig. And Juice is... I don't think Juice has even died yet. I thought it's 10-0 is what I saw that KD to be.
I think so.
Yeah, that's a problem. We need to look at that if you're Dreamland.
Yeah, they're having like the Talisman kind of performance right now. It's like, it's not supposed to be that way, Dreamland. At least for your sake, as it'll be continued. High ground hold here from AST. Juice will wrap around. Pella, let's put the shield up. Try and force somebody to drop, and that someone will be AST.
Yeah, that's okay. You're kind of expect your tank to be in that position. As long as you're in the sightlines of Icy Sniper, it's not that big of a deal. It's more so, how can you make the Sim work now that Dreamland have moved through that choke? We see a lot of those traps set up by where the supports are usually standing. Instead, Young and Beautiful are attempting to wrap around the backside, teleport Neptune, and Icy Sniper, in fact, straight on top of Manually, and even gets the snipe there too. That should not have happened. Oh, poor Manually just didn't know what hit him.
Turns around like, oh, hello. I know. It just gets taken out immediately. Dreamland have no answers. Young and Beautiful, clean fight, minute off the clock, and now they can reset now. Back onto the high ground, and pushing when you are going against a Sim, especially on a phase of the map like this where it's so enclosed. They can just put up the turrets on Hotel so they know exactly when Talisman is trying to flank. It's so hard to challenge this high ground positioning when A, you have the TP to mess with, but also the jab and jab spin. It is just nearly impossible. Whoa. And already the recall is for some Talisman as Juice almost lands the ult shot.
That was get a little sketchy there. Everything's fine. I mean, like, for Dreamland, this is basically a horror game at this point. You don't know where Alex is going to set up a teleporter, and suddenly there might be a Brig smacking you around. It's never a great situation. Pela, though, attempting to fight up the staircase, does have the support behind him. I didn't see anybody there for a second, but I just had to get out of that small room. Young and Beautiful just have so many ways to hold down this high ground, Photon Barrier being one of them. Dreamland, though, doing what we've seen them do a lot more often is kite back. Pela can't do that. He's kind of in a whole different country right now.
Yeah, they're just completely isolated, and now the pinch will come in. The help is on the way now with the ring, but now it's Narwhal in trouble.
Yeah, Narwhal just got javelined into the back, but somehow Pela, I mean somehow, it's Ramatchik. You're not going to burn him down with just an Orisa when he has Nemesis form. Okay, my bad. But Young and Beautiful in a much better position, at least in terms of ultimates. The one thing Dreamland have going for them here is an Orbital Ray from Hanbei. You may be able to use that to overwhelm some of these tools, or even if you just get an early pick onto Alex like that. I mean, this is just so unfortunate. At least you lose all of your supports. You only end up using the Annihilate. Oh, never mind. It's bad. You used Overclock too.
It's bad.
This is bad. This is real bad, Jesse.
They do at least, they get some picks, and they have spawn advantage. Young and Beautiful, they understand that. They have to play a little bit more safe, but they still have both supports around as well as Juice. So Juice can just pop the overclock if they need to kind of push away the presence over on point just for a little bit longer. Nice little ult shot, and Manually's almost dead, but they both live with a sliver.
We'll live happily ever after for approximately 0.2 more seconds, because Manly is already dead thanks to Alex. Another sneaky teleport catches them off the back. It is Icy Sniper down. A lot of the healing has dissipated. Dreamland making the most of their ult dump because they literally used the remaining 3 that they had. And that's just how much it takes to get through this strong of a defensive composition. You just need to dump ults. That's the only way you can effectively take space.
Just spam Q. Does everybody just spamming Q? It's like, one of these has to work. Like, one of them have to work if you are young, if you're Dreamland, and eventually it does. AST now, once we're out of first phase, they'll go over to their matcha themselves, but still, Alex holding on to the Symmetra because there hasn't really been an answer to the Symmetra. There is no lamp from Dreamland to try and, you know, AST can maybe poke around a corner. They use lamps so they can break all the turrets. No, that's not. You don't have that emergency button. You don't have Suzu. And that makes these TP plays from Young and Beautiful so potent and so difficult to play around if you're Dreamland.
Yeah, I mean, going over to the Mei from Talisman, it helps a little bit. And actually, that Mei was pretty strong. It denies most of the usage from the amplification matrix, unless you want a one-way ticket to your own grave, which apparently Talisman wanted. Ended up hanging around a bit longer than he probably should have, and Dreamland's now down a member. They're going to do their best to stick towards this payload if they can, knowing that they are on the attack, and Young and Beautiful are in no position, considering their current cooldown standing, to actually stay alive. Manually, though, hunting for the last 2 HP. Juice has the shots. They just don't land. It's Manually that ends up going down. The photon barrier of Alex. Juice was able to sneak right through it. The shot gets nowhere, and Dreamland, it was looking so good with how much they committed, and they just get nothing out of it.
Absolutely nothing for Dreamland, and Young and Beautiful can just still play around this main choke point by Library, and this is exactly where you want to be with the sim, because the turrets are in such just awkward positions for Dreamland to try and shoot while also trying to make sure they pay attention to everybody in front. Now the Mei wall is out. ISO's AST.
The orbital ray now for Hunbei, but Narwhal and both supports are just dead. That vortex from AST kept them locked in place, and with the rest of the cavalry running it down, there's just not a chance. That was the ult-up fight, Jesse. There's like nothing left to work with, and we're under a minute left.
Yeah, I think we're going to map 6, Molly. I think that is going to happen at this point. Young and Beautiful on their second attempt of this map pick, just running it over on Dreamland right now at Matrix. Now that'll force everybody to chill, but Talisman and Pella did not make it.
They'll be okay. No one seems to be pushing up from Young and Beautiful. The concern isn't at least panic Juice, though. The overclock on the high ground has kind of been the map of Juice. This overclock is well respected. Hunbei, no! I was just about to say, everyone kited, everyone waited, but they didn't expect him to rotate to the low ground with the Judo gone. It's panic button time for Dreamland. Every single ult has been forced out, and just like that, everyone has ended. The win cons are gone. Young and Beautiful are going to keep themselves alive as long as humanly possible, and it seems that their hopes are not entirely dead. They're going to take us to a map 6.
Not yet are Young and Beautiful. What a dominant display here on King's Row. Just when it felt like, man, Dreamland are starting to run away with this. This is how they ran away with it against Emote down mid. They were never able to answer. Young and Beautiful eventually find the answer. Maybe not the smoothest map at the very beginning, but once they got cooking, it was just lights out from there. And now, yes, the map pool resets. I would say the map types, I should say. The maps we have played cannot be played again, but now the map types are back open for business here. You can basically go anywhere you want. Dreamland, I know they, have a bad history with Control, but they did look very good on Control in this series. But they could just pull a Midtown, right? I don't know if they can do two hybrids back to back. That'd be the only thing I'd have to see. With it, hybrid may be the only one they can't pick right now. Yeah. But do you maybe just go watch points and make yourself feel as good once again? I'm not sure.
The point is, Jesse, any of these maps you pick, you can put Talisman back on Tracer. Yep. You can put Pella back on Wrecking Ball. Young and Beautiful don't know what to do about that, and that's a scary thought. Because not only are you need to do that for the next map and hope to find a solution, you're gonna have to do it for another map after that. Yeah. And like King's Row, I think that's really the last one in the pool right now that you can really make the Symmetra work to the degree that it did. The oppressive presence of not only the teleporters, but like checking your quarters. You don't know where random players are just gonna appear and catch you completely off guard. Design played like 3 different tanks, looked excellent on all of them. It was just a full team diff. That's what this map was. Talisman was off the Tracer, so it was already a rough start from the get-go. Juice found the rhythm since Talisman wasn't harassing him the entire game. Like, everything went right for Young and Beautiful in this map. I just don't think you can replicate it on a Dreamland map choice unless they actually like drop the marbles.
Yeah, this map pick will say a lot from Dreamland. But like you said, there is no more maps that the sim, I think, works to the degree that it worked on New Junk City, to the degree it worked here in Kings Row. For Dreamland, like, what is the pivot that you want to go? Because obviously, like, that was just not a great map overall. Talisman 7-5, manually 9-9. Your DPS being that low of a KD is rough. Juice 22-2. That is just unreal. And even AST only died twice. Which, granted, I know they were on Diva for about a third of the map, and that can, that can impact it a little bit, but still, only 2 deaths for AST after they got hunted down a lot, especially maps 3 and 4. A nice little pivot there from AST, just to kind of get the mojo back in their favor, and now we'll just wait and see for this map 6 with all the map types except hybrid on the board.
Yeah, this is an important map pick for Dreamland. Honestly, I don't feel like there's anything you could do to fumble it here.
No.
Like, maybe Midtown's not the best choice, because that's the one spot I feel like you could play Sim and do really well. That's the only thing I would avoid, believe it or not. But other than that, like, you just pick a dive map and you play ball and you just kind of farm
win.
and you need to get your DPS back and up and running. And I think this team, one of their big break points is Talisman. If Talisman can play this Tracer and follow up on what Pella's doing, can harass Juice, that's a big one.
Yeah.
Like, the only time Juice has actually existed is when Talisman isn't allowed to play Tracer, and there's no Tracer ban available. There's no maps in the pool that can necessarily prevent that. This has got to be Dreamland feeling good that they can close this out at 6.
There's no ball ban either left.
No.
And that's the thing with these best of 7s. We said in the beginning, you have to be careful, because when you get this late in a series, you run out of counters left to what they're playing. And especially when you don't take advantage of those and you don't win those maps, the snowball effect, you may not see it from the top of the mountain, but eventually it does roll down. And right now, it has the potential to hit Young and Beautiful square in the face, because the ball comp is just wide open. It is right there for Dreamland if they want to, and Young and Beautiful have shown they don't necessarily have the go-to answer. They can't match it like Emo down mid attempted to. Their pivot is kind of the Diva, which it can work if you play it a certain way, but the way Pella's playing right now, it's just so difficult. So we'll see eventually here what I just saw what the map pick is, and it makes sense. Watch Point Gibraltar.
Okay.
You let manually go nuts on Freya, you let Pella and Talisman do their thing, and you just gotta hope the backline of Dreamland can survive long enough for everything else to fall into place.
Genuinely, this is starting to seem like the final resting place for Young and Beautiful with this particular map pick. The Diva still works really well here. You're just gonna have to stick Alex on Tracer. That's kind of a must at this point. I don't think Sim will work into the ball. I don't think it should work into the ball. And both of those things have been very, very true throughout this series. At least something to try to keep Talisman off of Juice would be nice, or the payload pressure is a big point in this map. And it all just kind of boils back down to this composition is fast. They can't find an engagement point with the Diva. They can't find a way to follow up on the setup of these supports because their cooldowns are burned so early on thanks to Pilla. This is going to be a struggle bus of a map for Young and Beautiful on paper, unless they can show us like some of the biggest amounts of resilience we have seen. This is going to be tough.
This is, like you said, it's rough. Like, it's a rough position to be in if you're Young and Beautiful, but it's never impossible. We'll see here in a moment.
Unless they do that. Unless they do that.
Oh, God. The Diva ban is still available. I kind of forgot that was still open.
Yeah, I just
that
assumed
is
it was
an
gone.
issue for Young and Beautiful. That means you almost have to play either the Hazard, which is not great against the ball, or you almost have to match it. Like, it is... That's a very tricky position here for Young and Beautiful. We'll see how they pivot. The Brig ban, I will say, is very good. That's very good, but it's not like Life Weaver is great here. You can run it, but it's not the best. So overall, yeah, I do think it's a good counter ban from Young and Beautiful, but that Diva ban, that is rough.
How did we miss the? I think we just assumed that Diva has been banned at some point because of how much that character's been played. Yeah. But no, not this time. We haven't seen. Correct me if I'm wrong. We haven't seen any other dive tank from Design in this tournament.
Not off the top of my head, no.
No, like maybe a Lick a Hazard, but you're really gonna have to switch it up at this point, and it's just looking better and better for Dreamland the longer this goes on. And you take the Brig out of this too. That's one of the better deterrents for a lot of these dive characters, and forces you to play something a bit on the side of wonky. Ana is still available. Granted, do you want to play an Ana without a Brig? Not really, honestly.
Not really.
That sounds like a dead grandma waiting to happen.
Sounds like a very bad time. It sounds like a very, very bad time for an Ana player. Especially if you're going against, if you are Young and Beautiful, you're going against presumably Ball Tracer. That is not fun. And the dilemma here now for Young and Beautiful will be, do we play the ultra range game with the Freya? That you almost have to on this map because it is so long, especially like this first phase. It's ridiculous, the sightlines.
Yeah.
Or are you forced to play something like a Cassidy, or dare I say a Torb, because you need to have...
You said the Torb word?
Hear me out. If you need some sort of CC answer against this Ball Tracer, because you don't have Shield Bash, you won't have Flail, and because of Brig being banned, you presumably won't have Nade or Sleep, because you're not going to be running the Ana. It gets a little dicey in the back. The Cassidy is obviously way more likely in that scenario.
Yeah.
But this could be a very awkward spot for Young and Beautiful. But that, we also thought that going into King's Row at times, even though, like, hey, it's rushed, it should be their favor. We said all the reasons why your Dreamland could very well win it there. And they did. Young and Beautiful were able to pull it out in pretty dominant fashion. So there is obviously a good chance here that Young and Beautiful, they could shock us. And in a weekend of a lot of very, very long series, we go on Game 7 here.
It would be a fitting end to the NA bracket. And hey, we're not like trying to sound like it's doomsday just yet for Young and Beautiful. It kind of feels like it, but we're not there yet. This is a team that is full of surprises. We said that about New Junk City, and that wasn't even remotely close. So yeah, we'll have to kind of sniff out how this map actually ends up going. I mean, players at this point, it's been a long day, right, for these teams, and particularly Dreamland, where I gotta count really quick. 4 + 6 is 10 maps into the day. It is like high pressure, intense focus kind of maps. You can't rinse and repeat this so much, and if this does go much further, is a break really going to be necessary? Well, it is necessary, actually, for us. I did just see the word break come up on my screen, so that means that's what we're going to do here. Grab your popcorn, people. This finals is not over just yet. Dreamland 1 map away, but we'll have to see. Can Young and Beautiful still surprise us? Find out after this. We thought we might be done at this point for our FACEIT NA Masters Finals, but here we are, map number 6 just on the horizon, and it's been a day. It's been a day of Overwatch, and it started with Violet basically teabagging on the ER. And I love that this is what we're getting on our screens, because, yeah, that's just fun. I mean, that's great. We love to see some Violet and EMEA Overwatch, but this is NA Overwatch, so we have none of those shenanigans here, kind of. Flashback to New York City. We're going to watch play Gibraltar for map number 6. This is the map pick of Dreamland. It is the best map for their composition. No counterbans available for Young and Beautiful, and what do you do? This is going to be tough. We've kind of painted that picture from the start, Jesse. Young and Beautiful have to show us a miracle, this ace up the sleeve that they've been hiding this whole time.
They need to somehow find a way to counter out this ball comp when they have no bans to counter said ball comp. It's just a very rough spot to be in if you are Young and Beautiful. But we also thought going into last time, like, man, it feels like Young and Beautiful, they've lost all momentum. But, you know, they were able to win one more. So let's see if they can bring us over to 7. For now, they're on attack, so I'll wait, but teasing the ball. And actually, the Lifeweaver will be out here from Narwhal. I would say this support line is more likely from Dreamland. Yeah. They love putting Hanbei on the map and Narwhal on the Lifeweaver, especially on defense, is a little bit better than it is on offense during this round. And look at Pella just chilling, having a nice ocean view before the round starts. I didn't even see Pella.
That took me way too long to find him.
He's just chilling.
He blends in with the arch. Look at that. He actually, his skin's like the same color as the pillar. That's actually hilarious. It's like hiding in plain sight. You could do that like Where's Waldo kind of thing, but where's Pela instead? It almost worked out. Oh, God. Yeah. No Wrecking Ball, though, for Young and Beautiful. It will be the hazard, after all, for design here, which we kind of expected compared to the other possible heroes that could have been pulled.
Yeah, no, it definitely makes sense for this to be the call here from Young and Beautiful. Maybe not super confident in the ball, but you may have to reconsider it now. That was quick.
That was a 1-2 kablooey from Manually. Design certainly thinking their life decisions there. And we'll be back in the fight momentarily. That's just how it works. Pela, being the menace that he is, has been circling around this high ground, grappling back up, peeking at what's around the corner, and actually doing the booping once Design engaged so that there's minimal support available for the hazard. Sets a toe on the high ground and loses basically 2/3 of his health upon sitting up there. You just got to focus on this payload. That's kind of where Alex and Talisman have been duking it out for the majority of this, and eventually we'll see it towards the tunnel. A much more favorable spot for Young and Beautiful to be set up just because there's fewer spaces for Pela to save.
Trying to see, like, hey, is there anybody I can loop up? There it is, the knock up, the finish. Just absolutely perfect.
You know, I said that being under pass would be better just because, oh, you can't really pile drive that very well. Pela proved me wrong. You, in fact, can pile drive under that tunnel, just barely, and made it work. So Dreamland's gonna go ahead and kind of continue controlling this high ground. Juice is already set up. Look how staggered and separated Young and Beautiful are. Design's gonna fall. Icy Sniper doesn't get out of this alive either.
I'm pretty sure Pela knocked Juice into Manually because Juice hit Manually with an ult fire, so they got damaged by their own ult fire and then finished off by Manually. That is BM to the nth degree. It's Young and Beautiful. Granted, this is a map that it can often take a while and a lot of an ult dump to get through, but this cart has regressed. It's only halfway through. You gotta win maybe a fight and a half. That's not how you can start it.
Juice is just not having it. It was a great disposition out of Pela, rolling through the entirety of the team. And, like, that's what Manual is doing, waiting for Pela to serve up these players on a silver platter for him to just chuck bolts into. That's how this team plays. That's how they've been succeeding. Do you end up losing Talisman here? Perhaps an opportunity to touch the payload. It's Tracer.
Yeah, the fact that it's Tracer, like, hey, Talisman can just get back in literally 5 seconds. Maybe quicker if Narwhal wants to pull them in, but that'd be a cooldown they may want back. Manually, though, will be a body they will want back here during this fight.
Yeah, bullet shot won't hit, but the misposition certainly succeeds. Dreamland have the minefield on point, hoping to stop some of the progression. Juice. Those are not touch. Do not touch Clear them out. There we go. That's much more safe. Now we can start to walk forwards. And there's even a pretty red carpet for you to follow along. Unfortunately for you, Dreamland are not there for the red carpet preview. Have since backed off and used both support ults in the same frame. But we'll have a touch for sure. But it's not going to last that much longer because you just don't have a Pella to sit and circle around this payload unless Talisman just does Talisman things and eliminates like 3 different people here. There's a chance for Dreamland. Otherwise, Young and Beautiful found their way towards the point and I didn't even notice they just capped it through that. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I think Talisman went to go get a health pack. Nobody dropped. Great, Young and Beautiful. Well, they win the fight anyway, but yeah, maybe some seconds that could matter later down the line. Is Young and Beautiful, they finally were able to isolate Pella. They just play super aggressive, right? They can just burn down tree. Tree does nothing from Narwhal. Like nobody's really able to use it. It delays the inevitable for Pella for a few seconds, but that's really about it. And full high ground ship control in favor of Young and Beautiful. Pella trying to make the backline's life a little bit more difficult, but not able to find any finishing blows quite yet.
Hunting for manually, you saw that Juice took the crit perk here. Notice that manually is low, called for Design to jump on it, but the support's within arm's reach of the tank, but that's a nice bullet shot straight on the Honda, and the Immortality field mispositioned thanks to the jagged wall that was thrown down by Design. Young and Beautiful are making shockingly good work of this point solely because they're making sure they push forward fast enough that Pela can't afford to disrupt. Pulse Bomb sticks there onto Narwhal. Alex cleaning house on a Tracer that he hasn't really been able to make work throughout this series. If there's a time to show up, it's now.
It's right now to find a time to show up. Talisman actually grabs the seed from Narwhal using that perk to get a little bit more of the overhealth. And now Minefield's over on point. That forces the beat out of Neptune.
Yeah, it beats out and it's pretty much game over from there. The support ults from Narwhal and Honda not even back up from when they used them at the exact same time at the previous point. The ult economy's struggling, but you know who else is struggling? Young and Beautiful. To get the hamster away from the payload, somebody needs to call pest control because now all the reinforcements are coming back. Both the support ults have returned, but you're still down. For the V3 favoring Young and Beautiful because of the lack of healing that Dreamland has at their disposal. It's Juice cleaning house. Young and Beautiful, we're going to see the 3rd point on this map after all. This is why we shouldn't doubt them.
Can never count Young and Beautiful out. And even, a rough first phase, but it is for everybody on this map. There's a reason why a lot of people, some people do not like this map. But I do, if you can pick your places right, this is what can happen. You can really start a good run. And now Pella trying to get a little bit over by Juice, but instead Narwhal dies in the mix of it.
Narwhal's been getting stomped on this Life Weaver, which is shocking because that hero's typically not easy to deal with the amount of mobility and healing that he can output. It. And quite the opposite case. Young and Beautiful still snowballing this payload forwards. Granted, not too many ultimates to work with, just a Pulse Bomb out of Alex, which they're biding their sweet time in using, knowing Dreamland is fully regrouped.
Yeah, Dreamland fully reset. Young and Beautiful. And it's supposed to be AST is so low. They just have to back up, and they have to get with the pulse. Pella's there to finish. And that delays the stagger a bit here for Young and Beautiful, but everybody else does get out for now. So, yes, you use one up, but you do stall even more time. Pella just hanging out by Hangar 18, and as he just runs out of a cooldown, but ends up running a nice sniper instead.
Whoa.
Aye.
Ooh, the schmoothman. That was kind of clean.
Okay.
All right. I see you, Pella. I see you.
Put him in the X
Games. To be
Games.
expected from the... I mean, he's kind of a wrecking ball mate, so it's to be expected. But still pretty cool. Not easy to pull off. Young and Beautiful, though. Eventually make it around this first corner. Now with the Kitsune Rush, Icy Sniper wanted to use it on the high ground. Didn't quite make it with the TP, so low ground will have to suffice. The Minefield, though, is going to make this even harder to be able to work with, especially with no Freya, and to take advantage of it. The Kitsune Rush and Minefield essentially nullified throughout this point. And Young and Beautiful, this is the time they want to strike. I'm about to see 4 big old shiny buttons that want to be pressed on this point. When do they actually use them? Do they kind of want to wait for the staggers? No, they want to try to jump on Pela, of all people. Pela dies!
They do!
That's crazy! That should not have happened at all!
And now, Juice fails the skill jump a little bit, so it delays the attack, but now Downpour goes in. Narwhal gets pulled into the crossfire. And that is rough, and it's going to get even worse here for Dreamland.
Bad to worse is what this has turned out to be. Dreamland, I thought they stabilized. It looked good, but again, a break point if Pela ends up going down, which is very hard to do. On a Wrecking Ball, you don't have a way to touch Payload. You don't have a way to disrupt. Young and Beautiful knew that, burned him down, and will complete Watch Point Gibraltar with 4 seconds, which is better than nothing considering what we often see on this map.
And this is very much like Circuit, to where you don't often see the finish. If you do, it's, you know, maybe about a minute or less. I will say this, the Life Weaver did not work. The Weaver did not work from Dreamland. I can understand the perspective on it, but honestly, I think it got Hanbei killed more than it did save Hanbei. There was 1 or 2 times where now it's like, friend, I need you. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, you're dead. Well, my bad. So Dreamland, maybe not the dream scenario on the defense, but now they get to go on attack with the Wrecking Ball comp, which this is where it's really going to shine. They just like to get into the face of the game beautiful, kind of disrupt the positioning, especially from Icy Sniper, Neptune, and Juice, and try and play it from there. But you kind of talked about it. Talisman maybe put in check ever so slightly. Alex is really starting to open up and shine a little bit more in this series, and we said it before. This is a Tracer map to a T. That was one of the big things needed if they want to force a map 7, and so far Alex is at least holding up their part of the bargain.
It's working. I really like this. And not to mention the hazard gameplay as well. The jagged walls have been on point, and that's most of the death that Pela has is because he just collides with a cactus and he gets stuck full of spikes, and there's nothing he can do about it. Dreamland's, granted, their comp a lot better on the attack, not super stable defensively. Let's see what Young and Beautiful are able to make of it, since burning down Pela is even harder now.
Yeah, and even like some of those cactuses, like it would, especially early on, they would just use it to block off manually with the silence so they wouldn't get burned down as quick, so they can actually feel out the position. Those kind of plays are what I'm really looking at here so far from AST, but they understand they don't need to peek manually too much here. You're really playing for the end of Archway and the end of first phase. You don't need to have a little bit of a silly first pick.
Yeah, no, you've really just got to play careful enough so that Pela isn't allowed to do anything silly, which the adaptive shields are out, which buy more time before the Wrecking Ball fully comes back into the fight. But not there, though. There's a couple nice sticks from Manually, and Pela swinging around from the corner looking like a spider hamster, because that's apparently a thing. Dreamland, though, still can't quite make it through this choke. That's where Design's hazard works much better. Although the lack of support here, eventually look at the saving Suzu out of Icy Sniper, and they're all just corralled in a small room. Not where you want to be if Manually decides to make an appearance here.
Yeah, Manually eventually get back, but everybody's stuck in this closed room. Pela tries to take advantage with the pile drive. Cleanse is already out. There will be a finish here very soon as everybody's crit.
The sound barrier, though, that could not have hit at a better time. Everyone is still alive, just barely. Young and Beautiful, that could have been disastrous if it wasn't for Neptune.
What a beautiful sound barrier. Now you build up the Kitsune rush, but you got to make sure everybody else lives first if you want to play out this fight.
You gotta take your time. I mean, I know that's a pulse bomb stick, but no, the cleanse! Icy Sniper on point with the cleanse. All these supports are Young and Beautiful, working overtime. They better be getting a good pat on the back, because not only is it the healing, the saves, but it's the elims that come along with it. I thought Dreamland would have moved to this point by now.
Yes, exactly the spot Young and Beautiful were in, right? Half the time gone still. Not really a whole much to say. Cart stuck on the underpass. And Dreamland, yes, they have some ults coming up, but no DPS ults to work with. The Minefield, yes, will get you some cart presence if you want to use it over there, or you can try and force some of the squishies from Young and Beautiful off high ground. With this high mobility comp, with Hanbei on BAP, it can be a little rough at times to get it to work, and we're seeing that right now.
I mean, you'd much rather have your support and tank ults here than the DPS, since they are guaranteed to be beneficial. Will be a downpour. Actually gets onto 2 on the high ground, but the Immortality Field just out of the sight line. So everyone from Young and Beautiful, well, unless your name's Neptune, managed to survive that storm. Dreamland struggling to regroup. Hanbei under a ton of pressure. Design ended up jumping on him. The payload, though, a very risky scenario. It's the Tracers 1v1ing and eventually Design. Here's Alex's cries for help. Will come back, but to their own demise. Manually regaining this presence on the high ground. Not a chance you can get up there, especially with where this payload is positioned. Players dropping like flies. Dreamland looking to make a capture of first point.
Man, Pela single-handedly won that point.
Yeah.
That was unreal from Pela and Manually. Manually barely missed any shots. They were able to land all the important ult shots, able to take down Alex, able to take down AST. And it was a must-win fight here for Dreamland if they want to finish the series off in 6. And now we'll have the opportunity to, but Juice is back with a vengeance.
At that point, I'm kind of surprised Juice just didn't type Freya diff in the chat just to get in Manuel's head a little bit.
Just be a little tee-hee, like, haha.
You did not just tee-hee. I know you did. Jeez.
It's late.
This is what happens when you're 6 maps into a grand finals, I'm telling you.
You get a little
Young and
loopy.
Beautiful, though. It's better. It's better. Young and Beautiful are in a much better spot because you get manually off of the high ground. That means Juice can sit up there without concern. Okay, maybe a bit of concern. That Suzu tad late, so the damage burst still ended up landing onto most of the players. Although Design, again, so confident when it comes to these jagged walls and has gotten value out of every single one of them. And it keeps Juice nice and happy on top.
Juice just having a great time up on high ground and manually really struggling now to try and find a way in, because Pella, yes, they'll try and roll through, try and knock somebody off, but there's so much mobility across this entire team for Young and Beautiful. One boop off is not going to do enough. Hanbei has given up on the BAP. They will go over for the mobility and that quick little burst of immortality with the not with the Suzu, but I don't mind it. Now, just force everybody off the ship. Not able to get any finishing touches, though.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. In fact, if you get the kill onto Alex, which has been your main payload contester, Downpour goes a little wide. Narwhal, managing to squeak out. Bit of overhealth gained, and that might just be enough. Pela rolled in to save the day, and the Pulse Bomber Talisman, that one is good. Young and Beautiful sent back to the spawns, and likelihood for a contest really low.
Yeah, nobody should touch here unless Alex decides they want to late, but... Oh, they're posturing for it!
The boop, the cactus, all right, we got a toe on the payload. Alex makes it over, has a pulse bomb in the pocket, doesn't quite want to use it on the Hanbei though. Worst case scenario though, Dreamland end up utilizing the sound barrier to overwhelm it. Won't be a resource to have for the next objective, which we will be heading towards as players are falling left, right, and center. Dreamland, 2.5 minutes for the 3rd point.
Decent amount of time. It's not like it's hybrid where they need to finish with a certain amount of time compared to how the other team does. No, they just need to finish. Doesn't matter how pretty it is. Doesn't matter how much time. Even if they cap in overtime, it'll be, what, a 4-second difference? So it's not like it's going to be incredibly drastic here for Dreamland. Alex has given up on the Tracer. They will actually go to the Cassidy to help a little bit more with the handle manually and with Pella. At least give him the back some sort of stun and already lines up a headshot.
There we go. It was the boop from AST Design and manually just about cooked after Alex walked around the corner. Dreamland, though, maybe like 3 fights to work with on this final point. It's just about how can they build these ults up.
And now Talisman, seeing that, hey, the Tracer duel is over, they will go over to the Genji to have a slightly better answer there for Alex. And Juice, bullet shot on Pella. That'll force the Suzu out. Mines doesn't catch anybody.
Yeah, not quite. That's pretty typical. How did Narwhal end up dying to that? That's an insane snipe out of Juice. Juice is making sure Young and Beautiful are staying in this game. Again, you keep the Tracer off of Juice, great things are bound to happen for Young and Beautiful fans.
1 minute remaining. All of a sudden, a map that we really thought was in favor of Dreamland is slipping from their grasp. Map 7 on the horizon. Young and Beautiful, they have the downpour if they just want to stall it out. But it's Dreamland. Now Pella off of the ball. They will go on to the Orisa for the final minute of this map.
You have to have some sort of frontline poet presence. You got to bully Design away from the team. Kitsune Rush not quite expected, and Beautiful, they're reeling after that blow. 2 are down, attempting to regroup in the spawns, and they are going to manage to get a full reset.
Neptune is 10 away from the beat. If they're able to land, then Narwhal is still 25 away. That could seal us here for a map 5 if they get it off.
Alex, though, Deadeye kind of can buy a lot of space. Javelin's out. Now it's the time to pop it. Manually stuck in mid-air. Manages to scoot away. The deflect of the Genji Talisman taking it around the corner in time. And they are down, but so is Neptune. No sound barrier. It looks so good right there for Young and Beautiful. Without the beat, this is going to get a lot harder. Pella on a back pedal. Sub 100 HP left to go. Design one shot to finish off the tank. Young and Beautiful, they got the sound barrier. Everything's back in their favor. As Design, though, ends up getting themselves locked into the corner with their own jagged wall. 4 seconds remaining. Dreamland attempting to make it towards this point one last time. No sound barrier available for Narwhal, and the tank has been dealt with. They got to get to the point, but there's no one available. Icy Sniper doing all the poke damage, and we have had it happen. A map 7 is where this grand finals will take us.
in North America. 3-2 galores across the weekend. Of course, we're going to finish in a map 7 here in the grand final. We were, you know, I was a little worried going into this map for Young and Beautiful. It's on paper the perfect map for Dreamland to finish this off, to get the title. But it is not a dream. It is a nightmare on map 6 for Dreamland, Young and Beautiful. They bring us to the decisive map 7.
Wow. 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 Is all you have to say after that game. Where has this hazard been? Where's the hazard?
Yeah, right?
Been? Genuine question, because that was significantly more impactful than the D.Va. Like, it honestly might have worked in Young and Beautiful's favor that the D.Va wasn't an option, to be honest. I mean, that was insane what we got to see from design. Alex stepped it up when they were on the Tracer. Juice had room to do things, which was huge. Everything went right there for Young and Beautiful. It was a closer end towards the map, but because they finished with that extra set of time, I think that confidence just continued to grow. Dreamland were struggling to find a foot in a lot of these fights, and it's going to lead them to a final decider in a map 7.
Man, it's just crazy. This is not where a lot of us thought we were going to go. You know, you saw the final in EMEA. It's like, ugh, is this going to be what it is today? And a complete opposite. We are going to 7. We will await the bans and the map pick from Dreamland. And oh my God. Like, that is the only thing that really comes to my mind right now. And even the beginning of this map, it felt like, man, Dreamland are in a great spot. There's a minute to go, and it felt like Young and Beautiful, hey, if they can even get first phase, this is going to be a great start to them in this map. And they bring it all the way to a full completion. They shut down Dreamland for at least half the time during first phase. And near the end, Dreamland are a little late to make the adaptation to go more rush instead of the dive. And they're not able to build the ultimates or the heals up quick enough. And Young and Beautiful, they're young and in a game 7 where, man, everyone's got to be tired at this point. We have been going for hours and hours and hours at this point. But now the adrenaline's pumping. 1 map to go.
Wow. I didn't think we'd get here, honestly. I saw that Gibraltar map pick, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna prepare. I'm gonna get ready for this to end in 6, and here we are. I mean, Dreamland, I don't even think that they fumbled. It was more so Young and Beautiful just stepped up. Compared to anything, these DPS in particular stood out. Neptune and Icy Sniper with the hero plays on that first point defense, draining that time bank, was just ridiculous. And honestly, I think the Lifeweaver pick started a lot of that momentum because it just didn't work at all. We didn't get to see the dives successful. The Lifeweaver was the dive target if design was anywhere in the LOS. Like, the difference right now between the Alex we saw in the first 5 maps of the series to going 29-3 here in Gibraltar, like, this is nuts.
That's absolutely insane. 29-3 in a full game of Watchpoint is nuts. And yeah, you can tell who the 2 main dive targets were. Manually and Narwhal. 13 deaths for Manually, 10 for Narwhal. And they were just all over them. And now we go back to the question of, where are we going for the final map of just one of the most insane series of the season, one of the most insane series that we have seen in a long time. And the pressure is back onto Dreamland. Do they want to test the waters with a control? You got your 1. I don't think you go there again. I would go Runasapi. If I were them, I would go Runasapi. You had great success against Emo down mid. It's where your ball comp worked. But do you want to go it again after what just happened to that comp in Watchpoint Gibraltar? It is potentially a $7,500 question for Dreamland right now of where they go for the final map of this series. And y'all changed the graphic, and
I keep getting bait. I'm like, oh, we're gonna see it. Oh, we're gonna see it.
Thinking we're going to learn the map, but just wow. I would say Runasapi. Runasapi would be where I would go.
Yeah. It's where Pela had his Mike Tyson moment. He felt good about it. That's where they closed out the last series. Why not try to close it out here? It's a genuine thing that they could pull, and it likely means we see the D.Va return, which I don't know. It's not that the hero itself and design on the hero of D.Va isn't bad. It's the way that the team plays around the D.Va that hasn't been working out. It hasn't been working out in the series. And And I think that's also a difference that Young and Beautiful have been relying on, because they won the last series largely because they found success on that D.Va. Those are the maps they won the most by the biggest margin. But in fact, we are going to kick it. We're going to end it all where it started on Ilios. We thought this would be map 1, but we're going to take the gamble. Dreamland, their worst map type throughout the entirety of the season, the entirety of the tournament. That's where they think that they are going to win the entire Masters FACEIT division.
Huh. That is not where I thought we were going. The bans are going to say a lot. I'm guessing a Hazard ban
at this point.
Hazard has not been banned because it only got pulled out late. Dreamland have the first ban. I would think it is Hazard. I would hope, considering what just happened on Watchpoint Gibraltar. But for Young and Beautiful, I don't know. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so yeah, they're going to play more of the ball. How do Young and Beautiful want to answer? Because they know it's going to be that composition, right? But they can ban Lucio still. Lucio is on the board for them, but they can't ban Brig. They can't ban the ball themselves, or the BAP, or the Tracer, the Freya. A lot of the main pieces of this composition are not on the board. And it's not even like it's a guarantee that Dreamland would play the Lucio, because a lot of times they have more played the Brig on these control maps when they're running the Wrecking Ball. So it's the Ana. Okay. I don't mind it. I don't mind it,
Except for Dreamland don't play Ana. So, you know, there's that. But,
well, yeah.
I guess they really want to play the Lucio. I think the D.Va and the Lucio together have decent synergy, and you need that to help your less mobile support kind of stay in the game. Plus, it's Ilios. This is like the Lucio map of all the places. You want to get the boops. Narwhal is foaming at the mouth to just kind of send it, and Neptune too. So, I get it. Now, okay, here's the thing. I was a little doomsday-ish last time. We had a map pick here. These bans scare me, because most of what Young and Beautiful made work was on that success of the Hazard. You can't do that anymore. So, do you try? I think you have to go back to the D.Va again.
You have to go back. Unless you pull out a Winston, which maybe, but against the Wrecking Ball, it's really rough. Yeah. And Wrecking Ball against Winston, you very much favor the Wrecking Ball, unless you can pop off, but usually you want the Ana for that, and the Ana is not an option. Yeah. So, yeah, I have a feeling they're just going to put AST back on the D.Va, play maybe more of that counter dive, because I will say they punished Pella really well. And especially in the second half of Watchpoint, they were always looking for Pella. Hey, when is the dive coming in? If they are alone, if the Tracer or anybody else is not there, they are going to be able to punish Pella. And I think that is maybe more of the play style they will be approaching here for this final map of this, one of the most crazy series we've seen this FACEIT season. It's the perfect way to end it off. It was a sweep over in South America. It's a sweep over in EMEA. This is where it is. NA is where the map 7s are going to be.
That's what we like about. And NA's just built different. I mean, what else is there to say? We get our best of 5s, we go to 5. We get our best of 7, we go to 7. It only makes sense. You know, we have to have all of these things happen. You got to keep it the most interesting region, at least in tier 2. So it's been that way so far. Dreamland and Young and Beautiful have made sure of it. Surely it ends on like a high note. Like, we're not gonna get like a 2-0 sweep of this map. I really hope we don't get like a 2-0 sweep of this map.
There's a certain letter number combo I'm not even going to say it. I'm not even going to say it. Chat, you know what I'm saying. But I just beg that does not happen here. I would cry on camera if that happened.
If it happens, we're blaming you.
Oh yeah, I take full blame. Chat, you can yell at me all you want if it does happen at any point during this map. It will be Ruins first, which I will say sadly for Young and Beautiful, the best one for Pella if they go ball.
Yeah, that's also on the option, because Dreamland didn't play the ball on this map before. They opted for the Ramatra for part of it. Then they matched the ball later.
And I think
but they also got stomped, so... Yeah.
Right now, both teams teasing the sim. As much as Young and Beautiful, they love playing the sim. It worked out really well during a few maps today. This is not a map that I would say it works. It works well. This is not 2021 when you can go full, car wash in Lighthouse, but they do actually stick it. Interesting.
You know, I'm not gonna hate it until I try it. You know,
Nope. This is a team, they know how to play Sim. Like, they're one of the few teams I would trust with this.
I'm cautiously not optimistic. I'm cautiously pessimistic about this. We'll go with that. Dreamland, they are second to the point here just because they didn't have the teleporter on their backs, and that's already Talisman down. Of all players to lose first, it's not the one you would expect. Young Beautiful happy to take the first capture. It is very difficult for Pela to move forwards against an Orisa Sim.
Yeah, because you're either looking at the Orisa that's trying to shove a jab spin in your face, you're trying to look for turrets, and you don't want to let the beam from Alex really get that height charge as well, and you also have to look for the TPs. So it's a lot going on, and once you see Pela actually go swap, Pela will go over to the ball, gives up on the Ramatra, and I can't necessarily blame him against so much CC, where it's at least a little easier for Pela to get away on the Wrecking Ball than it is over on the Ramatra.
But it's arguably just as easy to help burn down the Wrecking Ball in this comp, unless you're just burn down design first. That actually works out really well. Young Beautiful cannot function without an Orisa to be that spearhead, no pun intended. Alex is just sniping people as secondary fighters though, which feels kind of illegal, I'm not gonna lie. Symmetry, you think microwave beam, but how about giant blue volleyball shaped thing instead? They got like an extra 10% just off of that alone, and Young and Beautiful are gonna try to push back early, perhaps regretting that decision.
Regretting it a little bit, but they do earn, like you said, an extra 10-15% off of that, and now they will start to make the adjustments as well. Alex goes over to the Tracer now that the ball is in play. AST over to the Diva to try and play this dive/counter dive style. So this is what we thought we were going to get in this map after a slight little detour on the way to the ruins, but now window very early from Hanbei.
And it's an attempt to negate this Kitsune rush, which, I mean, it just burns down the Diva here. Without the Diva mech, there's not much you can do to push. We've seen Young and Beautiful lose every single time it's been a ball versus Diva matchup, which is kind of the scary part of this. What's even scarier is we're committing a sound barrier to a 4v5 without a tank. You get Hom. Okay, never mind. Juice is built different. Somebody gave him his apple juice, and we're frying. That's what we like, Young and Beautiful. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. Juice is just an animal.
And they don't even get a stall from Dreamland. You're thinking, hey, you got a Wrecking Ball, you can stall it out for a little bit. No, nobody's able to touch. Just 48% for Dreamland for now. They have the sound barrier. Neptune used it in the last fight to keep them in it, to allow Juice the opportunity to find the picks, and now it can be Dreamland playing aggressive.
A minefield on the point, a bit of a zoning tool, and most of those will be destroyed just by design walking into them without too much of a choice. And Dreamland will take the point just from that alone without any eliminations to show. Alex, though, does have a pulse bomb here, but no, Hanbei, couple bullets to the dome, eliminates the Tracer entirely. So that's pulse bomb off to stay in the pocket for now, and Hanbei actually picking up a second here. This is really nice. Dreamland will push this close to a one-fight territory.
Yeah, that was a nice little play there, as manually they have the perk where you can see crit opponents, and that you just gotta jump off. You have to jump off if you're ASD. You can't play this. Instead, they're just going to run into spawn, swap back, so they lose all of the ult chars they had for the self-destruct. But you have to. You can't play without your Diva, especially when it's already 85% and counting. You need them to be able to get you in the fight with this rush and with this pulse bomb.
But an unmatched sound barrier.
There's a rush.
There's so much they can work with this. They don't want to rush while the sound barrier's up. They're trying to get this to some point that they can push, but because of how far up they are, you had to send Alex to contest the points. You're already fighting a 4v5, which got a whole lot worse. He didn't check a corner for pulse bombs. Talisman DMX the Diva, and Dreamland 1 round away from getting this point, but in Ruins, this is the one they were supposed to win.
Should win. Let's see if it's Well or Lighthouse. I would say Well is slightly better for the ball, and it will be.
Well.
So let's see here what the plan is for both sides. But manually, it's like Manu's been getting a lot of damage in, but nothing more than that. Talisman 11-1 is crazy. And AST, not even 2k damage.
Wow.
0 elims for AST. Grids, they were playing a lot of Peel, trying to keep their backline up, more allowing, Alex and Juice try and find those picks, but seeing your tank at 0 kills after a full round is not the sight you want to see. If you are young and beautiful, TPs go out, Tracers come back into the fray, and Juice will stick the Cassidy to try and give their backline a chance.
Yeah, I think this allows Design to play a little more forwards too, instead of just constantly peeling for the team. And reminder, ball into D.Va, ball is won 100% of the time so far in this matchup. It's concerning to have to play against that. Design just can't find a way in because of the amount of dive that's going on. So focused on trying to keep the team alive, but at some point you have to decide whether you can actually burn these players down, or it's just easier to go ahead and regroup them. Young and Beautiful, though, will get the first cap because of Pella being zoned away, no adaptive shields to recontest, and because of how long this point could take to flip, this is a really good spot to see them in.
That free of an early cap is great, even though trades go out early, but heal advantage for Young and Beautiful.
Yeah, you'd much prefer to have a dead Cassidy than dead Lucio, although Pella just is playing bowling in a small room if it was a circle-shaped lane, I guess. Dreamland will flip the point all while that chaos has been happening, and this is where things start to get scary for Young and Beautiful.
Yeah, we just say, oh, how hard it is to flip, and they flip it almost immediately, because, like I said, Pella is doing their best bowling ball impression. By the way, Blizzard, we need a bowling ball skin.
Please!
That's like the freest give, like, ever. But Young and Beautiful now, they try a little bit of a peek early from the Widow, not able to pull anything out of it, and Pella still just being an absolute nuisance, and about to have the minefields to throw on point.
They already know Suzu, just because of that dive from Pella. The impact of the Wrecking Ball is insane. The Ebola shot out gets a little bit more value than it probably would have, since there was no Suzu to block it. But there we go. Design kind of running it down with this D.Va on hyperdrive, just thanks to the Kitsune rush. Young and Beautiful actually winning this fight consideringly clean, especially with the Wrecking Ball and the amount of chaos Pale has been causing.
Yeah, Pella will now try and stall it out. Hanbei tries to jump in like Superman and very quickly finds his kryptonite as ASD is able to shut them down. And 54%. This is very quick flips back and forth. No team really able to find that stable of a hold. But now the sound barriers come into play. Narwhal is 10 away. Neptune already has theirs. Hanbei, this window more will be used for spacing and maybe just trying to find another early flip, as Young and Beautiful should be able to kite away pretty quick.
Yeah. After Talisman got finished getting gifts by the stairs, we're all back into this. Sound barrier early from Young and Beautiful. Narwhal didn't even have it yet to match and just opted to use the space that the amplification matrix bought them instead. There's the sound barrier for the group, and Narwhal set reeling off the edge. At least the sound barrier ended up going out. It's not the end of the world, especially since both are down. Talisman is back in his original form. That's a double kill for him, but Alex responding with 2 of their own. Now hunting down for anyone more, trying to get Talisman away from the frag. Spots him in the bush. That's a crazy find. Turned on like night vision or something. Young and Beautiful, they're gonna hold on to this point.
They will hold on. Dreamland needs a very quick reset here. They will have mines eventually from Pella. Manuel should be able to build up the Bola shot fairly quickly, but Alex, after answering it with a 2-piece of their own, Talisman almost bringing that fight back. They now have the pulse bump. If they can find the early Suzu out as Hanbei is swapped to Kiri, it could bring us to a round 3.
Well, that's ideal for Young and Beautiful, and it's 1 step closer manually.
No!
Still doing DPS ults. Juice is on fire! Oh, this is the best moment for them to pop off. Has to stay on the map, though. Priority number 1. Dreamland only mines to work with. The Pela has to drop them kind of at this choke point. It doesn't get that much value. Bola shot goes a little bit wide. Pela stalling enough for some of his team members to start trickling back in. Yet there's no real win condition, no real way to get back into this fight unless somebody does something insane with the Kitsune rush. That's extraordinarily difficult to do. Overtime, taking down slowly. Pela has been disposed of. It's only Talisman that helps stall this out, and with Talisman going down, that should just about do it. We are going to finish our series in 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, absolute cinema on our hands. Map 7, round 3 on Lighthouse. Here we go. The DPS for Young and Beautiful just take over. Laid on some of those alternate shots from Juice, just absolutely on point. Is now AST. Yeah, they pick it up a little bit. Alex is over to 17-4. They now lead the lobby in kills, but it all comes down to this final round. Everything else in this series, all the 6 maps, their upper finals match, even in the first 2 rounds of this, they do not matter. It all comes down to the next 3 to 5 minutes on who is our champion of Season 5 of Masters Division NA. Here we go.
The adrenaline peeking through for this next round. Compositions mostly the same except for Narwhal Hanbei wanting to bap Brig, taking away the speed of the Lucio, hoping for some more defensive stability. I mean, Manually has just not been playing this game at all. He's been the main target, 8 and 7. Basically non-existent compared to his previous performances, and you can tell they're reeling something. Needs to go right for the coordination, and so far it's turning Alex into a pancake on top of the objective. Now Pela turning their priorities towards the players off of the points, and well, actually go ahead, let that keep happening. We're Young and Beautiful to regroup.
Yeah, as soon as they don't have Alex, there's so much you just can't do. You don't have that little piece that can finish up kills, that can create opportunities. You have to wait for them to come back. Right now, Pela just waiting for the rotation to come in, and I see Sniper and Neptune. They're never able to go in with AST and Alex. That has been the issue. Narwhal Hanbei, they're just chilling.
Nah, they're vibing. This is where you wanted the Brig on Watch Point Gibraltar. It's so much safety for these supports and Manually alike, unless Manually just decides to sit in the middle of the team. Alex, though, coordinates enough with design to take out Hanbei, and with Manually's low HP there, if someone even looks in their general direction, yeah, you're dead. Goodbye. Yep. AST is there, brings out the cleanup missiles, and Young and Beautiful flip it.
They get the flip 37% for Dreamland, and now those shiny little check marks enter into the fray for the rest of this run. Young and Beautiful, they almost wait out. Pela going in. They're able to find Hanbei, who had to drop to try and get some healing over on the point, and the lamp can only do so much. And now Pela just on point, trying to force a little bit. They understand people are on high ground. Bash comes in. Nobody gets the finish.
Nope, not quite. Young and Beautiful, especially Icy Sniper and Neptune, keeping each other alive like their lives depend on it, because they quite literally do. Considering rush for Icy Sniper on the objective. No related support ults to match it. Instead, it's actually Neptune that's going to pop theirs as well, noticing the sustain wasn't enough. So while it keeps everybody alive, what are you going to do about this minefield? Apparently, take out Talisman, who thought it was a shield, not a pile of mines that are not fully protective. Rally out now for the Brig, who is struggling because Hanbei ended up getting dove while the Narwhal got aggressive to jump in with the rest of the team, sent reeling off the edge of the map. This needs to be an absolute reset from Dreamland.
Yeah, need a reset. Pela goes off, Manually goes off, as AST actually gets the kill credit for that. I don't know if that was necessarily correct, but I don't think AST will complain too much about it. And the Kitsune Rush, they almost find Icy Sniper early. They pop Kitsune Rush behind point. Do they get the cooldown reduction? Able to save the fight. Now self-destruct available. If they need something quick, but the jump is already on Narwhal. It forces Lamp.
Yeah, Lamp is out, but Narwhal barely hanging on to life. They instead turn their focus over to Hanbei. The supports are down, but the point flips. A little bit of extra time bought for Dreamland to regroup, but it's not going to be a great one.
That is big, though. I will say that at least allows everybody else to get back into the frame. They're not going to try and stall this out even longer. Little bit of spin to win from Pela, gets it to 52, and now the point resumes here from Young and Beautiful. Hanbei and Narwhal, they both go to stalls. It is all on Talisman and Manually. Can you find an opening pick? Can you shut down Juice and Alex, who have taken over the second half of this map, to try and bring one more fight?
They don't know where Juice is. Hiding around the corners, but Manually in the air. Bullet shot.
They get Neptune.
Next out of the Kiriko, but Pela gets 2 off the map completely by himself. A beautiful turnaround of this. Narwhal sending a third over the edge. Dreamland, they're not out of this just yet. They still have to deal with Alex and Juice, who are getting a lot more done than they probably should. Committing self-destruct, not recommended, especially with a stagger coming through. One more reset, all that is allowed, but suddenly Dreamland, it becomes more of a reality.
Dreamland can breathe for a second. Still got 40% to go. It's not like Young and Beautiful need to rush in egregiously fast here. The big advantage Young and Beautiful will have, they have both support ults almost online. Because of Dreamland having to swap to the stall characters, they are only halfway respectively, but that also opens the door here for Talisman Manually. Can they find the opener onto one of those supports to shut it all down? Or they find it onto Alex? That's going to be just as quick stall. You have to pause here.
You can't reset. You don't have time. Talisman, the recall's already forced out. It's just trying not to die until the rest of the team comes back. Suzu is out, so is the sound barrier. There's plenty of sustain for Young and Beautiful to be able to work with, but the Elims need to follow. Manually, though, takes out Neptune, just the overhealth expires. It's on to this Kitsune Rush, last onto the point, the minefield zoning them out. AST Design, plenty of health in the tank, but it's not gonna last long. Icy Sniper's down. Juice got punished off the side of the map. Dreamland, it was starting to look ugly. It was starting to look so bad for this team. It was a struggle for them, and even then, they still can't seem to confirm all of these eliminations. Pella fighting tooth and nail to keep the team alive. That's a third boot from him on this map alone. AST Design is down. Sound barrier's there, but it's rather a song of victory for Dreamland. Only one remains. Juice, the last man standing, and the last to fall. Dreamland are your FACEIT Masters League champions.
Dreamland 4-3. There, it was almost flipped there to the very end. Molly, Young and Beautiful got 2 picks, and Fella, if they don't get that boop off, we may be singing a different tune right now, but the MVP of these last 2 fights is the Wrecking Ball himself, Mr. Mike Tyson. Pella, they're able to get it done. It kills both supports that fight before. That gives them the opportunity for one more fight. Manuel's able to get an opening pick before they get taken out. And it is an absolute dream ending, a fairy tale ending for Dreamland. They win FACEIT Masters NA Season 5.
But holy, did they have to fight for it, Jesse.
My God.
That could not have been closer. That last fight was insane, and if Pella did not just decide to become a super hamster, we were seeing this series going a completely different direction, and it's insane that it came down to this close of a match. But is it really? I mean, this is just how the NA Masters scene has gone the whole time. Like, what was stopping it from happening for one final game?
It's been one of the best seasons of FACEIT Masters across the board, and that was the perfect ending, right? That's just the perfect ending. And I will say, Young and Beautiful, fair play. They almost brought it back after we thought, man, it was looking rough. It was 3-1. They almost came back, but it is still a team has never came back from 3-1, and that stat will continue to be that way, at least for now. We take a look quick at the bracket. What a run after a 3-2 defeat in uppers. Dreamland, they take down EDM, book their spot in relegation promotion, and they get the revenge over Young and Beautiful in a 4-3 banger.
10 maps in 11 maps, I can't count. This was a long day for Dreamland.
Very long day.
I could start to see the fatigue especially like manually at the end of this game. It was so hard for them to keep up. They were struggling. And you thought, you pick Ilios. This was a risk for Dreamland just because. Okay, that was funny. Given their history on the control map type as a whole, it has been their worst, and it's not even been close. Yet they picked it to be their confident end because of Ruins, and it looked great. But then it started to get shaky here that we got to see on Will, and it was Juice who pulled out all the stops, finished it off with a double, and there's just no reason for Dreamland to touch. And when it all went down, and it looked like it was done, like Young and Beautiful, it was their map to win. Pela, of all people on the hamster, gets 3 environmental eliminations just by players on the outside of this map. Only on Ilios, people. Only on Ilios.
On Ilios, like, this is just perfection. This is the perfect end to an unreal season here. And this is just, Pela. Pela owned the final 2 fights here. In fact, you lose Talisman, you lose Honda, you're thinking, man, this could get a little rough. You get AST out of mech, you boop off Neptune, you're able to finish off AST from that point on, and at that point, you're able to build up the sound barrier. Everything else falls into place, and an unreal game ends there. And I have a feeling, obviously, we could very well see this again coming up in the promotion relegation match, and if it does happen, my God, just give me that on repeat.
It's probably going to happen again. I mean, to be totally honest with you, I would love to see these 2 teams kind of battle it out with how close they managed to keep each other through this tournament, through the regular season even. They've traded off who has won, but I mean, you look at the run that Dreamland has had, beat every team that they lost to, and they ended every time that they've lost to a team. They ended it all on a victory. Right here. Yeah. Right? Young and Beautiful was the last hurdle in that mission, and they cleared it just barely, but they managed to do it, and it's got to be feeling so good for this team. Like, I can only imagine the adrenaline that is going through them all right now.
If Dreamland did record that final moment, I can't wait for that to hit social media. Like, that is going to be incredible. As I believe, I'm looking right now, I believe it'll be Narwhal here for the interview, and here he is, the man himself. Narwhal, I gotta ask, how are you feeling? You are the winners of Season 5.
It feels amazing. The adrenaline is like pumping through my veins right now. Like, you gotta stay locked in every map, like regardless of how you're feeling. And at the end, after it's done, it all comes out. So it feels great.
I mean, we can see even that last fight too, as close as it was, like it was a push towards the very end. And this was a pretty long day of competition for Dreamland as well. Like, how was that kind of keeping up the energy? What was done to make sure you could stay locked in for all 11 of these maps you had to play?
Yeah, it's a grind. Probably like Gibraltar around there. I noticed like fight plans were started to lag. Like, we weren't at our top game. I think fatigue finally started to set in. So going into final map is just having to tell team, just lock in, one more map, let it all out here, and then we're good.
So going into map 7, you're up 3-1. You dropped 2 in a row. Watch point. We were even saying it here. It felt like a map that you guys were going to win, and they, pulled up with a really good counter comp. What was the message going into that decisive map 7?
I mean, obviously, like I said it first after the first map, we haven't won a call, and I'm just gonna say I'm confident in our abilities. Like, I don't care if we haven't won a single one. We've practiced our comp. They've banned everything we thought could possibly ruin our comp. So going into it, we were very confident into the last map.
And you were kind of like a later addition to this team, right? Crota leaves, you join in end of May after, a few weeks had already kind of gone by in the season. How does it feel? And you've been around for a very long time in this scene, whether it be community tournaments, the old days of Open Division. How does it feel to win this kind of game, to win a Masters Championship, and with promotion relegation on the horizon?
I mean, it feels amazing. I've been around since 2020, and finally having a chance to play with the big dogs at OWCS, that feels amazing, because last season I was 8th in Masters, and now I got picked up by these guys, given an amazing chance, and now we have a chance at OWCS. So it feels amazing. This is just the path to pro that I've always imagined, and I'm glad it's finally happening.
And I think that too, because you've been on this kind of path to pro grind for almost 5 years at this point. Like, that, first of all, that's insane. But you're also like a pinnacle example of the grind never stops for this team. And like, especially for you being on this squad as a newer addition, like, I can only imagine like how that actually felt to get to that point finally. And I'm kind of curious from you, like, now that you've made it, for sure you won the FACEIT Masters division, you got a spot in the promotion relegation tournament. Like, how are we feeling with that coming up, like, literally just in the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, I mean, we made it, but the grind has just started. So we still got a week of grinding. I love my team. I think they're ready for the grind, and I'm excited for next weekend.
Awesome. Hey, if anybody can teach them about the grind mindset, it is absolutely you throughout this. But it looks like we do actually have a bracket visual. So you will be starting off against Dill Ducks as your first opponent there. So how are we feeling about the Dill Ducks? You got to see them in OWCS a little bit more. Is that a winnable game?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty confident going into that.
Yeah?
All right.
I like it. I like it.
How do you feel you stack up? Obviously, Supernova at least had a decent end to OWCS Stage 2, not able to get out of the bottom 2, though. How are the vibes feeling, especially considering, there is a chance that you go against Young and Beautiful again for a potential OWCS deciding match?
In scrims, Dreamland has always kind of been the big brother for us, so if we can punch up, that feels amazing. Young and Beautiful, I thought we were the better team, but these guys have shown the past few days they can really match up with us. So it'll be interesting. It'll be fun to play and fun to watch for everyone.
We get another map 5 banger for a decider. I mean, that'd be kind of insane, honestly. We'll look forward to that next week, but that is a next week thing. So for now, though, I do want to get back to you and your success here today. I can only imagine how exciting this is, and I know you want to get back to your team and kind of celebrate, talk to Silvers. There's a lot that needs to be said for that, but I also want to give you the floor for a minute. Do you any shout-outs, words that you want to say to the people about Dreamland's success?
I love my team. I love how they give me a chance. Vision has been an amazing coach for us. I've definitely leveled up as a player since he's helped. Lep's helped me quite a bit, so I've gotten a lot of support from a lot of different people, and it's been very nice. My teammates have always been here. They treat me as an equal, even though I've come up from like middle, lower tier 3. So it's nice having a home to feel like welcome.
Yeah.
Just shout out my team.
Shout out the team. It's the people that get you here, and it's so great to hear that you've formed this connection with them in just the couple weeks that this tournament has come off. And I know that us, the casters, and of course the viewers, are very excited to see where you and Dreamland continue on in our promotion relegation tournament. Narwhal, thank you so much for joining us for a post-game interview. We'll let you get back to your team, pop the champagne bottle, and then we will go ahead and see you in the tournament again next week.
Thank you, guys.
Ooh. I can imagine the vibes in that call right now. I wish I could put them in a bottle and just have it every day. Like, what a game. Like, for Narwhal's been around for so long.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think some people who are maybe newer, they maybe joined during OWCS, he's been grinding like open division when that was still a thing. Back in 2020, 2021, 2022. The dude's been grinding for so long. I'm so happy he's finally got the call up here, and now potentially 2 wins away from OWCS. Like that's just the dream ending here up for Dreamland.
The grind never stops. If that's anything that we want to take away, both from Narwhal's words and this 7-mapper banger of the series.
Yeah.
It was long, it was grueling, and it was a fight till the very end, and we could have asked for a better conclusion to our NA Masters Finals, Jesse.
Yeah, it was just the perfect end. And hey, get involved. Go to this link right there. Sign up for Season 6. Signups end on July 30th. fce.gg/FACEIT League. Get involved. You could be in this kind of spot. Narwhal, they grinded for so long. Whether it be you were an Overwatch 1 person, you're getting in now. Get in on the action, because this kind of magic only happens in FACEIT League.
Yeah, hey, it's never too late, and this season might be over, but we still have so much more yet to come from both these FACEIT tournaments. And I mean, it's really been such a treat to have these players highlighted, like, for a tier 2 scene, show what the future of NA and EMEA Overwatch is, and how bright that we get to see these teams shine.
Yeah, it's been incredible just to see these teams, and now all eyes are on promotion relegation. Young and beautiful Dreamland. There is a genuine shot in my mind that both of them go up, but Supernova and Dildux will have something to say about that for NA. I gotta say quickly before we go off, big shout out for everybody behind the scenes, the other casters throughout the weekend, our entire OBS crew. There's so many shots that you guys maybe don't realize it right away. There's a team of observers in a different call right now. They're incredible. Shout out BPL, because it's just been amazing all around.
Yeah, there's so much that goes on behind what you see here on the screen, and it wouldn't happen without all of our production crew, tournament admins, players, casters alike, whole squad, and that's what esports is all about. Thank you so much for joining us here for the FACEIT Masters League Finals. It's been a fun ride to go along, and we'll see you back for the Promotion Relegation Tournament just this next week.